Chapter 1. The Sea Circle Calendar, Year 1518. In the East Sea, upon an uncharted isle. Thank you immensely, old Master Shiki, for your guidance over these past 2 years. A youth, tall and slender with golden hair and crimson eyes, whispered softly beside a grave on the island's shore. His name was Rosha, who, 5 years prior, had found himself transported to this world reminiscent of the Pirate King saga. His body reverted to the age of 13. Initially, Rosha reveled in his newfound existence, swept up in the tide of transmigration, yet soon succumbed to panic. An ordinary individual, devoid of extraordinary abilities, he was confronted with the stark reality of his diminutive form. In such an alien world, a single misstep could lead to untimely demise. Under the pressure of survival, Rosha was compelled to forage for sustenance and construct a shelter. It was during this struggle that he discovered his physical prowess, strength, and agility exceeding that of his former self. Amid the threats posed by the island's fierce beasts, Rosha gradually acclimated, honing his skills to become more formidable. 3 years passed in this manner, until an unexpected visitor shattered Rosha's tranquil routine. By the shore, a man of imposing stature, with a mane of golden hair resembling a lion's mane, adorned with a ship's wheel atop his head, lay unconscious. He wore a traditional orange-striped Japanese garment, his legs broken and pierced by 2 swords. Upon first sighting this man, Rosha was taken aback, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to a character from an anime he once cherished. Golden Lion, Shiki. Yet, Rosha quickly regained his composure, pondering the implications for his future. This world revered strength, and Rosha assessed his own capabilities, concluding that he could likely contend with the island's feral creatures' power, perhaps akin to that of a minor pirate with a bounty of several million berries. After considerable deliberation, Rosha resolved to rescue the Golden Lion, Shiki. For Shiki possessed the power of the float fruit. Though the circumstances that had led him to this island remained a mystery, reviving him could grant Rosha the means to escape. Under Rosha's attentive care, Shiki eventually regained consciousness. As he beheld his savior, Shiki, for reasons unknown, proposed to take Rosha as his disciple. Without hesitation, Rosha accepted. This was the Golden Lion. To inherit his swordsmanship would not render him invincible, but it would surely allow him to traverse the pirate world with ease. Under Shiki's tutelage, Rosha's swordsmanship flourished at an astonishing pace. In merely 2 years, he attained the level of a sword master and began to grasp the fundamentals of armament Haki and observation Haki, while his physical attributes surged dramatically. However, just yesterday, the Golden Lion, Shiki, succumbed to illness. 2 years prior, he had become aware of his deteriorating condition and, knowing his days were numbered, had chosen to accept Rosha as his disciple. After laying Shiki to rest, Rosha spent a day recuperating on the island, ready to embark on his own adventure. Once powerless, he now yearned to witness the splendor of the vast ocean. Old Master Shiki, today marks the beginning of my own adventure. The tales of the magnificent seas you shared have ignited my desire to experience them firsthand. With that, Rosha closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. Having spent 5 years here, he felt a lingering attachment, yet the thrill of venturing forth was exhilarating. Ding! The sign-in system has been successfully loaded. Nearby, the tomb of the notorious pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, has been detected. Would you like to sign in? A prompt echoed in his mind. Rosha blinked in surprise before swiftly regaining his composure. To his astonishment, he possessed the quintessential tool of a transmigratora golden finger after 5 whole years. 5 years. System, do you have any idea how I've endured these past 5 years? With barely contained excitement, he declared, sign in. Ding. Sign in reward acquired. The float fruit with no side effects. Ding. Acquired a swordsmanship experience pack. Ding. Acquired Conqueror's Haki. Boom. A vast, uncontainable aura erupted from within Rosha, akin to a tempest crashing upon shore. In an instant, the world dimmed and the earth trembled. This overwhelming presence swept through the surroundings like a swarm of locusts. All creatures in Rosha's vicinity, be they insects or small animals, froze in place, their pupils constricted as if their very essence had been paused, until Rosha retracted his aura. With a series of thuds, all beings collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. So, this is the power of Conqueror's Haki, Rosha mused, gazing at his palm as he absorbed the remnants of the energy that had just surged through him. Simultaneously, profound insights into the way of the sword flooded his mind, as if he had trained for years in its art. His mastery of sword techniques had experienced a tremendous enhancement. Clang! Rosha unsheathed the withered wood and Sakura Ten from his waist. Wave slash! A golden slice of energy cleaved through the ocean, parting the waters as if they were mere tofu, extending for hundreds of meters before the sea slowly began to mend itself 3 seconds later. Huh! Rosha exhaled a satisfied breath, a grin spreading across his face. This level of slicing power, while not on par with the mightiest of the seas, is more than sufficient to dominate the East Sea. As long as he did not encounter any hidden monstrosities, such as a certain elderly man returning from vacation. With his current strength, Rosha felt confident that none could rival him in the East Sea, not even Smoker, the user of the smoke fruit. In addition to his swordsmanship, Rosha had also mastered the applications of armament Haki and observation Haki, making him more than capable of dealing with this nascent Logia user. Now, let me test your fruit abilities, he said, crouching down to place his palm against the ground. Lion's roar. The earth trembled as 4 massive lion heads formed from soil and stone, rising up from the ground. The earth and stones converged, devouring the trees and creatures along the shore, ultimately merging into an even larger lion's head. Rosha ascended slowly, wielding his long blade with swift strokes. Characters were inscribed upon the back of the lion's head. The tomb of Golden Lion Shiki. Withdrawing the withered wood and Sakura Ten, Rosha descended gently onto a small boat anchored at the shore. Ding! The next sign-in location is West Rob Village in the East Sea. Sign-in will be available in 5 days. Please proceed to the designated location for sign-in. A smile crept across Roshia's lips as he glanced back at the roaring tombstone, waving farewell. Goodbye, old Master Shiki. When I complete my adventure, perhaps I shall endeavor to become the king of the world you spoke of. Rosha navigated the small boat away from the shore, gradually drifting into the distance. Upon the lion's head, facing the sea, a translucent figure materialized, barely perceptible. Ha ha ha! Rosha, young lad, ride the waves with my will and ambitions. With those words, the figure dissipated like mist, and the ocean returned to its tranquil state. Yet the world was destined to undergo profound transformations with Roshia's arrival. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. Wave slash. Swish. A blade of energy sliced through the ocean, creating a rift within which lay a tumter-long fish severed cleanly in two. The head of the fish seemed unaware of its fate, wriggling forward in a futile attempt to swim. Rosha reached out, making a grasping motion. Venomous serpent. The fruit's power activated, and the fish's body was yanked from the depths. Alas, my palate is growing weary of this fare. Must I endure yet another day without an island or ship in sight? Rosha cut a piece of raw fish, chewing it with an expressionless face akin to gnawing on wax. Truly dreadful. I shall roast it later. Turning, he spat the fish remains into the sea and tossed the other half onto the boat. System, open my panel. Rosha closed his eyes and communicated with the system. An interface materialized in his mind. Host, Rosha. Strength D. Agility D. Spirit C. Skills, Swordsmanship C. Armament Haki D. Observation Haki D. Conqueror's Haki D. Fruit ability, Float Fruit C. Equipment, Withered Wood, Sakura 10. Gazing at his attributes, Rosha couldn't help but marvel at his progress over the past few days. His proficiency in observation Haki had surpassed that of armament Haki. At sea, while honing his mental fortitude, he could only gradually extend his mastery of observation Haki. During these days, Rosha had diligently unleashed observation Haki to survey the surrounding waters, hoping to spot any vessels on the horizon. However, apart from sensing the fish in the sea, there were no other life forms detected. The primary issue was the lack of suitable space and equipment for Rosha to execute and hone his skills, he certainly could not just float in the air with his float fruit, while aimlessly swinging his sword. Seated on the deck, Rosha closed his eyes and commenced his daily training in observation haki. Time trickled by moment. Rosha abruptly opened his eyes. Just a moment ago, as he extended the range of his observation haki, a multitude of life forms manifested within his perception. Moreover, Rosha even discerned the shapes of people aboard the ship. It appeared that two vessels were sailing in the distance. Gazing intently, he indeed spotted two small black dots far away. Rosha was instantly elated. This marked his first encounter with other individuals aside from the Golden Lion in quite some time. It was fortuitous, as he needed directions, and it would be even better if these individuals could guide him to West Rob Village. He had set sail without a compass or a map, and it was exceedingly difficult to determine his location at sea. In any case, Rosha was unable to decipher maps. With this thought, he hesitated no longer, promptly elevating his small vessel into the air and speeding towards the two ships. President Charlie, there are pirates approaching. A sailor rushed up to a man clad in luxurious garments, panic evident in his demeanor. The man, referred to as Charlie, instantly paled in disbelief. How is that possible? This shipping lane is typically patrolled by the Navy. Pirates seldom navigate these waters. How could we suddenly encounter them? The sailor, his face betraying a hint of anxiety, replied, I don't know. The lookout just spotted a pirate ship heading this way. Charlie regained his composure and quickly analyzed the situation, then inquired of the sailor, how far is the nearest Navy base from here? The sailor promptly responded, the closest Navy base requires a day's journey to reach. Charlie's expression darkened considerably. There was no way his cargo-laden merchant ship could outrun the pirates to seek aid from a navy. If he were to jettison all the cargo, perhaps there would be a chance to evade the pirates. However, that would mean the total loss of all his earnings from this voyage, resulting in a significant financial blow. This was the most difficult reality for Charlie to accept, as those goods had cost him a substantial amount. Losing them all would severely impact the economy of his trading company. Inform the crew to prepare. Do not engage just yet. I shall negotiate with the pirates first, Charlie commanded, waving to the sailor. Understood, President. The sailor hurriedly descended to relay the message to his companions, leaving Charlie alone in the cabin, restless and anxious. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship, Captain Sparrow, the target has been sighted. A pirate hurriedly rushed into the captain's quarters, exclaiming loudly, I see no need to be so frantic, responded a man adorned with a captain's hat, his hair in dreadlocks, and his eyes accentuated with dark makeup, as he nonchalantly sat in a chair, grooming his nails. Upon hearing Sparrow's words, the pirate suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and turned pale with fear. All right, inform the crew to prepare for an immediate confrontation. This is a Navy patrol route, and I wish to avoid any mishaps. Sparrow waved his hand, signaling his subordinate to leave. Once the order was given, the pirate quickly informed the crew to set sail at full speed. Haha, Kuro, I hope your intel is accurate. Otherwise, with those petty tricks of yours, I shan't grant you your wishes. Sparrow smirked wickedly, his expression darkening with cruelty. Soon, the pirate ship and the merchant vessel converged, as a throng of pirate crew members boarded the merchant ship, confronting the sailors. Sparrow strolled leisurely to the forefront of his crew, exhibiting an air of indifference towards the individuals before him. Charlie immediately recognized that the newcomer must be the captain of the pirates and stepped forward with a welcoming smile. Captain, we are willing to pay a toll of 1,000,000 berries. I implore you to show mercy. Charlie's demeanor was exceedingly humble. However, Sparrow's expression was one of amusement, a smile playing on his lips, yet he remained silent. Noticing the lack of response, Charlie's heart sank. At that moment, the sailor who had earlier identified Sparrow's identity rushed to Charlie's side. Fear etched across his face as he whispered, President, that appears to be the deceiver Sparrow, with a bounty of 13,000,000 berries, notorious for his cunning and cruelty. Upon hearing this report, Charlie's countenance shifted dramatically, his voice trembling as he stammered. Esteemed Captain Sparrow, I am willing to offer 3,000,000 berries, merely seeking our lives to be spared. Sparrow did not deign to look at Charlie instead, He continued to play with his nails, admiring them, before finally speaking after a lengthy pause. 3,000,000 berries cannot buy your lives. This seemingly casual remark sent shivers down the spines of the sailors and Charlie, causing cold sweat to beat on their brows. Captain Sparrow, I am willing to relinquish all my supplies. I implore you to spare my men and me. Charlie's expression darkened as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. The time for concern over supplies had passed. Money could be earned again, but once lives were lost, nothing could be regained. Gazing at the loyal sailors who had stood by him through thick and thin, Charlie found it excruciating to make this decision. He even noticed a young sailor, recently joined. Trembling in fear, ha ha ha, Sparrow erupted into a fit of manic laughter, instilling a palpable dread among those present. Even the pirates swallowed hard, aware that their captain was capricious and merciless. Anyone who dared cross him would face a brutal demise. Regardless of their allegiance, this very truth instilled a deep-seated fear in the crew, preventing any thoughts of rebellion against Sparrow. Suddenly, with a mad grin, Sparrow drew his pistol and shot Charlie in the knee. Charlie crumpled to the ground, clutching his wounded knee in agony. Captain, the sailors gasped in shock, rushing to surround Charlie. At that moment, Sparrow ceased his laughter and coldly declared, if I kill you all, then all the supplies on that ship will be mine. Won't they? I have no desire to let you escape and summon the Navy. That would pose a significant inconvenience for me. He brandished his dagger at the sailors across from him, commanding, kill everyone on this ship and take it away. The pirates, upon receiving the order, revealed cruel smiles, while the sailors gripped their weapons with grim determination. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a sudden voice pierced through. Excuse me, does anyone know which direction Xilobu village is in? It would be splendid if someone could guide me there. This unexpected inquiry disrupted the impending conflict, drawing the attention of all present. Unbeknownst to them, a young man with golden hair and crimson eyes was perched atop the ship's mast. Noticing the gaze of the crowd upon him, Rosha scratched his head. It was evident to anyone that the scene before him depicted pirates plundering a merchant vessel. His intention was to interrupt their assault, prioritizing the safety of the merchant sailors over the pirates' impending troubles. He could not allow this band of pirates to slay his potential guides. Actually, we are the merchant ship heading to Xilobu village. A young sailor raised his hand and replied to Rosha. Rosha's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Wonderful. Would you be able to give me a ride? The young sailor, however, wore an awkward expression, internally lamenting, Brother, can't you see the situation? We are surrounded by pirates. And you're asking if we can give you a ride? Rosha received no answer from the sailor, but instead, a bullet whizzed past him. Sparrow, grim-faced, had raised his left hand to fire his pistol. Bang! The bullet grazed Rosha's head, yet he remained unscathed. Clearly, he was in the midst of activating his observation Haki, allowing him to perceive Sparrow's movements the moment he raised his hand. Rosha frowned. This man was indeed extraordinary. In the pirate world, individuals typically engage in verbal sparring before combat, but this one exuded a sinister aura. Reality was indeed different from the animated portrayals. There were no adventurers aplenty here. Rosha harbored no strong disdain for pirates, but those who stood opposed to him would meet their demise. Shaking his head, he unleashed his conqueror's Haki upon the pirates below. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, all the pirate henchmen collapsed, their eyes rolling back in shock. The sailors could only stare in wide-eyed astonishment at the sight of the fallen pirates. It was beyond their comprehension. Oh, you didn't fall? Your strength is impressive, Rosha remarked in surprise at the sight of Sparrow, who struggled to remain standing. He hadn't anticipated that a mere captain of a small pirate crew would withstand the impact of his Haki. It seemed the strength of his conqueror's Haki was still lacking. At this moment, Sparrow's mind was unraveling, his perfectly crafted plan disrupted by an unforeseen variable. With great difficulty, Sparrow raised his head and stammered, Who are you? A bounty hunter? Rosha approached Sparrow without hesitation. No, you may consider me a passing masked knight. Masked knight. Sparrow stared blankly at Rosha, confused. He understood what a knight was, but what was a masked knight? And why was the youth before him not wearing a mask? Rosha paid no mind to whether Sparrow comprehended, as this was merely an inside joke of his own. Upon reaching Sparrow, he raised his sword, prepared to strike. Suddenly, Sparrow abandoned his previous arrogance and frantically knelt, pleading for mercy. My lord, I am willing to trade a secret for my life. Rosha regarded Sparrow with curiosity. The pirate was prostrated before him, preventing Rosha from discerning his expression or intentions. Regardless of Sparrow's struggles, his fate was sealed. It was worth hearing what he had to say. Wait. At this moment, Charlie, supported by the sailors, managed to stand and spoke with great effort. My lord, Sparrow is a notorious liar. infamous for his title as the deceiver and a pirate with a bounty of 13 million berries. You must not trust his words. Oh, this fellow is worth over 10 million. Rosha regarded the kneeling pirate with surprised, no, my lord, I genuinely wish to share this secret with you. I would never deceive you. Sparrow remained bowed, not lifting his head. Rosha smirked slightly, sheathing his sword as he stood before Sparrow. Speak. All right, the secret is, you should just let me die. Sparrow abruptly seized the dagger that had fallen from his grasp due to Rosha's earlier intimidation and lunged it towards Rosha's abdomen. He assumed this would be the moment Rosha's guard was down. But the reality was the sound of metal clashing rang out. Sparrow's pupils widened in disbelief. The blade's tip made contact with Rosha's abdominal muscles. Transforming into a shadowy hue, he had activated his armament Haki. With the astounding defensive capabilities of the Haki, the dagger could not breach Rosha's defenses. Monster. Sparrow trembled, brandishing the dagger before Rosha, stuttering in fear. Is this your dying wish? I expected some clever trick, yet this is all you offer. Allow me to enlighten you. In these waters, power reigns supreme. Any schemes are rendered meaningless in the face of strength. As Rosha uttered his final words, he mysteriously appeared behind Sparrow, his sword gliding smoothly back into its sheath. In Sparrow's terrified gaze, the dagger shattered into two pieces. As he lowered his head, a crimson line appeared on his body. And amidst the bloodshed, Sparrow collapsed onto the deck. Rosha turned to the astonished sailors and inquired, Hey, you just said this fellow had a bounty of 13 million berries, right? Could you help me take him to the Navy for the reward? Oh, and also, please deal with that pirate ship over there. Charlie was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and spoke up. Yes, my lord. He then promptly instructed his subordinates, Go assist this esteemed gentleman in tallying the supplies aboard those pirate ships and bring them over shortly. Understood. A sailor replied immediately, and then he, along with a few companions, set off towards the pirate ship. With a welcoming smile, Charlie addressed the newcomer. Might I inquire if it would be convenient for you to share your name, so that I may remember it well? I am Rosha, merely a fledgling adventurer, just setting sail with little to my name. Are you considering becoming a bounty hunter, Lord Rosha? Charlie asked. Not at the moment. But I wouldn't mind taking on the role of a bounty hunter if it means exchanging the heads of pirates for a reward. Rosha and Charlie engaged in casual conversation, as Rosha felt there was nothing of value for the other to covet at this stage. However, Rosha, glancing at the crew, curiously inquired, By the way, I overheard you mentioning your destination is West Rob Village. Are you planning to trade there? You dare venture out to sea with such a small crew? You don't even have any formidable fighters among you. The sailors felt a twinge of embarrassment, unable to counter Rosha's words. As he spoke the truth, none among them were particularly strong, just ordinary sailors. Charlie, with a wry smile, explained. What Lord Rosha may not be aware of is that this route we usually traverse is generally patrolled by the Navy, where pirate activity is quite rare. We never anticipated encountering such a situation this time, especially with that rogue Sparrow. Had it been any other pirate, we might have avoided any mishap after paying a fee. After a brief pause, Charlie continued, As for West Rob Village, it is my hometown. I am a local, and this trading expedition aims to sell goods from my village while also procuring supplies necessary for our daily needs. Upon hearing this, Rosha suddenly understood. In essence, Charlie was a merchant engaged in the back and forth of buying and selling. I see, Rosha replied, when Charlie, as if struck by a thought, suddenly asked, By the way, Lord Rosha, what brings you to West Rob Village? I have a modest reputation there, and if you don't mind, I would be delighted to host you at my home. Rosha shrugged indifferently. There is no particular reason. I am merely an adventurer exploring the East Sea before heading to the Grand Line for further exploration. Lord Rosha, are you planning to venture into the Grand Line? That is a notoriously perilous region, where pirates like Sparrow are merely the tip of the iceberg. It is a place teeming with formidable pirates. Charlie warned, his concern evident for his benefactor. Rosha smiled faintly. That is precisely what makes it intriguing. If I were to forego encounters with powerful adversaries, my adventures would be less than fulfilling. However, I do indeed require companions for the journey ahead. Navigating the Grand Line is quite troublesome without a skilled navigator, doctor, and chef. Impressed by Rosha's audacity, Charlie immediately suggested, Would you like me to assist you in recruiting crew members? We could head to the next town. Perhaps we could find some sailors. Rosha shook his head. No, I prefer to seek my own crew at my own pace. By the way, I still do not have my own ship, so I would appreciate it if you could assist me in acquiring one. Chairman Charlie, Roxia scratched his head awkwardly, realizing he had just boasted about his grand adventures while still lacking a vessel. Charlie, rather than mocking Roxia, responded with a warm smile. Of course, I will help you with that. Suddenly, a loud commotion broke the air. Ha ha ha. If Lord Roxia does not mind, why not join us for lunch aboard our ship? Roxia felt a flush of embarrassment, having been engrossed in training. He had neglected to eat and now found himself in an awkward situation. Very well, he acquiesced. By the way, do you not need to transfer your belongings from your small boat? Charlie pointed to the small vessel anchored nearby. No need. Apart from some food, there's nothing else of significance. The boat merely contains fruits and vegetables collected on the island, and perhaps a fish that is likely spoiled by now in this weather. Very well, then, I shall ask you to accompany the sailors to the dining hall. I will tend to my injuries with the ship's doctor first, Charlie said. Roxia nodded and followed the sailors to the dining hall. After a long-awaited feast, Roxia indulged heartily, causing the chef significant distress as he consumed enough food for at least 50 people. Ever since Roxia began his training, his appetite had grown tremendously due to his unique ability to absorb the energy from consumed food into his body. However, on the island, he had grown weary of the limited options. Mostly grilled fish and meat. That was satisfying, Roxia exclaimed, patting his relatively flat belly. The chef stood in astonishment, murmuring, "What a monster! Where does all that food go?" Ignoring their surprise, Roxia rose and left the dining hall, making his way to the deck. The pirates previously sprawled on the deck had all been securely bound and transferred to the pirate ship, leaving the merchant vessel considerably more spacious. Upon awakening, the pirates on their ship, witnessing the demise of their captain, began to plead for mercy. However, Roxia had little time to entertain them. Once they reached the next town, he intended to turn them in for a bounty. At that moment, a sailor approached. "Lord Roxia, we have completed tallying all the pirates' treasures, amounting to 15 million berries. Would you like to inspect it?" Roxia waved his hand dismissively. "No need. Please inform Chairman Charlie to prepare a ship for me and have it ready for boarding." "Understood, Lord Roxia. Chairman Charlie has prepared a room for you. Would you like me to escort you to the lounge for some rest?" the sailor respectfully inquired. "Very well," Roxia replied, following the sailor to the room. However, he did not rest. Instead, he continued to meditate on the bed, honing his observation Haki. Time passed swiftly, and soon the merchant ship arrived at the nearby naval base. However, when Charlie returned, he brought an unexpected visitor, an officer resembling a commander, flanked by a squad of naval personnel. "I am Colonel Buck, the highest-ranking officer at this Marine Base 19. You must be Roxia. Would you be interested in joining the Navy?" The colonel's direct invitation left Roxia momentarily stunned. Yet, Roxia had his own aspirations and could not fathom aligning himself with the Navy, which would impose significant restrictions on his freedom. Having endured oppression in his previous life, he had no intention of returning to a 9-to-6 existence in this new world of piracy. "No, I have my own dreams and goals. The Navy is not my place," Roxia firmly declined. Colonel Buck frowned, taken aback by Roxia's resolute refusal, seemingly leaving little room for further invitations. Earlier, upon hearing Charlie's description of Roxia's prowess, Buck had sensed the young man's extraordinary strength. Allowing such a powerful swordsman to roam the East Sea as a pirate could pose a grave threat. However, since Roxia had not committed any heinous acts, Buck could only hope that he was indeed just a novice adventurer. Charlie, sensing the tension in the air, quickly interjected with a smile. "Ha ha ha, Colonel Buck, I told you, Lord Roxia is a young talent with dreams of traversing the world." Moreover, Lord Rosha's formidable prowess was not content to develop within the confines of the East Sea, seeking instead to join the ranks of the Navy along the Grand Line. Perchance, he might even ascend to the position of an admiral in the future. With Charlie's encouragement, Colonel Buck could only let out a soft sigh. "Very well, I shall not press the matter. Should you ever harbor an interest in joining the Navy, do not hesitate to seek me out. Your accession would be most warmly welcomed." With that, Colonel Buck and his team returned to the naval base. Rosha paid little mind to this minor interlude. Back at the naval base, Colonel Buck sat in his office chair. And it was at this moment that one of the sailors could no longer contain his curiosity. "Colonel Buck, shall we report this to headquarters?" Colonel Buck closed his eyes tightly, refraining from offering a direct response. A powerful swordsman had emerged in the East Sea, once suspected of having consumed an unknown devil fruit. He had effortlessly vanquished all pirates in an instant, and had slain a pirate worth 13 million berries with a single stroke. Such strength would be remarkable even on the Grand Line, let alone in the relatively weak East Sea. Unbeknownst to Colonel Buck, what he presumed to be a devil fruit was, in fact, Rosha's conqueror's Haki. With his limited experience, he could only attribute such extraordinary feats to the powers of a devil fruit. Thus, he mistook the conqueror's haki for the abilities granted by a devil fruit, opening his eyes. Buck turned to the sailor beside him. Fetch the phone. I shall contact headquarters personally. Yes, Colonel Buck.at the Navy headquarters in Marineford. A sailor was reporting to Admiral Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku. We have just received news from the East Sea. Branch 19. Sengoku pinched the bridge of his nose. Having just finished his duties, he had been looking forward to a rare moment of leisure with a cup of tea and some senbei. He did not anticipate receiving further reports so soon. Kong, seated nearby, continued to munch on senbei without a care in the world. Though accustomed to it, the sound still grated on Sengoku's nerves as he dealt with official matters. Bring it here. The sailor handed over the report and exited the admiral's office. The more Sengoku read, the more his expression darkened. Kong, noticing Sengoku's change in demeanor, leaned in with curiosity. What's going on? Sengoku, it's rare to see you take something so seriously. Sengoku pinched his brow again, casually handing the report to Kong. Take a look for yourself. Kong took the document and examined it closely. Before long, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Conqueror's Haki, how rare indeed. It's been ages since I last visited the East Sea. I never expected a swordsman capable of wielding Conqueror's Haki to emerge from there. Colonel Buck was unaware of Conqueror's Haki, but for veterans like Kong and Sengoku, this ability was all too familiar. They had encountered it countless times before, whether it was Whitebeard, Shiki, or the Pirate King. Roger. Even Sengoku and Kong were users of Conqueror's Haki themselves. Sengoku, speaking of which, it's been a long time since I visited my grandson. How about allowing me some time off to head back to the East Sea? I could check on this young fellow and, if possible, bring him back to the Navy headquarters for training. Kong grinned at Sengoku. You dare to ask for leave? SMT at your grandson who caused this chaos? You shouldn't be so busy. Upon seeing Kong's mischievous grin, Sengoku felt his temper flare and shouted back. Ha ha ha. Besides, you intend to recruit Ace as a warlord of the sea. That doesn't concern me. It has been ages since I've had a vacation. After such a long stint, it's high time I took a break. Ignoring Sengoku's outburst, Kong rose and headed for the door, speaking to himself. Kong, I am the Admiral of the Navy. Without my approval, you shall not go anywhere. With all three admirals currently on missions, the Navy headquarters requires your presence. Sengoku slammed his fist on the table, shouting at Kong once more. Blah blah blah. I can't hear you. Kong feigned ignorance, pretending to clean his ears. With the sound of the door slamming shut, Sengoku was left alone in the office. Clenching his fists, countless expletives raced through his mind. Ultimately, he could not suppress his rage and slammed his fist down on the table, bellowing, Kong. Sengoku's roar echoed throughout Marineford. Nearby, training sailors turned their heads toward the highest point of the headquarters. Hey, what's up with Admiral Sengoku? One sailor inquired of his companion. Who knows, maybe Kong got him riled up again. It wouldn't be the first time. All right, focus on your training. If Instructor Zifa catches us chatting, we'll be in for a scolding. Yet, as if to prove the adage true, Zifa appeared, booming, what are you two slackers doing? Today, you will run 10 laps around the headquarters. No food until you've completed it. Zifa's sudden appearance startled the two sailors, who promptly turned to salute. Yes, Instructor Zifa. Honestly, what is Sengoku up to? This is at least the third time this month. Zifa did not pay heed to the two sailors who had already dashed away. Instead, gazing quizzically at the highest point of the headquarters, this moment, Rosha remained blissfully unaware that the Conqueror's Haki he had inadvertently unleashed had drawn the attention of two high-ranking naval officers. In his ignorance, Rosha continued to hone his observation Haki aboard the merchant ship, entirely oblivious to the outside world. Rosha felt that after days of rigorous training, his spirit had reached a bottleneck. The intense workouts had propelled his mental state to a realm on the verge of breakthrough. 5 days later. Finally, a breakthrough. Rosha sat on his bed, drenched in sweat, raising his fist to revel in his newfound strength. The mental breakthrough left him with a clarity of thought previously unknown. The radius of his observation Haki had expanded to several hundred meters, and if he focused his perception in one direction, it could extend to thousands of meters. His current level of observation Haki should be on par with an ordinary naval rear admiral, while he might not rival those who specialize in observation Haki. It was still commendable. Rosha examined his status board. Host, Rosha strength, C. Agility, C. Spirit, C. Skills, Swordsmanship C. Armament Haki D. Observation Haki C-. Conqueror's Haki D. Devil Fruit ability, Float Fruit C. Equipment, Withered Wood. Sakura 10 overall evaluation. Naval major level combat power. You are ready to explore the East Sea. Young man. Rosha nodded in satisfaction. The enhancements to his observation haki and spirit were within his expectations. After all, the extensive focus on improving the range of his observation haki had demanded immense mental energy, yielding a wealth of experience over time. Training armament haki, however, was not something he could demonstrate in front of the sailors. Over the past 5 days, Rosha had not only trained his observation haki, but had also secured the tow ropes of 2 pirate ships. He swam while pulling the boats behind him, enhancing his strength and agility, allowing him to make considerable gains in just 5 days. This also reduced the originally 7-day journey to just 5 days. Today, he would finally arrive in West Rob Village to check in. Excited, Rosha stepped onto the deck. The check-in location had opened a week prior, but he had yet to locate it, having to travel with the merchant ship instead. As he gazed at the distant outline of the island, his heart raced with anticipation. After waiting for so long, he was finally able to check in again. He wondered what rewards awaited him this time. Lord Rosha, we will soon arrive at West Rob Village. When the time comes, you must certainly visit my home as a guest. To express my gratitude for Lord Rosha's life-saving grace, I have instructed my servants to prepare exquisite food and fine wine. I implore you, Lord Rosha, do not decline this invitation. Charlie approached with a beaming smile. With such delectable offerings, I have no reason to refuse, Rosha replied with a grin. As soon as he set foot in Xilobu village, the system's prompt resonated. Ding, the sign-in system has detected the target location of Xilobu village. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding, you have obtained 10,000 cubic meters of storage space. Life forms cannot be stored. Ding, you have acquired 1 Wujibai phone pill. Ding, you have gained basic navigation skills. Rosha was momentarily taken aback. The rewards this time were not related to enhancing combat power. The basic navigation skills were indeed quite beneficial, as they were essential for his upcoming island sign-ins. Nevertheless, even without navigation skills, he intended to seek out his designated navigator, Nami. The 10,000 cubic meters of storage space was undoubtedly the most valuable asset, allowing him to communicate internally and store items. Rosha regularly consumed a significant amount of food, and this storage space would suffice to hold enough provisions. It could also accommodate various treasures and items, making it an indispensable asset for any traveler embarking on perilous adventures. However, regarding the Wujibai phone pill, Rosha examined the pill closely. According to the system's information, its effects were impressive. Wujibai phone pill cures all ailments, strengthens the body. From this simple description, its potency was indeed formidable. Yet, didn't I recall that this pill is commonly used in gynecology? Has it been drastically modified in the world of pirates? His mouth twitched slightly as he stored the pill in the storage space, reasoning that it might come in handy should he fall ill in the future. Suddenly, Rosha sensed that someone was watching him. Activating his observation haki, he turned to look. Swish, swish. A patch of grass was rustling as if something had burrowed into it. Through his enhanced perception, Rosha smirked. A mixed aura of malice and a hint of conqueror's haki surged forth. A boy with a long nose was enveloped by this aura, and moments later, he burst out of the grass, shouting, "Pirates are coming. Everyone run." The long-nosed boy was none other than Usopp, a crew member of Luffy. However, at that moment, Usopp was still in his lying form. Since Rosha merely intended to frighten him, and the primary force was malice, Usopp was not rendered unconscious. Charlie, hearing the commotion, approached as well. That, he pondered. Is that the child of the Banshina family? Charlie observed Usopp's retreating figure with a hint of confusion. Did this child offend you, Lord Rosha? No, not at all. I simply find this fellow rather amusing. Rosha chuckled, shaking his head. Upon learning that Usopp was not causing trouble, Charlie breathed a sigh of relief. This child has had a rough life. His father set sail to become a pirate many years ago, and his mother passed away 2 years ago. Lord Rosha, please allow me to escort you to my residence, Charlie said, briefly sharing Usopp's background before shifting the topic and leading Rosha toward the grand mansion atop the island. Welcome back, sir. Before they even reached the door, 2 rows of butlers and maids stood outside, awaiting Charlie's arrival. Among the crowd, a bespectacled man subtly furrowed his brow. Rosha, observing the assembly, was surprised to see several familiar faces. A beautiful young girl with golden shoulder-length hair, clad in a light blue dress, dashed out from the entrance. Papa, the girl ran to Charlie, beaming with joy, clearly thrilled to see him. It's Koya. Have you been listening to your mother and resting well at home? Charlie smiled, ruffling his daughter's hair. Yes, Koya has been very obedient. Who is this? Koya inquired, glancing curiously at Rosha. Please do not be rude. This is Lord Rosha, a powerful adventurer. Adventurer? Koya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lord Rosha must have traveled to many beautiful and wondrous places. Could you share some stories with me? Koya implored, her tone filled with eagerness and a hint of coaxing. Rosha was momentarily lost in thought, just as the system's prompt sounded again. Ding, potential crew member detected. Koya's strength, G speed, G spirit, G skills, none fruit ability, none talent. Medicine, exhibits remarkable learning efficiency in medical arts. Evaluation, delicate young girl. Lord Rosha, Koya's voice interrupted his reverie. Well, I have just set sail myself, and am not very familiar with the wider world. However, I can certainly share some amusing happenings from my island, Rosha replied, returning to the present with a smile directed at Koya. Yet, his focus remained on the panel before him. A talent in medicine? Although her other attributes were lackluster, and she possessed no skills, this talent was enough to capture Rosha's interest. Who could resist a beautiful and charming ship's doctor, rather than seeking out a character not from the original story? Rosha preferred to recruit a character from the original narrative as a crew member. All right, let us head inside, Charlie interjected, smiling as he ushered them toward the house. Wait, there's one more thing, Rosha called out. Interrupting Charlie, there's something else, Lord Rosha. Charlie turned back, puzzled. How long do you intend to keep up this charade? That fellow over there. Rosha pointed his sword at a butler with slick back hair and round glasses. Charlie rushed forward. Lord Rosha, has Clara offended you in some way? Rosha remained silent, while the man, Klo, emotionlessly adjusted his glasses and spoke. My lord, have I done something to upset you? If so, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Klo bowed, performing a butler's courtesy. Yet, Rosha was not swayed by such gestures. He swiftly unleashed a blast of sword energy. Klo's pupils dilated as he instinctively leapt back to evade Rosha's attack. However, the two butlers beside him were not so fortunate. As they were knocked back by the flying debris, I could sense the unmistakable aura of a pirate emanating from you from a distance, Rosha remarked, casually flicking his sword, with your agility and that gesture of pushing your glasses. You must be the pirate Klo, am I correct? I fail to comprehend what you mean. My name is Clara Bartle, merely a butler taken in by Master Charlie a year ago, and I have no connections with any pirates. He replied, feigning innocence. Indeed, Lord Rosha must be mistaken. Clara is my butler from a year ago, and should have nothing to do with piracy, Charlie explained, puzzled. Klo adjusted his glasses again, looking somewhat agitated. That sounds rather convincing. If I hadn't seen the plot myself, I might have been deceived. However, if he wished for Koya to join his crew, he might as well assist her in saving these characters who were meant to perish before the story unfolded. Still pretending, are we? I hope you can survive my attack, he declared, releasing a wave of Conqueror's Haki toward Klo. Sensing the aura of Conqueror's Haki, Klo instinctively executed a silent step and evaded to a distant location. Revealing a pair of claw blades in his hands, Rosha was taken aback. Where had this fellow concealed those claws? Where had he been hiding them? Unbeknownst to himself, he soon found solace in the realization that this was indeed the world of pirates. In a manga, it would be entirely unremarkable for a few additional blades to suddenly appear in a scene. The 5 razor-sharp claws of Kuro radiated a chilling gleam, undeniably signifying his formidable identity. The butlers stood in stunned silence, gazing at Kuro, who had seemingly teleported alongside his menacing claws. Protect the master and Miss Koya. Instantly, the butlers snapped back to attention, positioning themselves at the front. Kuro, with some difficulty, lifted his gaze and inquired, Who are you? The overwhelming presence of Rosha's Conqueror's Haki had evidently impacted him, momentarily stunning Kuro. Though it did not incapacitate him outright, it had certainly drained his mental fortitude. A dying man need not know my name. The prior display of sword energy and Conqueror's Haki merely served to compel Kuro into visibility. Should the situation escalate seriously, Kuro would undoubtedly find it impossible to withstand his own assault. The outcome of this confrontation remained uncertain. While Rosha was undeniably powerful, Kuro possessed his own trump cards, confident that once deployed, no one could defeat him. Yet this merely reflected his limited perspective, alas, though he was reluctant to resort to such measures. Kuro's interference with his plans left him no choice but to alter the course of his formerly tranquil existence. Soon, he intended to annihilate everyone on this island and seize all its treasures. Likely returning to the pirate life of yore. The blame lay solely with the old fool who had brought him back here. The lenses of Kuro's glasses glinted ominously, obscuring his gaze, yet the cold aura emanating from him suggested he was far from benevolent. Intrigued, Rosha recalled that Kuro possessed a unique skill akin to the Navy's Sparrow. However, Kuro himself lacked the mastery to control this ability, resulting in erratic movements that left him oblivious to his own strikes. Rosha scoffed at this incompetence. How could one expect to grow stronger if they could not even command their own techniques? Nevertheless, Kuro's bounty of 16 million was evidently rather modest in terms of capability. Kuro surpassed even the East Blue's notorious Captain Clique. Speed is strength, as Kazara often proclaimed, a statement imbued with truth. Rosha was eager to experience this movement style that rivaled the Sara firsthand. Come forth, Rosha beckoned provocatively. TCH, Sara. Kuro cast a frigid glance at Rosha before vanishing from sight, as did Rosha in tandem. Their figures flickered, a blur imperceptible to the ordinary onlookers, who could only hear the clash of blades. Ugh! A cry of pain escaped Kuro as he was propelled backward, crashing into a great tree. How is this possible? You surpassed my speed. Kuro stared in disbelief at the 10 broken claws in his grasp. Huh? With such speed, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Rosha had merely toyed with Kuro moments prior. Kuro's sorrow had granted him a fraction of extra speed compared to his previous form, yet Rosha's agility had already reached C rank, allowing him to outpace Kuro by several strides. Before Kuro could even touch the ground, Rosha, utilizing his observation Haki, anticipated Kuro's landing and positioned himself to intercept the attack. The earlier playful exchanges had merely served to discern Kuro's sword techniques. Should Rosha master this skill, his speed would surely increase. However, after several exchanges, Rosha recognized that Kuro's ability was not suited for him. Nevertheless, he grasped the essence of the Soru, which bore a remarkable resemblance to Kuro's technique. In this battle, Rosha managed to learn Sparrow and evolve it into a version that expended less stamina. Observe closely. Your technique is not meant to be employed in such a manner. With that, Rosha transformed into a mere shadow, reappearing in a different location. After a few exchanges, he found himself directly behind Kuro. Is this my Sparrow? This was Kuro's final thought. His head soared high, then plummeted to the ground. While Soru indeed matched the speed of the 6 powers, Rosha preferred the Navy's refined version, as it consumed less energy. Charlie approached Rosha, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master Rosha. Had it not been for you, Kuro's scheme may have succeeded. Rosha sheathed his sword and replied, no need for thanks. By the way, Kuro's head is worth 16 million berry. You may collect it as a bounty. These bounties shall be my gift to you. Rosha instinctively corrected his words, opting for a more subtle term. Huh? A gift? Why would you offer me a present after such a significant favor, Master Rosha? Charlie inquired, bewildered. Ahem, it's nothing. Let's head inside, Rosha said, clearing his throat and swiftly changing the subject. At the dining table, Rosha indulged in a lavish feast without concern for decorum. Master Rosha, not only have you saved my life, but you have also removed a major threat from my home. I am at a loss for how to repay you. If there is anything I can do to assist, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall oblige you without reservation. Charlie elegantly sipped his wine, observing Rosha's satisfaction and smiling. After satiating his appetite, Rosha patted his belly and cast a subtle glance at Koya. Are you truly willing to assist me with anything, Chairman Charlie? Naturally, Master Rosha, feel free to ask. Charlie eagerly affirmed. In that case, I wish for Miss Koya to join my crew. No problem. Huh, Master Rosha, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Charlie initially acquiesced to Rosha's request but suddenly realized, his speech faltering. Did Rosha just suggest he wanted his daughter to join his crew? Charlie repeatedly confirmed that his ears were not deceiving him. I ask if I may have Miss Koya join my crew. Rosha reiterated earnestly. Judging by his expression, Rosha was anything but frivolous. His serious demeanor caused Charlie's eyes to twitch. Koya, too, was left astounded, unable to fathom that this handsome stranger she had just met would invite her to join his crew. Yet, she possessed no special skills and was frail in health. Could it be that the thought flushed Koya's cheeks crimson as she lowered her head, attempting to retreat into the safety of her thoughts. Master Rosha, Koya's health is still fragile, and she lacks any seafaring experience. How could she possibly accompany you across the ocean? Charlie stammered. Though he had initially agreed to Rosha's request readily, he felt compelled to reconsider when it came to his daughter. You need not worry about Koya's health. I can restore her to full strength and even improve her condition beyond what it is now. The effects will be immediate, and in the future, I will train her to grow stronger. So Chairman Charlie, you need not fret. Moreover, as for seafaring experience, ha ha ha. I too have limited experience, but sailing alongside Miss Koya would surely be a wondrous adventure. Rosha's directness was akin to a confession of his feelings for Koya. Koya felt her face flush deeper, yet she began to yearn for the adventures Rosha spoke of, to witness the beauty of the world. What? You can heal Koya's health issues immediately. Is that true, Master Rosha? Charlie gazed at Rosha with a series of inquisitive expressions, his eyes betraying a sense of astonishment. He was thoroughly acquainted with Koya's fragile constitution. She had often been beset by ailments since childhood, rendering her health exceedingly weak. Charlie had tirelessly sought physicians to attend to Koya, yet each had merely prescribed rest and the gradual acclimatization of her body, alongside a regimen of restorative tonics to bolster her vitality. Thus, when Rosha spoke of a remedy that could instantly liberate Koya from her frail state, Charlie was utterly astounded. Indeed, I possess a potion that can swiftly heal injuries and significantly enhance the physical condition of its user. Rosha affirmed with a nod. This miraculous elixir was none other than the Wu Ji by phone one he had acquired upon his arrival on the island. Although he had no immediate use for it, he would not hesitate to utilize it to entice a prospective ship's doctor. Charlie closed his eyes in contemplation, his expression a tumult of emotions. After a fierce internal struggle, he seemed to deflate. Gathering his resolve anew, he turned to his daughter, Koya, with a serious demeanor. Koya, it is you whom Lord Rosha is inquiring about. Regardless of the choice you make, your father will support you. The question rendered Koya crimson, yet she appeared conflicted. The future that Rosha envisioned filled her with longing and aspiration, yet it also meant departing from her home and leaving her parents behind. For a fledgling soul, this notion was undoubtedly unsettling. Miss Koya, fledglings must eventually leave the nest. I sincerely wish for you to join my crew and embark on this journey with us, Rosha said, propping his chin on one hand, smiling at her. However, as silence lingered, Rosha sighed and continued, if you're so torn, perhaps you should take a few days to ponder. But before he could finish, Koya rose, her gaze resolute. I am willing to become your crew member, Lord Rosha. Seeing the determination in her eyes, Rosha beamed once more. Then I shall be your captain. Take this pill. It will heal and fortify your body. He produced the still cool Wu Ji by phone wand from his belongings. Without a moment's hesitation, Koya accepted it and swallowed it, showing no doubt regarding its efficacy. Not long after ingesting the potion, Koya felt a wave of relief wash over her, as if all her fatigue and stress were being purged in that instant. Furthermore, she sensed a remarkable surge in her strength, gripping the edge of the table. She exerted a slight force, effortlessly lifting the entire piece of furniture. Charlie stared, dumbfounded, at his daughter. Previously, she had struggled even to move a stool. Now, she exhibited such ease. It was evident that the pill Rosha had provided was of extraordinary value. Possessing the ability to rapidly enhance physical prowess, such a remedy must indeed be unparalleled in this world. With a sigh, Charlie stood and bowed solemnly to Rosha. Lord Rosha, I entrust my daughter to your care. Rosha waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality, Chairman Charlie. Now that Koya is a member of my crew, it is my duty to look after her. At that moment, Koya was still marveling at her newfound strength. The sensation was utterly enchanting. In the blink of an eye, she had transformed from a fragile being to an embodiment of might. Charlie approached her with a smile, gently ruffling her hair. Koya, in the coming days, spend quality time with your mother. Koya's heart trembled as she looked up at Charlie. Yes, father. Ding. Recruiting crew member Koya. Reward. Steel balloon talent. The system's notification chimed in. Rosha paused, taken aback. Steel balloon. Wasn't that a talent belonging to Big Mom? He had not anticipated that recruiting a crew member would yield such an unexpected reward. Bang. The fusion of the steel balloon talent caused Rosha's height to suddenly soar to 2.5 meters, his physique transforming into that of a muscular titan. The clothing he wore struggled to accommodate his newfound bulk, beginning to tear. Koya and Charlie could only stare in astonishment at Rosha's dramatic change. Momentarily speechless, fortunately, his handsome visage remained largely unchanged. Apologies, I got a bit carried away and lost control of my newfound strength, Rosha said sheepishly, scratching his head. He then closed his eyes, gradually feeling his body adjust, returning to his original height of 2 meters, though his clothes remained tattered. The steel balloon talent indeed lived up to its reputation. Rosha sensed the tremendous strength coursing through him, alongside an inexplicable ability to alter his physical form at will. If he desired, he could instantly grow to 6 meters in height, though such a form would be rather unappealing, characterized by bulging muscles, a sight he did not wish to present to the world just yet. Truly remarkable, not only can one freely control their size, But such a wondrous potion exists as well. Lord Rosha is indeed extraordinary, Charlie remarked with a sense of awe. Ding. The next sign-in location is the Kingdom of Goya. The sign-in will open in 10 days. Please proceed to the designated location for sign-in. To Rosha's surprise, it was none other than Luffy's hometown, the Kingdom of Goya. This journey had suddenly become quite intriguing. With this thought, Rosha turned to Charlie and announced, I will take a stroll outside and purchase a map. One cannot navigate the East Blue without a map and compass. With a wave, he departed. As time rolled on, 5 days passed. Charlie had selected a small sailing vessel for Rosha and prepared all necessary provisions, alongside previous bounties and treasures from pirate ships, bolstered by a generous gift from his father-in-law. The total amounted to 50 million berries. On the shoreline, Charlie and a woman stood tearfully as they beheld Koya aboard the ship. Koya, please take good care of yourself while you are out there. Yes, I will, mother, Koya replied, waving a handkerchief as they bid farewell. Lord Rosha, I entrust my daughter to you, Charlie said, removing his hat and bowing deeply. Do not worry. We shall return here once our journey concludes. Rosha replied gently, affectionately patting Koya's head. Set sail. With Rosha's command, the fruit ability activated. The sailboat gradually departed from the small island, charting a course toward the Kingdom of Goya. Life at sea often proved monotonous. On the not-so-spacious deck, Rosha lounged in a chair, leisurely perusing a newspaper. 2 news items caught his attention. Alabasta is embroiled in civil unrest. Governor Nyana faces an influx of dancing powder. Discontent among the populace regarding King Cobra's actions has spurred a rebellion led by the insurgent leader. It seemed Crocodile's plan was progressing smoothly. Had Luffy not set sail 2 years later, Alabasta might have truly fallen into his grasp. However, Rosha pondered that the world government would likely not permit the secrets guarded by the Nefertari family to fall into the wrong hands. Should Crocodile overstep his bounds, the world government would surely dispatch CP0 to discreetly resolve the matter. Shaking his head, he set aside those thoughts. The next report was of greater interest to Rosha. Captain of the Spade Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, refuses to join the 7 warlords. He boldly declares a challenge to the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Edward. He has engaged in a 5-day, relentless battle with the current warlord, Nightjinbei. With no clear victor, this news sent shockwaves through the world, capturing the attention of all prominent figures. The 4 emperors, Big Mom and Kaido, dismissed this supernova with scorn, while Whitebeard, however, displayed a glimmer of interest. How intriguing. It won't be long before Ace is defeated by Whitebeard and becomes the 2nd Division commander, he mused. In just a year, Sachi would find the dark fruit, only to be murdered and robbed by Blackbeard Teach. Although Rosha had little interest in the dark fruit, it remained a formidable power. Should it enhance the strength of his future crew, it would indeed be a worthwhile acquisition. The capabilities of the dark fruit had no effect on Rosha. While the float fruit was a reward from the system, devoid of any side effects. Not only was he immune to the dark fruit, but even the sea prism stone and its elements posed no threat to him. However, with his current strength, seizing the dark fruit from the Whitebeard pirates was an improbable endeavor. My Lord Rosha, I have succeeded, Koya announced, presenting a lively and adorable white mouse before him. Very well, Koya. Once we reach the Kingdom of Goya, I shall assist you in procuring more medical texts, Rosha replied gently. His gaze warmed on him. Koya responded with a charming smile. 5 days prior, Rosha had already gathered numerous medical books for Koya's study. With her innate talent, she had cured a sick little mouse in just a few days. Koya, you possess a remarkable gift in medicine. Do not squander this talent. If I can assist my Lord Rosha, I shall devote myself to learning. Koya blushed, shyly looking at Rosha. We should be nearing the Kingdom of Goya. It seems we ought to hasten our journey, and perhaps enjoy a lunch there. Rosha activated the power of the float fruit, causing the sailboat to rise gracefully from the sea, propelling it towards their destination at triple speed. In less than half a day, Rosha arrived at the Kingdom of Goya, with the time barely reaching noon. Ding, the sign-in system has detected your arrival at the Kingdom of Goya. Would you like to check in? Sign in. Ding, you have received a swordsmanship experience pack. Ding, you have obtained a strength enhancement pack. Ding, you have acquired a fruit experience pack. Modest rewards, yet exceedingly useful. Every aspect of my strength has been bolstered, Rosha reflected, sensing the newfound power within him. He then suggested to Koya, let us have lunch first. Afterward, we shall explore this place in earnest. By the way, take this. If you see anything you like, do not hesitate to purchase it. Rosha produced a bundle of 100,000 berries from his pocket, keeping another for himself. With that, he took Kaya's small hand, strolling through the streets in search of the unique delicacies of the kingdom. That as for the small sailboat, it had been discreetly stored away in his dimensional space once they arrived at an uninhabited corner. This space was not limited to food. Even a ship could be kept within, eliminating the need for anyone to guard it in a nearby alley. A girl with short purple hair observed Rosha's extravagant expenditure, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes as she retreated into the shadows. Rosha's observation Haki sensed her gaze, but with so many people around, being watched was quite normal, and given his obscurity, he thought little of it. After discovering a local specialty restaurant and spending a hefty 500,000 berries, Rosha indulged in all the unique culinary delights the kingdom of Goya had to offer. As Rosha and Kaya walked along the street, admiring the exotic scenery, they were abruptly interrupted by a girl with orange hair and a cat-printed shirt, who collided with them. Ah, how fortuitous. Is that not Nami, the navigator I had anticipated? Rosha mused, surprised that she had taken an interest in him. He chose not to expose her thievery, while Kaya, concerned, stepped forward. Are you all right, miss? Did you get hurt? Kaya's innocent concern stirred a flicker of guilt within Nami. No, she reminded herself. She had a mission to fulfill. She could not afford to be soft-hearted until she had rescued the village from ruin. Moreover, this girl seemed to hail from a wealthy household and would likely not fret over such a paltry sum. Nami reassured herself with this thought. Despite having strayed from her initial intent of only stealing from pirates. I'm fine. I stumbled and accidentally bumped into you. My apologies, but I must be on my way. Nami forced a smile as she replied. Kaya watched Nami's retreating figure with concern. Go ahead and explore a bit on your own. Kaya. I have something to attend to, but I shall return soon. Do not worry. As long as you remain on this island, I can sense your location, Rosha assured her before vanishing. However, he had discreetly placed another 10,000 berries in Kaya's pocket, which she was entirely unaware had just been pilfered by Nami. Lord Rosha, Kaya queried, puzzled by his sudden disappearance. Uncertain of what had transpired, she continued to wander the bustling commercial streets of Goya. For the sheltered Kaya, this foreign town was filled with novelty. Meanwhile, in a dim alley, Nami reveled in her success, boasting to a girl with short purple hair. I knew those two would have plenty of money. Karina, you truly have the luck of the draw, stumbling upon such a rich target. Nami praised her companion. Forget that. Little thief, hand over my share. Here you go. Nami produced 50,000 berries and handed them to Karina. Why only 50? Where's my other 50? Karina counted the berries and immediately questioned Nami. I stole the berries, so of course, I get the lion's share, Nami replied, grinning. The intel was mine to gather. I can steal as well. We merely collaborated for mutual benefit, and you think to claim the majority? While Nami smiled innocently, Karina seethed with rage, her forehead etched with frustration. The money was stolen by me. I have the right to distribute it as I see fit, Nami retorted defiantly. Honestly, you are insufferable. This time, I shall let it slide. But next time, I won't inform you, Karina sighed, her defeat evident. You truly need the money so desperately? You've stolen quite a bit during our partnership. Why not indulge in a bit of luxury? Karina lamented, defeated. Hearing her friend's inquiry, Nami grew somber. Her village was continuously ravaged by those villains. If only she could gather enough funds quickly, she might restore her home to its former glory. If she could pull off more heists like today, her plan to buy back her village could finally come to fruition. Clutching the berries tightly, Nami fell silent, when suddenly a voice echoed from above them. So you are the little thief, bold enough to steal from anyone? Do you have accomplices? Rosha had followed Nami into the alley, perched atop a nearby rooftop, listening to the unfolding drama below. You. Nami gasped, recognizing him as the very target of her theft, panic setting in. Oh no, we need to run. Karina reacted swiftly, grabbing Nami's hand and darting towards the alley's exit. Once they merged into the crowd, Karina was confident that Rosha would lose their trail. Futile. I will not allow you to escape so easily. With a swift motion, a stone lion head sealed the alley's exit, another mirroring it behind them, effectively trapping them. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Damn it, there is no escape. Are we to meet our end here today? The enemy's bizarre abilities left the inexperienced Nami and Karina utterly at a loss. Rosha descended silently from the rooftop, yet the two women still took notice. No, as long as this fellow is dealt with, everything will be fine. Nami grasped a long stick, her eyes ablaze with determination. Cocoa West Village still needed her. She could not afford to fall here at this juncture. There was no turning back. They had indeed bitten off more than they could chew. Karina also braced herself, casually picking up a wooden stick. What had initially appeared to be an easy prey now stood before them like a demon lord. Ho ho. Has he actually chosen to approach? Rather than flee, he comes closer to me. Rosha placed his hands on his hips, donning a classic JoJo expression, combined with an air of enigmatic charisma that perfectly encapsulated a quintessential villain. We want to escape. Yet you should deal with those two first. Nami roared with fury, reminiscent of her spirited days with the Straw Hat Pirates. Rosha remained unfazed, continuing to revel in his role as the antagonist. In that case, I can only ensure that you remain. Nami and Karina swallowed hard. Forever buried in this place. Let us instead keep you on my ship as my little wives, dressed in different maid outfits every day. Rosha displayed a wicked grin, intimidating the two women. In a flash, he appeared before Nami and Karina. So fast. Is this still a human? How can someone possess such speed? Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Rosha hoisted them effortlessly onto his shoulders. By the time they realized what had occurred, they were both fiercely pounding on Roshia's back. What are you doing? Let us go. The two women struggled violently. But Roshia's strength was overwhelming, leaving them with no choice but to continue their futile attempts. This was merely a trivial annoyance for him. However, remaining in such a predicament was not ideal. Rosha employed his devil fruit powers to slowly ascend into the sky. We're flying. Nami and Karina turned pale with fear as they found themselves at a considerable height. They dared not struggle any longer, terrified of falling to their demise. Are you a devil fruit user? Karina, possessing greater awareness, quickly recognized this extraordinary power as the legendary treasure of the sea. A devil fruit user. Have you calmed down now? Indeed, I am the user of the float fruit, capable of soaring freely through the skies. Upon reaching the rooftop of a high-rise building, Rosha set the two women down that he was unconcerned about their potential escape, for he had the ability to retrieve them in an instant. What do you intend to do? If you want your money back, we can return it to you. At that moment, Karina regained her composure, realizing that the opponent had chosen to spare their lives, indicating some ulterior motive. This also meant that she and Nami would not perish here. As I mentioned earlier, I want you both to return as my crew and little wives. Rosha waved his hand dismissively, appearing relaxed and at ease. Are you a pirate? Nami glared at him with hostility. Rosha, aware of the devastation wrought upon Nami's hometown by cruel pirates, was keen to clarify his position. No, not yet a pirate. I am merely an adventurer who has just set sail. Upon hearing Roshia's claim of not being a pirate, both Nami and Karina breathed a sigh of relief. Soon after, Karina, with a serious expression, posed a question. What if we refuse? Rosha lowered his head in contemplation, and Karina exchanged glances with Nami, both sensing an opportunity. However, before they could act, Roshia's next words extinguished their hopes. It's futile. My observation Haki is already locked onto you. You cannot escape. Although they did not fully understand what observation Haki was, they could infer from his words that it was some form of tracking technique. Instantly, the two women felt deflated, slumping to the ground in despair. After a long moment, Rosha finally lifted his gaze to them. If you refuse, I shall have no choice but to bind you both and take you back to my ship. You will adapt to sailing together eventually, hee. Isn't that just like a pirate? Nami and Karina shouted in unison, their anger palpable. Rosha, unashamed, puffed out his chest with pride, exuding an air of arrogance. What are you so proud of? This action drew further ridicule from the two women. From the moment he encountered them, the system had already indicated that both were potential recruits, not to mention Karina. Nami possessed unparalleled talent among navigators, boasting intermediate navigation skills and a natural ability to sense weather patterns. Rosha would not let such talent slip away. Karina was also exceptionally intelligent, endowed with quick-wittedness. Thus, she appeared to be a strategist, a role that would undoubtedly complement her striking beauty, making her equally desirable as a crew member. All right, let me take you to meet my crew now. My name is Rosha, and I will be your captain from now on. Rosha gently wrapped his arms around the waists of the two women and ascended into the air. Startled, they clung tightly to him, an experience that provided Rosha with a delightful sensation. Utilizing his observation Haki to gauge their surroundings, Rosha swiftly flew towards Koya. Upon landing in a secluded area, he began to walk toward Koya. Lord Rosha, Koya called out, waving as she approached. Who are you? The sister from earlier? As Koya drew nearer, she noticed Rosha holding on to two reluctant young women. Upon closer inspection, one of them was none other than Nami. Koya, from now on, Nami and Karina will be our crew members. This is our ship's doctor, Koya. Come on, greet each other. After introducing Koya, Rosha gestured for the two women to respond. Wait, hold on. I haven't agreed to join you yet. Nami protested vehemently, but Koya, brimming with joy, grasped the hands of the two women. Exclaiming, "Hello, Nami's sister, Karina's sister," Koya's radiant and gentle smile melted their hearts. The sheer innocence and kindness she exuded was overwhelmingly charming, making one wish to embrace her. Please don't be so cold-hearted in your rejection. Rather than engaging in petty theft, why not join me at sea? Capturing a few million berry bounties would be far more rewarding. Really? Nami and Karina's eyes transformed into dollar signs. Absolutely. Before coming here, I had already captured several million berry bounties. The speed at which I acquire wealth far surpasses your petty thievery. Rosha flashed a broad grin, spreading his arms in a display of pride. All right, then we want our fair share. You can't withhold our portion just because we didn't contribute. Nami and Karina bantered back and forth. Rosha, unperturbed, smiled and readily agreed, no problem. He then released the two women. First, let us purchase some fresh water and food here. Then we will head to the neighboring windmill village before setting sail for a new island. With that, Rosha led the three women on a shopping spree. As the saying goes, a man who is willing to spend is the most attractive. Rosha spent millions on meats, vegetables, water, and various living supplies. The bulk of his expenditure went toward meat, and he even visited numerous restaurants, purchasing their signature recipes. This left the two women dumbfounded, especially Nami, who wore an expression of agony as if he were spending her money. You bought too much meat. When will we ever finish this much? Nami gazed heartbrokenly at the pile of flesh transformed from berries. If it were hers, she could amass that 100 million berries in no time. With a flicker of inspiration, Nami suddenly proposed. You cannot spend money like this. Before long, you will find yourself in an economic crisis. It would be wiser to entrust your berries to me for safekeeping, to prevent you from squandering it recklessly. Rosha replied nonchalantly, Money? It is but a mere external possession, serving no purpose beyond providing me with sufficient sustenance that I hold no interest in money. I have not touched it. Once it is spent, I shall merely capture more bounties in exchange. At that moment, Rosha appeared as a sage who had transcended worldly desires, his gaze tranquil, his heart serene, exuding an ethereal aura that seemed to detach him from the mundane realm. Ding. The next sign-in location is Kokoshiya Village. Sign-in will open in 15 days. The notification from the sign-in system finally reappeared, yet Rosha cast a subtle glance at Nami. Never mind, it is best to withhold the destination for now. I wish to avoid provoking a reaction from her. Let us head to Windmill Village first. Rosha casually stored all their supplies into his spatial storage. This action left Nami and Karina astonished, their expressions mirroring the exaggerated features typical of the One Piece world. Where have all the supplies gone? They were just here. I have collected them. You shall be even more astonished shortly. Once they reached a sparsely populated area, Rosha effortlessly lifted the three of them into the air and subsequently released the sailboat. This seemingly magical power rendered the two women speechless, while Koya chuckled softly. She too had been taken aback when she first witnessed Rosha place the sailboat into his storage space, and she could hardly contain herself seeing Nami and Karina's reactions. Koya's laughter roused the two from their astonishment. Soon, Rosha found himself besieged with questions. While he enjoyed their curiosity, the incessant chatter was akin to 1,000 ducks quacking in his ears. He could only attribute it to his fruit's ability to create a separate space. There are indeed a few devil fruits in this world capable of connecting to alternate dimensions, yet Nami and Karina, lacking experience, readily accepted Rosha's explanation. Ultimately, they could only marvel at the peculiarity of Rosha's devil fruit. Before long, the trio arrived at Windmill Village and spotted a familiar tavern. Welcome. The sound of the door creaking open announced their arrival as Makino warmly greeted the guests. However, this particular group was somewhat unusual. Consisting of a youthful man accompanied by three exceptionally beautiful young women of varying temperaments. What can I get for you? Makino inquired gently, her smile radiating warmth. 1 beer and 3 juices, Rosha ordered casually. Taking a seat at the bar. What brings you here? Don't tell me it's just for a drink. Or perhaps you have your eye on the tavern owner, Nami asked curiously. Rosha glanced at Makino but remained silent. Indeed, he was not there for a drink, nor to invite the tavern owner onto his ship. Such an invitation would likely be declined. Given Makino's complex background, he had no desire to be pursued by the likes of Garp. Nor did he wish to provoke Shanks. Furthermore, he had not received any notifications from the system, so he decided against it. Suddenly, the tavern door burst open, and a loud voice boomed. Meat. I want to eat meat. Makino, Luffy. Makino looked up affectionately at the newcomer, then reminded, Luffy, we have guests. Please be quiet and do not disturb them. My apologies, esteemed guests. Luffy is simply that way. I hope you do not mind, Makino said, balancing her admonishments with politeness. It's all right, Rosha waved his hand dismissively, indicating he bore no ill will. Hee, Luffy beamed with a carefree smile, plopping down in the chair next to Rosha. Guests, your beer and juices. Makino served the drinks before heading off to prepare food for Luffy. Impatiently glancing at Rosha's dual swords, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, Are you pirates? Rosha turned to meet Luffy's eager gaze and chuckled softly. Not at the moment. I am still an adventurer, primarily traveling the world to appreciate the beauty of each island. Oh wow, that sounds amazing, Luffy exclaimed, animatedly gesturing to this the protagonist of this world. How intriguing. No wonder he was chosen by the Nika fruit. Rosha scrutinized Luffy, noting his personality remained unchanged from the original animation. Creak. The tavern door swung open once more, revealing an old man. The newcomer was short in stature, adorned with a tattered top hat and orange sunglasses. His hair disheveled, the pipe hung from his mouth, and he gripped a hammer in his hand. Luffy, did I not tell you not to be so impulsive? With your current state, you will be quickly eliminated by the sea. Mr. Nagley, what a surprise to see you here, Makino exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at the newcomer. Nagley? Rosha regarded the old man. This fellow was no ordinary character. He was a figure from the era of Pirate King Roger and had even clashed with him. Although defeated, his strength remained formidable. Rosha's interest peaked. He downed his beer in one gulp and rose to his feet. A surge of Conqueror's Haki emanated from him, directed at Nagley. Domai. The youth of today are truly remarkable. Nagley marveled at Rosha's mastery of Conqueror's Haki, observing his ability to wield it without harming others. Such control was indeed impressive. Little did he know, Rosha's Conqueror's Haki was a gift from the system. Though not exceedingly potent, it could be freely directed at targets or released over a wide area. Rosha inquired, You possess considerable strength. Would you care for a sparring match? Oh dear, I am no match for you young folks now. Nagley chuckled, rubbing his waist with a grin. Come now. In your day, you must have been quite a notable figure. Notable? I am merely an old man who has long since exited the stage of history. But if you wish to spar, then follow me. Nagley turned and exited the tavern. This young man is quite fascinating. Having mastered Conqueror's Haki at such a young age, he must have also grasped the other forms of Haki. It is not suitable to demonstrate such abilities in the town center. A fight. I want to go too, Luffy exclaimed excitedly, snatching the drinks and meat Makino had prepared, downing the beer in a few gulps before rushing outside. Luffy, Makino watched with concern as Luffy dashed out. Do not worry. He is not a bad person, though he is not exactly a good one either, Nami reassured Makino, though internally she scoffed at her own words. Soon, the three followed after Rosha. Before long, Nagley led Rosha to a secluded grove. Nami and the others trailed behind, observing from a distance. Nagley removed his cloak and cast it aside, firmly gripping his hammer as he called out to Luffy. Luffy, watch closely. What follows is the true battle between pirates upon these seas. Oh yes, master, Luffy responded loudly. Rosha drew his twin swords from his waist, a formidable aura emanating from him, clearly indicating he had entered a state of battle. Go ahead, make the first move, kid, Nagley said with a smile. In that case, I shall honor your request, Rosha replied without hesitation, immediately swinging his blades. Wave slash, two streams of sword energy surged forward with great speed. Nagley, wielding his wooden hammer, simply struck downwards, shattering the sword energy into a spray of fragments. That technique must belong to the Golden Lion. And those two swords, dry wood inspiraten, are they not? Are you a successor of the Golden Lion? Nagley exhaled a puff of smoke, observing the familiar sword energy and twin swords, and posed the question. Indeed, the old man Shiki taught me swordsmanship for 2 years, so I suppose I can be considered his successor. Rosha acknowledged with a nod. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Where is that old rascal, the Golden Lion? Now, Shiki has passed away. I buried him on a small island in the east sea. That's so? Those old fellows have indeed vanished, one by one, quietly passing away without a word. Ha ha ha. We have all been outpaced by the times, Nagley remarked, reflecting on the death of another old acquaintance. Come now, young man. Unleash your greatest strength. Nagley beckoned to Rosha. Rosha activated his armament Haki. His twin swords gradually turned black, The intensity of Rosha's armament Haki had evolved beyond its previous state, since acquiring the steel balloon ability. Rosha's attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation. Host, Rosha's strength. A. Agility. B. Spirit. C. Skills. Swordsmanship C. Armament Haki C. Observation Haki C. Conqueror's Haki D. Navy 6 Styles Soru C. Fruit Ability. Float Fruit C. Talent. Steel Balloon Equipment. Dry Wood. Sakura 10 Overall Evaluation. Rear Admiral Level Combat Power, with Agility reaching B and Strength boosted to A. Due to enhancements, Rosha's prowess had already attained the level of an ordinary Rear Admiral. Given that most of his skills were C rank, however, if all his skills reached B, with some even reaching A, his power would genuinely reflect the caliber of an elite Rear Admiral. Rosha felt that if he could master the technique of Conqueror's Haki wrapping, he might find few rivals among the elite Rear Admirals. Be cautious now, Nagli warned. The steel balloon physique endowed Rosha with seemingly endless energy, further augmented by the vast stores of energy from his copious food intake. His stamina was unfathomable, allowing him to utilize his armament Haki without restraint, maximizing its potential. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. A series of slashes surged towards Nagli. Well done. Nagli's wooden hammer, enveloped in armament Haki, swung down. Iron hammer. The black wooden hammer, as solid and weighty as a true iron hammer, shattered all the flying slashes to pieces. However, Rosha remained undaunted. He had plenty of stamina. Repeatedly unleashing Thousand Slice Valley, he enveloped Nagli in a relentless torrent of sword energy. For a moment, Nagli found it challenging to escape Rosha's onslaught, and could only defend himself continuously. Remarkable, Luffy exclaimed in astonishment as he watched the clash between Nagli and Rosha. Nami and Karina were equally transfixed, recalling Rosha's previous claims of having captured several million bounty pirates. Yet, they were taken aback by the sheer strength Rosha displayed, surpassing their expectations. Only Koya remained in awe. Nami appeared dazed, her mind lost in thought. "Is that all you have?" Nagli taunted, swinging his hammer to shatter another incoming sword strike, sidestepping two more before challenging Rosha. The intensity of Rosha's relentless sword strikes was beginning to wear on him. If he continued to remain on the defensive, he might exhaust his stamina and ultimately lose. Rosha, however, was not limited to just these two sword techniques. He had yet to employ his fruit abilities. Nevertheless, he had no intention of using them in this battle. He aimed to rely solely on his swordsmanship, bolstered by the monstrous enhancements from his steel balloon physique, which granted him extraordinary defense and stamina. He sought to explore the heights he could reach without his fruit abilities. His current strategy was to create an opening. He was self-aware enough to understand that engaging Nagli in close combat was not wise at this moment. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Rosha continued with his slashes, and this time it bore fruit. Nagli's movement slowed, and he was caught off guard, the sword energy striking his calf. Stumbling slightly, he was then propelled away by a series of slashes. An opportunity arose. Rosha's eyes sparkled as he shifted his stance, crossing his black twin swords. Fierce Dragon's Sky Cleave. This technique was inspired by a move from a game he had once played. Though its appearance was merely superficial, its power was formidable. He surged forward, a gust of wind forming the phantom head of a golden dragon that roared, aiming to engulf Nagli. Master, Luffy, concerned for Nagli's predicament, leaned forward, eager to assist, but ultimately refrained. However, this also meant he missed the smirk that crept onto Nagli's face as he soared through the air. Before touching down, his body flipped to face Rosha directly. The wooden hammer once again turned black, now infused with red energy and streaks of black lightning coursing along its surface. Conqueror's Haki was wrapped around it. Rosha, observing from across the way, recognized that the black lightning was indeed the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. He felt a sense of being cornered. He could no longer hold back and had to accelerate his speed, pouring all his strength into the fray. Iron hammer shatter, with a light exclamation from Nagli. The hammer, infused with both armament and Conqueror's Haki, collided with Rosha's swords, now brimming with maximum armament Haki. That a violent shockwave erupted from the point of contact, transforming into a fierce wind that made it difficult for the four spectators to keep their eyes open. This cataclysmic power left a profound impression upon them. Yet, at the epicenter, Nagli's expression was one of astonishment. The young man before him was managing to withstand his strike, and the force transmitted through their clash astonished him even more. Such monstrous strength at this young age, coupled with proficiency in armament Haki and mastery over Conqueror's Haki, was truly extraordinary. Despite this, Rosha was inwardly fuming. This old man had deceived him into close combat. The level of power he was now facing forced him to rely almost entirely on brute strength for defense. After merely 3 seconds of exertion, Rosha's offensive was broken, and the hammer struck him squarely. Though Nagli had mitigated much of the impact, the force remained terrifying. Boom! The ground was dented as if struck by a meteor, debris flying and smoke swirling around. Rosha, my lord. Kaya's eyes widened with concern. Her hands clasped tightly as she silently prayed for Rosha's safety. Nami and Karina gaped in shock at the scene, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the force displayed at as the dust settled. Rosha lay in a deep crater. Nagli sighed, rubbing his old back, but the next scene widened his pupils in disbelief. Rosha slowly rose to his feet, coughing up blood and spitting out a mouthful of crimson, apart from some superficial cuts. He appeared remarkably unscathed. Nagli understood that even though he had restrained some of his strength, the internal damage from the armament Haki and the power of Conqueror's Haki were undeniably real. This boy's monstrous physique evoked memories of other formidable beings. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and that young rascal Barrett from Roger's ship all possessed similar monstrous traits. Did this young man also share such a physique? That last blow had truly stung. Roxia rubbed the red mark on his chest and spoke. Nonetheless, I am immensely grateful to you for allowing me to experience such an attack. Gradually, his body ascended into the sky. Float, float, fruit. Nagli, with a glint of intelligence in his eyes, realized that this little imp had concealed such a skill as a token of gratitude. Why don't you try my newly developed technique? Roxia closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled. When he reopened his eyes, his body had suddenly swelled in size. His dual swords were enveloped in the color of armament Haki, surrounded by a crimson aura interspersed with flickers of black lightning. Nagli felt numb. Since the onset of this battle with Roxia, he had been taken aback too many times. From that last strike, Roxia had managed to learn how to wrap and project his armament Haki, as well as the Conqueror's Haki. This aptitude for learning was truly terrifying. As he gathered his strength in the air, Roxia slowly announced the name of his technique, Wave/Purgatory, 2 massive streams of black sword energy, each spanning dozens of meters, crossed and surged downward. Hey, you little brat, are you trying to destroy this island? Nagli's pupils constricted slightly, his mind tensed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This time, he did not hold back. Instead, he unleashed his strongest technique with all his might, Hammer of Destruction. The black hammer collided with the 2 enormous sword energies, generating winds of an even more exaggerated ferocity that spread across the entire island. At the point of contact, countless black lightning bolts erupted uncontrollably. Kia, we must retreat. Nami and Karina urgently pulled Kia back, hastily fleeing, for such a magnitude of power was far too overwhelming. Even though the two attempted to control the release of their power, it would still affect others. Roxia noticed this as well and used the float fruit to summon a massive earthen wall to protect the 3 women from the fierce winds. Nagli and Roxia's sword energies were locked in a stalemate until, finally, with the last vestiges of strength expended, Nagli shattered Roxia's attack. With a resounding boom, the air pressure created a crater larger than before. Centered around Nagli, he slumped within it, gasping for breath, his pipe nowhere to be found, and his wooden hammer reduced to splinters. Luffy dashed into the crater, assisting Nagli to his feet. Roxia descended from the sky, his chest heaving, clearly having expended considerable energy with that last move. The villagers of Windmill Village peeked out, drawn by the commotion, as the magnitude of the clash had captured the attention of many. Even Makino looked on with concern. Roxia, Lord Roxia. Nami and Karina jogged over, accompanied by Kia. Lord Roxia, are you all right? Kia's delicate hands were gingerly touching the red mark left by Nagli's hammer on her chest. I'm fine, just need to rest for a moment, Roxia said, grasping Kia's hands in front of him. If you get hurt, you must tell Kia. Kia blushed, withdrawing her hands and lowering her head. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Nami and Karina exchanged glances, surprised by Roxia's formidable power. It could be said that Roxia and Nagli were the strongest individuals they had encountered thus far. Ahem, with your current strength, there are few who could defeat you. Even in the Grand Line, supported by Luffy, Nagli emerged from the crater, looking somewhat weakened, his steps unsteady, and his body clearly battered. Ha ha ha, there are countless monsters in the Grand Line. With my current strength, I wouldn't last in the latter half. Roxia chuckled, scratching his head. The future you will not pale in comparison to those monsters, Nagli asserted, shaking his head resolutely. Suddenly, a rumbling sound reverberated through the ground. Roxia felt an intense hunger. The battle had completely depleted the energy he usually stored within. "I'm starving. Let us head to the Goa Kingdom for a meal," Roxia suggested, clutching his stomach. "Huh, didn't you just eat over there? How can you be hungry again?" Nami inquired, bemused that it must be due to the immense energy expended in battle. Roxia replied sheepishly, looking at Nami. "Thank you for your guidance, old man Nagli." Roxia waved goodbye, lifting the three women and soaring toward the Goa Kingdom, not wanting to reveal his storage capabilities before this old pirate from the bygone era. He only summoned his ship after they had distanced themselves. Nagli watched Roxia's departing figure with a sense of nostalgia. Truly, there are more and more monsters emerging now. Luffy, you must train diligently. With your current strength, setting sail is far too premature, though. Luffy raised his fist enthusiastically. Having witnessed this battle, Luffy realized the insignificance of his current power. This ignited his fighting spirit as he yearned to stand atop that pinnacle one day. It also solidified his resolve to find a swordsman companion. Roxia was unaware that his battle with Nagli had sown a significant seed in Luffy's heart, leading to Luffy later lamenting to Zoro about how he couldn't produce such impressive sword energy, much to Zoro's irritation. Meanwhile, Roxia's purpose of observing the world as protagonist, Luffy, had been achieved, although he found nothing particularly remarkable about it. Let me tread the path of the protagonist, leaving you with no escape. Nami and Robin shall be mine. Upon returning to Goa Kingdom, Roxia headed straight to a hotel and found the manager in charge. With a deluge of money, he persuaded the hotel chefs to prepare food for him. To this end, Roxia spent a staggering 1 million berries. Naturally, the hotel manager eagerly agreed to accommodate such a distinguished guest. Thus, for the next several hours, waitstaff continuously brought dishes back and forth to the dining table until nightfall. "Are you perhaps the reincarnation of a pig? You've been eating for half the day, and I wonder where all that food has gone," Karina remarked, exasperated. Koya, meanwhile, smiled gently, using a handkerchief to wipe the juices that occasionally splattered onto Roxia's face. "Sir, we have exhausted all the ingredients in the kitchen, and the chefs are utterly exhausted. As you can see," the hotel manager, drenched in sweat, approached Roxia with a humble demeanor. "Burp, then let it be so." "I'm about to burst," Roxia said, letting out a satisfied belch before waving his hand to indicate that the manager need not continue preparing more food. The hotel manager sighed in relief and returned to the kitchen to instruct the chefs to take a break. What he had initially thought would be a lucrative order turned out to be a colossal appetite. If Roxia participated in an eating contest, he could likely bankrupt the organizers. Nevertheless, the hotel manager, recognizing the opportunity for some profit, did not turn him away with a scowl. Roxia accepted the handkerchief from Koya, wiped the sauce from the corner of his mouth, and then spoke. "I can digest all the food I consume, converting it into energy stored within my body to enhance my physicality. However, having depleted all that energy this time, I find myself quite famished." In truth, Roxia had not eaten excessively before, but after acquiring the steel balloon ability, it seemed his body's limits had been unlocked. He could store energy by consuming copiously, and this energy could be utilized at any time, even accelerating its consumption to heal injuries when necessary. The reason he could fight for so long in the previous battle was precisely due to this stored energy. Nami, observing from the side, appeared conflicted, her expression rife with hesitation as she struggled to find her voice but ultimately refrained from speaking. Although others did not notice, the keenly perceptive Roxia did. Yet, he chose not to address it directly. After all, he would certainly visit Kokusia village, and the evil dragon would undoubtedly meet its end, rather than rush. He preferred to observe Nami's inner turmoil, anticipating that when she chose to confide in him, she would likely rely on him more. A smile crept onto Roxia's face. The plan was afoot. At this moment, Karina's eyes sparkled as she proposed to Rosha. "Since you are so formidable, why not embark on a hunt for the bounty criminals in the Goa Kingdom? Look at you, consuming such lavish meals costing 10 million berries. If you remain penniless, future meals will pose a significant challenge, and without a means to earn, hunger will be your only companion." Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes also lit up with intrigue. Indeed, if Rosha could convert those pirates into bounties, she could stealthily pilfer them, thereby acquiring enough funds to purchase the village. The villagers would no longer endure the oppressive tyranny of the vile dragon, and even if Rosha were to find her again and force her aboard his ship, she would have no lingering worries. The thought filled Nami with anticipation, lifting her spirits as she echoed Karina's suggestion. Rosha concurred, realizing that he had already squandered a third of the 50 million he had brought along. "You're right. Since you mention it, you must have a plan, correct, Karina?" he inquired, lightly rubbing his chin with his fingers as he turned to her. "Leave it to me," Karina replied with a smile. In the ensuing days, the lawless territories of the Goa Kingdom were thrown into turmoil. At the edge of a certain destination, Rosha stood high above, surveying the mountain of refuse below. "Is our final target truly here?" he asked, glancing at Karina beside him. She promptly sifted through a thick stack of bounty lists and presented one to Rosha, launching into an explanation. "The captain of the Wolfbane pirate crew, the beast of murder, Ricky, boasts a bounty of 26 million berries, alongside his first mate, Nandel, who has a bounty of 8 million. It is said they are pirates who returned defeated from the Grand Line, having since lost the courage to challenge it and chosen to hide here. Their operations are exceedingly clandestine, thus evading attention. If it weren't for the tips received from other bounty hunters, it would be nearly impossible to pinpoint their hideout. This, Karina beamed with pride. However, I, being clever and resourceful, managed to pry hints from those who collaborated with him, leading me to discover his secret refuge among those heaps of garbage." She pointed out a few well-concealed shacks nestled within the refuse. Rosha's observation Haki sensed the presence of around dozens of individuals in that direction, both inside and outside the dwelling. The air was thick with the presence of people. This pirate crew is not like the previous ones. These are seasoned marauders who have traversed the Grand Line. "Are you certain you can manage them?" Nami inquired, peering worriedly at Rosha from his right. Rosha chuckled, playfully tousling Nami's short hair until she grew annoyed. Her hair now a disheveled mess. "You have witnessed my strength in the past few days, have you not? They are merely the failed remnants of the paradise. They pose no threat to me. Now, wait here for me. I shall return shortly." With that, Rosha activated the powers of his float fruit and soared into the sky. "You better not die out there," Nami shouted in a fit of rage, then began taming her unruly hair. "Be careful, Lord Rosha," Koya urged with concern. Regardless of whether Rosha faced strong or weak foes, her worry never waned when he ventured into battle. Rosha waved his hand dismissively, signaling her not to fret. Upon alighting atop a garbage mound, he made no effort to conceal himself and leaped into the clearing before the house. In an instant, the pirate sentries surrounding the dwelling spotted Rosha. "Hey, who the hell are you? Who sent you here? Do you have a death wish, trespassing on the territory of the Wolfbane pirate crew?" The pirate lackeys emerged, brandishing their weapons and encircling Rosha. The commotion even stirred those within the house. "So it is indeed here," Rosha thought, surveying the scene with indifference. "What are you little brats chattering about? Are you underestimating us?" Their fury ignited at his apparent lack of respect. Creak. The door of the house swung open, and two towering figures emerged. The leader bore a fearsome visage, a massive scar stretching from his eye to his chest, his piercing, cold gaze sweeping over the gathered pirates. "What is all this ruckus?" His voice dripped with disdain. "Captain Ricky, we have an audacious little brat here," the pirate lackey reported hastily. Ricky's gaze shifted to Rosha, and upon noticing his unwavering demeanor, he felt a flicker of intrigue. "Little brat, do you know where you are?" "I do," Rosha replied succinctly. "Then what brings you here? Do you wish to join our pirate crew?" Ricky's interest peaked further upon hearing Rosha's awareness of their location. His crew was notoriously secretive, and few knew of their hideout. Rosha must have employed some special means to uncover it that I do not. Rosha shook his head, eliciting an icy glare from Ricky. "So you've come to seek your demise." Ricky's voice was chilling. "Find out who sent you, then bring him before me." Losing patience, Ricky casually ordered his subordinates before turning to leave. Boom. Before he could take a step, a powerful aura emanated from Rosha. This was his signature technique for dispatching lackeys, the Conqueror's Haki. The surrounding pirates collapsed one by one, leaving only Ricky and the burly man behind him standing. Rosha mused that perhaps his Conqueror's Haki needed to be strengthened, as it had failed to instill fear in this low-tier pirate crew. Previously, he could knock out those with bounties in the millions with ease, but now, facing slightly more formidable foes, its impact seemed negligible. In truth, after the battle with Nagli, Rosha's mastery of the Conqueror's Haki had elevated to a D+ level. The present Ricky appeared unfazed, indicating he possessed considerable strength. I see. You are the renowned dual-wielding swordsman making waves in the black market lately. Quite the unexpected encounter, Ricky remarked, surprise flickering in his eyes, though he soon shot a disapproving glance at his first mate. "Nandel, you truly are regressing. As my first mate, you tremble before this little brat?" Despite not collapsing under Rosha's Conqueror's Haki, Nandel was drenched in sweat and trembling. However, his resolve was commendable, far stronger than those million-berry bounty pirates he had faced before. My apologies, Captain Ricky. I don't know what is happening. But I feel my body is beyond my control, Nandel stammered, perspiration beading on his forehead. Ricky comprehended the situation, realizing that an unknown devil fruit ability was affecting Nandel with such ease that a paramecia-type ability. Perhaps, he speculated. But that was the extent of his understanding. He had yet to encounter Haki, so his ignorance was understandable. Rosha merely smiled and offered no explanation. However, unlike those you previously defeated, I am different. Ricky's form began to swell, his appearance morphing as fur sprouted along his back and claws extended from his fingers. I am a Zoan-type user of the cat fruit, Link's form. Your fruit abilities cannot affect me. Ricky cackled, showcasing his transformed state as he casually clawed the ground, leaving a deep gashed doe. A Zoan-type devil fruit user, such a rarity in the East Blue. Roxia gazed at his opponent with a keen interest, yet maintained an air of nonchalance. You insignificant little wretch, prepare to witness the cruelty that springs forth from the grand line, that I am not akin to these provincial fools of the East Sea. In response, Roxia unleashed a swift sword aura, slicing through Nander with precision, cleaving him in half. To withstand the Conqueror's Haki was no small feat, yet it was this very determination that led to his demise. Indeed, one must commend the speed granted by the Zoan-type cat fruit. Evading my sword aura is no trivial accomplishment. Standing proudly, Roxia reveled in his superiority. How insufferably arrogant you are, little brat. Leaky, casting a glance at his now bisected subordinate, charged forward with a frenzied expression, fueled by hatred. Foolishness, you are blind to the disparity in strength. Yet, I must admire your courage. Thus, I shall conclude this with a single blow. Roxia retracted one of his long swords, gripping it with both hands as he adopted the stance of a one-sword style, a crimson aura enveloping him as black lightning crackled around his form. To assume such a flawed stance. Your head shall be mine. Leaky cackled madly as he lunged, his claws aimed directly at Roxia's heart. In that fleeting moment before contact, Roxia transformed into a mere afterimage, leaving Leaky bewildered as he passed through it. So are you to at that instant. Roxia had already teleported behind Leaky, who stood with an open back as if inviting attack. Come, experience my new technique. With a grin spreading across his face, Roxia prepared his strike. Armstrong Cyclone Accelerated Jet Armstrong Cyclone Slash. As he pronounced the tongue-twisting name, he brought his sword down without hesitation. This was no ordinary slash. It distorted the very fabric of space, infusing the strike with the hardened power of Haki, producing a shockwave that erupted forth. Boom! The shockwave, carrying Leaky along, blasted a circular corridor through the refuse, dissipating only after traveling several thousand meters. Having mastered the first 3 applications of Haki, Roxia had combined them to achieve the pinnacle technique of internal destruction. In the original narrative, Luffy had learned this during the Wano arc at remarkable speed. Roxia, having personally experienced this power during his clash with Nagri, had quickly assimilated the concepts of Haki's binding and external release, culminating in a mastery of internal destruction within mere days. The fusion of 2 Haki forms, combined with the strength of his iron-like physique, rendered Roxia's sword aura reminiscent of Charlotte Lean's Nation of Power. Alas, I got carried away and forgot to temper my strength. That I hope I haven't turned him to dust. Roxia slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling his purpose of collecting bounties. If he shattered them, how would he claim his reward? After a few swift movements, he reached the end of the dissipating shockwave. Phew, thankfully, there's still enough left for a bounty. Leaky's lower half had vanished, leaving only a severed upper body with a semicircular gash, the shockwave's heat having evaporated the blood within. Truly, as a Zoan fruit user, to survive such a technique with half a body displayed formidable resilience. Roxia seized Leaky's head and, with a few more swift movements, returned to the small house. Karina and Nami had witnessed the scene and were hastily approaching. He only needed to scour the pirates' abandoned treasures before their arrival, disposing of the remains nonchalantly. Roxia strode into the interior of the house. The room was remarkably tidy, featuring only a table and a few chairs, with several scattered letters atop the table and a large iron chest tucked in the corner. Ignoring the letters, Roxia made his way directly to the large chest. What a bountiful haul! As he opened the chest, a radiant golden light burst forth, revealing it to be filled with gold, silver, and jewels, with a small black box at its center. What is this? Roxia picked up the small box. Applying a little force, he easily broke the lock, What was revealed within left him astonished at a devil fruit. To his surprise, this fellow possessed a devil fruit. Likely having consumed one already and unable to eat another, he probably refrained from using it to avoid betrayal from his subordinates. Had he delayed, even slightly, Leaky would have likely sold this fruit. Roxia couldn't believe his luck in intercepting it. However, the fruit's appearance was peculiar. It was a sharply defined cube, adorned with a green skin and bizarre spiral patterns. It resembled a paramecia-type fruit, for only such fruits could exhibit such odd characteristics. Does the system offer a devil fruit encyclopedia? Ding! The devil fruit encyclopedia, valued at 30 million berries, has been deducted from the host's inventory. A red-covered book materialized before Roxia, emblazoned with the straightforward title Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Roxia picked up the book, internally grumbling, I hadn't even requested it, yet the deduction has already occurred. Nevertheless, he conceded that he was in dire need of this item. So 30 million it was. His remaining funds were now depleted. He flipped through the pages, searching for information on the fruit before him. Oh, so this is what the float fruit looks like. Roxia was captivated by the various bizarre forms of devil fruits depicted in the book. After a lengthy search, he finally located the entry that matched the fruit in his possession. Barrier fruit, a splendid find indeed. Among paramecia types, the barrier fruit was renowned for its unparalleled defensive capabilities, far surpassing the likes of the shield fruit or the fortress fruit. Originally, this fruit was destined for Bartolomeo, one of Luffy's crew, for years hence. Now, it had fortuitously fallen into his hands, perfectly suited for the trio with little offensive power. This would grant him the confidence to engage in battle without worrying about their safety. Boom! Roxia, what on earth are you doing? Such a ruckus will surely alert the city guard. Quickly gather Leaky and Nander's heads. As well as the treasure, we must retreat. Otherwise, we'll be in grave trouble when the guards arrive. Karina burst into the room, shouting at Roxia. Our haul this time is tremendous. Roxia turned to display the devil fruit in his hand to Karina and Nami. Could this be the legendary devil fruit? Upon seeing the peculiar fruit, the three women recalled Roxia's earlier explanations about devil fruits. Indeed, and it is the renowned barrier fruit, famed for its formidable defensive prowess. Who among you wishes to consume this devil fruit? Roxia casually tossed the barrier fruit to Karina. Hey, that's a devil fruit worth hundreds of millions of berries. What if it breaks when you throw it? Karina shot him an exasperated glare. Such a valuable item. Are you truly giving it to us? Nami inquired, perplexed. To her, such a precious commodity could fetch a considerable price if sold. Yet Roxia was offering it to those he had known for but a short time. With this barrier fruit, I can engage in battle without hesitation, free from the worry of your safety from other threats. Therefore, one of you three must consume this fruit today. Roxia replied with a smile. I shall abstain. Kaya simply needs to master her healing arts to support you from the rear. Combat is not my forte, so let Karina and Nami decide. Kaya was the first to shake her head in refusal. No worries, I will find a more suitable fruit for Kaya in the future. Roxia nodded, acknowledging that Kaya was indeed not particularly skilled in combat. It would not be too late to search for a suitable fruit for a ship's doctor to use on Kaya at a later time. Nami and Karina exchanged glances. Don't look at me. I'm a navigator and would never carelessly consume a devil fruit. I certainly do not wish to become a landlubber, Nami replied, shaking her head, since learning that devil fruits could render one unable to swim. She had lost all desire for them. Could we not sell it instead? It is worth billions of berries. If we sell it, we could share a substantial sum, Karina said, casting a somewhat forlorn look at Roxia. No, money can be earned again. But your lives are irreplaceable. I refuse to watch you encounter danger, Roxia replied with unwavering resolve. Both Karina and Nami felt their hearts tremble. No one had ever shown such concern for them as Roxia did at that moment. Karina had grown up in an orphanage, and afterward, she had lived alone in this world, relying on stealing to survive until she met Nami, who was also a thief, and they teamed up. Although Nami had the care of her mother Belmir and her sister Nojiko in her childhood, she had spent her life as a pirate, relying on thievery after the ordeal in the dragon world. The appearance of someone other than her mother and sister, who cared for her well-being, stirred something within her. You just want to bind me with these trivial feelings. Let me tell you, if I escape, you won't be able to reclaim that fruit, Karina said with a haughty expression, as if daring Roxia not to regret it. Ha ha. I will ensure you remain securely aboard my ship, leaving you no chance to flee. Roxia laughed triumphantly. Humph, considering you've earned so much money, I shall stay on your ship for a while. I've grown weary and could use some time to enjoy life. Karina said, turning her head away, refusing to look at Roxia's smug demeanor. Ding. Recruiting crew member Karina. Reward. Crew training room. The sudden prompt from the system rang in Roxia's ears. Glancing at the proud Karina, a slight smile crept onto his face. So you finally admit to being my crew member. I never expected the barrier fruit to completely subjugate Karina. What a delightful surprise. Once he calmed his elation, Roxia spoke. Go ahead, eat it. You will gain the powers of the devil fruit. After some persuasion, Karina finally picked up the devil fruit and took a delicate bite. An indescribable flavor spread through her mouth, and her adorable face turned a deep shade of purple, as if she might retch at any moment. Don't spit it out. You must eat it all, Roxia urged, stepping forward to shove the entire fruit into her slightly parted mouth, covering it to prevent her from expelling it. Karina struggled fiercely, pounding her fists against Roxia's shoulder. Gulp. The entire fruit was swallowed, and as Roxia released his grip, a ghostly white gas emanated from Karina's mouth. Hey, pull yourself together, Karina, Nami said anxiously, rushing over to shake her. However, Karina remained limp, swaying like a puppet in response to Nami's efforts. It's all right. She's digesting the fruit. Once she regains consciousness, she will be able to wield the powers of the barrier fruit. Roxia reassured them. Indeed, after a short while, Karina revived, gripping Roxia's collar and scolding. Are you trying to choke me? You said just a bite would suffice. Why did you make me eat the whole thing? In response to Karina's questioning, Roxia maintained a serious demeanor. It is said that consuming the entire devil fruit grants significantly stronger abilities than merely taking a bite. To avoid any potential issues, it is better to finish the fruit entirely. That sounds like something you just made up. I believe you merely wanted me to taste that disgusting flavor, Karina retorted, still shaking Roxia's collar. Nearby, Nami watched, her expression turning into a nervous sweat, and hurriedly intervened. All right, Karina, calm down. Perhaps Roxia is telling the truth. After all, there's no harm in it. Karina's ire shifted to Nami. Next time we find a devil fruit, I will stuff it into your mouth so you can experience the taste. Ahaha, Nami chuckled awkwardly. Now let us see what abilities you've gained from consuming that fruit. Roxia quickly changed the subject. Humph, we will settle this matter later, Karina huffed, making the gesture of Mont's fingers. Barrier. A transparent square barrier materialized. Roxia attempted to slash at it with his sword, but the barrier remained unscathed, smooth as ever. Its defensive strength is quite formidable. I doubt it can be easily breached. Of course, from now on, don't even think about bullying Nami or Koya. Otherwise, I will certainly use the barrier to send you flying, Karina declared boldly, hands on her hips. Now, gather all this treasure and the heads of the bountied criminals outside and take them away. We need to exchange the bounty. Roxia shrugged. Yes. He let Karina bask in her moment of glory for a while. Knowing that once they were aboard the ship, she would have her comeuppance. He proceeded to collect the treasure and heads into his storage space. After ensuring nothing was overlooked, he embraced the three women and used the float fruit to fly away from the scene. Only after the four figures had completely vanished did a group dressed in the uniforms of the Goa Kingdom's military arrive. They stared in astonishment at the scene before them, littered with pirates and the remnants of what appeared to have been ravaged by a beast. Unable to lift their jaws from the ground for some time, after retrieving the bounty from the naval base, they returned to their hotel and began counting the treasures and bounties they had acquired over the past days. Nami, what are you doing? Come help, Karina shouted to Nami from the room. Such a situation was rare. Typically, Nami would be the first to rush forward to count the berries, yet now she sat on the sofa, engrossed in reading a letter. Sorry, I found something interesting, Nami said. What is so interesting? Karina inquired. It has something to do with Roxia. Me? Roxia asked, bewildered, uncertain of what Nami meant, as he took the letter from Nami and read its contents. Karina and Koya leaned in to see as well. After a long pause, Karina exclaimed, the black market has already placed a bounty on you. In recent days, Roxia had made quite a stir. Many notorious pirates in the Goa Kingdom had been captured and turned in for bounties, and none had survived Roxia's clutches. Thus, the reputation of the dual-wielding swordsman spread through the black market. Numerous weaker pirates began to fear this newcomer, while capturing bountied criminals. Roxia had inadvertently crossed the interests of the local gang. Consequently, bounties were placed on him by both the gang and the pirates in the black market. Now, Roxia's bounty had soared to an astonishing 50 million berries, a sum unparalleled within the East Blue. Of course, there were those who looked down upon the idea of pirates placing bounties on others, such as Ricky, who believed that only the weak resorted to such measures. Pirates should face each other in their own way. However, upon learning of Roxia's bounty, Ricky also harbored ulterior motives, instructing his subordinates to seek out the dual-wielding swordsman. Yet, to his surprise, Roxia had already found him first and included Ricky as one of his bounty targets. 50 million berries, that's 24 million more than Ricky's bounty. They really hold you in high regard, Karina exclaimed. Hey, who has to say otherwise? With my strength, anything less than 500 million berries wouldn't suit my status. If I were to become a pirate now, the Navy would have to offer me at least 1.5 billion berries, Roxia boasted. Ha! You think you could command a bounty of billions? In response to Rosha's confident assertions, Karina voiced her skepticism. Without any comparison, she found it difficult to gauge the true extent of Rosha's abilities. It would only be upon reaching the Grand Line, once Karina and Nami had broadened their horizons, that they would come to realize that, at this moment, Rosha's strength in the East Blue was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. It was indeed an egregious display of dominance over the pirates of the East Blue. Akin to a high-level player mercilessly bullying novices in a beginner's village. As for Nagli's previous encounters with Roger, Rosha had not divulged this information to Karina and Nami. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be left speechless. If you don't believe me, just wait until we reach the Grand Line and you'll understand, Rosha remarked, rolling his eyes while casually tossing the letter onto the table before resuming his inventory of treasure. Hey, Rosha, aren't you planning to settle the score with them? Since they've already put a bounty on your head, why not go over and take them down? You're bound to acquire a substantial amount of treasure. Karina suggested, following closely beside him, though her ulterior motives soon became apparent. Not interested. We'll be leaving this kingdom soon, and it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Besides, we've already made quite a bit of money. Rosha replied, tossing a handful of belly into the air. It must be said that the naval branch near the Goa Kingdom was rather well regulated, devoid of the corrupt practices of withholding payment. This might be attributed to Garp's frequent returns to the East Blue, given that it was his homeland. Consequently, the Navy here dared not engage in embezzlement. If residents were to lodge complaints with Garp, their naval careers would likely come to an abrupt end. This operation against the bounty criminals had been remarkably smooth. They had thoroughly swept the most wanted pirates within the Goa Kingdom, plundering all the treasures from their ships. In fact, the wealth aboard most pirate vessels surpassed their bounties. This endeavor had resulted in a collective haul of approximately 700 million belly for Rosha and his companions, marking an extraordinary windfall. After tallying their earnings, Nami and Karina embraced one another, their beautiful eyes sparkling with dollar signs, radiating a dazzling glow. Karina, her face aglow with happiness, exclaimed, with so much money, we can truly enjoy life. I want to buy countless luxury items. Nami, still in a daze, realized that her long-held ambitions had now materialized before her in a mountain of wealth. Well then, let us just split it all. I'll keep my share on the ship for provisions since I hardly need to spend much, Rosha said nonchalantly. Money? It's merely an external object. I have little interest in it. How can you even say that? You devoured all the provisions bought for 10 million belly in just a few days when sailing the seas. Where would you find such money to buy food? Karina retorted. And, given your previous actions, you'll only receive 100 million this time. The rest will be divided among me, Nami, and sister Koya. Upon hearing this, Karina felt a surge of irritation and playfully punched Rosha in the stomach. Though it caused him no harm, their interaction resembled a couple playfully bickering. Even if it was ultimately futile, your body made of steel. How can it be so hard? Karina exclaimed, shaking her hand in pain. Her expression one of resignation. She had initially believed that the provisions purchased for 10 million belly would last a considerable time, only to find them consumed within the few days they had lingered here. Fortunately, they had not dined at a restaurant. Otherwise, the expenses would have been even steeper. Cooking had also proven to be quite a task for the group, but thankfully Rosha was an exceptional cook, effortlessly transforming any raw ingredients without breaking a sweat. Then I shall keep my share on the ship for Rosha to buy provisions, Koya said gently, unaffected by the vast sum of money. Huh? Sister Koya, you're being too indulgent with this guy. He should experience hunger for a few meals and learn restraint, Karina sighed, knowing that Koya had always been supportive of Rosha, which had led to him being spoiled. Without Rosha, I wouldn't even be sailing the seas. Money holds little significance for me, but if I can assist Rosha, that is enough, Koya replied, her face radiating happiness. Koya is still the best to me. Rosha chuckled shyly. In response, Karina could only shake her head, lamenting the naivety of a young maiden who would inevitably be devoured by the big bad wolf. Amidst the conversation, Nami, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. Oh, I really get a share of this money. I haven't done anything. Nami fidgeted, her expression complex. This money was significant to her, yet since boarding the ship, she felt she had contributed little. Now, she was to divide this vast sum of belly, which left her feeling somewhat guilty. What are you saying? You've helped cook for this guy, haven't you? Since we're all on the same ship. Of course, you deserve a share. Besides, do you really think you can escape this guy's grasp in the future? He has already bet on us. He never intended to let us go. Life is pretty good now. We have enough money without resorting to theft, Karina said reassuringly. Sensing Nami's unease, Karina noticed that she appeared troubled, yet somewhat relieved. Over the past few days, she had sensed that Nami was burdened by an unspoken mission, often falling into an emo state. Yet, Nami was unwilling to elaborate, silently shouldering her own weight. Karina is right. You are one of us on this ship. So, no matter what difficulties arise, just speak up, and I'll help you. Rosha added, approaching the two and subtly hinting that he would deal with any dragons if she asked. However, he received a fierce glare from Karina, who angrily retorted, Isn't it your fault for kidnapping us onto your ship? Humph, don't think we'll forgive you so easily. From now on, you must give half of your spoils to me and Nami. All right, Nami, don't mind this guy. Just accept it as your boarding fee. Karina said, ignoring Rosha and speaking gently to Nami. Thank you, Nami exclaimed, her eyes widening as tears welled up, and she embraced Karina tightly. Sister Nami, everything will be all right with Rosha around. Koya comforted, sensing Nami's emotional turmoil. Karina gently patted Nami's back, providing silent support. After a while, Nami, with tear-stained eyes, finally released Karina and regained her smile. Actually, I'm a member of the Dragon Pirates, and my hometown is in the Dragon Pirate stronghold. Koya village, Nami declared, unwrapping the bandage tied around her arm, revealing the tattoo of the Dragon Pirates. Koya village, I see. No wonder you've been binding your arm, even though you weren't injured. Karina exclaimed, having previously thought it was merely a habit. She had witnessed the darkness that pervaded this world, where the inhabitants of various islands and villages lived in abject misery, especially under the oppressive rule of the fishmen who harbored an intense hatred for humanity. Nami must have been silently enduring tremendous pressure, Karina pondered. When I was young, the Dragon Pirates occupied my homeland and coerced the villagers into paying a protection fee each month if the fees were insufficient. They would face execution. I had a passion for drawing nautical maps from a young age. The Dragon Pirates took notice of me and demanded my allegiance, promising that if I could gather 100 million belly, I could buy back the entire village and regain my freedom. Now, I have finally amassed enough to purchase the village, and any surplus can be used to rebuild it. I am truly grateful to you. Rosha, Nami said, her voice choked with emotion as she deeply bowed to Rosha. Yes, it's very white and large. Once we return to Koya village, I will buy back the village and join you. My dream has always been to chart the entire world, and with you, I am certain I can achieve it. Since the demise of Belmere, Nami had never experienced such joy as she did today. Surrounded by companions who cared for her, however, Karina furrowed her brow. Nami, do you truly intend to trust the promises of those pirates, rather than buying back the village with money? I believe it would be far more prudent to have Rosha assist you in reclaiming the village from the clutches of the dragon. Karina remarked, pointing at Rosha. Indeed, the dragon has established a firm foothold in Koya village for so long, undoubtedly colluding with the local naval forces. If we fail to eliminate both the dragon and those naval officers, it is likely that the villagers of Koya will once again fall into enslavement. Rosha interjected, stepping forward. Since Nami had laid her cards on the table, he felt compelled to voice his thoughts as well. However, if we were to attack those naval officers, you would acquire a bounty and become a pirate. Nami expressed her concerns. Fear not. As long as we remain discreet, it will be fine. Moreover, even if we become pirates, we can continue our adventures. Those naval forces will be powerless against us. Rosha replied with an air of nonchalance, which, in Nami's eyes, radiated reliability and security. Nami instinctively responded, reassured by these words. Karina wholeheartedly agreed, saying, exactly. If we are to act, we must eradicate all future threats. However, Rosha, you must ensure that your actions remain covert. Otherwise, The path of turning in bounties will become unfeasible. Rosha chuckled. Ha ha ha. Unless something unexpected occurs. Now, tell me about the Dragon Pirate crew. How many members do they have? Are there any members who might depart for other islands? Including myself, there are a total of 60 individuals, all of whom are fishmen except for me. The Dragon Pirate crew typically operates as a unified force. Unless circumstances dictate otherwise, they usually gather at the Dragon Manor, Nami explained, divulging information about the dragon. Though she was interrupted by Rosha before she could detail the abilities of each fishman. That's sufficient information. Nami was taken aback. Is that all? Shouldn't we understand their abilities to formulate a plan? Not necessary. Just knowing their numbers suffices. Anyone who dares to bully my navigator will not leave the East Blue alive. Besides, are you not aware of my strength? As long as they are all present, I can dispatch them in an instant. Rosha winked at Nami, signaling her to not worry. Then it's settled. Tomorrow, we shall head to Kokosha village. Karina decisively proclaimed. Before that, there is something important I must share with you. Seizing the opportune moment, Rosha produced the reward for Karina's recent addition to the crew training room. Training within the crew training room yields a 1.5 times enhancement. Whether you are exercising or studying, you will gain this multiplier. For instance, if Koya's talent is in medicine, she can already achieve remarkable results, and now it will be further amplified by 1.5 times the proficiency. Rosha was in dire need of ways to enhance the three women's abilities. Having just acquired the barrier fruit, Karina also required time to familiarize herself with and develop this newfound power. The 1.5 times enhancement would expedite Karina's mastery. Rosha retrieved the crew training room from his storage space. It resembled a grand and elegant door akin to Doraemon's Anywhere door. Is this a door? Nami found it peculiar that Rosha had spoken so gravely, yet produced a somewhat ornate door. Follow me. You'll witness its effects, Rosha said, grasping the doorknob and opening it to reveal an empty void. The three women were left speechless. Their curiosity piqued as they followed Rosha inside. They found themselves in a white space, devoid of any visible it bore some resemblance to the hyperbolic time chamber from Dragon Ball, albeit with distinct effects, one slowing time and the other providing a 1.5 times efficiency boost. This door has consumed a devil fruit, allowing for a 1.5 times efficiency enhancement during training, Rosha explained as he introduced the purpose of the crew training room. However, its origin was merely a means to connect it to the enigmatic devil fruits. Can the door also consume a devil fruit? Koya inquired, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yes, devil fruits can also be attached to inanimate objects. The specifics are unknown, but it is suspected that the world government possesses the technology to enable inanimate objects to consume devil fruits. The exact nature of which devil fruit this door has consumed remains a mystery. But I have trained within it extensively, which is why I have grown so strong. Rosha continued to elaborate on the various features he had integrated into the crew training room. He could not reveal that it was a reward from his sign-in, so he had to fabricate a backstory. Goodness, ever since I boarded this ship, I feel as though my worldview is gradually crumbling. Am I still dreaming? Karina exclaimed, clutching her head in shock, yet everything before her affirmed the reality of the situation. If it weren't for my fortuitous acquisition, I too would find it hard to believe that such a place exists to enhance training speed. Rosha laughed heartily, relishing the sight of Karina and the others grappling with their shattered perceptions. Karina, you mustn't slack off. Make sure to practice your devil fruit abilities whenever you can. Nami, you also need to work on your physical conditioning. Once your physical capabilities are sufficient, I will teach you how to use armament Haki and observation Haki. Karina and Nami's eyes brightened. They recalled that during their battle with Nagli, they had employed abilities known as armament Haki and conqueror's Haki. The latter was innate and could not be cultivated, being a rare talent, while the former could indeed be trained. From that day forward, both Karina and Nami had developed a thirst for power. You promised, right? Once our physical capabilities meet the requirements, you must teach us how to wield Haki. Of course, I always keep my word, Rosha assured, ruffling the hair of the two girls. What about me, Lord Rosha? Koya pouted, feeling a twinge of jealousy as both Nami and Karina had plans laid out for them. While she felt somewhat overlooked, despite having arrived first, Koya can join us in training as well. I will formulate a training plan for you to ensure you have the means to protect yourself. However, your primary focus should still be on studying medicine. Once you have mastered your current knowledge, I will seek out skilled doctors for you to learn from, Rosha replied, making sure not to neglect Koya, who leaned into his gentle touch. All right, Let us go have a meal. After we return, we will commence the training plan, Kokosha Village. Under Rosha's deliberate deceleration, they arrive precisely on the 15th day post-sign-in. Ding! The sign-in system has detected arrival at Kokosha Village. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding! Acquired Navy 6 styles. Moonwalk. Ding! Acquired Advanced Cookbook. Ding! Acquired Devil Fruit Extraction Device. Initially, upon seeing the first two rewards, Rosha had little hope for this sign-in. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the last item. The Devil Fruit Extraction Device could be used on a dying Devil Fruit user to extract the Devil Fruit from the host. Although it was a one-time use item, it was incredibly useful. The straightforward effect had Rosha contemplating who he might extract abilities from. Whitebeard? No, he lacked the strength for that now. The chaos of the Marineford War would render it impractical if Whitebeard were to retaliate at the last moment. It would be a grave mistake. Blackbeard, however, seemed like a promising target. The power of the Darkness Fruit was formidable. I am increasingly looking forward to ITDAS for the Navy 6 styles. Moonwalk. This particular item is utterly useless to Rosha, who possesses the abilities of the Float Fruit. Its sole purpose seems to be instructing the crew aboard the ship. However, the Advanced Cookbook is quite commendable, as one can acquire intermediate culinary techniques through its pages and, with further study, achieve an advanced level of expertise that IT shall remain for the future crew to utilize and learn from. Under Nami's guidance, they arrived at a quaint cottage nestled before an orange grove. A striking young woman with short blue hair, adorned with a red headband and dressed in a tank top and long pants, was bending down to water the flowers at the entrance. Rosha's eyes sparkled. Yet another stunning beauty, characterized by her gentle and kind demeanor, an impeccable choice for a spouse. The blue-haired maiden noticed someone approaching and turned her head, her face instantly lighting up with a smile. Nami. Narika. Nami joyfully ran forward and leaped into Narika's embrace. You've grown so much. Why do you still act like a child? Though she uttered these words, the tightness of Narika's embrace suggested that she, too, cherished her younger sister dearly. It has indeed been a while. How have you been? Narika nuzzled her cheek against Nami's hair. Yes, I have been quite well outside though. By the way, these are my companions from outside. This is Rosha, the captain of our adventure crew, and this is Karina, and the last one is our ship's doctor, Sister Koya. Nami enthusiastically introduced her newfound companions to her sister. Hello, everyone. Narika greeted them with a warm smile. Ahem, the beautiful Miss Narika. Might I inquire if you would be interested in joining my crew and exploring the world with us? Rosha struck what he believed to be a charming pose as he extended his invitation to Narika. Don't just come in and make advances toward my sister, you old lecher. Nami executed a flying kick, sending Rosha tumbling away in a fit of rage. Humph, your companions are truly amusing, Nami. Narika chuckled softly. It had been a long time since she had seen Nami express her natural self. It seemed she had found good companions. Ouch, what was that for? Rosha rubbed the spot where Nami had kicked him, feeling neither pain nor discomfort. Everyone has a desire for beauty. Naturally, I wish to invite someone as lovely as Narika aboard. Besides, it would be splendid for you all to remain together, such a perfect arrangement. Wouldn't you agree? Rosha shrugged nonchalantly. Humph. Nami tossed her head in disdain, addressing Karina and Koya. Let us go inside. We should leave this guy outside to reflect on his actions. Rosha stood there, scratching his head. Am I just being abandoned like this? I am the captain, after all. Oh well, I might as well wander around it. He strolled through the orange grove, occasionally plucking ripe oranges. One must admit, they were indeed delightful. No wonder Nami relished them so much. It wasn't until evening that Rosha returned to Nami's home, initially hoping to encounter a few fishmen to test his skills, but he found nothing amiss. Creaked, he opened the door to find laughter resonating within. The girls were merrily preparing dinner. Hey, I'm back. I picked some oranges from the back. I hope no one minds. Rosha called out to the group. But no one acknowledged him, leaving him awkwardly standing there. Fortunately, Narika noticed his discomfort and gently spoke. Mr. Rosha, we are still preparing dinner. Please have a seat for a while. It will be ready shortly. Oh dear. Narika is truly a wonderful woman. She can cook as well. I must find a way to convince her to join my ship. As Rosha peeled the oranges, he began to fantasize about how to entice Narika aboard. And soon enough, the meal was ready and served. After dining, the discussion turned to the dragon pirates. I didn't catch a glimpse of the dragon pirates while I was wandering today. Have they left this village? Rosha expressed his concern. They set sail periodically to collect protection fees from nearby islands. If I calculate correctly, they should be returning soon, Narika replied, her brow furrowed with worry. Are you truly planning to resist the dragon pirates? They are not like the other pirate crews. The strength and constitution of fishmen are naturally tenfold that of humans, and each type of fishman possesses unique abilities, though Nami had informed her of Rosha's formidable strength. Narika still felt apprehensive. If the fishman's constitution is tenfold that of humans, then mine is 100-fold that of fishmen. So there is no need for concern. Rosha spoke with an air of confidence. Why don't we discuss the prospect of you joining my crew? I sincerely wish for Miss Narika to come aboard with us. Rosha spoke in a relaxed tone, continuing to extend his invitation. But I can't do anything. If I were to set sail, I would only be a burden to you, and I also need to care for Belmare's Orange Grove, Narika explained, providing her reasoning. Ha, there is absolutely no need to worry about that. I have my own methods to train you all, cough cough, into formidable crew members. Besides, the meals you prepare are simply delectable. If I could savor Miss Narika's cooking every day, I would have no regrets. Rosha began to dramatically express his feelings, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Narika. But Narika hesitated. Just then, the sound of the door opening interrupted the moment. Narika, if you wish to go, then go. There is no need to remain cooped up in this small place like us old folks. I will take care of Belmare's Orange Grove for you. A man, scarred and wearing a windmill hat, entered. Upon seeing him, Narika and Nami were taken aback. Aegean turned to Rosha, his expression serious. Young man, did you just claim that you have the strength to defeat the dragon pirates? Rosha responded with keen interest. Indeed, I have every capability to crush the dragon pirates. Even Karina is more than capable of defeating them. Me? Karina gasped in surprise at being mentioned by Rosha. Karina, do not underestimate your fruit abilities. In the East Sea, and even along the Grand Line, few can breach your defenses. After all, you possess the world's strongest defensive fruit ability. Is that so? Have I become this strong? Karina giggled bashfully, covering her mouth. Her laughter uniquely hers. Hearing Rosha's affirmative response, Aegean let out a long sigh of relief. He then turned to Narika and Nami. You are still young. This world is vast. You have brighter futures ahead. Go and explore this expansive sea. I can safeguard the Orange Grove for decades to come. Aegean's expression was stern, likely due to his habitual demeanor, making it difficult for him to express his emotions. Yet, it was evident from his words that he cared for Nami and Narika deeply. Aegean. Narika's expression turned somber. Rest assured, old man, you can confidently entrust Narika and Nami to me. I will take good care of them. Rosha laughed heartily, draping his arm around Aegean's shoulder. Narika and Nami are merely accompanying you on your voyage. You better not lay a hand on them. You little rascal. Aegean shot Rosha a sideways glance, his tone stern. Hey, that's only fair. A dashing young man like myself is bound to attract the attention of the ladies. Who knows? Nami and Narika might even develop feelings for me during our travels. Rosha flicked his stylish golden hair, matching Aegean's gaze with unwavering confidence. You little rascal clearly has ulterior motives. Nami, I suggest you leave him behind and set sail. He is more suited for working in the Orange Grove. Aegean retorted, unfazed. You old man are just envious of my youth and charm, wishing you could travel with Nami and the others. The playful exchange between the two men instantly dispelled the previously somber atmosphere, eliciting laughter from the girls. I'm done arguing with you. Come with me. I have matters to discuss with you. In the midst of a quarrel, Aegean abruptly halted, his previous fury dissipating as he reverted to his usual serious demeanor and addressed Luoxia. The latter remained silent, quietly trailing behind him. Eventually, they arrived at a cliff from which the vast ocean could be seen below. Beside the precipice stood a grave. Aegean unceremoniously seated himself beside the tomb, which belonged to Nami and Nojiko's adoptive mother. With a tone of indifference, he began recounting the childhood experiences of Nami and Nojiko, while Luoxia listened attentively in silence. Once Aegean finished, he retrieved 2 bottles of liquor from his storage space and handed one to Luoxia. I never dwell on the past. The present life is what truly matters. I may not understand everything you tell me, but as long as they are aboard my ship, I will protect them at all costs. Luoxia declared, taking a hearty sip of the drink. Is that so? Truly a dependable little rascal. It seems Nami has indeed found herself some commendable companions, Aegean remarked in a barely audible voice. lifting the bottle to his lips and draining its contents in one go. Such was the tacit understanding between men. Words were unnecessary. The following morning, after a night had passed, a notification chimed, announcing, "Ding, the next sign-in location is Rogue Town. Sign-in will open in 20 days. Please proceed to the designated location for sign-in." Having awakened, Luo Xia received the system's prompt, and with 20 days at his disposal, he felt no urgency to depart. After finishing breakfast, and while waiting for the dragon to return, he began transplanting orange trees. Knowing how much Nami adored the oranges here, Luo Xia planned to bring some aboard their ship, so that when the oranges ripened, Nami could savor the taste of her homeland. However, the current sailing vessel appeared somewhat cramped, forcing Luo Xia to temporarily relocate the orange trees to the crew's training room, which offered more space. Once they reached Water 7, he vowed to construct a colossal battleship equipped with various facilities. As for why he didn't simply follow in the footsteps of the Golden Lion and establish a base on several islands. Luo Xia explained that he was still on an adventurous journey, not a pirate, and such ostentation would attract unnecessary attention, should he ever find himself wanted for any reason in the future. He would certainly consider acquiring 2 islands to toy with in Marineford. After completing the transplantation of the orange trees, the dragon had yet to return, leaving Luo Xia to succumb to boredom and take a nap. While the women merrily prepared lunch, once mealtime arrived, the village buzzed with excitement, filled with whispers that "I heard the dragon pirates have returned, and they've collected quite a hefty amount in protection fees, but I bet many who failed to pay have met their demise. Shoo, lower your voice. If they hear us, we're done for. These damned fishmen, always preying on the weak. The nearby Navy base is no better. They're all cut from the same cloth. They truly deserve to perish. Why are you still talking? Are you trying to get us killed?" A companion hastily covered his mouth, glancing around in fear of being overheard. Once he confirmed that no one was listening, he released his friend's mouth. Meanwhile, in Nami's home, upon learning of the dragon pirate's return, the group gathered and set off towards the dragon manor. Upon reaching the entrance, they could hear raucous laughter emanating from within. The fishmen were boasting about their nefarious deeds, treating them as accomplishments worthy of pride. Unable to contain herself, Karina stormed inside, demanding, "Do you wretches possess no humanity? Why do you think oppressing and killing others is something to boast about?" In response to Karina's outburst, the fishmen sneered coldly. "Who is this human, so foolish as to trespass into my dragon's territory?" A towering shark fishman with a long, serrated nose stepped forward, casting a frigid gaze upon Karina. At that moment, Nami and Luo Xia emerged, positioning themselves behind Karina. Upon seeing Nami, the dragon's eyes glinted with malice. "Isn't this our cartographer Nami? Have you brought these companions with you?" Nami, unfazed by the dragon's taunts, retorted coldly. "Today marks your end, dragon. I will not allow you to continue terrorizing the villagers of Coco Village and the surrounding areas. So you found some support. Do you really think these individuals can defeat me?" Ha ha ha. The dragon's voice was icy, yet he laughed maniacally. "Xiaoba, Krubi, dispose of those humans, then bring Nami to me. Our cartographer seems to need a lesson in obedience." "Understood, boss dragon." Following the command, the octopus fishman Xiaoba and the soft-boned fishman Krubi stepped forward, grinning cruelly as they charged towards Luo Xia and the others. Karina formed a gesture, conjuring a transparent protective barrier in front of them. The dragon's eyes widened in alarm, but it was too late. Karina unleashed her attack, striking with a fist while uttering the name of her technique. Impact barrier. The 2 fishmen, as swift as they had arrived, were sent flying back by the sheer force of the barrier. "Curse it, a devil fruit user! Everyone, jump into the water and fight them there," the dragon bellowed. "You think you can escape into the water? Not today. You shall all perish here." The lion's might enveloped the fishmen. 6 colossal lion heads encircling them. Damn it, another devil fruit user. When did the East Blue become home to so many troublesome foes? The dragon was drenched in sweat, realizing the gravity of his predicament. If he could not break free, he might meet his end today. With the speed of a bolt, the dragon lunged at one of the lion heads. Boom! The impact was akin to a cannon, creating a large hole in the stone lion. Yet, under Luo Xia's control, the opening was rapidly sealed once more. Such assaults could not penetrate Luo Xia's domain. What kind of monster is this? A devil fruit user's creation that is so resilient. The dragon's nose was bent from the force needed to create the hole, which had already healed in the blink of an eye. Despair washed over him. he had seen much in his life. He had fought on the Grand Line under the Sun Pirates, but was ultimately captured by the Navy due to his limited strength. That it was only because Jinbei agreed to become one of the warlords of the sea that the dragon was released. After his release, he had distanced himself from Fishman Island, seeking to reign over the East Blue instead. He was acutely aware that he could not contend with the monsters of the Grand Line, which was why he had chosen to thrive in what was deemed the weakest its feudal. With your strength, there's no escape. Your existence is a waste of rice. You shall all perish. Luoxia proclaimed, floating in the air, his gaze cold as he observed the struggling fishmen below. What nonsense! Fishmen are a superior species compared to humans. We cannot be slain by mere humans, the dragon roared, swinging his great saw blade in a frenzy that he could not accept being defeated by those he deemed inferior. However, as Luoxia's grip tightened, the earth began to close in, enveloping all the fishmen. Ultimately, the entire dragon pirate crew was annihilated under this technique. Towering stone columns, reaching hundreds of meters, coiled like vines, with some fishmen suffocated within the soil, while others were crushed to death by relentless pressure. Unbeknownst to Luoxia, a passing newsbird reporter was capturing the scene with a camera. Witnessing the demise of her long-standing nightmare, Nami could no longer contain her tears, rushing to embrace Luoxia as he descended. Thank you, Luoxia. Roxa remained silent, gently patting Nami's back to soothe her emotions. He understood that the girl had endured much suffering over the years, and this moment was a necessary release for her. There was no need for him to intervene. He would simply wait for Nami to find her own peace. After venting the pressures that had accumulated over the years in Roxa's embrace, Nami's expression transformed back into a smile. Ding! Nami has been recruited as a crew member. Reward: blueprint for a super battleship. A super battleship. For someone like me, who possesses the float fruit, I will likely replace it with an island in the future. This seems somewhat redundant. However, seeing the girl in my arms made it worthwhile. Let us share this good news with everyone in the village, Roxa said with a smile, stroking her head. Are you going to abandon the dragon's treasure? Nami shook her head. The money here is all acquired from the surrounding villages by the dragon. Let Akin handle it. He will return all of it to the nearby villages. That I didn't expect you to have such awareness. I thought. Thought what? Is that how you see me? Nami tugged at Roxa's cheek in annoyance. No, I was just joking. Let Uncle Akin take care of it. Roxa pretended to grimace in pain, while secretly relishing the moment. Noki couldn't help but chuckle at the way Nami and Roxa interacted. Eager to share the news, Nami quickly led the way, and the villagers soon learned of the joyful tidings. Upon hearing the news, cheers erupted into the sky. That night, a grand bonfire was erected in the square, where the villagers celebrated with a feast to express their happiness. Songs and dances filled the square, and at that moment, Roxa could distinctly sense their emotions: joy, happiness, and a sense of relief at the dragon's demise. These villagers had endured oppression and fatigue, living in constant fear of not being able to pay the protection fees and losing their lives or those of their loved ones. But from this moment on, they would no longer suffer such tyranny. They simply wished to indulge in merriment, even if it was merely a dream. That their savior, Roxa was, of course, treated to numerous toasts by the enthusiastic villagers. However, under the regime of the iron balloon, alcohol was akin to water for him, having no effect whatsoever. Eventually, after ensuring everyone in the square was thoroughly intoxicated, Roxa began to feel drowsy and returned to Nami's small house. Collapsing onto the sofa and drifting into a deep sleep, Nami, who had not appeared all night, opened the door, intending to sever ties with her past by altering her tattoo of the dragon pirates to resemble that of the original story. As she gazed at the sleeping Roxa, she tiptoed over, her expression gentle as she leaned down for a soft kiss. After completing her tasks, Nami cast a furtive glance around the darkened room before returning to her own quarters. Meanwhile, Roxa, who had been sound asleep, now wore a devilish grin, thinking, nice, the plan worked. He slept soundly until midday the next day. However, in Kokochia village, an unexpected visitor arrived. I am Colonel Mouse, the highest commander of the 16th Navy Division. I have received word that this is the lair of the dragon pirates, and I am here to eliminate them. Hey, you villagers over there, do you know where the base of the dragon pirates is? Colonel Mouse commanded his sailors to bring a villager before him for questioning. Under the pressure of the colonel, the villager revealed that the dragon pirates had already been defeated. Chirp, 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 just as the intel suggested. Colonel Mouse murmured to himself that he had received news of the dragon pirate's demise and had come to claim glory for himself, as well as to seize all treasure accumulated by the pirates over the years. Thus, he had rushed over from the naval base early that morning. Colonel Mouse, accompanied by a large contingent of sailors, headed straight for Nami's home, having been informed that she had led the effort to defeat the dragon and had gathered all the riches. Soon, Mouse's forces surrounded Nami's small abode. Upon hearing the commotion, the villagers emerged from their homes, astonished to find themselves encircled by a formidable naval presence. You must be the thief Nami, right? Hand over the stolen loot from the dragon pirates. Along with all the berries you've pilfered, Colonel Mouse sneered, casting a wicked glance at Nami. He believed that as a naval officer, these villagers would dare not defy him, which gave him the audacity to act so brazenly. What nonsense. When we sought your help at the naval base, you didn't show up. Now that we've defeated the dragon, you come to take the villagers' hard-earned money. I will never give you a single berry. Nami retorted angrily. Chirp, chirp, chirp. What are you talking about? I know nothing of what you speak, that we have never received any reports from the public. I suspect you villagers are harboring the dragon pirates, allowing a pirate to wreak havoc in the nearby villages. Truly deserving of severe punishment. All naval personnel, arrest these wicked pirates and seize all the stolen loot. Colonel Mouse shamelessly accused the villagers of complicity, his insufferable demeanor irking Rosha. The surrounding sailors wore equally sinister smiles. Nami, arguing with these people is futile. Let me handle this. Rosha stepped forward, pulling Nami behind him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. And who might you be? Do you wish to defy the naval command? Interfering with the Navy's enforcement is tantamount to piracy. You will all be taken in. Heh, who am I? I am the one who will take your life. Rosha had grown weary of Colonel Mouse's mocking tone. Before the sailors could close in, he launched his attack. Wave Slash. Even without the use of Haki, the force of the Wave Slash was sufficient to effortlessly tear through the ranks of sailors. In an instant, those at the front were cleaved in half. Including the corpse of Colonel Mouse, the remaining sailors, who had initially surrounded Rosha, were rendered speechless in shock. They wanted to flee from this godlike figure, yet their legs trembled as if they were paralyzed. Unable to take a step, Rosha did not grant them the opportunity to beg for mercy. In the blink of an eye, he annihilated the entire naval contingent. In less than 3 seconds, Colonel Mouse's forces were wiped out. Rosha, Nami rushed forward, her eyes widening as she surveyed the scene of carnage. Do not worry. Since they have come here, we cannot evade this situation, Rosha reassured, sheathing his sword as he turned to the other women behind him. The Navy likely came to claim credit for their achievements. They probably intended to report back to their superiors. Now that they have been killed here, we are left with 2 options. Karina analyzed the situation, raising 2 fingers toward Rosha. Let's hear them. Sigh. The first option is for us to flee immediately. We will likely be pursued by the Navy. It seems rather dire. How did we get on their radar so quickly? What's the second option? Karina exhaled deeply, her expression complex as she presented the second option. The second option is to infiltrate the 16th Division and eliminate all the Navy personnel inside, thus leaving no one to testify about our actions. Rosha pondered for a moment. While the second option was undoubtedly the more advantageous choice, he hesitated at the thought of indiscriminate slaughter. After all, not all Navy personnel were bad, and he wished to investigate further. So, have you made up your mind? Karina inquired, stepping closer. Not yet. Let us assess the 16th Division first before deciding. The naval base should hold the information I seek. Rosha shook his head, still uncertain about how to proceed. All right, I will accompany you. Yes, Karina and Nami, please come with me. Koya and Noki, you stay here and wait for us, Rosha instructed, then lifted the 2 women by their waists and soared into the sky toward the naval base. Koya's face was etched with worry, while Noki stepped forward to embrace her, offering comfort. Do not fret. They will handle everything just fine. Under the full flight of Rosha, he soon arrived at the 16th Naval Branch. Carefully circumventing the steadfast Marines, he made his way to the colonel's office. After dispatching the sentry Marines, Rosha and his companions began to rummage through the office. Before long, they uncovered a plethora of incriminating evidence against Colonel Rat. It turned out that this naval base was not devoid of just individuals. When nearby civilians sought aid, they reported back to Colonel Rat. However, their pleas were suppressed, and the morally conscious Marines, after enduring the oppression, finally chose to report to the higher naval headquarters. Little did they know that this act drew the attention of an undercover agent planted by Colonel Rat. upon learning that these individuals intended to spare him. The agent reported their actions to the headquarters, leading to their classification as deserters and subsequent expulsion from the Navy. Thus, those cast out could never rejoin the Navy, and their words would no longer be trusted by their peers. Consequently, the naval base became a den of Marines colluding with Colonel Rat. Such wickedness. It was truly a nest of snakes and rats, devoid of any virtuous souls. Nami and Karina, having perused the documents, were filled with indignation. Well, keeping this naval base is a menace to the surrounding civilians. Therefore, it has no reason to exist, Rosha declared, his gaze icy, no longer concealing his presence, and boldly stepping out of the Navy colonel's office. Who are you? An intruder has breached the premises. Soon, he encountered several Marines, who aimed their firearms at Rosha. Yet, before they could fire, Rosha vanished from their sight. His swift strikes claimed their lives, and he utilized his storage space to pack away the bodies. Thus commenced the massacre within the naval base. In less than half an hour, Rosha purged the base of its corrupt Marines. With his perception of the observation Haki, he sensed no living presence remaining. He cast all the bodies into the sea. The scent of blood attracted sea beasts, which swiftly approached to devour the corpses. Why discard these Marines into the ocean? Nami questioned Rosha's actions with a hint of confusion. I intend to take this naval base with me. That Colonel Rat is quite the hedonist. Having constructed many luxurious facilities here, it would be a waste not to utilize them. I certainly do not wish to leave these spoils for the next navy that arrives. Rosha clarified, though Nami remained somewhat perplexed. Take them? Where to? Haha. Just wait and see that he refrained from explaining further, opting instead to let her witness the spectacle firsthand. Rosha pressed his hand against the ground, fully activating the powers of the float fruit. Boom! The entire naval base began to tremble violently, and Nami and Karina felt as though their perspective was being lifted. The ensuing scene shattered their worldview as they gazed in awe at Rosha. It's flying. The entire naval base is soaring, Nami stammered, astonished. The tumultuous sea rushed into the space just vacated by the rising naval base, now fully airborne and detached from the ocean's surface. Phew, thankfully my stamina is sufficient. Had I not absorbed a considerable amount of energy to maintain it, I might not have been able to lift the entire base so easily, Rosha sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Utilizing the powers of the fruit to levitate the entire island was indeed taxing, especially in his current unawakened state. However, once the ability was activated successfully, there was no further need to expend stamina. How did you manage this? It's an entire island. Karina approached with curiosity, being a devil fruit user herself, but having never conceived of such a feat. That it primarily depends on the potency of the fruit's abilities and sufficient stamina. Akin to your strongest defense, if you develop your fruit to its utmost potential, no attack in this world could ever breach it. Rosha explained with a smile that I plan to elevate this island to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Henceforth, we shall consider it our secret base. Rosha gazed contentedly at the naval base, though the Navy's flag was a slight eyesore. No, I must find time to renovate this place and transform it into our stronghold. Let us return to Kokoyasi village, and after a few days of rest, we shall set sail for Logue Town, Rosha proposed. The two bewildered women merely acknowledged him with a non-committal sound, and then he ascended the island. He then urged Nami and Karina to search for the naval base's treasury. Colonel Rat had drained the lifeblood of the nearby villages, receiving substantial military funding every year, all of which he indulged in, as evidenced by the base's opulent facilities. However, now these spoils belonged to Rosha. After emerging from the naval treasury, Rosha realized just how wealthy Colonel Rat truly was. He had amassed a staggering 30 billion berries. Along with several renowned swords, this newfound wealth left Nami grinning from ear to ear for several days, dreaming of all the riches that were now hers. Upon returning to Kokoyasi village, both Nojiko and Kaya sighed in relief at the sight of the three unscathed. Thus, 3 peaceful days passed. Hey, Nojiko, you wouldn't want Nami to be alone in the future, would you? Ha. If you're wise, come aboard with me. Rosha grinned wickedly, attempting to grab Nojiko. You fool, Captain. What are you doing to my sister? Hurry up and get on the ship to set sail. Nami kicked Rosha away. Isn't this an effort to keep you two sisters together? Rosha feigned a hurt expression, clutching his cheek where Nami had kicked him, looking up at her with feigned innocence. In reality, the kick barely fazed him. Nojiko watched the warm interaction between Rosha and Nami, chuckling softly, then said with a gentle smile, "That's all right. You agreed." Rosha was taken aback, as he had expected Nojiko to remain silent, but this time she responded unusually. Nami was equally surprised. She had thought her sister would stay behind in the Orange Grove. Yet here she was, actually yielding to Rosha's persistent entreaties to set sail together. Even I cannot continuously refuse such a sincere invitation, and besides, I wish to see the world as well. Nojiko winked playfully at Nami, her demeanor contrasting starkly with her usual gentle and kind elder sister image. Woohoo! That is fantastic, Rosha exclaimed, lifting Nami and Nojiko into the air. The two women squealed in surprise, but seeing Rosha's childlike glee made them laugh as well. Set sail, destination, the stars and the sea, Rosha shouted with a dramatic flair, soaring into the sky with the two women in his embrace. On the cliffside, Aegean watched the departing ship with a faint smile. Belmare, your daughter has found good companions. Starting today, they shall set sail. If you were still here, I am sure you would be overjoyed to witness this. 2 days had passed since Rosha left Kokoyashi village. In the conference room of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku occupied the main seat, with Admirals Akiji, Kizaru, and Akainu, along with Chief of Staff Tsuru, seated below him. Following them were several well-known pillars of the Navy. Gecko Moria, Fire Fist Ace, and others. What are your thoughts regarding the sudden disappearance of the 16th Naval Branch and its entire personnel? Sengoku rubbed his temples as he addressed the assembly. 2 days prior, an urgent report had reached Sengoku. The 16th Naval Branch had vanished without a trace. All personnel were unaccounted for, and the East Blue Dragon pirate crew had been assaulted by a dual-wielding swordsman named Rosha. Accompanying the report were images depicting Rosha slaying members of the dragon pirate crew, suggesting that the dual-wielding swordsman had utilized an unknown devil fruit that conferred upon him the ability to manipulate Earth. Furthermore, it was revealed that Rosha had a bounty plan targeting pirates, with dozens of notorious pirates worth millions, if not billions, of berries falling to his blade. This piece of news had been disseminated by Morgan Gans, the president of the World Economic News Agency, upon receiving the photographs captured by the newsbird, depicting Rosha's annihilation of the East Sea's tyrannical dragon. Morgan Gans swiftly dispatched his subordinates to investigate Rosha's exploits. To their astonishment, they discovered that Rosha had nearly eradicated all notorious pirates of the East Sea, leaving only those who had yet to cross his path. Morgan Gans instantly sensed the scent of a major scoop and publicized Rosha's actions and achievements. Consequently, Rosha had emerged as a burgeoning bounty hunter in the East Sea. Sengoku promptly informed Garp, who was still in the East Sea, to proceed to the 16th branch. Coincidentally, the 3 admirals, who had been on missions, returned just in time, prompting Sengoku to convene an urgent meeting to discuss the events unfolding in the East Sea. It certainly appears that the affairs of the 16th branch bear the hallmark of this dual-wielding swordsman, does it not? Otherwise, what a striking coincidence it is. Such a nefarious individual ought to be eradicated at once. And we must send the Navy to cleanse the area. Akainu scoffed disdainfully, harboring suspicions regarding Rosha's uncanny proximity to the village of Kokoxia near the 16th branch. However, we lack concrete evidence to substantiate that the events at the 16th branch were indeed his doing. Do we not? Rear Admiral Thru spoke calmly, her demeanor unruffled. That it would be imprudent to hastily cast a powerful bounty hunter into opposition without due consideration. Akiji added his voice to the discussion. The current youth are truly formidable. Even the dragon pirate crew was effortlessly dispatched. It appears not only is his swordsmanship exceptional, but his devil fruit abilities are remarkably potent as well. Kazara leisurely sipped his tea, remarking on how terrifying it was, completely oblivious to the fact that he himself had once easily defeated and captured the dragon pirate crew. Meanwhile, Garp hurriedly made his way to the Navy's 16th branch base. However, upon arrival, he was met with an eerie emptiness. Not only was there no Navy base, but even the smallest island had vanished, startling the navigator aboard Garp's ship, who feared they had gone astray. After thorough confirmation, they discovered that the branch had indeed vanished into thin air. With no leads to pursue, Garp could only advance toward the nearby village of Kokoxia. Upon reaching the island, he was greeted by a distinctly joyous atmosphere. The local populace radiated cheerful smiles. Yet, as the Navy intervened, the faces of the villagers turned dark, and they hastily secured their doors and windows. Garp was somewhat bewildered by this turn of events when a voice called out from behind them. "Excuse me, Navy gentlemen, what brings you to Kokoxia village?" Aegean inquired with a neutral expression. Finally someone who can converse. Garp replied, "I am a rear admiral from Navy headquarters, here to investigate the disappearance of the 16th branch." "Do you have any leads?" With someone finally engaging him, Garp's demeanor brightened. However, Aegean frowned momentarily before reverting to his calm tone. The 16th branch, I'm not quite sure. But a masked individual handed me a letter a few days ago, stating that if any Navy personnel came by, it should be given to you. Aegean produced a letter from his pocket, which contained various incriminating evidence against Colonel Mouse that Rosha had left for him. As Garp took the letter and began perusing its contents, his expression darkened with each passing moment, veins bulging on his forehead, and his hand trembled slightly. These damned bastards. I cannot believe that during my absence from the East Sea, it has become so corrupt. Garp's voice erupted in fury, resembling a powder keg ready to ignite, his rage seeking an outlet. We owe a profound apology to the innocent citizens of Kokoxia village. Garp deeply bowed to Aegean, his expression laden with remorse. Aegean was taken aback, the once lofty navy now humbling itself before an ordinary citizen like him. No, Rear Admiral, you are being too harsh on yourself. Aegean replied, assisting Garp to rise, assuring him that he need not feel guilty. Sigh. Garp exhaled in resignation, feeling powerless against such occurrences, lamenting his absence during these troubling times. There is one more matter I wish to inquire about concerning the dual-wielding swordsman Rosha. During the period of the 16th branch's disappearance, did you happen to see him? Did anything seem amiss? Upon hearing Rosha's name, Aegean's expression remained unchanged, yet a smile broke across his face, speaking with a tone of admiration. Rosha is our village's great benefactor. It was he who defeated the dragon pirate crew, liberating us and the surrounding villages. After the liberation, we celebrated for 5 consecutive days, and Rosha remained with us without any unusual behavior. Just 2 days ago, he mentioned embarking on a new journey to continue his travels around the world. Do you have any further questions, maybe, sir? Aegean finished with a smile, while Garp regarded him with a knowing glance. No, we are likely well informed now. We shall dispatch new Navy personnel to guard this area and investigate the reasons behind the disappearance of the 16th branch. I assure you that such occurrences will not transpire again. Garp solemnly vowed. Before returning to his ship with his subordinates, he then retrieved a din mushy and dialed out. Bloop bloop. Garp, have you any news from your end? Sengoku answered, connecting the din mushy. Amplifying his voice for all present to hear, Garp proceeded to recount the situation at the 16th branch, as well as Rosha's continuous presence among the villagers until 2 days prior. Bang. These scoundrels have truly gone too far. Do they think themselves the sovereigns of the East Sea? Sengoku's fury erupted as he slammed his fist onto the table, astonished to discover that the previously diligent Navy bases had devolved into den of corruption, even exploiting the excessive number of injured personnel to siphon off substantial military funds. Immediately informed the branch personnel to rescind the desertion records of those involved. Furthermore, send someone to apologize, if they still wish to join the Navy. We shall reintegrate them into headquarters for further training, Sengoku instructed his aide. Yes, Admiral Sengoku, the aide responded, rushing outside to relay the orders to the soldiers waiting at the door. Sigh. Rear Admiral Tsuru let out a resigned breath. The room fell into a hushed silence. If those individuals are still alive, we must bring them all to military court for execution. Akina could no longer contain his outrage and bellowed. It is pointless to discuss such matters now. The entire base has likely been obliterated. Let us instead deliberate on how to handle Rosha. Akiji's icy voice resonated, his mood sour from Garp's earlier revelations. Notify the subordinate navy, extend an invitation to Rosha, offering him the rank of Rear Admiral. Given the current lack of evidence implicating him in these events, it would be wiser to draw him into our ranks rather than establish him as an enemy of the Navy. Tsuru proposed calmly, her wealth of experience allowing her to analyze the situation with composure. Let it be as you say. I will personally draft a letter for the Gorosei, with no objections raised. Sengoku immediately slammed his hand down, instructing his subordinates to keep vigilant watch, extending invitations to Rosha should they encounter him. The meeting was thus adjourned, and the attendees filed out of the conference room. HU. Meanwhile, Rosha, sailing across the sea, remained oblivious to the meeting convened by the Navy regarding the events at the 16th branch. How strange. Why am I sneezing so much today? Have I caught a cold? Impossible. With the physique of a steel balloon, how could I fall ill? Never mind. I suppose I shall seek out Nami for some comfort. Roxia joyfully dashed to Nami's side, as ever since the demise of the evil dragon, she had developed an immense sense of dependence and security towards him. Coupled with the habitual intimacy Roxia displayed these past few days, she ultimately found herself unperturbed by his affectionate gestures. Given the extended cool-down period of this particular sign-in, Roxia opted not to head directly to Logtown but instead meandered about the East Blue. In every city or village he visited, He indulged in the local culinary delights and sought to acquire the recipes from the proprietors. Notably, he made a special trip to the floating restaurant Baratai, where he lavishly spent 50 million berries to satiate his appetite, replenishing his energy entirely, much to the chagrin of Nami and Karina, who were left in tears. After digesting the sumptuous feast, Roxia underwent a significant transformation. Host: Roxia's strength. A. Agility. B. Spirit. B. Skills. Swordsmanship B-. Armament Haki C. Observation Haki C. Conqueror's Haki C. Navy's 6 styles, Soru C. Moonwalk C. Fruit ability. Float Fruit B. Talent. Iron balloon equipment. Withered wood, Sakura 10 overall evaluation. Combat prowess equivalent to that of a Marine elite rear admiral. You are now capable of establishing a foothold in the Grand Line. Roxia now felt that with each morsel he consumed, his body grew stronger, as the energy seemed to be gradually altering his physique. The most palpable changes were seen in his strength, agility, and spirit, all of which had ascended to a higher tier, while his swordsmanship steadily improved to B-. When considering his other attributes collectively, he found himself on firmer ground in the vast ocean. However, confronting those colossal powers remained an unattainable feat. Presently, Roxia was eager to enhance his Conqueror's Haki, a skill that could not be improved through mere training, but rather through the growth of his own spirit. The stronger the spirit, the mightier the Haki. He needed to persist in honing his other skills as well. Nami, do the chefs at Baratai wish to sell the recipes from here? Roxia idly inquired, watching Nami return from her outing, wrapping his arms around her from behind and resting his head on her shoulder. That chef was easy to persuade. I merely expressed my desire to learn such culinary techniques, and he willingly shared all his culinary insights with me. Nami responded with an okay gesture, winking at Roxia. His face broke into a broad smile as he returned a thumbs up. Well done, Nami. Truly, you managed to score a freebie. During these days aboard the ship, the women, apart from their training, had busied themselves with cooking, as they had yet to cultivate sufficient physical prowess for Saru and Moonwalk. Currently, their training primarily focused on physical conditioning, but they maintained a diligent training regimen. He certainly did not wish for Nami, Karina, and Nojiko to develop into muscle-bound figures. Interestingly, Nojiko displayed a keen interest in Roxia's swordsmanship. While ensuring Nojiko's physical training, he also carved out time to practice his blade work. To his astonishment, Nojiko began applying the sword techniques she learned in her culinary endeavors, leaving Roxia speechless. Oh dear. I can't deal with you two. It's about time we head to Logetown, or else we might miss your schedule. Karina emerged from the cabin, noticing Nami's return. After receiving the culinary insights from Nami, she began her study. The women aboard, including Roxia, had all perused advanced cookbooks in the training room, elevating their culinary skills to an intermediate level. Nojiko, possessing a slightly better innate talent and foundational knowledge, had rapidly advanced her culinary prowess to the advanced tier after a period of practice, now serving as the ship's chef. With the recipes from Baratai secured, it was indeed time to set sail. What about Nojiko and Koya? Roxia nudged against Nami in his embrace, only to receive a playful punch from her. Her cheeks flushed. It was evident that she had not yet developed the mental fortitude demonstrated in the original narrative. The bold Nami of the story would likely have been unfazed by such intimacy. Nojiko is still in the kitchen experimenting with new dishes. You know this is her current passion. As for Koya, she's in her room taking notes on her medical studies. Karina shrugged, seemingly exasperated by the two's affectionate antics. Roxia often desired her closeness, yet at times, he found himself thwarted by Karina's barriers, relegating him to casting mournful glances in her direction. If I fly at full speed, I estimate we could reach Logetown within 2 days, Roxia announced as he released Nami from his grasp and addressed the two women. You both may return to the cabin. I shall take control of the sailboat. Remember to ask Nojiko to save me a portion of her new dish. I wish to taste it as well. 2 days later, they arrived at Logetown with little to no incident. Along the way, they encountered a fierce storm, but thanks to Nami's weather sense, they adeptly avoided sailing directly into the tempest. After ascending the sailboat to an altitude of 10,000 meters, they successfully evaded the storm. Ding, the sign-in system has detected the target, Logetown. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding, obtained armament Haki experience pack. Ding, acquired 1 ton of vibranium. Ding, obtained arc reactor technology. Wow, this time the sign-in rewards exceeded expectations. If memory serves right, vibranium and arc reactors are indeed products from the realm of American comics, right? The fact that I could acquire technologies and materials from other worlds was beyond Roxia's anticipation. He had initially expected only some modified items, such as the previously obtained black chicken white phoenix pill and storage spaces. An idea flickered in his mind. Roxia had just conceived a method to enhance Nami and Nojiko's combat abilities. The remaining armament Haki experience pack would aptly elevate Roxia's level to be dash. Each leap in strength would bring about a significant enhancement, and he felt his attack and defense capabilities bolstered through the entwining of armament Haki. Even without acquiring these techniques from Nagli, he estimated that proficiency would enable him to automatically master these skills. "What are you dawdling around for?" Karina called out to Roxia, who was lost in thought at the port. "Oh, I'm coming." Snapped back to reality, Roxia hurriedly followed the pace of the two women. Nojiko and Koya planned to go grocery shopping. "Where do you intend to go?" Nami inquired. "Perhaps I shall visit the execution platform of the Pirate King and then explore around." "What about you?" and Karina. "Where do you plan to wander?" Roxia pondered briefly before realizing he had no particular destination in mind, thus responding, "Hee, Nami and I are off to browse the clothing stores." "Since you have no pressing matters, you'll just have to endure helping us carry things," Karina teased, seizing Roxia's arm enticingly upon hearing his lack of plans. Unable to resist her allure, Roxia readily acquiesced. However, he soon realized he would have to face the consequences of his choice. Isn't it about enough? Roxia felt like a wilted eggplant, utterly dispirited. "Ha! What are you saying? This is just the beginning." Karina turned back, puzzled, and upon seeing Roxia's despondent state, she stifled a laugh. "All right, just hold on a little longer, and when we return, I'll reward you. Just a bit more patience." She winked at Roxia, her expression alluring. "We ought to consider acquiring a larger sailboat as well. Let us visit the shipyard together." When it comes to rewards, Luo Xia is no longer drowsy. His spirit is instantly revitalized to its usual state. However, he truly does not wish to endure the experience of accompanying women on shopping excursions once more. After accompanying two ladies on their shopping spree, Luo Xia made his way to the execution platform of the Pirate King, but it appeared rather ordinary. He felt no resonance akin to that depicted in the animation. In reality, he could only slightly sense the lingering aura that remained there. Subsequently, he guided the two women in search of records related to the Grand Line in Lobetown. Hard work indeed pays off, as they finally procured some record pointers and a permanent pointer from a map shop. Upon arriving at the shipyard, Luo Xia chose a triangular sailboat of similar size to the Going Merry, spending 20 million berries, which was still a mere pittance for him. Now, Luo Xia is a man with a fortune of 3,700,000,000 berries, thanks to the contributions of Colonel Mouse, which meant he would not need to exert much effort in earning money in the future. While he was busy transferring supplies onto the small sailboat, a group of Navy officers approached him. Among them was a familiar face, White Hunter Smoker, a truly justice-driven naval officer. The term familiar was apt, as this White Hunter often appeared in the web novels Luo Xia read in his previous life, frequently returning from encounters with setbacks. Even in the anime, he ended up on the losing side, with no victories to speak of later on. Following Smoker was a short-haired girl with red-framed glasses, Tashiji, who later became a genuinely justice-minded individual. Though her early demeanor seemed markedly different, Tashiji suddenly felt a chill and tightened her clothing as she followed Smoker towards Luo Xia. "You must be the dual-wielding swordsman Luo Xia, whose reputation has recently soared," Smoker stated, exhaling smoke as he posed his inquiry with certainty. "Indeed. May I inquire about the matter at hand?" Luo Xia responded, feeling somewhat perplexed. He had seen Morgan's newspaper from a few days prior and had anticipated that the Navy might suspect him and issue a bounty. However, given the elapsed time without any news from the Navy, he had assumed they were indifferent to someone of his relatively obscure status. "I am Colonel Smoker of the Navy stationed in Lobetown. I am here on behalf of the Navy headquarters to extend an invitation to you. Should you choose to join the Navy, you will be granted the rank of Rear Admiral and have the opportunity to publicize your achievements in combating pirates in the East Blue. With your strength, I am confident you would ascend to the rank of Admiral in no time," Smoker said, slowly exhaling a ring of smoke while scrutinizing Luo Xia with a piercing gaze. However, Luo Xia felt somewhat bewildered. Yet another invitation to join the Navy. No wonder the Navy had been so quiet. This was their intention. No. I yearn for a life of freedom, rather than laboring from 9 to 5 in the Navy. I would prefer to explore the world more freely, Luo Xia replied with a smile, rejecting Smoker's offer. "But shouldn't those with power uphold the justice of the sea, a bounty hunter as formidable as you?" "Lord Luo Xia would undoubtedly be valued in the Navy," Tashiji interjected, unable to restrain herself. "Tashiji," Smoker snapped impatiently, causing her to stiffen and stand at attention. "This is not a place for your comments." Smoker cast a helpless glance at Tashigi and continued. Heh, young lady, while it is commendable to possess a sense of justice, you cannot impose that belief upon my personal choices. I aspire to freedom, to explore the mysteries of the world and witness its wonders. Ultimately living a quiet life alongside my crew, that is my pursuit, and thus, I cannot accept your invitation. But, I have said, this is not a place for you to interject. Tashigi attempted to speak again. But Smoker interrupted her with another sharp rebuke. Are you truly not reconsidering? Smoker observed Luoxia with a knowing glance. Luoxia shook his head in refusal. Alas, we cannot compel civilians to join. Since you, Lord Luoxia, are unwilling, we shall not insist. He then shifted to a more personal matter. May I invite you to a friendly duel? Seeing that Luoxia showed no desire to join, Smoker relinquished the earlier topic and issued the invitation with a serious demeanor. Heh, I did not expect you to come seeking a fight, truly deserving of your title as the king of setbacks. Luoxia responded. Since he had ventured into the world of pirates, it would be an imperfection in life not to give Smoker a taste of defeat. He readily accepted the challenge. The Navy personnel stepped back, clearing the area of nearby civilians, leaving a vast open space for the confrontation. Smoker and Luoxia faced off, with Luoxia unsheathing his dual swords and assuming his stance. Those are, Tashigi exclaimed, recognizing the blades as the renowned swords Kirigane and Sakura, though their maintenance appeared somewhat lacking. Aren't those swords once wielded by the legendary pirate, Gold Lion? How could they possibly be here? Tashigi's surprise gave way to concern and sympathy for their condition, as she cast a puzzled glance at Luoxia. Upon hearing Tashigi's words, Smoker's expression sharpened, and he inquired in a tone edged with frost, Luoxia, what is your connection to Gold Lion? How did you come to possess his dual swords? Luoxia, unfazed by the revelation of his sword's origin, replied casually, I acquired them from a corpse that had swords embedded in its legs that I once drifted onto a small island where I lived for 5 years. Occasionally, I would find supplies along the shore until one day, an elderly man with golden hair washed ashore. When I attempted to rescue him, I discovered he was already dead. Ultimately, I removed the swords from his legs and buried him. Is there a problem with that? Observing Luoxia's demeanor, which revealed no cracks and lacking any evidence, Smoker could not label him a pirate based solely on the swords. Ultimately, he gleaned a bit of good news from Luoxia's words. The infamous pirate Gold Lion was dead. No problem. I was merely curious, Smoker replied, gesturing for Luoxia to make his move. In an instant, smoke enveloped the area as Smoker transformed into a cloud of white vapor, charging forward. White Strike, his arms, now smoke, detached from his body and shot forth like bullets. Luoxia nimbly sidestepped, easily evading the attack, while the white fists began to encircle him, thickening the fog in an attempt to engulf him. Luoxia chuckled, unperturbed. Such a technique posed no threat to him. With a swift movement, he executed a soru, appearing behind Smoker. Channeling his dual swords with armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, he unleashed a powerful slash. This technique was reminiscent of the Armstrong spiral jet Armstrong cannon he had previously used against the pirate, Leaky, though this time it required far less buildup and the Haki was only applied in a limited amount. Thus, he decided to name it the Armstrong spiral slash in his mind, as he refrained from employing Gold Lion's sword techniques to avoid revealing his identity. Ugh! Smoker, struck by the blow, transformed into a shadow and crashed through a building, landing heavily on the ground. Colonel Smoker, Tashigi exclaimed in concern. How could this happen? Colonel Smoker is a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Ordinary attacks should not be able to touch him, still reeling from the shock of Smoker's setback. Tashigi remained in disbelief. Within the smoky confines of the collapsed building, Smoker coughed up blood, struggling to rise. That was armament Haki, wasn't it? I never expected there to be a newcomer in the East Blue who could wield it, he said, leaning against the wall as he exited the building, his voice laden with certainty. Indeed, Luoxia replied with a smile. Would you care for another round? No, I am not your match. Continuing this way would only lead to my defeat. Smoker stated after a moment of contemplation. I hope you do not choose to oppose the Navy. Smoker cast a wary glance at Rosha before departing with the Navy, while Rosha waved him off. Phew, not only does he possess the Conqueror's Haki, but he has also mastered the armament Haki. Judging by how he just evaded my attack, it seems he has made considerable progress in observation Haki as well. To command all 3 types of Haki, coupled with that monstrous strength he displayed, he is indeed a formidable adversary. I must report this to Admiral Sengoku at once. Smoker gingerly touched the spot where Rosha had struck him, wincing at the lingering pain. Nevertheless, he managed to maintain his composure in front of his subordinates. On the other hand, After defeating Smoker, Rosha received a notification from the system. Ding. The next sign-in location is Alabasta. Sign-in will be available in 40 days. Please proceed to the sign-in location. It's usually a 5-day increment for sign-ins. Why does this one require a wait of 40 days? Rosha pondered, though he had intended to visit a certain place during this time, the North Sea. Standing on the deck with a newspaper in hand, Rosha was astonished by the sensational news of the day. The curtain falls on the great pirate era. The legendary pirate, Gold Lion Shiki, has perished on a small island in the East Sea. Captain Ace of the Spade Pirates has failed in his challenge against Whitebeard and has now joined the Whitebeard Pirates as the 2nd Division commander. The speed at which Morgan's disseminated news was remarkable. He must have planted informants within the Navy. Rosha had already known about Ace joining Whitebeard from the previous newspaper, which reported Ace's intention to challenge him. What about you, Rosha? Any discoveries? Nami emerged from the cabin. Glancing at Rosha, who seemed preoccupied, Rosha shook his head. None. The notion of seeking a kingdom from a fairy tale was utterly ludicrous. Had I not followed you and witnessed such matters, I would have never indulged in this folly. Nami sighed, feeling exasperated. 10 days prior, Rosha had expressed his desire to search for a kingdom called Germa in the North Sea. Initially, Nami and the others were unaware of the North Sea circumstances, thinking it would be a good opportunity to explore. However, after inquiring about Germa's information locally, they discovered it was merely a fictional realm from a comic, a fairy tale. Indeed, the revelation left the girls astounded. Rosha was genuinely attempting to find a kingdom that existed solely in fairy tales, an impossibility, it seemed. They began to ask about Germa, and through Rosha's explanations, they learned that Germa 66 was a notorious family of assassins in the underworld. The so-called fairy tale was merely a comic created by the antagonists based on Germa 66. Subsequently, Rosha commenced a purge of the local gangs and eventually located one that had recently collaborated with Germa 66. Following the clues provided by them led Rosha to the current location. Alas, it seems I must continue my search nearby. Those wretched gangs. If they dare deceive me, I shall ensure their families are uprooted upon my return. Rosha gritted his teeth in frustration. The address provided by the gang was a place where Germa had resided 2 days prior. Yet, since Germa was a mobile kingdom, locating them would not be an easy task. However, given their substantial size, their movement would likely be slow. Rosha extended his observation Haki and scanned the skies, hoping to spot Germa 66. Suit yourself. I'm heading back to catch up on some beauty sleep. Nami waved her hand dismissively and turned to re-enter the cabin. Oh, come on. It's quite dull here by myself. Join me for a chat. Rosha playfully grinned, tugging Nami's wrist and drawing her into an embrace. You were the one who wanted to find Germa 66, not me. Nami rolled her eyes, accustomed to Rosha's antics. Thus, hours passed, and ultimately, Nami could no longer tolerate Rosha's persistent behavior and made a hasty retreat. Ah, youth still too reserved, Rosha sighed, feeling satisfied nonetheless. At least his relationship with Nami had progressed. If only 2 years later, Nami would be even better. Although she had already blossomed, she would pale in comparison to her future self. Wait, what's that? Bored, Rosha began to scan the distance and suddenly noticed something unusual. From his vantage point, a dark spot on the sea was slowly moving. Squinting, he discerned that it was indeed his sought-after target, the Germa Kingdom. Excellent. I finally found it. Thankfully, those rascals didn't deceive me. Rosha rejoiced. Clearly, searching from the sky had its advantages. He quickly returned to the cabin to share the news with the others. What? You really found it? Karina exclaimed in shock. She had not held much hope for Rosha's expedition, but it seemed fortune smiled upon him this time. Yes, you all stay on the ship. This could be somewhat perilous. Why not take me along? My barrier fruit can be of assistance, Karina protested, feeling underestimated. The girls had all significantly improved since their earlier days, particularly with her barrier fruit's abilities. Now. The adversaries this time are different. Germa 66 possesses aerial combat capabilities, and I worry they may attempt to capture others. Remain on the ship and protect the rest, Rosha said with a gentle pat on Karina's head before exiting the cabin. The sole reason for seeking the Germa Kingdom was the arc reactor. While many capable individuals could create such a device, finding them was exceedingly difficult. Coincidentally, Germa was renowned for its ability to forge arc reactors. And Rosha also intended to have the Germa royal family craft battle garments for him and the others, as well as upgrade his sword, though the Kuratsuki Sakura was already classified among the great swords. The properties of sea stone were indeed remarkable, possessing shock absorption characteristics. Incorporating sea stone into his twin swords would undoubtedly enhance his strength. If he could also apply sea stone to his battle attire, It would be an exceptional material for shock absorption. Imagining this promising future, Rosha quickened his pace. Upon reaching the skies above Goa Kingdom, alarms began blaring below. They had clearly detected his presence, but this was precisely Rosha's intention. Rather than clandestinely infiltrating and engaging in combat before negotiations, it was preferable to confront them first and then discuss matters. Goa was no benign entity. Collaborating without mutual strength would lead to doom. Rosha's primary objective was to demonstrate his prowess. Only by showcasing his might would they refrain from plotting against him behind his back. Soon, a multitude of soldiers poured out from the castle, followed by 5 figures clad in battle attire of varying colors, the rulers of Goa. Vinsmoke Judge and his 4 children. Intruder, what brings you here? Judge queried, noting the unfamiliarity of the visitor, yet sensing an air of significance about him. I wish for the Goa Kingdom to assist me in crafting some battle garments and to reforge my sword. Oh, and if possible, may I take that pink lady over there aboard my ship? I believe I have fallen for her at first sight, Rosha replied, jesting with a cheerful demeanor. Are you jesting? Do you think Goa is at your beck and call? To dare come and provoke us? You must be courting death? Judge's fury ignited, a vein throbbing on his forehead. There's no need to be so angry. I come with sincerity that I possess a technical research blueprint that I can offer you in exchange for upgrading the battle garments. Rosha spread his hands in a placating gesture. No matter what technology you bring, the fate of those who dare provoke Goa is death, right? I understand the drill. It's simply a matter of having a fight first. Isn't it? Come at me. Roxia let out a helpless smile, having never anticipated that the other party would acquiesce so readily. Thus, he boldly articulated his demands. Everything could be negotiated after the battle concluded. Vinsmoke Gaji was a man of considerable cowardice. In the face of peril, he revealed his timid nature, and at that juncture, negotiations would be far more favorable. The prerequisite, however, was that one's strength had to surpass his. Fortuitously, Roxia's current prowess was indeed formidable. Legio and Iji let him witness the might of Goa. Gaji, composed and unflustered, issued commands, prompting Legio and Iji to immediately adopt a battle stance. In a swift motion, they encircled Roxia. One on each side. Aren't you joining forces? Roxia inquired of Gaji. Are you underestimating us? Upon hearing Roxia's question, Iji felt belittled, yet his expression remained devoid of emotion. If you don't join forces, then you shall forfeit your ability to resist. Roxia replied, shaking his head, his tone calm as if he were stating an indisputable fact. You may withdraw now. In an instant, Roxia used Sara to appear behind Iji, delivering a kick that sent Iji crashing into the forest of the kingdom. This kick was unrelenting, infused with both armament Haki and conqueror's Haki, combined with Roxia's monstrous physique, nearly breaking Iji's waist. So swift, the onlookers were left with this singular thought, too intimidated to underestimate the situation. All entering a combat-ready state. Yet, compared to 4 years hence, they were still woefully inadequate, with only Gaji possessing any semblance of combat capability. However, even Gaji's strength barely matched that of a vice-admiral in the Navy. His reliance on technology rendered him incapable of reaching the standards of 4 years later. Your strength is still too immature. Best to obediently withdraw, Roxia stated, his figure already beside Niji and Yanji. When, the two were drenched in sweat, but before they could move, their heads were seized. Then, as if cracking walnuts, they were yanked together, causing them to foam at the mouth and collapse. Roxia's strength was no jest. Although the bloodline factor modifications granted them resilient bodies, even they could not withstand the infusion of potent conqueror's Haki. Niji, Yanji, Legio cried out in concern. Fear not, dear lady over there. They are merely unconscious. Roxia replied with a smile, adopting a relaxed tone. However, I advise you to refrain from making any sudden moves. I would prefer not to have to engage you. Damn it. Legio, retreat. This fellow is unlike the others. Gaji's expression turned stern as he commanded Legio to back away. Without hesitation, she complied, for those modified by the bloodline factor could not resist Gaji's commands. You differ from the others, which explains your audacity in infiltrating Goa Kingdom. But if you believe Goa possesses only this degree of strength, you are gravely mistaken. All copy soldiers, advance. Gaji revealed an evil grin, believing that even if the opponent was strong, they had yet to reach the level of the 4 emperors, and that sheer numbers would overwhelm them. He anticipated that once Roxia exhibited fatigue, it would mark the optimal moment to strike. However, his calculations were flawed. He had not accounted for Roxia's monstrous physique akin to that of Charlotte Linlin, which meant stamina was the least of his concerns. A tactic of overwhelming numbers, utterly futile. But since they are merely copies, I shan't hold back. Do not seek me out later for wasted manpower. Roxia unsheathed his dual swords, having not even employed them in the previous skirmish, relying solely on his strength and speed to dispatch Iji, Niji, and Yanji. The copy soldiers charged heedlessly, devoid of fear or emotion. The intimidation of Conqueror's Haki had little effect on them. Lion Chopper Valley. With a flurry of sword energy capable of slicing through steel, Roxia unleashed a tempest that cleaved through the ranks of copy soldiers. They fell like fruit in a game of Fruit Ninja, helpless against Roxia's blade. What? Armament Haki. In a place like this, possessing Haki ability, and is that not the technique of the Golden Lion? Gaji's face bore astonishment. Earlier, when Iji was sent flying, Gaji had merely caught a fleeting glimpse of the Haki's usage, but now, as Roxia wielded his dual swords, it was evident that they were enveloped in armament Haki, showcasing considerable strength with mastery of hardening, wrapping, and emitting. Me. Old Shiki is somewhat of a mentor to me, though our time together was brief, Roxia reminisced, recalling the moment spent under Shiki's tutelage. I see. The heir of the Golden Lion. Gaji exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. You are the dual-wielding bounty hunter Roxia, the one whose name graced the news recently, and the report of the Golden Lion's demise originated from you, did it not? Oh, I did not expect my reputation to precede me. I thought I had been well concealed from prying eyes, Roxia replied with a chuckle. Indeed, who would have thought that a renowned bounty hunter was the successor of that legendary pirate? It is quite ironic, considering how the Navy has been played like fools by you. Gaji's wariness of Roxia intensified. This man had been concealed for so long, now laying everything bare before him. Unbeknownst to him, Gaji's demeanor had softened, shedding the arrogance he initially exhibited. Have you regained your composure? Then perhaps we can engage in dialogue, Roxia said, a smile gracing his face as he noticed Gaji's change in attitude. If your intention is to subjugate Germa 66, I would advise against harboring such thoughts. Even with my utmost effort, I could never acquiesce to your demands. Gaji could only surmise that Roxia's aim was to conquer Germa 66. Otherwise, a man who had displayed such patience would have no need to expose himself for mere battle suits. In Gaji's eyes, Roxia had become a master of concealment. Ha ha ha. I believe you have misinterpreted my intentions. I am not here to subjugate Germa, but rather to propose a collaboration. Please, take a look at this. With a hearty laugh, Roxia produced a simplified schematic of the arc reactor and tossed it to Gaji. Gaji picked up the blueprint and scrutinized it, his expression shifting to one of shock. Where did you acquire this? If this energy design can be integrated into battle suits, their power will increase by at least 5-fold. The schematic Roxia presented was nothing short of exquisite. Even Gaji, who had dedicated years to research, found some aspects perplexing, yet he understood its significance. If you wish to discuss this further, let us relocate. This is not the appropriate venue. Rather than addressing the value of the blueprint, Roxia suggested they find a more suitable place for their conversation. Follow me. Ligio, you should accompany us as well. After a moment's contemplation, Gaji made his decision. Reflecting on Roxia's earlier words, he turned to Ligio and instructed her to join. Gaji commanded the copy soldiers to carry Iji, Niji, and Yanji back for treatment, then led Roxia towards the grandest castle. Speak. What must you offer for this schematic? Upon arriving in a conference room within the castle, Gaji took his seat at the head of the table, inquiring of Roxia. Did I not just mention? I am here to collaborate. If King Gaji wishes to continue questioning my sincerity, it would serve little purpose. Roxia chuckled, finding amusement in Gaji's attempt to barter for the blueprint, the value of which was abundantly clear. Especially to a nation like Germa 66 that relied on technology to bolster its strength. Sigh. Ligio, I can entrust you with this. I can also craft the battle suits for you, including reforging the swords you require. Will that suffice? Gaji exhaled deeply, conceding. Father. Ligio was taken aback, having initially been curious why Gaji summoned her to discuss the matter, only to realize she was merely a pawn in the exchange. Roxia shook his head and spoke. That is still insufficient. What further demands do you have? Gaji felt a surge of irritation. He had come as per the prior request of the other party, yet they had audaciously reneged on their promise. However, contemplating the significance of the blueprint, he managed to suppress his frustration. Haha, do not be vexed. It is merely a trifling request, he remarked. I am open to collaborating with you on the technology of the arc reactor. Yet, I must insist that whenever I require new battle attire, you must assist in its creation. Do not fret. It shall not be excessive. Furthermore, I have heard that those modified with bloodline factors cannot resist your commands. Correct. I require you to revoke the directive concerning Reiju. Roxia, resting his chin on one hand, regarded Gaji with a playful curiosity. eager to witness his reaction. Reiju was taken aback. Roxia's words bore the weight of sincerity, and the notion that he had truly fallen for her at first sight seemed plausible. This thought caused her cheeks to flush. She was one of the only two modified beings from the Vinsmoke family to retain her emotions. Simultaneously, she harbored no fondness for residing within the Germa Kingdom, and bound by her father's orders, she found herself unable to escape its confines. She yearned for the ocean, for freedom. It was during her childhood that she assisted Sanji in fleeing the kingdom. Upon hearing Roxia's words, Gaji's agitation subsided slightly as he pondered the implications. If that is all, I can acquiesce to your request. After a moment of heavy contemplation, Gaji ultimately agreed to Roxia's terms. Reiju, you need no longer heed my commands. Simply follow Captain Roxia from now on. Gaji issued this order, yet it was laced with a profound contradiction. Akin to flipping a switch, Reiju sensed an immediate relaxation within her. The previously unassailable notion of defying Gaji dissipated. The mere utterance of his words was sufficient to nullify the command that bound her. Now this is correct. This is the complete design. Roxia produced the blueprint of the arc reactor and tossed it to Gaji, who reverently accepted this invaluable document. How long will it take to integrate the arc reactor into the battle attire? Roxia inquired. I cannot say. It could be a month, 2 months, or even a year. Everything hinges on experimentation, Gaji replied, his gaze fixed on the documents without glancing up at Roxia. Subsequently, Roxia retrieved a small piece of vibranium and tossed it over, successfully capturing Gaji's attention. He had not revealed all the vibranium he possessed, but had divided it into 4 segments using the system. What is this? Gaji questioned, perplexed as he examined the metallic fragment in his palm. This is a special alloy, remarkably tough. You have the means to integrate it into my sword and battle outfit. Roxia did not disclose the properties of the vibranium, merely noting its exceptional hardness. Vibranium, also known as sound-absorbing steel, is one of the hardest substances in the Marvel Universe, though not the hardest. Its ability to absorb kinetic energy renders it unparalleled in defensive capabilities. Absolutely no problem. I possess the finest equipment for crafting gear, capable of melting even the most formidable materials. How long will it take to forge my sword? Leave the sword with me. I will have it ready within 3 days. Also, here is my Din Din Mushi. I will notify you once it is complete. Upon hearing this, Roxia drew his twin swords from his waist and tossed one to Gaji, who reciprocated with a Din Din Mushi of his own. In that case, I shall await your completion in 3 days. Please expedite the battle attire. With that, Roxia enveloped Reiju in his embrace and made his way toward the conference room door, pausing just before exiting. Oh, by the way, you should be aware that I am a user of the float fruit, right? Roxia turned back, his tone laced with intrigue, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. He had not concealed his presence during the invasion. So Gaji must have witnessed him floating above. Coupled with his identity as the heir of the Gold Lion, Gaji would surely deduce that he had consumed the float fruit. What do you mean? Gaji furrowed his brow, bewildered by Roxia's insinuation, though I do not understand why the old man, the Gold Lion, seldom engages in such matters. I must emphasize that the float fruit can manipulate this entire island to ascend or descend at will. Therefore, no matter where you hide, I shall find you. Even within the territory of the 4 emperors or the Navy headquarters, you cannot escape. I trust you would not wish for me to drop these little gifts from the sky upon you. Hence, remember not to include any other tricks within the battle attire. I will have someone inspect it afterward, and should anything be discovered, do not blame me for not sparing you due to Reiju's presence. With that, Roxia winked at Reiju. This moment, Gaji remained oblivious to the threat Roxia posed, merely snorting in response. Humph. If I have agreed to collaborate with you, I shall not sabotage the process. Once it is completed, the results will speak for themselves. That is good to hear. I am pleased with this fruitful collaboration, King Gaji. Should new technologies arise in the future, I will seek you out again. Roxia waved farewell, a smile gracing his lips as he tightened his grip around Reiju, drawing her closer. He then utilized the abilities of the float fruit to ascend toward the triangular sailboat in the sky. Once Roxia departed, Gaji's expression morphed into one of obsession and fervor. Such exquisite energy technology surpassed even that of Vegapunk. It was not merely a contemporary invention, but a technology that seemed to have leaped 1,000 years ahead of its time. Gaji murmured, entranced by the arc reactor's blueprint. Meanwhile, Roxia returned to the sailboat with Reiju. As soon as they landed, a few women rushed forward to inquire about Roxia's well-being. Roxia, are you all right? Nami was the first to approach, anxiously inspecting him for injuries. I am fine. There is no need for concern. Did I not say that with my strength? I am not afraid of anyone from the 4 seas or the paradise. Roxia replied gently, his gaze softening as he regarded Nami. Over time, Nami had transformed from a reluctant captive to a trusted companion, and now she regarded Roxia as one of her cherished family. Who is she? It was only then that Nami noticed Reiju in Roxia's embrace. Initially, her worry for Roxia had caused her to focus solely on him, neglecting the presence of another woman. Now, upon regaining her composure, she realized that Roxia was holding yet another woman, which irked her. She cast a hostile glance at Reiju and pinched Roxia's waist, her eyes conveying her displeasure. How dare you, Roxia? I have been worried about you all this time. And you go off to find another woman. Greetings, I am Vinsmoke Reiju, and from now on, I shall be Captain Roxia's companion. Reiju chimed in, her tone intimate, her expression radiating a flirtatious allure as she leaned lightly against Roxia's shoulder. What do you mean, Roxia's companion? A crew member is merely a crew member. You should take a step back, Gaji interjected, seemingly provoked by Reiju's words that Captain Roxia declared at our first meeting that he was smitten with me. And he specifically requested my presence aboard his ship for our collaboration. Reiju continued, resting her chin on her hand with a bashful smile, unabashedly provoking Nami further. What? Roxia, you scoundrel. You are such a lecher. Always eyeing other women while eating from the same bowl. Do not come looking for me again. Nami seethed, attempting to push past Roxia and retreat to the cabin. Roxia, however, was not about to let her go that easily. He quickly wrapped his arms around her in comfort. That is not the case. I was merely concerned for you, and since I noticed fewer people, I thought it best to find you some companions for entertainment. Roxia offered a wry smile, soothing her with sweet words for quite some time. Ultimately, the young Nami could not withstand Roxia's advances, her cheeks flushing as she scampered back to the cabin, feeling embarrassed in front of her sister. Reiju, you should also be mindful. This demeanor does not suit you. Once you spend time with Nami, you will realize she is not a bad person, Roxia advised. What kind of demeanor does Captain Roxia believe would suit me? Reiju, on the contrary, appeared to be even more enchanting. The usual demeanor would suffice. Why not take a moment to explore this place? I shall escort you back to our base later. After all, we must remain here for 3 days. Luoxia released Reiju, fearful that he might succumb to the temptation of carrying her directly to the captain's quarters. Indeed, Captain Luoxia, Reiju replied with a light laugh. Greetings, Sister Reiju, I am the ship's doctor. Koya. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Koya smiled warmly as she approached and shook Reiju's hand. So you are Koya, Luoxia spoke of you earlier, referring to you as his little angel on board. Someone to whom one can turn in times of illness. Reiju spoke gently, her expression tender. Koya and no Kigo did not harbor the same animosity towards Reiju as Nami, and they quickly became familiar with one another. It was evident that Reiju's gentle nature, graceful demeanor, and social skills made her an embodiment of a true lady. Hey, are you actually smitten with her? Did you traverse all this way to the North Sea just to find her? Karina inquired, playfully nudging Luoxia with her elbow, her voice lowered with curiosity. Hey, what nonsense are you spewing? Wasn't it because I was enamored with you that I brought you aboard in the first place? Luoxia retorted with a mischievous grin. I knew it. You are incorrigible, with so many beautiful women on board, yet you venture outside to seek someone else, Karina said, her expression incredulous. Are you referring to yourself? Speaking of which, I recall someone promised me a reward for accompanying her on a shopping trip, yet it seems someone has forgotten. Luoxia's grin widened, leaving Karina blushing furiously as she attempted to counter his teasing. Oh, it's just a reward. What's there to fuss about? I can always make it up to you later. No, I want it now. The newly installed bathtub in the ship's bathroom is quite spacious, but it feels rather lonely to bathe alone. Why not join me for a bath as a little reward? With that, he hoisted Karina onto his shoulder. Hey, let's choose another reward, shall we? Besides, it's still broad daylight. Bathing can wait until evening, Karina protested. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered timidly in Luoxia's ear. I can't hear you, too quiet, he replied, ignoring her words as he strode into the ship's cabin. No Kigo, observing the situation, merely chuckled softly as they departed. An hour later, Luoxia opened the bathroom door, steam wafting from the warm water. And the two emerged from the bathroom. Karina rubbed her sore cheeks, her face flushed and slightly bashful. I really don't understand how you learn such peculiar things. Had I not seen you were already exhausted. I could have gone on for a few more hours. Karina rolled her eyes before turning back to her room. In truth, with his iron balloon physique and the ability to absorb the energy from food, even battling against Yonko or Navy admirals for 10 days and nights would be a trivial pursuit. In the end, it would likely be the Navy admirals who would tire first. Satisfied, Luoxia returned to his room, changed clothes, and made his way to the hall. Inside, Laughter and merriment filled the air. Leggio, Nami, and no Kigo were engaged in conversation, radiating an aura of harmony. Luo Xia was taken aback by this scene. Just moments ago, Nami had been at odds with Leggio, yet now she wore a smile, conversing amicably with her. What is happening here? Luo Xia wondered, his expression one of confusion. Leggio, noticing his arrival first, winked at him. Goodness. She truly is a social butterfly. Nami is simply too inexperienced to contend with you at that moment. The others also recognized Luo Xia's presence. Luo Xia, you're back. Where have you been? We couldn't find you. And Karina as well, Nami exclaimed, approaching him with delight. Me? I just felt a bit warm and decided to take a bath. Karina probably returned to her room to rest as she was a tad tired. Oh, I see. Is it quite hot? It feels bearable to me. Nami remarked, somewhat puzzled, yet she continued to chat cheerfully. By the way, how did your relationship with Leggio become so amicable so quickly? Upon hearing Luo Xia's question, Nami's face suddenly flushed, and she playfully pushed him towards no Kigo. It's nothing. You need not concern yourself with girls' topics. Luo Xia, perplexed, took a seat beside Leggio and quietly inquired. What did you discuss with Nami? How did you win her over so swiftly? Leggio replied with a mysterious smile, echoing something similar to Nami's earlier words. It's best if you refrain from meddling in girls' secrets. If you choose not to share, then so be it, Luo Xia said, turning his head away in dismissal. Luo Xiagage, come try the pudding I just created. Koya wheeled a small cart into view, presenting a plate of pudding. It looks quite delectable. Thank you, Koya. Luo Xia accepted it, spearing a piece with his fork and popping it into his mouth, his face lighting up with joy. Sister Nami, you must try it too. Koya handed out pudding to the other ladies. Wow, Koya's skills have improved again. This dessert is becoming increasingly delightful. No Kigo praised her directly. Indeed, this is the finest dessert I have ever tasted, Leggio chimed in, offering her compliments without reservation. Oh, no, I'm nowhere near the level of no Kigone. After all, Luo Xiagage has said that no Kigone has reached an advanced culinary standard, while I'm still at an intermediate level, Koya responded, a touch shy from the flattery. By the way, I am curious. Were you all originally chefs? Leggio asked, having gleaned from previous conversations with Nami that everyone had a passion for cooking. I suppose you could say we are self-taught chefs. Luo Xia has quite the appetite, and I had no choice but to learn to cook. Otherwise, it would be exhausting for no Kigo to do all the cooking alone. Nami replied, savoring another bite of pudding. I see, Leggio pondered. All right, it's time to prepare dinner. Let's return to the island, Luo Xia announced, stretching his arms as he stood up and headed towards the ship's exit. Are there other islands nearby? Are we returning to Goa Kingdom? Leggio inquired, her curiosity piqued as she turned to Nami. You will find out soon enough. It will surely leave you astonished, Nami replied, feigning mystery while sporting a smile. As Luo Xia navigated the ship higher, breaking through the thick clouds, they arrived at the cloud pinnacle. Upon exiting the cabin, Leggio was taken aback by the sight before her. Is this a Navy base? What lay before her, suspended above the clouds, was the Navy's 16th branch. Indeed, the incident reported a few days ago was indeed your doing, Leggio asserted with certainty. If you're referring to the incident involving the East Blue Navy's 16th branch, then yes, it was us, Luo Xia replied with a subtle smile. But why take such action? Are you not afraid of Navy retaliation? Leggio queried, perplexed. To her, it seemed simpler to seek out an uninhabited island rather than target a conspicuous Navy base. It's a long story, but those Navy fellows are hypocritical. They possess the intelligence yet choose to remain silent. Luo Xia then recounted Nami's story and the reasons behind their actions against the Navy. I see. So it was for Nami's sake. Captain Luo Xia, you truly are a considerate captain for your crew. This what they call a furious charge for a beloved woman, Leggio remarked, her understanding deepening as she teased him lightly. Indeed, anyone who dares to bully my crew will face my wrath, even if it means taking on the Navy. Having provoked my ire, I would readily commandeer a multitude of colossal islands to submerge his naval headquarters. No one could thwart my intentions. In response to Leggio's teasing, Luo Xia calmly uttered these rather terrifying words. At that moment, Leggio profoundly sensed the lengths this man would go to protect those he cared for. What a responsible captain you are. I shall expect your attentive watch henceforth. With a subtle smirk, Leggio extended her palm. Luo Xia hesitated for a moment before grasping her hand, smiling as he remarked, I had thought it would take you longer to truly board the ship. In truth, I had intended to wait for a chance to sneak away upon landing, Leggio replied with a playful laugh. entirely unconcerned about the implications of her admission. Then, why the sudden honesty? Luoxiao inquired, puzzled by the girl's acknowledgement of him. There is no particular reason. The atmosphere aboard is delightful. This sense of freedom embodies the life I yearn for, cooking with companions, sharing conversations, and exploring the world's wonders. Living unfettered, Luoxiao leaned against the ship's railing, inhaling deeply, her expression softening as she gazed through the clouds at the ocean below. Moreover, I have nowhere else to go, rather than drifting upon the sea. It is not so bad to remain by your side. Luoxiao approached, wrapping his arms around her waist, winking playfully and giving her a thumbs up. Captain Luoxiao, is this how you treat your crew members? Luoxiao laughed, gesturing to his hand resting on her waist. Indeed, this constitutes harassment, you know. Luoxiao smiled, gently removing his hand. Harassment? This is merely my affection for my crew. I treat every crew member equally, Luoxiao declared, arms crossed in righteous indignation. Ah, now I understand why Nami-chan mentioned you can be rather insufferable at times, Luoxiao remarked, a hint of exasperation in her voice. What did Nami-chan say about me? Luoxiao asked, feigning devastation, inciting further laughter from Luoxiao. Soon after, the sailing vessel docked at the harbor. Welcome to our secret base, Longyu Island, Luoxiao exclaimed, arms wide as he proudly addressed Luoxiao. Huh? When did you name it? Nami asked, astonished, having been unaware of the base's new title. Ha ha ha, just moments ago. We can't keep referring to this island as the naval branch forever, so I thought it fitting to give it a proper name. Come, Luoxiao, allow me to show you around. I won't disturb Nami and the others while they prepare dinner. Luoxiao chuckled, taking Luoxiao's hand to guide her on a tour of the island. Actually, I wanted to help Nami-chan and the others with cooking. It sounds quite interesting. Luoxiao hesitated before voicing her intentions. No need to rush. We have plenty of time. Let me first familiarize you with this island, and later I can teach you how to cook, Luoxiao replied. Captain Luoxiao can cook? Luoxiao asked, her curiosity piqued. You might not know this, but Nami and Karina are both chefs I trained, Luoxiao proclaimed with pride, attributing the success of the gourmet cooking book to himself. I must say, my perception of Captain Luoxiao has changed. Luoxiao applauded, her laughter ringing out. The man before her was undeniably charming, with a touch of narcissism and a penchant for showmanship, yet he was decisive and protective of his comrades in battle. Perhaps I should also add a lecherous trait to his character, Luoxiao mused inwardly, her smile growing ever brighter. As Luoxiao guided her, he began to explain the island's facilities. However, when he introduced the crew's training room, Luoxiao could not help but express her astonishment. Is this truly the key to your strength? She exclaimed, reaching out to touch the door in disbelief. Indeed, Nami, no Kigo, and Karina all train here, though Koya studies medicine daily. She also dedicates time to training. From tomorrow, you will be part of this as well, and I will wholeheartedly teach you how to grow stronger, Luoxiao said, his expression turning serious as he spoke about the importance of training his crew. That is indeed something to look forward to, Luoxiao replied eagerly. Ha ha ha, your physical abilities surpass those of Nami and the others, so you will have much to learn. I will personally instruct you in the application of armament Haki, observation Haki, as well as the techniques of the Navy's 6 forms, shave and moonwalk. These are essential skills for practical combat. Luoxiao detailed his training plan for Luoxiao. And you can also learn cooking here. After all, it will yield excellent results. Later, Nami will lend you the advanced cookbook for your studies. Suddenly recalling Luoxiao's interest in cooking, he added a note of encouragement. Excellent results, you say? Truly a remarkable power of the devil fruit. Luoxiao murmured to herself. Now that I have introduced you to the island's facilities, let us return and sample the feast they have prepared, Luoxiao said, pulling Luoxiao into his embrace as they made their way toward the dining hall. The grand table was already laden with a variety of exquisite dishes. Luoxiao's eyes sparkled as he rushed forward. Hey, you, wash your hands before you eat, Karina admonished, grabbing Luoxiao's cheek, who appeared as if he had consumed a rubber devil fruit, his face stretching without impeding his eating speed. Isn't it because you all made such delicious food that I couldn't resist sampling it? Luoxiao replied, his words muffled by the morsel of sea beast meat still in his mouth. Karina's forehead twitched, and Luoxiao felt a chill run down his spine as the world around him swayed violently. You just wanted to sneak a bite, didn't you? Wash your hands properly and wait until we are done, Karina ordered, unceremoniously shoving him toward the sink. After swallowing his food, Luoxiao complied with her demands, washing his hands before quietly taking a seat at the table. Luoxiao chuckled at the scene, then joined Luoxiao after washing her own hands. This atmosphere was the life she had always longed for, a dream that could never be realized in the Goa Kingdom. With Nami's final dish served, the dinner commenced. Rosha, with the fervor of a storm, began to devour the culinary delights before him. The ladies beamed with joy at his appreciation for their cooking. After dinner, Rosha suggested a swim in the pool, a proposal met with unanimous agreement. In the dead of night, the door to Rosha's room creaked open. A petite figure stealthily entered, approaching Rosha's bedside. Several times she hesitated, wanting to leap forward but feeling shy. Ultimately, as if struck by inspiration, she bravely pounced. In the morning, Rosha awoke from his slumber, Nami still peacefully asleep beside him. Hee, is this what you meant by secrets between girls, Leitio? I must admit. Well played, Rosha said with a gentle smile, stroking Nami's hair. Sensing something in her sleep, Nami mumbled, No, Rosha, go find Karina and no Kigone. I really can't. Heh, look at you. So bold before. Now you know fear, Rosha grinned, dressing before stepping out of his room. In the common area, the other women were already awake, busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Leitio, sipping coffee at the table, greeted Rosha with a radiant smile. Rosha shot her a glance. You're awake. Why are you and Nami up so late today? Karina approached him with a plate of breakfast, her face adorned with curiosity as she inquired, who wouldn't desire to indulge in a leisurely slumber? I presume Nami is also enjoying her beauty sleep. Rosha displayed an expression of indifference while eating, and Leitio merely chuckled quietly without uttering a word. Is that so? That is indeed a rare occurrence, Karina mused, scratching her head. It is time for your training to ascend to a new stage. After breakfast, I shall personally guide you in your practice. Rosha promptly shifted the topic, eager to steer clear of Nami's name. By the way, does the Goa Kingdom have craftsmen? Rosha recalled something and turned his gaze toward Leitio. Indeed, the Goa Kingdom boasts its own guild of craftsmen. Why do you ask? Leitio inquired, somewhat puzzled, wondering if Rosha intended to forge something. Well, since we'll be here for a few days, it just so happens that my island requires some renovations. We need to dismantle certain naval equipment. Furthermore, we must remove that bothersome naval insignia. You might need to discuss this with your father, though I suspect he will not refuse. No problem. I shall go at once. Rosha quickly finished the food on the table and darted outside. Hey, there is still plenty of breakfast left. Aren't you going to finish? I'll eat when I return, Rosha replied without looking back, his figure swiftly plunging toward the Goa Kingdom. Upon reaching the castle gates, the replica soldiers immediately recognized Rosha and promptly informed Gaji. Moments later, Gaji emerged, his eyes reddened. What is it now? You haven't been awake all night researching the arc reactor, have you? Rosha asked, casting a curious glance at Gaji, who now resembled a disheveled old man. With bloodshot eyes and tousled hair, he looked as though he had just emerged from a refuse heap. If you're only here for that, then I must return to my research. Gaji, visibly displeased, turned to head back to the laboratory. He had no time to deal with Rosha, since he began his research yesterday. The more he immersed himself, the more he felt the allure of the arc reactor. Wait. I actually need your assistance with something. Rosha quickly blocked his path, grinning broadly as he threw an arm around Gaji's shoulder, adopting a friendly demeanor. What is it? Gaji responded impatiently. I heard from Leitio that you have a guild of craftsmen here, right? My island needs some modifications, and I'd like to borrow a few people for the renovations. Is that all? Yes, just that. Gaji sighed and then instructed the replica soldiers to summon the craftsmen. Unless it's something major, don't disturb my research again. Any issues can be arranged directly with Leitio. After leaving that remark, Gaji turned and returned to his experiments. Rosha shrugged, noting the straightforwardness of Gaji's response, suggesting the arc reactor held a significant allure for him. Well then, since Leitio will handle the arrangements, I shall not be modest. Rosha used his observation Haki to scan the surrounding waters, finding no signs of life before setting the island down. Ever since the incident at the Evil Dragon Park, where he was photographed by the newsbird, Rosha had been exceedingly cautious. Being captured on film would surely lead to disaster. After the replica craftsman boarded the island, Rosha elevated it again to avoid lingering too long. Once he finalized the design, Nami had already risen. After breakfast, she returned to the ship to commence the day's training. However, Nami's complexion still bore a slight blush, evidently bashful about her bold actions from the previous night. Yet Rosha paid no heed to her embarrassment, continuing as usual to draw close to Nami. Upon entering the training room, Rosha released Nami, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness, a hallmark of his teaching style. All right, since the time has come, I shall begin. Noticing Rosha's serious expression, everyone else fell into a focused state, ready to listen intently. First, let us discuss the training methods for the Navy's 6 styles, specifically the Sparrow and Jeppu. The Navy's 6 styles serve as a remarkably effective physical training regimen, closely linked to Haki, and can be regarded as an introductory guide to it. Unfortunately, I only possess knowledge of 2 techniques, Saru and Jeppu. Saru involves rapidly stepping on the ground to generate rebound force, achieving swift movement. With that, Rosha paused to demonstrate for the women. Whoosh! In an instant, Rosha's figure was replaced by a fleeting afterimage. Although the principle is rather simple, mastering the posture and timing of force application requires exceptional control. Next, we have Jeppu, which can be considered a variant of Saru, yet its training demands are significantly more challenging. Rosha demonstrated the use of Jeppu once more. Jeppu allows one to step on air during a jump, altering one's trajectory in midair, and can also be employed for aerial combat. Generally, mastering Saru enables one to use Jeppu. But proper control of direction and rhythm in the air is crucial. I do not possess knowledge of the remaining techniques, but I can explain some principles of the others. First up is the Rankyaku, which utilizes high-speed kicking techniques to create a vacuum around, producing an air slash, akin to blowing through a straw, where air is expelled from the other end. As he spoke, Rosha prepared to demonstrate the kicking technique. Whoosh! Rosha's kick generated a sonic boom, unleashing a tremendous air slash. Wait, what? Rosha himself appeared astonished as he turned to the women, his eyes seemingly conveying, "This is what you claim I cannot do?" Ahem. Well, it's likely due to my physical prowess being sufficient, coupled with the fact that both Saru and Jeppu primarily focus on leg techniques. Thus, after mastering the first 2, learning Rankyaku posed little challenge. However, as you know, I am a swordsman and typically do not rely on my legs to produce sword techniques. Rosha coughed awkwardly, having just claimed he couldn't do it, yet demonstrated it right then and there. Feeling somewhat boastful, the primary reason was Rosha's exceptional physique. Once he met the criteria and understood the principles, mastering them became quite easy. Now, let us discuss the remaining techniques. Shurgan condenses all one's blood into the fingers, rendering them incredibly hard, with power comparable to that of a handgun, though ultimately of little use. I would advise against learning it. Tekai, similar in nature, accelerates blood flow within the body, enhancing muscle movement and increasing hardness. However, employing this technique while moving is ill-advised. Using it on the Grand Line is tantamount to courting death, as it is a technique that spells doom for the user. Paper drawing is rather intriguing. It enables one to relinquish all bodily strength, allowing the individual to drift like paper in the wind, necessitating the ability to sense the air currents of an incoming attack for evasion. However, mastering paper drawing is crucial for honing observation Haki, as it requires an acute awareness of the surrounding air currents. Much like practicing observation Haki entails sensing everything. As Rosha spoke of Haki, the others listened intently, fearful of missing any details. Observation Haki is a remarkable power, capable of sensing nearby life forms and discerning the trajectory and location of an enemy's attack. Some exceptional practitioners of observation Haki can even perceive human emotions, while those who reach the highest levels may gain the ability to foresee the future. The women gasped in astonishment at Rosha's mention of such profound capabilities of observation Haki. Indeed, there exist individuals in this world who have attained the ability to predict the future through their observation Haki, Rosha stated matter-of-factly, while Lei Jio appeared deep in thought. The individual you refer to, who can predict the future, must be the second son of the Yonko Charlotte Lin, Charlotte Katakuri. Correct, precisely. Currently, very few possess the ability to foresee the future through observation Haki, even among the Yonko. It seems only one can wield such power. Rosha nodded in affirmation. The Yonko, the other women, aside from Lei Jio, expressed curiosity, inquiring about the identities of the Yonko, how to value the significance of Rosha and Lei Jio. Lei Jio cast a puzzled glance at Rosha, as she assumed he must have discussed the 4 emperors with the girls. Given his knowledge. To her astonishment, the girls were completely unaware of the legendary 4 emperors of the Grand Line. Ahem. The 4 emperors are 4 legendary pirates who emerged after the death of the Pirate King, Roger, plunging the seas into chaos, with the Grand Line becoming a haven for pirates. Countless individuals sought to venture out in pursuit of the One Piece. And ultimately, the world government was powerless to halt this rampant era, driving pirates into the latter half of the Grand Line, now known as the New World. In the New World, formidable warriors abound. Yet among them are the 4 most powerful pirate emperors, collectively referred to as the 4 emperors. Rosha then recounted the origins of the 4 emperors, and the girls, appearing somewhat naive, began to grasp the vastness of the sea. They had heard tales of Whitebeard since childhood, his name often invoked by adults to frighten children. Over time, people became well acquainted with the legendary figure of Whitebeard, only to discover he was one of the 4 emperors in the latter half of the Grand Line. Famously known as the strongest man in the world, it was astonishing to realize that the infamous pirate Whitebeard from their childhood tales was indeed one of the 4 emperors. Karina, with a look of newfound understanding, remarked, "Enough of that. These matters are not for you to ponder right now. Focus on enhancing your strength. When we reach the Grand Line, I will find a devil fruit that is perfectly suited for Nami." Rosha interrupted the girl's musings. A devil fruit? Never mind. I feel that honing my physical skills is quite sufficient. If I eat a devil fruit, I might end up as a landlubber. Who would save you if you fell into the water later? Nami recalled the scene of Karina consuming a devil fruit, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her brow as she forced a smile. Not at all. The ability of my devil fruit comes without any side effects. Moreover, the fruit I have selected for you is the most powerful among the 3 major categories of devil fruits. Rosha shook his head, providing an explanation. Impossible. Those who possess the abilities of a devil fruit are cursed by the sea. No one can escape the curse of the sea. How did you manage to achieve a fruit without side effects? Legio gazed at Rosha in shock, as his words shattered her understanding. The world knows that devil fruits are cursed by the sea, rendering any user weak in seawater. Furthermore, one cannot consume 2 devil fruits simultaneously lest they meet a gruesome fate. This is a widely acknowledged truth at sea, and no one dares to test the veracity of consuming 2 devil fruits. Hiki, that's my secret. There is no one else in this world capable of negating the side effects of devil fruit abilities. Rosha smiled mysteriously, refraining from explaining the origins of his power. At this moment, Karina could no longer contain herself, realizing she was the only one in the crew truly affected by seawater. She dashed to Rosha's side and clung to his arm. "Captain Rosha, please tell me too. I am the only devil fruit user in the crew. What if I fall into the sea?" Karina teased Rosha with a playful lilt in her voice. This sent a shiver down Rosha's spine. He simply could not withstand the sound of Karina's voice. All right. Even if I tell you, you want to be able to remove the side effects of the devil fruit. It's all due to my unique constitution, which nullifies the curse of the devil fruit. With the answer in hand, Karina returned to her original spot, her expression one of disappointment. She understood Rosha's extraordinary physique, his monstrous strength and stamina allowing him to fight for days on end without rest. She recognized she lacked such traits. However, Legio remained somewhat skeptical but did not press further. "Then let us begin our training. Legio, I will teach you how to use Haki, while the others should focus on mastering Saru and Jeppo. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me." After stating this, Rosha led Legio to another open area. "Would you prefer to train in observation Haki or armament Haki?" Rosha inquired. Legio pondered for a moment before responding. "Observation Haki, please." "Observation? It's quite challenging. Mastery of observation Haki requires innate talent. However, with diligent practice, you will eventually succeed in the training room." Rosha chuckled, reminding Legio of the high difficulty associated with her choice. He then retrieved a white cloth from his spatial storage and approached Legio to blindfold her. "Captain Rosha, what sort of play are you attempting?" Legio asked, tilting her head in confusion. Rosha felt a bit exasperated, wondering what was going through her mind. This is a prerequisite for training in observation Haki. Next, you must sense my attacks and evade them." Rosha took a small branch and began to circle around Legio. "Oh, I see. You're covering my eyes to enhance my ability to predict attacks through bodily perception. Here I come," Rosha announced, swinging the branch leisurely. The strike landed on Legio, who gritted her teeth but issued no sound. Thus, they trained throughout the day. Thud. "The attack missed," Rosha exclaimed, noticing that Legio seemed to have found some rhythm. It's thanks to the captain's guidance," Legio replied, removing the blindfold and smiling back at him. They exchanged smiles. "Let us go. Nami and the others are probably ready with dinner. I didn't expect you to endure for so long. It seems the physique of the Germa-modified individuals is indeed exceptional." "Well, a powerful physique often comes at a price. After all, I don't possess a natural physique like you, Captain Rosha. However, that cost has now been alleviated." "Haha, I'll take that as a compliment," Rosha chuckled. As they walked, Rosha suddenly grew playful, wrapping an arm around Legio and leaning down to ask intimately, "Did I hurt you earlier? Would you like to come to my room tonight for a massage?" "No need, Captain. You know my modified physique is like steel and iron. I recover from such attacks quite swiftly." Legio smiled as she declined. "Oh, when you were coaxing Nami, you didn't seem this timid. Are you scared now that you're alone?" Rosha pressed on, employing a bit of reverse psychology. Captain Rosha, I don't quite comprehend what you're implying." Legio feigned ignorance, turning her head away. "Fine. I want to hold this against you this time." Upon returning to the dining area, They found that Nami and the others had indeed prepared a sumptuous dinner. Captain Rosha, we've nearly finished the food we prepared earlier, and we need to restock. Noki approached Rosha with a worried expression. No problem. I'll hunt some sea kings and then resupply at Goa Kingdom. Legio, you're in charge of procuring supplies since you're familiar with Germa. Rosha said, patting Legio on the shoulder. Gaji mentioned that if there's anything needed, just inform Legio, so it wouldn't hurt to acquire some supplies without payment. On the third day in the North Sea. Thud. Rosha swung at Legio, who nimbly dodged. Your grasp of observation is progressing swiftly. You can now sense my attacks, Rosha said, smiling at Legio, who continuously evaded his strikes. That's all well and good. But if the captain were to unleash his full power, my current level of perception wouldn't be able to keep up. That's still impressive. Although with the training room's enhancements, mastering the fundamentals of observation Haki in just 3 days is commendable. With continued practice, you will grow stronger, Rosha declared, concluding the first phase of Legio's observation training as he retrieved the branch. Sensing Rosha's cessation of movement, Legio removed the cloth. So, are we about to begin training in armament Haki? In Legio's eyes gleamed a confident smile. The recent days of training had allowed her to tangibly perceive her own enhancement. This improvement was not merely a significant boost in combat power due to her battle attire, but rather a transformation within herself that rendered her stronger than before. Indeed, the training in observation Haki could come to a pause, allowing her to gradually refine her skills further, perhaps engaging in battles alongside Nami and the others. Luoxia gazed at Legio with a sense of relief. Suddenly, the serene atmosphere of training was shattered by the ringing of a transponder snail. Hello? Hey. Your sword has been forged. You can come and collect it. Came the voice of Gaji, which unmistakably conveyed a hint of fatigue. That I'll be there shortly. The two exchanged glances before descending from the newly refurbished Longyu Island. Upon arriving at the castle entrance, they found Gaji waiting, who swiftly tossed 2 twin swords towards Luoxia. Luoxia caught the Kumu Sakura, drawing it to inspect. Its cold gleam was striking, the blade as sharp as autumn frost. It appeared just as before, wielding no sense of unfamiliarity. Thanks. Truly, the craftsmanship of Germa is unmatched, Luoxia praised without reservation. Indeed, upon hearing Luoxia's commendation, Gaji stood a little taller, pride evident in his demeanor. Germa's technology was among the best in the world, effortlessly crafting weapons of remarkable quality. However, the metal you provided is quite unique. It possesses the ability to absorb energy, making it quite resistant to ordinary flames. He remarked. Luoxia produced a piece of vibranium, tossing it toward Gaji. This material is quite rare, originating from celestial bodies, extracted from meteorites. Is this sufficient for the remaining sets of battle attire I require? Gaji picked up the vibranium, furrowing his brow in contemplation. It should be enough. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, one of the suits needs to have the ability to store electrical energy. While Gaji had designed such capabilities before, like in Niji's battle attire, which could store and release electrical energy, he found it perplexing that if the arc reactor was already available, why would there be a need for an additional energy storage design? It is feasible, but the arc reactor already has the function of replenishing energy, he noted. I see. Then let us maximize the electrical storage capacity of this suit. It will be of great use to me. Is it for you? Gaji inquired with curiosity. No, understood. Since it is not for you, it must be for a female crew member aboard your ship. That's no issue. I shall conduct my own research. Though I expect it will take some time. Gaji turned to leave without a trace of nostalgia. Is your father always in this frenzied state of scientific obsession? Luoxia asked Legio. Glancing at her, Gaji seemed to have gone days without bathing, his hair in disarray, and his eyes bloodshot from extended focus. Typically, he does not operate this way. Perhaps the allure of your material is what has driven him to such an extent. Legio shrugged in response. Well then, having lingered for 3 days, it's time to set sail anew. We are finally heading towards the Grand Line, Luoxia announced as he returned to Longyu Island. Informing the other women of their imminent departure, upon hearing the news, the women were filled with enthusiasm, hastily gathering their belongings to board the ship. With a command from Luoxia, the sailboat set forth once more. 5 days later, under Nami's exquisite navigation skills, they finally arrived at Reverse Mountain. Is this truly the entrance to the Grand Line? How magnificent! The sight of the flowing waters ascending against the current left everyone in awe. The water here flowed with remarkable velocity. Certain streams rebounded off the rocky walls, while the sea surged skyward into the waterway. Luoxia and Legio, already familiar with this scene, Luoxia from the anime and Legio from her previous visit, remained unfazed. By the way, Do you all have any dreams as we enter the Grand Line? Nami inquired with a smile. For me, my dream is to create a world map, and I aspire to be the best ship's doctor in the world. Koya declared with a gentle smile, her hands clasped in excitement. A dream. Huh? Karina pondered, her eyes sparkling with ambition. That I want to become the richest person in the world, living a life of utmost luxury. He. How glitch? What's your dream, Luoxia? Nami turned her gaze towards him. Me. Haven't I mentioned it before? Luoxia scratched his head in confusion. I wish to travel the world, savoring culinary delights from every corner. To become the strongest man challenging all masters, and to seek the secret of eternal life, ultimately spending a long, joyful life with all of you. He beamed, unveiling his grand aspirations. Ha! The women gasped in astonishment. Their mouths agape. That dream of yours is quite ambitious, Leggio chuckled, covering her mouth. But I shall certainly realize it, Luoxia declared confidently. Upon hearing his resolute words, the women snapped back from their astonishment. As for me, my purpose in setting sail was simply to explore. Now, I think I aim to become the best cook on the ship, Noki mused thoughtfully, before breaking into a smile. For me, I want to live freely. But I have already achieved that, so now it's up to you, Captain Luoxia, to decide our next steps, Leggio expressed with a warm smile, revealing a dream that had long been cherished in her heart. Yet, that dream was now her reality. Haha, since we have accomplished one dream, let us pursue another. Nami, let us go. Destination. The Grand Line, Luoxia proclaimed, pointing towards the entrance of Reverse Mountain. Nami skillfully maneuvered the ship towards the mountain, the swift waters leaving them no option to turn back. Yet her trust in Luoxia was unwavering. No matter the challenges, he would find a solution. The sailboat surged forward with the current. Nami calmly issued commands. Quick, stow the sails. The passage is too narrow. We might collide with the walls. Luoxia rushed to the mast, gripping the ropes with determination, gradually folding the sails, under Nami's deft control. The vessel entered the waterway. The Grand Line. Here we come. Luoxia stood at the bow, embracing the fierce winds as he shouted. The swift descent of water propelled the ship against the current. Nami's navigation prowess had vastly improved since the original story, and with her enhanced physical capabilities from training, handling the ship was a breeze. As the vessel approached the peak, Nami quickly adjusted the helm, guiding it onto the path leading to the Grand Line. The sailboat surged downwards with a splash, cutting through the waves. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the mist ahead, startling everyone. Luoxia paused momentarily, recalling the whale laboon from the original tale. Was that the sound of a whale? Nami asked, puzzled. Indeed, that was the island whale of the West Sea. You will find it quite fascinating when you see it. Luoxia replied with an amused smile, eagerly anticipating Nami and the others' reactions. As the ship emerged from the fog, the breathtaking expanse of the ocean unfolded before them, prompting smiles from all. Yet, Nami suddenly noticed something amiss. A massive shadow loomed directly ahead in the waterway, prompting her to shout in alarm. Luoxia, why is there such a large rock at the exit? You never mentioned this. Ha ha ha. That is no ordinary rock. Regardless of whether it is a rock or not, swiftly utilize your abilities to lift the ship. If this continues, we shall soon collide, Nami exclaimed in terror, for the vessel's rapid descent was beyond her control, and the prospect of a crash would surely lead to her demise. Although she harbored faith in Rosha, her mind was momentarily paralyzed by anxiety. Leave it to me, Rosha declared as he deftly maneuvered the ship into the air, landing it smoothly in the waters adjacent to the lighthouse, subsequently guiding the women to the shore for a brief respite. Phew, we are saved. Nami wiped the sweat from her brow, appearing visibly relieved. Ha, there's no need to be so tense. Rosha approached and embraced the girl, gently ruffling her hair. What you just referred to is not a rock. What is it then? Nami inquired curiously, regaining her composure as she gazed upon the colossal entity before them. That is an island whale. Island whale? Upon hearing Roshia's response, the women were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the massive, island-like whale. Yet, only Nami and Karina exhibited overt expressions of shock, while Koya and Noki remained relatively composed, merely widening their eyes in astonishment. Creek. Island whales are exclusive to the West Sea. This one was brought here by a certain pirate crew. Rosha then recounted the tale of Xilobu, the island whale. Until the creaking sound interrupted Roshia's narrative, the small door of the lighthouse swung open, revealing an elderly gentleman dressed in attire reminiscent of an indigenous Mediterranean tribesman. Oh, are you pirates newly arrived in the Grand Line? How fascinating that you are aware of Xilobu. Crocus marveled at the individuals before the lighthouse and the ship below. He was astounded that they had managed to navigate without colliding with Xilobu at such high speed, reflecting remarkable ship handling skills. However, he was unaware that Rosha had simply flown over using the powers of the float fruit. Otherwise, he would have surely recognized the ability and used. No, we are not pirates. We are merely an adventurous troop passing through. Crocus gazed incredulously at Rosha and the others. In this day and age, adventurers have become quite rare. To encounter ones who are not pirates is indeed a novelty. Over the years that he had been stationed at Twin Cape, he had encountered a myriad of individuals, all driven by dreams, greed, and desires as they set sail across these waters. Yet, from the boy's gaze, he perceived a sense of purity. Perhaps he truly was just an adventurer who had ventured out to sea in pursuit of exploration. Contemplating this, Crocus revealed a gentle smile. I see. The weather of the Grand Line is notoriously unpredictable. I trust you have prepared your log poses. We do, Nami replied, producing a spherical object from her chest, which contained the special log pose used in the Grand Line. Then I wish you a smooth journey, Crocus said with a warm smile. Wait, Crocus-san. Young man, do you have something to discuss? Crocus inquired, puzzled as he turned his gaze to Rosha. Indeed, there is a matter at hand. Rosha leaped from the ship, drawing forth his longsword. I wish to test the strength of a crew member of the Pirate King. A flicker of surprise crossed Crocus's eyes, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. What crew member of the Pirate King? I am merely an old man guarding the entrance to the trade route. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Hee, your denial is futile. Old man Shiki has informed me of the identity of the Pirate King's crew members. Rosha replied with a slight smile, and in the next moment, he unleashed a wave of sword energy. Wave slash. The fierce blade of energy surged forth. Crocus, enveloped in the armament Haki, swiftly kicked Rosha's wave aside. The technique of the Golden Lion? You are the successor of that rascal, the Golden Lion, Crocus exclaimed in astonishment. Rosha, are you truly the successor of the great pirate, the Golden Lion? Before Rosha could respond, Nami and Karina voiced their surprise first. Did you not know this after spending so much time together? Lechi glanced at Rosha, seemingly questioning why he had not shared such information with his crew. Ha. Did I not mention before that I lived on an uninhabited island for 2 years? I later encountered the drifting old man Shiki. After saving him, I became his disciple and trained in swordsmanship for 2 years, only setting sail after his passing. Rosha replied with a smile. You never mentioned that part. You only shared the first half. The latter half was never brought up, the two women exclaimed in indignation, realizing that Rosha had concealed so much from them during their time together. Ha. I was merely concerned that Nami-chan might find it unappealing, so I chose to remain silent on the matter. Upon hearing that Rosha had kept this from her for her sake, Nami felt a surge of emotion. She understood that she had harbored a deep-seated hatred for pirates in the past, which was why he had refrained from revealing this aspect of his identity. Regardless of your identity, you can forget about shaking me off in the future. Do you hear me? Nami declared, her voice laced with a blend of anger and pride. Yes, Rosha chuckled, then turned his attention back to Crocus. I never expected someone like the Golden Lion would meet such an unremarkable end. It is truly lamentable. Crocus sighed, but upon noticing Rosha's eager expression, he quickly added, if you were here to challenge me, then I must disappoint you. I am merely a retired ship's doctor. There are plenty of strong individuals in the Grand Line for you to contend with. My abilities are not on par with yours. Crocus shook his head, raising his hands in surrender. Your demeanor dispels any desire I had to fight. Rosha sighed. Retracting his sword. He had anticipated testing the strength of a former crew member of the Pirate King to ascertain whether all the crew members of the Pirate King were formidable. However, he had not expected Crocus to concede so readily. Ha. After all, I am merely a ship's doctor and not skilled in combat. That last move made my legs tremble. If we continued, I might very well perish. Crocus chuckled, showing no signs of shame. TCH, how dull. Rosha turned and leaped back onto the ship, beckoning Nami and the others to set sail once more. The women eagerly returned to the sailboat, ready to embark. This sea is about to become even more chaotic. Who would have thought that the successor of the Golden Lion would emerge? With this young man's temperament, I suspect the Navy will have quite the headache in the future. Crocus mused aloud as he watched the departing sailboat from the shore. Shortly after leaving Twin Cape, the weather began to darken ominously. What is happening? Why has a storm suddenly arisen? Nami exclaimed in astonishment. Though she was well aware of the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line, she had not anticipated such dire conditions before even reaching the first island. Ha. Consider this merely an appetizer. Let us treat it as a welcoming ceremony. Rosha grinned, eyeing the gathering storm clouds with an eager anticipation. Having read numerous novels in his previous life where characters often undertook the unexpected, he was keen to emulate that spirit. Rosha strode to the bow of the ship, drawing his twin swords. Hey, Rosha, what are you planning? Now is not the time for such antics. Come help us. Ha! Nami, do not panic. Just leave the rest to me. Rosha laughed heartily, reassuring her as he faced the impending natural calamity without a trace of fear. A commanding aura surged forth from within him, enveloping his entire being in the armament Haki. Dark blue energy and lightning crackled around him. He exhaled a breath of murky air, channeling the energy and lightning from his surroundings into his blades, causing the air to warp as if in response. Ha ha ha. Let us see whether nature's disasters are truly insurmountable or if my strength prevails. Rosha let out a boisterous laugh, his eyes glinting with a ferocity aptly named madness. Were he to gaze upon his data panel at that moment, he would be astonished to discover that his conqueror's Haki had surged from a C to a B dash, leaping over 2 minor stages in an instant. As he chose to confront the calamity head-on. The long-accumulated aura surrounding him blossomed into full maturity, truly manifesting its might. Wegwo, with a flourish of his twin swords, a formidable wave of energy surged forth, aimed directly at the tempestuous black clouds resembling a natural disaster. The energy wave melded into the dark mass, and as Rosha retracted his blades, he took a moment to catch his breath, for this technique had drained a significant portion of his stamina. Boom! The stormy clouds, crackling with lightning, suddenly scattered like ants in a frenzy, the powerful gust generated by the energy wave sweeping away the black clouds that loomed before Rosha. A fierce whirlwind engulfed the surrounding seas, the crashing waves incessantly battering the vessel. Ah, what on earth are you doing, Rosha? Nami exclaimed, utterly startled by the spectacle, crouching down with her hands on her head while vehemently cursing him. What immense power! Is this Wegwo? Rosha stood on the deck, her expression one of incredulity. Only as the tempest gradually subsided did the ocean reclaim its tranquility. Ha 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 ha, regardless, it's all resolved now. Onward. Let us advance toward our grand route. Rosha declared, raising his arm in triumph. They reached their destination island only by nightfall. As they neared the shore, a raucous welcome echoed from the coastline. This familiar scene, coupled with the cactus-shaped town they beheld, was none other than the route that Luffy had traversed. Whiskey Peak. To their surprise, the compass was indeed pointing toward Whiskey Peak. Welcome, welcome, the townsfolk greeted. Welcome to Whiskey Peak. Nami pondered aloud. How curious that these people would warmly welcome an approaching ship. This island, known as Whiskey Peak, served as one of the Baroque work strongholds, effectively a den for bounty hunters, rife with many such rogues. They often welcomed inexperienced young pirates to indulge themselves, only to assassinate them in their sleep, claiming their bounties and plundering their treasures. Rosha elaborated. But our flag bears no pirate insignia. Why would they welcome us? Nami queried. This is the Grand Line. One cannot gauge the psyche of its inhabitants through conventional means. I suspect they are inclined toward underhanded dealings. Regardless of whether one is a pirate or not, the fate awaiting anyone arriving here is seldom favorable. Rosha shrugged, a smile gracing his lips, dismissing the bounty hunters as inconsequential. These lot are merely capable of apprehending small-time pirates across the seas. Without the Baroque works protection, they wouldn't stir up any significant trouble. They can only deceive the naive, and even a fledgling like Luffy possesses the strength to decimate this town. Let us go ashore and see what tricks they may employ, Rosha suggested, and Nami responded with a mischievous grin. Since they wish to rob us, why shouldn't we seize their riches instead? Welcome, welcome. Are you esteemed pirates who have just arrived at the Grand Line? A robust man clad in a suit with curly hair greeted them with a broad smile. No, we are merely bounty hunters passing through, Nami replied, her smile mirroring his, both harboring ulterior motives. Bounty hunters, you say? Surely you must have some bounties for capturing pirates, hee. A disguised bounty hunter muttered within the crowd, unbeknownst to him that Rosha overheard every word. Welcome to Whiskey Peak, the town renowned for its hospitality. I am Xilobu, the mayor of this town. A feast has been prepared for you, esteemed bounty hunters. Please, follow me, Xilobu invited with a benevolent smile, while the bounty hunters disguised as townsfolk offered their enthusiastic welcomes. Let us go. One should not refuse a free meal, Rosha gestured, while Nami snickered behind him. To think they dare invite Rosha to dine. They remain blissfully unaware of his appetite. I hope they do not come to regret it. Karina also bore a sly smile, though she masked it well, turning away to don a gentler expression. Inside the tavern that night, the bounty hunters gaped in astonishment at the towering stacks of plates beside them. Meanwhile, Roxa, with an insatiable appetite, wore a look of wild delight. Ikelem's countenance darkened as he signaled to a blue-haired girl beside him. She quickly understood, approaching Roxa with a large mug of beer and a radiant smile. Esteemed bounty hunter, do not merely indulge in food. Join me for a drink. The girl, with an alluring demeanor, leaned toward Roxa, enticing him to. Roxa's lips curled into a subtle smile at the sight of the blue-haired maiden. Welcoming the advances, he took the beer and wrapped an arm around her, his gaze deepening with affection as he remarked, "Beautiful lady, what is your name? Shall we share a drink?" Caught off guard, Vivi stammered. Esteemed sir, I am Vivi, the mayor's daughter. I am not adept at drinking, so I shall pass." She attempted to free herself from Roxa's grasp, but his strength was unyielding, leaving her helplessly glancing at Ikelem. "Since Miss Vivi has brought the drink, how could you not share a toast with me? If you're not fond of drinking, just take a sip." Roxa smirked, as if struck by a delightful idea. He then leaned down toward the mug. Vivi's eyes widened in dismay, her expression one of helplessness. "Don't know. I have barely been undercover here for long, and I am already losing my first opportunity." Captain Roxa certainly seems to have a penchant for beautiful women, Rage mused, eyeing the sweet-looking Vivi, then glancing at her own figure with a nod of approval. Indeed, she fits Captain Roxa's type. Meanwhile, Ikelem's face began to pale, nearly blurting out, "Princess Vivi. Esteemed sir, my daughter is not skilled in drinking. If you desire company for your drink, I shall accompany you instead." Ikelem stammered, perspiring profusely, betraying his anxiety. "Do not be in such a rush. Allow me to collect some interest first. I presume you have laced the food with something, which truly detracts from its flavor," Roxa retorted, lifting his head and savoring the taste. "Truly delightful. This beer has a hint of princess." What? You jest, sir. How could we possibly use poison?" Ikelem feigned a smile, struggling to maintain his composure. "I am not a naive rookie. Your deception does not fool me," Roxa replied with a smile, unmasking Ikelem's ruse. Having nearly finished the meal and collected his interest, he saw no harm in tearing off the fade. The atmosphere in the banquet hall turned somber as the bounty hunters revealed their predatory glints. Ikelem's demeanor shifted, a sinister grin emerging as he coldly declared, "Now that you are aware, there is no turning back. We had hoped to deal with you in your slumber. All of you, attack. First, subdue his crew and capture them all." With Ikelem's command, the bounty hunters sprang into action. Nami and the others remained unfazed, regarding them with the bemusement one might reserve for jesters. Boom. An overwhelming aura, suffused with malevolence, erupted from Roxa's being. The bounty hunters halted, their eyes glazing over as they collapsed, foam spilling from their mouths. What in the world is happening? Ikelem and Vivi gazed in horror at the fallen bounty hunter, unable to comprehend how this young boy had managed to incapacitate everyone in an instant. The overwhelming aura of Loxia circled around them, leaving them to merely sense the boy's formidable presence without being directly impacted by that overwhelming force. "You must be of the royal family of Alabasta. Are you Princess Vivi?" Loxia inquired, looking down at Vivi, who was too stunned to break free from his embrace. "How did you come to know our identities?" Vivi's complexion darkened, realizing that Loxia had seen through their facade while she remained oblivious to his true nature. "You needn't concern yourselves with how I acquired that knowledge. However, I am also aware of the information you seek. This includes the identity of the owner of Baroque Works and his intentions." The man before them not only possessed insight into their identities, but also held knowledge about Baroque Works and its purposes. That Vivi's expression turned wary as she struggled to discern Loxia's intentions. "Very well, I shall cease my jesting. I possess all the information you desire, and I am willing to assist you, but in return, you must fulfill one request of mine." Loxia released Vivi and adjusted his attire slightly. "What is your request?" Vivi asked, stepping back cautiously, her tone urgent. "Princess Vivi, we are still unaware of this man's true identity. Is it wise to trust him blindly?" Ikelem warned with concern. Vivi did not turn back but fixed a determined gaze upon Loxia, who responded with a knowing smile. At that moment, Nami and the others approached, curiously observing the standoff between the two. "What's this? Have you taken a liking to this young lady again?" Karina inquired playfully as she sidled up to Loxia. Nami, however, turned her head away, previously annoyed by such behavior. Yet, after frequent lessons from Loxia during this time, she chose to disregard him. "What do you mean by taking a liking?" Vivi's face flushed crimson as she noticed Loxia's playful gaze lingering on her, prompting her to take a few steps back, though she quickly regained her composure. Since infiltrating this organization, the number of high-ranking members of Baroque Works had increased significantly. The individuals she had encountered were relatively low-tier. The strength of the upper echelon remained unfathomable. Thus, she was in dire need of power, and the man before her possessed exceptional strength. After a moment of contemplation, Vivi resolutely raised her head, fixing Loxia with a determined gaze. If you can assist my country, I am willing to agree to any terms. She had made up her mind. She must save her homeland. Therefore, she was prepared to stake everything on this man before her. Princess Vivi, you must not wager your own fate, Akarlam said anxiously. I in his view, this was a clear indication of Vivi's distrust towards them. No, Akarlam, I have made my decision. The more I investigate, the more I realize that the members of this organization are incredibly powerful. If the true mastermind is indeed the person we suspect, then we certainly lack the strength to protect Alabasta. Vivi's tone grew increasingly despondent. Recently, while undercover in Baroque works, an unknown individual had transmitted certain messages to her, likely without her awareness. Faced with this mysterious informant, she had approached the information with skepticism. Ultimately, she arrived at an unbelievable conclusion. The hidden mastermind behind this organization was very likely Crocodile, the hero who had emerged in Alabasta in recent years. Due to insufficient information, she needed to elevate her status within Baroque works to gather intelligence. However, the situation had become increasingly dire, spiraling into realms she dared not imagine. Recently, news had broken of the Governor Naina, leading to a surge of rebellion among the populace, incited by her childhood friend Koza, who had formed a rebel army intent on overthrowing King Cobra and halting his reckless actions. This urgency compelled Vivi to uncover the truth and return to her country to reveal it. Time was not on her side, prompting her to gamble everything on Loxia. If it meant saving her homeland, she would not hesitate to sacrifice herself. The seriousness and determination in Vivi's gaze did not go unnoticed by the women behind Loxia. Loxia, please, tell us what is truly happening. Nami stepped forward, her tone indifferent as she inquired. It's nothing but a reckless plan to usurp a nation by a certain warlord of the sea, Loxia replied casually, unconcerned about Vivi overhearing him. As expected, Vivi's expression reflected her realization. Based on the intelligence they had gathered, Sand Crocodile was indeed the most likely candidate for such actions. Yet what did this usurpation entail? Moreover, Loxia's casual dismissal of the warlord of the sea suggested a lack of reverence towards such a formidable figure. This young man appeared to possess a confidence that he could defeat Crocodile. Alternatively, he might be a fool, viewing Crocodile through the lens of ignorance. However, given his imposing demeanor, the former seemed more plausible, igniting a flicker of hope within Vivi. Warlord of the sea. Is that the individual you mentioned earlier? The 7 pirates recognized by the world government? Wouldn't their involvement lead to trouble? Karina furrowed her brow. Loxia had previously shared insights regarding the situation at sea, including the 3 great powers of the Grand Line, the Marines, the 4 emperors, and the warlords of the sea. Being part of one of these dominant forces undoubtedly indicated considerable strength, prompting Karina to exercise caution. If Loxia's safety were at stake, she would not hesitate to refuse and urge him to avoid this treacherous path. However, this only heightened Vivi's urgency. She detected Karina's implications and immediately interjected. Please, I implore you, help us defeat Crocodile. We can offer you 10 billion berries once we succeed. In the past, the mention of 10 billion berries would have caused Nami and Karina's eyes to light up, and they would have eagerly agreed. Yet now, with over 30 billion berries in their possession, they had become accustomed to the realities of wealth. Though tempted, they maintained their composure. I can help you defeat Crocodile, and I can forego the 10 billion berries, but I require you to join my ship. Loxia responded with a smile, causing Vivi, who had been anxiously awaiting his reply, to exhale in relief. What, you insufferable captain? Do you even realize what you just said? Nami and Karina could no longer contain themselves, immediately jumping forward to grab Loxia by his collar, furiously demanding an explanation, as if ready to confront him. Enough of this. Do you truly believe that the royal family of Alabasta possesses such wealth to offer us? Loxia said, gently removing their hands from his collar before embracing the 2 women to soothe them. Alabasta is a land of desolation, predominantly consisting of deserts and rocks, with little of value to be found. Even if the royal treasury were to contain 10 billion berries, extracting it would leave the kingdom in ruin. Loxia's gentle caress calmed their tempers somewhat, but he quickly redirected his ire towards Vivi. So, you were trying to deceive us, weren't you? Hoping to get something for nothing? Ah, Vivi chuckled awkwardly, scratching her head in embarrassment. She had indeed considered the possibility of getting something for nothing, planning to secure a verbal promise before making further arrangements. If you can defeat Crocodile and dismantle his scheme, I will join your ship. Vivi, with a solemn expression, bowed deeply to Rosha, earnestly pleading for his assistance. That moment, she tightly closed her eyes, anxious about whether he would acquiesce to her request. Xilobu, witnessing the gravity of the situation, had no choice but to prostrate himself before Rosha, imploring him for help. All right, raise your head. Since you have agreed to become my crew member, I shall assist you in resolving these issues, Rosha declared, extending his hand toward Vivi. Yes, Vivi beamed with joy, grasping Rosha's outstretched hand with enthusiasm. Ha ha ha. I never imagined that during this mission, I would uncover such a monumental secret, the Princess of Alabasta. Vivi, reporting this to the boss will surely earn me great merit. Suddenly, a sinister laughter echoed from a shadowy corner nearby. To her astonishment, their boss turned out to be none other than Crocodile, one of the legendary 7 warlords of the sea, a true honor indeed. Then, a deep male voice resonated through the air. A man and a woman emerged from the shadows. The man resembled a rock singer, clad in a thick coat emblazoned with the number 5, while the woman wielded a parasol and wore a short dress, the earlier laughter having escaped her lips. That is Mr. 5, Jim, and Ms. Valentine's Day. Machida, high-ranking officers of Baroque Works. What are they doing here? Vivi recognized their identities, her expression turning frantic. Yet, the hand that Rosha held seemed to bolster her courage, allowing her to regain her composure. Princess Vivi, it would be wise not to resist futilely. Come with us willingly, lest you wish to suffer harm, Jim asserted, stepping forward with an air of arrogance, completely disregarding Rosha's presence, ignoring Rosha beside Vivi. He approached while casually picking his nose. Rosha had long been aware of these two but had refrained from voicing his thoughts. Observing their current demeanor, he felt a wave of frustration. This fellow had truly squandered the potential of his devil fruit powers. How disgusting. Would you kindly step away? Rosha retorted, swiftly employing a technique that brought him before Jim, delivering a powerful kick imbued with armament Haki. Boom, Machida felt a gust of wind rush past her. And when she turned her head, she was shocked to see Mr. 5 had been sent flying hundreds of meters away, lying motionless on the ground. The way you utilize that fruit is quite wasteful, Rosha remarked, having appeared before Machida, stroking his chin while appraising her 10,000 kilograms of pressure. Machida gasped, leaping up in fright as she directed her weight toward Rosha. Oh, what a lovely view, Rosha said, placing a hand over his forehead as if gazing into the distance. Effortlessly catching Machida with one hand, the ground beneath them began to crack, not due to Rosha's lack of strength but because the earth could not bear the weight. He tossed Machida gently into the air and caught her repeatedly, eventually exclaiming, "You're rather light. Your development of that fruit is quite lacking." Hearing Rosha's words, Machida, who had been in a daze, finally responded, her voice trembling, "Monster, monster, monster, ha. No need for flattery. Your fruit abilities are impressive. You should join my crew. No refusals. Otherwise," Rosha's grin widened, his tone shifting to one of veiled threat. "I am sorry. I will join you." Terrified, Machida knelt and begged for Rosha's forgiveness, her tears welling up in her eyes. The fate of Mr. 5 was no longer her concern. Her only wish was to survive. "Very well. You shall be our lookout from now on." "Hooray. Finally, I won't have to keep watch over the ship," Rosha exclaimed joyfully, hands on his hips. "Heh, you just don't want to keep watch, do you? I believe you're merely eyeing her," Nami interjected, disdainfully approaching him and playfully punching his abdomen. "Well, it's not that I don't want to keep watch. Being alone at sea can be quite dull. Having a lookout allows me to be promptly informed about the surface conditions," Rosha chuckled, attempting to appease Nami. "Ha, it's already late. We should return to the ship and rest," Rosha said, lifting Nami onto his shoulder while using the other hand to scoop up Machida as if she were a chick. "All right, time to snap back to reality," Karina said, waving her hand in front of Vivi, signaling it was time to refocus. Incredible. With a single move, he dispatched 2 high-ranking officers. "It seems I've placed my bets wisely. This man is exceptionally powerful. Xilobu, please return and inform my father. I shall accompany this man to sea. I believe he can defeat Crocodile," Vivi declared with determination, following in Karina's footsteps. "Princess Vivi." Xilobu knelt despondently, realizing Rosha's overwhelming strength, but feeling powerless to assist on the journey back to the ship. Rosha cast a fleeting glance at the highest building atop Whiskey Peak. "What's wrong, Rosha?" Nami, perched on his shoulder, inquired curiously, having noticed his sudden halt. "Nothing," he replied, shaking his head. "It's not yet the time to invite her aboard. We'll discuss it after defeating Crocodile." Upon returning to the ship, Rosha unceremoniously tossed Machida into the adjacent room before carrying Nami back to his quarters. Hey, are you just going to leave me here? Machida grumbled, rubbing her sore backside, her face flushing as she overheard the sounds from the next room. Hee, to be left here like this is quite the opportunity. I must escape quickly. After listening for a while without any sign of stopping, she realized that everyone else had returned to their own rooms, presenting her with the perfect chance to sneak away. A sudden force swept over her, and Machida fainted, her eyes rolling back. Hee, this little girl actually thought she could run away. Tomorrow, I must give her a proper lesson. Rosha chuckled to himself from the next room. Morning arrived, and Rosha awakened from his slumber. After stretching and tucking Nami in, he stepped out of the room, casually lifting the still sleeping Machida from next door. Honestly, sleeping on the ground will give you a chill. He had entirely forgotten that he had knocked her out with his conqueror's Haki the previous night. Hey, wake up. Rosha shook the slumbering Machida. Where am I? Machida blinked sleepily, still looking dazed. It wasn't until she saw Rosha's face that her memories of the previous night rushed back. No, don't eat me, she shrieked, curling up in terror. Why would I eat you? Or do you want me to consume you? Rosha teased, lifting her chin playfully. No, please don't eat me. Tears brimmed in Machida's eyes once more. Ha. I'm not scaring you anymore. It's morning. It's time for breakfast. Rosha laughed heartily, finding her amusing, truly a character worthy of early pirate lore, with a uniquely expressive demeanor. Machida sighed in relief, following Rosha as they headed to the dining hall. Oh, today's breakfast looks quite sumptuous. Hey, you didn't wake Nami, Karina remarked with a slight sigh as she observed Rosha entering only with Machida. After spending so many days together, they had all become aware of Rosha and Nami's situation. Ha. Nami probably overslept. She was exhausted last night. Perhaps you should exercise a bit of restraint, my friend. Karina's fist landed squarely on Rosha's head. Hee. Next time, lend a hand to Nami, will you? Rosha shook his head and made his way to the dining table, where he began to eat. Oh, is this a new dish from Nokigo's latest research? Nokigo leaned against the bar, propping her chin on one hand, a smile gracing her face as she gazed at the man before her. Yes, I've been experimenting recently. Hee. I've prepared plenty. No need to rush, she added, gently wiping the sauce-smeared face of Rosha with a napkin. You should join us for a meal as well. Kaya offered a plate to Machida, signaling her to take a seat. Oh, thank you. Hee. There's no need to be so formal. From now on, we are all crew members on the same ship. Kaya's gentle smile instantly made Machida feel as if an angel had descended before her. Tears began to flow uncontrollably as she lowered her head and began to eat voraciously. Delicious. I've never tasted anything so exquisite. Kaya watched the scene before her with a smile, suddenly reminded of the events that had transpired along their journey. Upon reflection, it seemed that all the other young women, aside from herself and sister Nokigo, had been forcibly brought aboard by Rosha. As the first crew member to join, she had quietly fulfilled her duties. Striving to be of assistance to Rosha, the subsequent crew members possessed their own unique skills. For instance, Nami was adept in navigation, while Karina often devised solutions as a strategist, and Nokigo excelled in culinary arts. Reiju was well-versed in toxins and aided in medical research, boasting the highest combat prowess after Rosha. Machida's role was that of a lookout, and Rosha would undoubtedly nurture her abilities. Creak. The restaurant door swung open once more, and Vivi stepped out, her expression laden with concern as she approached Rosha, who was still enjoying breakfast. Thank you, she said, accepting the meal Nokigo had offered. Captain Rosha, when shall we set sail for Alabasta? Despite savoring a delectable dish she had never tasted before, her heart was heavy. Her thoughts were consumed by her homeland. If Crocodile's plans were allowed to unfold, her father would be in imminent danger. She could not bear to witness her fellow countrymen turn against one another, which left her in a perpetual state of gloom. We'll embark today, first heading to Drum Island, and then on to Alabasta. Rosha replied, finishing his meal and wiping his mouth with Nokigo's napkin. Drum Island? What business do you have there? Karina inquired with curiosity. There is a remarkable doctor I wish to visit, and I hope to procure some medical texts for Kaya. Upon hearing Rosha's words, Kaya was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile blossomed on her face. That I didn't expect you to remember what you promised me back then. Brother Rosha. We have a permanent pointer to Drum Island. Hee. I've been prepared. I bought several pointers back in Log Town. Rosha retrieved a pile of pointers from his space, each marked to indicate its respective destination. What a reliable captain you are. Reiju picked up the pointer labeled for Drum Island and turned to exit the cabin. On the deck, Rosha unfurled the sails while Reiju took the helm. The sailboat glided smoothly out of Whiskey Peak, heading towards a new horizon. Whiskey Peak was less than half a day's journey from the Little Garden. According to the original story, Nami had departed from Whiskey Peak at night, contracted a virus in Little Garden, and then sought medical assistance in Drum Island, all within 3 days. Thus, it could be inferred that Drum Island was likely a 2.5-day journey away. Rosha summoned Machida, who had finished her meal, instructing her to keep watch from the masthead lookout. He then settled into a lounge chair to soak up the sun, after securing the sailing direction. Reiju joined him, sitting beside him. Captain Rosha, is it truly wise to involve ourselves in this matter? Rosha adjusted his sunglasses, responding without hesitation. It matters not. He is merely a warlord of the sea, posing no threat to us. I know that's not what I meant, Reiju replied, her expression grave. The Goa Kingdom, as a powerful member of the world government, had the privilege of participating in the World Conference held in Mariewa every 4 years. The world government's attitude towards Alabasta differed significantly from their stance towards other nations, suggesting something was amiss. Coupled with Rosha's previous assessment of Crocodile, Reiju sensed he was concealing something. The royal family of Alabasta is rumored to be one of the 20 royal families that established the world government. However, the Nefertari family ultimately refused to relocate to the Holy Land of Mariewa. Rosha spoke in a calm tone, revealing information that could astonish the world. So, Vivi is actually one of the celestial dragons? Even Reiju was taken aback by Rosha's revelation. No, once their ancestors declined to migrate to the Holy Land of Mariewa, they forfeited their rights to become celestial dragons. The Nefertari family has been guarding a secret that pertains to the celestial dragons and a D lineage. What secrets lie within the lineage of Gold? Roger, I do not know, but the world government will undoubtedly prevent the Nefertari family's secret from being exposed. If Crocodile truly oversteps his bounds, the 5 old geezers of the world government will surely dispatch CP0 to intervene. Reiju, curious, remarked, if the world government is going to intervene, then we should steer clear of the situation. Then why do you wish to involve yourself in this affair? Is it merely for that young girl? Not entirely. Crocodile possesses a talent I desire, someone who can translate the history texts, and I have a keen interest in those. Reiju shot him a glance. A woman? Hee. Rosha scratched his head sheepishly. What can I say? It seems all the talented individuals I seek happen to be women. It's the system's fault. I am beginning to doubt your earlier words. Do you say the same things to every girl who boards? Rolling her eyes at Rosha, Reiju had come to a clear understanding of his character. Reckless and flirtatious. Not at all. With women like Nami and Karina. I simply brought them aboard without hesitation, while others followed suit naturally. Reiju glanced at Machida, who sat alone in the lookout tower, choosing not to counter Rosha's words. Well, I must thank you for not forcibly bringing me aboard and instead negotiating with my father. Ha, primarily because Miss Reiju perfectly aligns with my aesthetic preferences. Otherwise, I would never have entrusted the arc reactor's technology to judge for study. Reiju smiled but chose not to respond. Nevertheless, with her presence, Rosha found his time on deck far from dull. They continued their conversation while basking in the sunlight until the afternoon. Something's amiss. It appears there is a ship on the horizon, Machida exclaimed, her eyes widening as she scrutinized the vessel ahead. Is it a pirate ship or the navy? Rosha remained leisurely seated, showing no sign of concern, yet his observation Haki extended outward. It doesn't seem like either. It feels more like a royal ship from some nation. Rosha opened his eyes, removed his sunglasses, and walked to the bow to peer into the distance. The grand luxurious ship was sailing across the sea. A royal fleet? The only nearby nation with a king would be Drum Island, right? Could it be that fellow Walpole? Pay them no mind. We shall continue our course towards our destination. Disinterested, Rosha returned to the deck. Sensing that the individuals aboard posed no significant threat. I believe our course is aligned with theirs. Mikita cast a glance at the route of the colossal sailing vessel and, upon comparison, discovered it aligned perfectly with the maritime course taken by herself and her companions. Feeling reassured, she thought to herself that nothing untoward would happen. If they dared to strike, she would annihilate them all. Roxa, with a dismissive flick of his hand, indicated there was no need for concern. Soon, the two ships drew ever closer, as Roxa, utilizing a smaller vessel, sailed at a swifter pace. Hey, who are you? Upon witnessing King Walpo, the ship's crew did not cease their navigation but instead prostrated themselves, presenting their treasures. Before Walpo could finish his proclamation, Roxa, already exasperated, unsheathed his sword and executed a swift slash, obliterating the entire ship. What a bothersome individual, yet he remains as irritating as depicted in the original narrative. Rosha absent-mindedly dug into his ears, completely oblivious to the fact that Mikita above was filled with trepidation. Fortunately, she had refrained from resisting him yesterday. Otherwise, that would likely have been her fate as well. As she watched the shattered remnants of the ship slowly sink beneath the waves, Mikita swallowed hard. In the vast ocean, without a vessel, one would be left to await their demise, particularly for those possessing the powers of the devil fruit. The moment Walpo fell into the water, his death was all but assured. The next 2 days of travel were remarkably smooth. With Nami acting as a human weather sensor, they expertly skirted around any impending storms. As for the other minor pirates, a single strike from Rosha was sufficient to ensure their ships met a watery grave, showing no mercy to those who dared to attempt robbery at last. They arrived at Drum Island. Rosha gazed upon the snow-covered isle, exclaiming in wonder. Due to the unique geographical conditions of the Grand Line, Drum Island was perpetually blanketed in heavy snow, rendering it a veritable white isle. Koya, accompany me, while the others await my return here. With that, Rosha lifted Koya into his arms and set forth towards the island's highest peak. Amidst the howling winds and swirling snow, Rosha soared above, observing the snow-blanketed towns below, along with the rabbits in the outskirts. Before long, they reached the summit, where a castle stood resolutely atop the peak. Dr. Karina, peering out from her window at the descending duo, furrowed her brow. Trouble has come knocking. Subsequently, Dr. Karina slowly rose and exited her study. Where are you going, Dr. Karina? Chopper paused in his medicinal preparations, inquiring with curiosity. It's nothing, Chopper. Continue with your work and remain indoors. Dr. Karina did not elaborate, shutting the door behind her as she approached the entrance. Rosha's keen observation revealed that someone had already arrived at the door without needing a knock. It swung open effortlessly. Dr. Karina cast a glance at the twin swords at Rosha's waist, followed by a look at his golden locks. Are you the son of the Golden Lion? Her words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Rosha momentarily speechless. No, I am a disciple of Old Man Shiki. That golden hair certainly resembles that fellow's offspring. A few brief exchanges left Rosha at a loss for words. What brings you to me? Dr. Karina inquired, curious about why the Golden Lion's apprentice had come. Wondering if he bore some incurable affliction, Rosha, well aware that this venerable woman had lived for 139 years, found it unsurprising that she was familiar with the Golden Lion. In fact, if she had lived this long without hearing of his exploits, that would have been remarkable. Ahem, it is this. The doctor aboard my ship possesses remarkable medical talent. However, she finds it increasingly difficult to progress with ordinary medical texts. I wish to procure your medical insights. Dr. Karina, if possible, I would be grateful for your guidance. Rosha clasped his hands together respectfully, holding doctors in high esteem, especially given his prior connection with Old Man Shiki. This esteemed physician was likely one whom Shiki had sought due to the helm atop his ship. Dr. Karina glanced at the petite and charming Koya, who also offered a slight bow, her face adorned with a gentle smile. What a polite young lady. 100 million berries, if you provide it now. You may enter. She set forth a modest demand. Rosha, casting a glance at Koya, unhesitatingly retrieved 100 million berries from his spatial pocket and handed them over. Young man, you are rather affluent, aren't you? How swiftly you produced 100 million berries. It seems you care quite a bit for this little girl. She jingled the stack of 10,000 berries in her hand. Little girl, you must cherish this, or else it may be snatched away. Dr. Karina teased, unreservedly stowing the berries into her pocket, causing Kaya's cheeks to flush. Come with me. Effortlessly shouldering the box containing 100 million berries, she appeared anything but a 139-year-old woman. Evidently, this elder was also a formidable individual. Once inside, Rosha's eyes immediately fell upon Chopper at the end of the corridor. Chopper, partially concealed, believed he had hidden well, but upon Rosha's entrance, he was startled and hastily retreated into the study. Dr. Karina covered her face in exasperation. What on earth is that little one doing? Hee. The raccoon seems rather adorable, Koya remarked with a giggle, knowing that if Chopper were present, he would surely shout in indignation. Dr. Karina made no corrections to Kaya's playful tone, instead leading Rosha and Koya into her study. The moment the door creaked open, Chopper was already hiding behind a cabinet, silently observing Rosha and Koya. Yet, Chopper's hiding skills were woefully inadequate. Chopper, bring me the medical books detailing my insights. Yes, Dr. Karina. Responding to the command, Chopper shed his previous timidity and promptly stood to salute. He then busily rummaged, and within moments, a pile of over 20 books accumulated on the floor, All of Dr. Korea's medical books are right here, Chopper exclaimed, beaming with joy. What do you think? Chopper seems quite impressive, doesn't he? He is my disciple who has inherited my medical skills. Would you like to bring him aboard your ship? Dr. Korea remarked, observing the delighted Chopper, a sudden thought crossing her mind. What are you saying, Dr. Korea? I would never board a ship with other humans. The once jubilant Chopper now turned his disdain towards Rosha and Koya. Rosha shrugged. At this moment, Chopper still held a strong aversion to humans. He certainly lacked Luffy's charm and had no desire for Chopper to join his crew. You see, I already have the adorable Koya-chan aboard. If he truly wishes to set sail, he will undoubtedly find companions who genuinely desire to invite him aboard in the future. Indeed, it appeared that the plan to recruit this troublesome raccoon had once again fallen through. Dr. Korea, your words are rather excessive, Chopper cried, his face contorted in dismay. Well, since I have achieved my objective, it is time for me to take my leave. Rosha and Koya gathered the medical texts and bowed respectfully before making their way to the door through which they had entered. 2 days later, Rosha finally arrived at St. Shining Island, the very island that housed Alabasta. After replenishing supplies in the port city, Rosha remarked, the climate in Alabasta is truly scorching. Is anyone interested in joining me for the upcoming plan against Crocodile? Observing the sweltering conditions of Alabasta, he posed the question to the gathered women. I want to go. Vivi was the first to step forward, knowing this concerned the fate of her nation, thus compelling her to be present. I want to go too. Nami and Karina chimed in, eager not to miss the opportunity to seize treasures from a warlord of the sea. I would like to witness Captain Rox's prowess in battle against the warlord as well. Reiju added with a smile, raising her hand to express her interest. Is there no one else? Among the remaining individuals, Noki and Koya displayed no inclination towards combat, while Mikita shrank back, retreating into her shell and remaining silent. Mikita, don't you want to bid farewell to your former employer? Rosha pulled the feigning Machida out and inquired. Over the past few days, he had devoted considerable effort to training Machida's fruit abilities. In his view, the gravity-weight fruit possessed immense potential for development. Should it be cultivated to the point of awakening, enabling the user to manipulate gravity freely within its domain, it would greatly enhance combat capabilities. Just imagine the profound impact of controlling an individual's weight at will within a given space. The ability to increase or decrease one's body weight in an instant would significantly affect both mobility and strength. Gravity is synonymous with power, yet could the notion of lightness potentially diminish a portion of a person's strength? Moreover, the gravity-weight fruit holds substantial utility within the Navy's 6 styles, particularly in the technique known as paper drawing, which entails perceiving air currents and evading attacks as if one's body were as light as paper. The inherent lightness of the gravity-weight user would naturally augment this evasive skill. Typically, devil fruits possess certain limitations. For instance, Roshia's fruit only affects inanimate objects, Machida's ability is confined to herself, and both Karina and Robin must assume specific postures to utilize their powers. In the original narrative, Law's surgery fruit can only function within the confines of his room. Therefore, unless these fruits are developed to the point of awakening, they all carry inherent constraints. Returning to Machida, she was presented in a state of despondency. No, please spare me. My abilities won't be of any help to you. She stammered, trembling slightly. She was reluctant to accompany Rosha to Rainbase. Should he be defeated by Crocodile, her fate as a traitor would be sealed. Death awaited her. Although she had grown fond of the adventurous atmosphere in Roshia's crew over the past few days, she was not yet prepared to sacrifice her life to protect them. After all, unlike Luffy's pirate crew, whose bonds had become unbreakable within merely 2 months, Rosha had only been sailing for less than a year. It seemed almost unbelievable that such camaraderie could form in just 2 months. No, you must meet him. After all, he was your former boss. I must bring you along without question, Rosha asserted, leaving no room for Machida to protest as he hoisted her up. Poor Machida felt as though she were merely cargo. Then I shall wait aboard the ship with Sister Koya for your return. Noki waved cheerfully, departing slowly under Machida's tearful gaze. Rosha was untroubled by the safety of Noki and Koya. They had recently learned the techniques of Saru and Jeppo, significantly enhancing their strength, and had begun training in Haki. Pirates with bounties below 50 million would pose no threat to them, should any with bounties exceeding that threshold appear. Rosha had provided them with a din mushi to summon assistance against any intruders. Let us proceed to Rainbase. Vivi. Do you know the direction? I have a rough idea. I believe we need to head south from this city. Vivi pointed out, glancing at the swirling sands, realizing that it would take them a considerable amount of time to reach Rainbase. However, if Rosha utilized the float fruit, The journey might only take an hour or two at most. Observing the high sun in the sky, Rosha concluded that they would arrive in Rainbase by night. Adhering to his philosophy of swift action, he swiftly procured a small sand vessel, sufficient to accommodate several passengers, and fashioned a sunshade. Thus, a diminutive airship was completed. Rosha reclined amidst a pile of beautiful women, leisurely sipping juice, blissfully enjoying the comfort of Reiju's lap. After an hour's journey, they finally arrived at Rainbase, the so-called City of Dreams. This truly Rainbase. It appears quite prosperous, Nami exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with delight. Captain Rosha, I've been curious. What brings us to Rainbase? Aren't we meant to seek out Crocodile? Is he hiding here? Vivi inquired, her eagerness palpable as she pondered Crocodile's plans and longed to conclude their mission swiftly. Indeed, this city serves as Crocodile's headquarters. Rain Banquet is his establishment. Locating him will be somewhat troublesome, so it may be best to await his arrival here while enjoying ourselves. Rosha candidly revealed to Vivi, clarifying that Crocodile's location was indeed within Rainbase. A casino. Does that mean there is a wealth of riches within? Nami and Karina's eyes sparkled with intrigue, recalling their true purpose for coming, assisting Rosha in clearing out some nuisances while also seeking to plunder the treasures within. With their objective clarified, Rosha led his companions directly to the Rain Banquet. Meanwhile, within the Baroque Works' intricate intelligence network in Alabasta, Crocodile received reports from his subordinates as Rosha and his crew docked at the port city of St. Ting. Crocodile, seated in his executive chair with a brooding expression, contemplated the implications of Rosha's arrival. The notorious bounty hunter from the East Blue. What could possibly be his objective here? Is it to claim my head? And what of Princess Vivi from the Alabasta royal family? Could she have discerned my plans? Impossible. Baroque Works has always thrived on secrecy, and no one knows my identity, unless... Crocodile cast a sidelong glance at Nico Robin beside him, then shook his head. No, Robin would not bet on a newcomer. She would find it more advantageous to remain with my formidable crew. There is no reason for her to betray me. Moreover, if this bounty hunter truly knows my intentions and perishes in Rainbase, she would gain nothing from the aftermath. Even the infamous son of the devil would not engage in such foolishness. Dispatch orders to closely monitor this bounty hunter's movements. If necessary, send Mr. One to eliminate him. Crocodile instructed, a cigar clenched between his teeth as he exhaled a puff of smoke with a nonchalant demeanor. Boss, this opponent has defeated numerous bounty hunters with 10 million plus bounties. I doubt Mr. One could match this Rosha. Robin replied calmly, her enigmatic smile never leaving her face, her alluring voice laced with indifference. Are you questioning my judgment, Nico Robin? Crocodile shot her a glance, his tone unyielding. Not at all. That if this is your decision, I shall make the necessary arrangements, Robin replied with a mysterious smile, turning to exit. Crocodile's expression darkened. He began to suspect whether Robin had inadvertently leaked his information. Should he confirm this, she would not escape unscathed. Inside the Rain Banquet, the atmosphere was rife with excitement at the gambling tables. Big, 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 small, small, small. The lively chatter echoed throughout the room. Dressed in a suit, Rosha sported a cigar, his handsome features exuding an air of nobility as he embraced the lovely Karina and Nami, with Vivi, Reiju, and Machida trailing behind, resembling a young nobleman from a prestigious family. With a few larger chips drawn from the table, Rosha casually placed his bet on the high stakes. Karina and Nami nestled comfortably in his embrace, relishing the thrill of gambling, as wealth seemed to flow to them faster than through robbery. Upon entering the Rain Banquet, Rosha had exchanged a mere 10,000 berries for a single chip, and then began to regale Nami and the others with nonsensical tales, exclaiming, once upon a time, Chundaozi turned 20 berries into 37 million. Today, I, Rosha, shall win Rain Banquet with this 10,000 berries, surely. That is not excessive. Although Nami and the others could not grasp his earlier statements, they understood his intent. Rosha intended to win Rain Banquet with that 10,000 berries, compelling Crocodile to reveal himself. The table was already overflowing with countless chips. Even an excessive amount has already accumulated on the ground, as Rosha has amassed a considerable pile. Primarily, he was not well versed in the methods of gambling. Hence he opted for the simplest bet on high or low. This also happened to be the easiest avenue for cheating, as his observation Haki allowed him to discern the subtle cues of the rolling dice with ease. The dealer at the table had changed several times, transitioning from an ordinary dealer to a master of sleight of hand. Whenever the dealer attempted to cheat, Rosha would skillfully manipulate the dice back to the desired outcome, using his conqueror's Haki before the roll was revealed. The dealer, drenched in sweat and trembling hands, finally lifted the dice cup. The numbers displayed left him feeling dizzy. "Hi," he uttered with a quavering voice. While some rejoiced, others despaired. Most gamblers followed Rosha's lead in betting. With only a handful daring to go against the grain. At that moment, the dealer's face drained of color, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to the pressure and fainted. TCH, so much for a master of sleight of hand. He was hardly a match. Rosha scoffed dismissively. In the face of absolute power, such speed was hardly worth showcasing. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of footsteps echoed as a bald man approached, standing not far behind Rosha. Speaking in a tone devoid of emotion. "Our boss wishes to see you." The speaker was none other than Mr. 1, Des Bones, the top assassin of the Baroque works. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the surrounding gamblers hastily fled the rain banquet. Fully aware that the proprietor here was none other than Crocodile, the hero of Alabasta, they surmised that this young man had likely employed some unknown method to cheat and was now caught by Crocodile. As they departed, they speculated about Rosha's fate, believing that anyone who dared to openly oppose a warlord was doomed. Yet, they felt no compulsion to witness the confrontation. Escaping with their lives took precedence. "Oh, and what if I choose not to go?" Rosha asked, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Des Bones. Des offered no reply to Rosha's question, but instead turned to Makita. Asking, "Is this your decision?" Makita shivered at the thought but, gathering her resolve, retorted defiantly, "You will never comprehend Captain Rosha's strength. I advise you to surrender while you still can. So it is, Des thought, recognizing that having chosen betrayal, they must now prepare for the reckoning from Baroque works. He closed his eyes, his hands and elbows gradually transforming into razor-sharp blades. At that moment, the patrons of the rain banquet had all fled, leaving only the casino's henchmen, Daz, and Rosha's group. "Then let us commence with you," Daz declared, lunging toward Makita with a hand strike aimed to cleave her down. "Ah, Lord Rosha, save me," Makita cried out, crouching defensively with her arms over her head. Just as Daz was mere centimeters from making contact, an invisible barrier appeared before her. An ability user of a devil fruit. Daz recognized immediately that the barrier originated from Karina. Moments prior, Rosha had tapped Karina on the shoulder, prompting her to rise and form a gesture that conjured the barrier in front of Makita. "Surely you do not believe that merely accompanying these few will suffice to thwart us?" Daz spoke in a flat tone. Having spent years in the underworld, he was all too familiar with devil fruit users and had confidence in his ability to defeat those before him. Suddenly, hands sprouted from Karina's form, forcefully disrupting her gesture, causing the barrier to dissipate. To oppose Baroque works and seek to save the princess of a nation, how utterly foolish, a figure seated on the second-floor railing remarked. Revealing herself as Nico Robin, with her chin resting on one hand, she observed the scene below with keen interest. To think that such a small group would dare invade the stronghold of Baroque works is truly navi. Dressed in spectacles with his hair styled in a three-pronged fashion, Mr. 3, Galdino, descended from the upper floor. "Such courage is indeed commendable. Yo!" he exclaimed, while Mr. 2, Bon Clay, clad in a swan coat resembling a ballet dancer's attire, stepped forth with an exaggerated gait. At this juncture, all cadres and partners above Mr. 4 had gathered within the rain banquet, encircling Rosha and his companions. Vivi took a step back, her face pale, yet she gritted her teeth, steeling herself against the Baroque works cadres. Meanwhile, Rosha's attention was drawn to the system's notification. Ding! Detecting recruitable crew member. Nico Robin strength. E-speed. E-spirit. D-skill. Text mastery. Capable of reading historical texts. Fruit ability. Flower fruit. C. Talent. Archaeologist evaluation. A woman possessing the ability to overturn the world. Quite impressive attributes. Having independently honed her flower fruit abilities over the years, she had attained AC level. Her notable spirit likely stemmed from her extensive experience with the fruit, while the other attributes were merely adequate. However, her skills and talents were truly exceptional. "You are the recently renowned strongest bounty hunter of the East Blue, Rosha, correct?" Robin inquired, her interest piqued by Rosha's calm demeanor. She was curious about the source of his unwavering composure amidst such peril. Although she had witnessed his prowess on Whiskey Peak, she still believed him no match for Crocodile. "Indeed, I did not formally introduce myself during our last encounter on Whiskey Peak. Allow me to extend an invitation. Would you consider leaving Baroque works to join my crew?" Rosha looked up, smiling at Robin, though regrettably, her crossed legs obscured his view. If you manage to survive here, I might contemplate it. Robin smiled faintly, revealing her stunning beauty. Hee. Then it settled. Rosha grinned while gently touching Nami, his other hand signaling Robin to release her grip on his waist. Humph. Nami tossed her head back, standing upright from Rosha's embrace. Sigh. This little girl just loves to be jealous, Rosha mused inwardly, before unleashing a torrent of Conqueror's Haki. All present, aside from those ranked 1, 2, and 3, along with Daz, collapsed to the ground, effectively scattering the petals that formed the arms around Karina. The latter, drenched in sweat, knelt, fear evident on her face. Naturally, Robin was unfazed by Rosha's overwhelming aura. Having been bypassed entirely, even your cadres cannot withstand your power? Truly terrifying, Robin remarked, intrigued by Rosha's abilities. She had witnessed his capacity to incapacitate all bounty hunters on the island in an instant during their last encounter. However, this display caught the attention of Crocodile deep within the rain banquet. What is this? It resembles the Conqueror's Haki wielded by that old man, Whitebeard. Crocodile gritted his teeth. He now understood Robin's earlier words. With his subordinates from Baroque works, they were indeed no match for Rosha. That it seemed he would have to intervene personally. Rising from his boss's chair, Crocodile transformed into sand and sped toward the casino. Are you interested in testing the strength of the remaining few? Rosha addressed the eager Karina and Nami. Presently, the only crew members aboard Rosha's ship with combat capabilities were Reiju and Karina, with Nami only barely qualifying. Yet, against such novices, they were more than capable of putting up a fight. They appeared far too weak, save for that bald man who piqued his interest. Leggio pointed at Daz, who was half kneeling on the ground. In reality, even if everyone present joined forces, they would not stand a chance against Leggio. However, wishing to test the evasion prowess of her observation Haki, she chose the opponent who seemed the most intriguing to her. Then I shall select that gentleman, she declared, noting his evident reliance on martial arts, which would allow her to assess the results of her recent training. You all picked formidable opponents, thus, I am left with this individual. Karina, observing the choices made by the others, reluctantly settled on the seemingly weak Mr. 3, Gano. Yet, the capabilities of his wax fruit were indeed impressive, possessing qualities akin to those of a Logia-type fruit, with malleability and the characteristics of wax. This fruit could be deemed superior to the Machi fruit of Katakuri. The stickiness of melting wax and the hardness upon solidification could be developed to great effect in the original story. The properties of wax had been utilized to isolate Magellan, the Warden of Impel Down, from his poison fruit abilities, though regrettably, this fruit had fallen into the hands of the wrong person if wielded by a powerful individual. It could surely reach new heights of potential. Such a troublesome fruit is safest in the hands of the weak, sparing the seas from the emergence of additional strong foes. How infuriating to be underestimated. Being dispatched to face mere women, Galdiino exclaimed bitterly. Enough with the idle chatter. These women are no ordinary adversaries. Daz's expression grew serious. As the moment the women entered their stances, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Mikita, are you interested in the remaining woman? Rosha gestured towards the last contender, Miss Two Hands, Sarah. Originally relieved, Mikita straightened up and shook her head vigorously. Sigh. Despite having trained you in the development of your fruit abilities these past few days, why are you still so timid? Captain Rosha, please refrain from such remarks. I was merely a mid-level officer. The gap between me and high-ranking officers cannot be bridged in just a few days. Mikita had succumbed to despair, retreating behind Rosha and clutching his clothing tightly with closed eyes. Oh dear, your cowardice remains unchanged. This will not do. Upon our return to the ship, I shall thoroughly educate you. All right, let go of me. If you don't, I will toss you up there to face her. Rosha replied with exasperation, clearly at his wit's end with Mikita's antics. Nevertheless, his words frightened Mikita into releasing her grip. She had no desire to be thrown into combat. The other three had already engaged their respective opponents. Leiju refrained from direct confrontation, instead utilizing her observation Haki to evade Daz's attacks, an excellent method for honing her skills. Nami and Von Kure were locked in a fierce struggle, with Nami having honed her martial prowess the most during this period. She was determined not to lag too far behind Karina, thus exerting herself relentlessly, and with Rosha's careful guidance, her progress was remarkable. Although Von Kure's martial arts were commendable, his speed was no match for Nami's, leaving him to defend and counterattack, though he could hardly graze the hem of her skirt, silently enduring the onslaught. On Karina's front, the battle was one-sided. The capabilities of her barrier fruit, proved insurmountable, rendering Galdino's fruit development abilities utterly ineffective. Indeed, Karina had even managed to encase him within a sealed space created by her abilities, where no amount of force could breach the defenses. Ultimately, he was reduced to liquid wax within the constricted environment, and as the oxygen dwindled, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing that the remaining two faced no significant pressure, Rosha shifted his focus. With a swift movement, he appeared behind Sarah, eyeing her slender form. Unconsciously, Rosha reached out to gauge her weight. At that moment, Sarah felt a flicker before her eyes, only to find that the man had vanished, his presence now behind her, causing her to glance down in alarm and leap away. "You fiend," Sarah exclaimed, startled by Rosha's sudden proximity. "So fast. You were behind me in an instant. You are on an entirely different level." Sarah thought to herself, a wry smile crossing her lips, her eyes filled with trepidation. Unbeknownst to her, Rosha simply gave her a thumbs up. "Quite impressive. However, I regret to inform you that you do not quite align with my tastes. And there is no place for you on my ship. Consider that last encounter a mercy." With that, his conqueror's Haki surged forth, overwhelming Sarah, who crumpled to the ground. "Heh, what an amusing man. Do you have such an inclination towards the risque?" Robin mused from the second floor, observing the dramatic scene. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself in a precarious situation. Rosha had used Soru to appear beside her, unabashedly wrapping his arm around her. "Indeed, if a man is not risque, what distinguishes him from a salted fish?" Rosha asserted, his tone unapologetic and forthright. You truly are an intriguing man. I hope you genuinely can defeat Crocodile," Robin replied, not at all surprised by Rosha's sudden arrival. Maintaining her calm demeanor accompanied by a hint of a mysterious smile, she then gently extricated herself from Rosha's grasp, dissipating into petals only to reassemble into human form elsewhere, an act Rosha did not impede. Is this what they refer to as a tenfold enhancement through darkening and a threefold reduction through widening? Rosha pondered, astonished by Robin's abilities. Her level of development was quite impressive, and she did not adopt the typical pose to utilize her flower fruit powers. In the anime, Robin had to assume a specific posture before activating her abilities, and she had only refrained from doing so during her initial appearance to maintain an air of mystery. Was it possible that performing that gesture enhanced her power? This suggested that, in the future, she might be able to wield her abilities without such troublesome poses. Rosha glanced meaningfully at Karina, who, like Robin, required a specific gesture to activate her fruit powers, the Mont's Fingers pose. Even if Bartolomeo consumed it, he could only utilize it one-handed, creating a barrier that enveloped his fist. If they could develop their abilities to a state of awakening, perhaps they would no longer need to perform those cumbersome gestures. Just as Rosha contemplated the future trajectory of Karina's fruit development, his observation Haki detected a life form rapidly approaching. Legio, Nami. It seems something significant is about to emerge. Rosha promptly alerted the two below. Don't make such flippant remarks. Can't you see I'm putting in effort here? This gentleman's strength is no trifling matter. Nami retorted angrily, glancing back. Would you like my assistance? Nami, Karina chimed in from nearby, stifling a laugh. No. Nami shot back without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, Legio, having heard Rosha's words, opened her eyes. She had kept them shut during the battle. Des felt increasingly alarmed as he continued his assault. The woman before him was managing to evade his strikes with her eyes closed, deftly avoiding all his attacks. He was now drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, utterly overwhelmed by the pressure Legio exerted. However, once Legio opened her eyes, Des became irrelevant. Sara, venomous palm. Legio flashed directly in front of Daz, her palm imbued with purple toxins aimed squarely at his heart. Simultaneously, a torrent of quicksand burst through the entrance of the second floor, charging towards Legio, the sand coalescing into a solid form as it surged forward. Crescent Moon Sand Dune. Yet, this strike was already anticipated by Legio through her observation Haki, with a backward leap followed by several acrobatic flips. She evaded the attack and, with a powerful leap, landed in Rosha's embrace on the second floor, wrapping her arms around his neck. Captain Rosha, I was almost struck just now. How can you remain so calm? Legio teased, her voice laced with a beguiling allure as she playfully touched her lips. Nami and Karina, upon seeing Crocodile's arrival, ceased their skirmish with Von Kure and promptly retreated to Rosha's side. Crocodile, Vivi's expression tightened as she gazed at Crocodile's imposing figure in the hall, her fists clenched tightly. Hey, is Mr. One still alive? Clockter cast a grave gaze towards Rosha on the opposite second floor. Not turning back, but directly inquiring. Cough. I'm barely hanging on, but it seems I've been poisoned. Des managed to articulate through labored breaths, clutching his chest and coughing up blood. Tisich, useless fool, thought Mr. 2. Take this guy down. I'll handle the rest, Clockter stated, loosening his collar with an air of dominance. That moment, Fong Cly, despite his head being bandaged, remained spirited. Understood, boss, Daschan called out. With a peculiar ballet-like step, Fong Cly hoisted Daz and fled. Not forgetting to take Sarah with him, but as for Mr. 3, Galdino, he was disregarded entirely due to their long-standing animosity. You were the one who unleashed the Conqueror's Haki just now, right? The dual-wielding swordsman of the East Blue. Clockter's expression was serious, yet his tone exuded arrogance. Heh, Clockter, I have high hopes for you. How about working under me? Rosha replied with a tone of admiration. What a joke. You're merely a newcomer to the Grand Line. Thinking that mastering Conqueror's Haki makes you invincible? Clockter's veins throbbed with irritation. Rosha's words had undoubtedly provoked him. Having made a name for himself long ago, he found it outrageous that a mere bounty hunter, fresh from the seas, would dare to boast so brazenly. The desert treasure blade. His arm transformed into a sharp sand blade, shooting towards Rosha as a probing attack. Defensive barrier, Karina immediately raised a massive shield in front of them. The sand blade disintegrated upon impact with the barrier, causing no harm whatsoever. Humph, not bad. But with such meager skills, you think you can kill me? You're far too early for that. Sandgale. Clockter reformed his arms, conjuring a small sand tornado, which he then hurled at Karina. Hey, are you planning to destroy your own casino? There are still so many of your subordinates down there, Rosha remarked, releasing Lachio, who promptly evaded and drew her dual swords, unleashing 2 waves of sword energy that sliced through the swirling sand. These useless fools can be discarded. Sensing the different nature of Rosha's sword energy, Clockter sharply opted not to elementalize his body and instead defended with his golden hook. So, you can utilize armament Haki? It appears I've underestimated you. Not only have you mastered Conqueror's Haki, but you've also achieved an advanced application of armament Haki. You hardly seem like a mere novice to the seas. Clockter frowned at the scratches on his golden hook. Heh, there's no rule stating that newcomers can't wield Hakatiomi. Those who venture out to sea without having honed their skills are simply courting death. Rosha replied with a smile, considering the current version of Clockter to be merely a shadow of his former self. Only when he evolved into the 2.0 version of Sand would he truly be able to engage in a thrilling battle. Humph, merely boasting. Don't think that mastering armament Haki grants you victory, Clockter scoffed, confident in his methods to counter users of armament Haki, having previously held his own against Barrett. However, having grown complacent in battle, he no longer possessed the sharpness of his past. Let us change locations. You wouldn't want your plans exposed to the citizens, would you? Rosha gestured outside. Clockter indeed wished to avoid prematurely revealing his identity. And the expansive sand outside was clearly his domain. Since Rosha proposed it first, he saw no reason to decline. Transforming his body into quicksand, he surged forth, unperturbed by the notion that Rosha and his companions might escape. After all, these individuals had come specifically for him. Karina, I entrust you with protecting Vivi and the others, Rosha instructed before vanishing in an instant, with Lachio and Nami swiftly catching up with Vivi and Machida using Shafe. In the desert area outside the city, Clockter reformed his body, and Rosha's figure suddenly appeared before him. Consider this your grave, Clockter coldly remarked, observing Rosha's approach. Whose grave it will be remains to be seen. However, you truly have fallen far. After being defeated by Whitebeard, instead of striving to elevate your strength, you choose to rely on external forces. Do you genuinely believe that leaning on the king of the underworld will make you the pirate king? Rosha chuckled lightly, launching into a verbal assault. Clockter's expression darkened. This man clearly understood his desires and objectives in this country. Thus, he could not allow him to leave. Though I'm unsure how you learned of my plans. I cannot allow you to leave here alive, Clockter declared, exhaling a plume of smoke as his expression grew increasingly sinister. He began to gather an even larger sand tornado. Prepare yourself. Heavy sand gale. He hurled the tornado, enveloping the area in a storm of sand, obscuring even the sun above. The scene resembled an apocalyptic disaster. In this sandstorm, Clockter held an undeniable advantage, giving him the confidence to act without fear. Few could withstand him here, let alone a mere newcomer. Rosha's observation Haki immediately sensed the direction of the impending attack. and he swiftly countered with a sword slash, wave slash. The clash of sword energy and sand erupted into a hurricane, scattering the sandstorm. Following the direction sensed by his observation Haki, he utilized Shave to teleport right in front of Clockter. Clockter gritted his teeth as he brought his golden hook down from above. In an instant, the two exchanged a flurry of strikes, with Rosha expertly targeting Clockter's vital points, employing the swordsmanship taught by the Golden Lion. Clockter, relying on his extensive combat experience, preemptively turned to sand to evade some of Rosha's attacks, while using his hook to block those he could not avoid. Yet, the relentless onslaught of slashes forced him to continuously transform and defend. Had this been the original Clockter, he likely would have already succumbed. It was precisely Rosha's Haki that kept him on high alert, preventing the arrogance he displayed in the original narrative. Throughout the battle, Clockter gradually regained his former prowess, becoming increasingly adept at countering the sword energy attacks. At this point, he had evolved into the 1.5 version of Old Sand. With the intensity of their battle escalating, the aftermath of their clash grew more pronounced. A resounding explosion echoed, and sand flew in all directions, rendering the scene nearly indistinguishable. The center of their conflict had created a massive depression. Meanwhile, the women on the outskirts watched the epicenter of the battle. What monstrous power! Is such a force truly achievable by humans? Nico Robin remarked, her expression darkening as she pondered. There are countless monsters in the Grand Line, but these two truly stand at the pinnacle, Lachio replied, glancing at Robin with a smile. In her view, Robin's joining the crew was a foregone conclusion. Since Rosha had expressed his desire for her to join, he would undoubtedly not let her slip away, especially considering her unique charm. Not using your full strength. Robin's eyes widened in disbelief. The level of combat they were witnessing hardly seemed to be a display of their complete capabilities. Recalling her various provocations and Rosha's earlier words, a hint of cold sweat trickled down her back. She was relieved she hadn't acted against his crew. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to escape from the clutches of this man. However, Robin was unaware that even if she were to strike, she could cause no harm to Karina. Karina's physical prowess had already surpassed the strength of the arms conjured by her Hana Nami, rendering any attempt to bend them futile. So, are you now worried about whether you will be killed if your captain loses? Worry not. Since Rosha has promised to let you board, he will not lay a hand on you. Nami, with a beaming smile, reassured her, evidently mistaking Robin's reaction for fear. If Mr. Rosha truly defeats Captain Crocodile, then joining your crew would undoubtedly be the superior choice. I can also reveal to you the location of Crocodile's treasures. Robin replied with a smile. If, as Nami suggested, Rosha had yet to exert his full strength, then Crocodile, in his current state, could only barely cope and would stand no chance against him. In that case, boarding Rosha's ship would not be out of the question, as long as she could fulfill her dreams. Crocodile's treasures. Excellent. I accept your offer. Upon hearing about the treasures, Nami's spirits lifted, and she began to scrutinize Robin more carefully. At the heart of the battle, a resounding clang echoed once more. The dust was instantly blown apart by the shockwave. Crocodile used his golden hook to parry the incoming sword strike. Subsequently, both combatants withdrew to create some distance. Their clash had already persisted for some time. Crocodile was panting heavily, a crimson stain marking his arm, appearing more disheveled than at the onset, his stamina considerably depleted. In stark contrast, Rosha maintained a steady breath and composed demeanor, his attire untouched by a speck of dust, clearly indicating the disparity in their strengths. A monstrous newcomer. I never expected such a creature to emerge from the seas. Crocodile's expression turned grave, as the recent skirmish had made him acutely aware of the young man's formidable prowess. If this stalemate continued, victory would be utterly unattainable for him. Yet, the opponent's combat experience and the intensity of his Haki were not to be underestimated. His observation Haki was well honed, allowing him to evade all of Crocodile's attacks. Now, apart from broad area techniques, he could scarcely conceive of any means to contend with the youth before him. I sincerely appreciate your assessment. How about reconsidering what I proposed earlier? Rosha replied with a smile, exuding calmness. His current state stood in stark contrast to Crocodile's. You expect me to work under a rookie like you? Absolutely not. Do you have any idea who I am? This vast sea does not concern itself with who arrived first. It only speaks of strength. If I am strong enough, what would prevent me from commanding you? Such an arrogant little brat. Perhaps you should wait until you establish a foothold in the latter half of the Grand Line before speaking. Although your strength is commendable, dragging along those women to navigate this treacherous sea teeming with monsters is far from sufficient. With that, Crocodile transformed his arm once more into a blade of sand and struck forward. Desert King S-Blade.as the sand blades surged towards him. Rosha's lips curled into a smirk as he slowly ascended into the air. Lion's majesty. Several lion heads formed from sand surged forward, relentlessly charging at Crocodile. The sand blades scattered under the assault of the lion heads, which engulfed Crocodile, causing the ground to tremble violently. Hee hee, Crocodile, stop hiding. The sand attacks cannot pose any threat to you. Can they? In the sky, Rosha's demeanor shifted to one of arrogance. He had gauged Crocodile's current strength and lost interest in prolonging the battle. Crocodile's form coalesced once more from the sand. Float, float, fruit. Damn it, which old fool's fruit is this? I just heard news of his demise recently. How could his powers resurface so swiftly? What a joke. What is your connection to that man? Crocodile shouted grimly. Hee hee, if you can withstand my next move, I shall enlighten you. Rosha chose not to answer his question, instead channeling Haki into his dual swords, his aura gradually intensifying. Below, Crocodile sensed the overwhelming pressure and clenched his teeth. Refusing to retreat, his arm transformed into a colossal sand sword. Die. Desert Greatsword. A gigantic sand sword erupted from the ground, its tip aimed directly at Rosha's body. Hee hee, just as I hoped. Blade Wave. Purgatory. The grand technique once utilized against Nagli was unleashed once more by Rosha. Two colossal blades of energy shot forth, infused with lightning in hues of black and blue. Your captain is about to lose. You know, Nami watched with keen interest as Crocodile prepared to clash with Rosha. She had witnessed this move before. Even Nagli had claimed it could obliterate a small island. While that might have been an exaggeration, the power was undeniably formidable. Daiti might not devastate Alabasta, but this region would certainly be unable to withstand its might. Whether Crocodile could survive the onslaught was questionable, as not everyone possessed Haki as potent as Nagli's. It seems Mr. Rosha is indeed the stronger one, Robin observed as the desert great sword gradually dissipated under Rosha's sword energy. Unable to suppress her astonishment at this moment, Crocodile was exerting all his strength to continuously repair the great sword of sand, desperately blocking the oncoming sword energy. What a farce! How could I possibly be defeated by this brat in this place? Crocodile's aura surged, raising his arms skyward as he summoned sand. Yet, this was merely his final struggle. The sword energy pressed down relentlessly, gradually shredding the sand-formed great sword, ultimately crashing down to the ground. A deafening roar echoed, as the earth seemed to split into four, revealing two massive gashes. The shockwave roared incessantly. Karina was compelled to activate a defensive barrier to shield herself from being blown away by the force. It's over, Nami remarked softly as she observed the scene before her. Rosha let out a long breath. And as the dust settled, he gently descended to the epicenter of the sword energy. Crocodile bore two massive gashes, blood gushing forth and staining the sand beneath him. Even breathing had become a laborious task. The once great pirate, lost in the glory of his past, had neglected his own training, a truly pitiful sight. Observing the fallen Crocodile, Rosha couldn't help but reflect. Cough, cough, enough of the nonsense, brat. Since you've won, you may claim this head. As he spoke, blood still oozed from his mouth, yet the defiance in his demeanor earned Rosha a modicum of respect. Heh, I have no interest. Rosha sheathed his long sword. What do you mean? Did you not come here to kill me? Crocodile spoke with great difficulty. Not entirely. I primarily came to test your strength, but it appears the 7 warlords are not as impressive as I had anticipated. Waving his hand dismissively, Rosha replied casually. How arrogant, little brat. You dare to claim you are not a pirate? Hee hee, merely for the time being. When the conflict inevitably encroaches upon the Navy's interests, I doubt they will tolerate you. By the way, I must take my leave with Robin and Machida. Also, Alabasta lacks the treasures you seek. The legendary Pluton is actually in Wano. If you have the courage to challenge Kaido, you might want to give it a try. With that, Rosha turned to depart toward Nami and the others. He was unperturbed by the potential repercussions of revealing the information about Pluton, confident that when he truly possessed the strength to acquire it, he would be capable of ruling the world. Rosha, if you choose not to kill me now, I will ensure you regret it later. One day, I will defeat you. Crocodile, summoning every ounce of strength, turned his head to speak with difficulty. Hee hee, let us discuss that when you evolve to version 3.0. At present, you are far too weak. Rosha flicked his hand dismissively, without looking back. Damn it, that little brat. Although he yearned to rise and engage in a fierce battle that could last for 300 rounds. His body conveyed the message that he had reached his limits. Upon returning to the side of Nami and her companions, Rosha casually remarked to Robin, I have defeated your captain, and I even requested him to take good care of you. Robin-chan. Robin smiled faintly, not revealing the truth. Crocodile would never utter such words. Then I shall look forward to your guidance, Captain Rosha. Ding. Recruitment of crew member Nico Robin complete. Reward skill. Hair gel hands. What? Hair gel hands? What kind of skill is that? Rosha's eyes widened in disbelief, as it was the first time he had received such an unusual reward. It was neither a combat skill nor a talent. And it didn't even qualify as a useful item. Was he expected to reach the final stages and then transform into a second-phase villain with hair gel hands? Shaking his head to discard those thoughts, he stretched lazily. Indeed, it had been a most exhilarating battle. Since Rosha's debut, apart from his all-out clash with Nagli, he had effortlessly dispatched nearly all other adversaries he encountered. Although Crocodile's strength did not push Rosha to his limits, the suppression of his conqueror's Haki made for a thoroughly enjoyable fight. I'm hungry, Vivi pondered aloud. How far are we from your capital? If we were to fly, it would take several hours. After a moment of contemplation, she calculated the distance. It seemed they would have to return to the ship tonight and head to the capital of Alabasta tomorrow. Rosha glanced at the sky. Noki Gao and Koya were still aboard the vessel. If they returned to the ship before heading to the capital, it would likely be evening by the time they arrived. Thus, the group retraced their steps, with Nami leading Robin in search of Crocodile's treasure from the rain banquet. After thoroughly ransacking Crocodile's hoard, they made their way back to the dock, and night was fast approaching. A rhythmic sound echoed, resembling the training noises of students in a dojo. Following the sound, they discovered a large group of kung fu manatees had gathered along the shore. Noki Gao was aboard the ship, smiling as he observed the manatees training below. As Rosha and his companions drew nearer, the kung fu manatees quickly formed a wall before them. Xilobu, the lead kung fu manatee, wearing a serious expression and gesturing in a manner unknown to Rosha, crossed its arms and regarded Rosha and his companions. What is going on? Rosha asked Noki Gao, somewhat bewildered. I'm not quite sure. Shortly after you all departed, this group of little fellows suddenly appeared on the shore and began gesturing. I assumed they were hungry, so I prepared some food for them. But it seems they have been training ever since, Noki Gao explained, perplexed, as none aboard the ship spoke the language of beasts, and Chopper was absent to translate. Upon hearing Noki Gao's explanation, Rosha suddenly realized. Could it be that these little creatures are staying here to protect you because you fed them? Have they mistaken us for villains? He chuckled softly at the sight of the adorable creatures. I am not sure, but I can't communicate with them. What should we do? Noki Gao sighed, placing a hand on his forehead in frustration. Ha ha ha. No worries, as long as we can take them down, it'll be fine. Rosha rolled up his sleeves, ready for a brawl. The kung fu manatees, seeing his readiness, also prepared for a fight, rolling up their sleeves in a show of defiance, with a swift motion. Rosha sent several charging manatees flying, then proceeded to engage in a one-sided bout. All the kung fu manatees were laid flat, but Rosha had not exerted much force, ensuring their well-being remained intact. Just as Rosha was about to return to the ship, the initial lead kung fu manatee shakily reached out and grabbed the hem of Rosha's trousers. Surprised, Rosha looked down to find one still standing, which indicated its commendable physical condition and willpower. The kung fu manatee struggled to rise and solemnly bowed to Rosha. What is this? This kung fu manatee wishes to become your disciple, Vivi exclaimed with a hint of astonishment. Recalling some customs associated with such creatures, Rosha remembered that in the original story, Luffy had taken a number of kung fu manatees as disciples. Could this be the same group? He also recalled that these sea beasts could learn Haki, potentially becoming formidable allies. Rosha crouched down to address the kung fu manatee. Do you wish to become my disciple? The kung fu manatee nodded firmly with determination in its eyes. Interesting, but I have no intention of taking on disciples. The kung fu manatee gazed at Rosha with big, adorable eyes, evoking pity from anyone who looked upon it. Nami, unable to resist, rushed to Rosha's side, clutching his arm and pleading in a childlike tone. Just agree to it. He genuinely wishes to learn from you. The kung fu manatee nodded eagerly. Captain Rosha, I believe you should accept them. After all, their strength is commendable, and they could serve as sailors aboard the ship and fight in the sea. Robin suggested with a smile, having taken a liking to these charming creatures but hesitating to voice her opinion until Nami did. Sighing, Rosha relented. Well, since both Nami-chan and Robin-chan have said so, I shall take you under my wing. The kung fu manatee leaped for joy, appearing to regain its vigor. In that case, I will teach you a technique that you can practice gradually. Rosha's expression turned serious, embodying his usual teaching style. The Kung Fu manatee mirrored his seriousness, adopting a stance with its fists at its waist. Rosha's fist became enveloped in Haki as he bent slightly and struck the ocean, creating a wave that parted the sea. The Kung Fu manatee leaped beside Rosha in admiration, exclaiming, "Jiwu, Gei-wu. This is Haki. By accelerating blood flow, we enhance muscle movement to achieve hardening. That a more advanced application allows it to be wrapped around attacks and weaponry. With the ultimate stage being the external release. Once you master wrapping and external release, you can replicate what I just demonstrated," Rosha explained, smiling as the Kung Fu manatee nodded eagerly, beginning to practice its punches on the spot. "Isn't that the training method for the Marine 6 Styles Iron Body you mentioned?" Reiju recalled, vaguely remembering Rosha's previous remarks about the technique, which had garnered scorn as a skill that led to certain doom for its users. Indeed, Iron Body is the most rudimentary form of Haki. If one can perform any action while using Iron Body in motion and infuse it with Haki, they have reached the hardening stage. Rosha remembered this well. Aware of the dire fates of those who had employed Iron Body in both the main series and films, all meeting unfortunate ends. So this is the foundational training for Haki, Reiju pondered, realizing that Rosha had yet to teach her Haki, but surmised that this energy was likely the crucial element, especially since mere hardening could not capture the physical form of a Logia devil fruit user. What has happened to the manatees? Are they all intoxicated? At that moment, Koya emerged from the ship's cabin, initially pleased to see everyone return. However, upon noticing the manatees sprawled across the ground, she gasped in shock. She quickly fetched a medical kit and rushed down to examine the Kung Fu manatees. After checking them over, she discovered they were merely unconscious, and she breathed a sigh of relief, learning from the others that their state was a result of challenging Rosha. He sheepishly scratched his head. "Ha. Koya, I'm hungry. Have you prepared dinner?" Rosha, with a light-hearted demeanor, deftly shifted the topic, being the first to leap aboard the ship, and then turned to the Kung Fu manatees below, advising them, "I entrust you with watching over the ship today. Remember to practice diligently." Having said this, he turned on his heel and returned to the cabin without a backward glance. This fellow truly possesses a knack for delegating tasks. Observing Rosha's actions, Nami could only shake her head in resignation before following suit back onto the ship. The only ones left were the Kung Fu manatees, who, filled with excitement, let out joyful cries. In the world of pirates, although there exists a plethora of entertainment options, few are suitable for the confines of a ship. After savoring a delectable dinner, Rosha languidly reclined on the sofa in the common room, watching various programs on the transponder snail. However, the offerings were far from captivating. It was only Noki and Kia who seemed thoroughly engrossed. Left with no choice, Rosha beckoned Karina and Nami to join him in a game of Do Di Ju, a card game he had introduced from another world, one that had yet to be played in this realm. After passing some time, Rosha led Karina and Nami back to their quarters to continue their game. Earlier, under Nami's encouragement, Karina had lost a few minor wagers to Rosha, and now it was time for her to repay that debt through the game, completely disregarding her opponent's seemingly fervent struggles and feigned reluctance. Nami was unable to tolerate Karina's usual bravado, thus she sought to see her friend experience a moment of embarrassment. One night passed. The morning light arrived as it always does, though this time the hall was notably missing 2 individuals. The other women, however, were unfazed by this, except for Robin, who was new to the crew and regarded the situation with contemplative curiosity. After breakfast, while everyone was still gathered in the hall, Vivi declared with a serious expression, "I wish to return to the palace to gather the common folk and expose Crocodile's schemes." Rosha glanced at her, noting that there were still several days until the signing ceremony in Alabasta. It seemed that remaining here was the only option, as there wouldn't be enough time for travel that we will likely need to stay in Alabasta for another 10 days. During this time, you can spend quality moments at the palace with your father, Rosha said nonchalantly. "Really? That's wonderful." Vivi's face lit up with joy upon hearing Rosha's words about their extended stay in Alabasta. "Indeed, after all, there are things I wish to uncover in Alabasta." Rosha cast a casual glance at Robin, who responded with a warm smile. He then rose and stepped outside the ship. The Kung Fu manatees were practicing their punches by the shore. Upon spotting Rosha, they rushed over, their eyes filled with admiration. "Ah, you were truly diligent in your training so early in the morning," Rosha exclaimed, jumping down from the ship, immediately surrounded by the eager manatees. each only reaching his thigh. They appeared quite endearing. Go! A serious shout, distinct from the others, snapped the kung fu manatees back to attention. They promptly formed an orderly line and saluted Roxa, transforming from their previously adorable demeanor into a disciplined formation. Roxa counted, noting there were precisely 35 kung fu manatees. And among them, the one he had taken as his disciple last night stepped forward, bowing deeply. Roxa crouched down to pat its head, saying, "Very well, you must intensify your training. Today, I shall teach you a technique for swift movement in battle." Amidst the reverent gazes, Roxa commenced his lesson on the shave technique. The physical condition of these manatees was commendable, making their training relatively straightforward, despite their differing anatomy. It did not hinder their ability to perform. Soon, after imparting his teachings, the other women emerged from the cabin, exchanging smiles as they observed Roxa diligently instructing the kung fu manatees. "Shouldn't Roxa stay for another day?" Nami inquired playfully, addressing Roxa, who was focused on his teaching below. "Oh, are you all prepared? If we're staying, there's no need. It's better to head to the capital and sort things out so we can enjoy a few days of leisure," Roxa replied, wiping the sweat from his brow as the sun had risen high in the sky. The sweltering climate of Alabasta made him long for the comfort of the palace after such an extended stay. Go! Upon hearing that Roxa intended to depart, the kung fu manatees displayed expressions of reluctance, their bright, adorable eyes glistening as they crowded closer. "Alas, all good things must come to an end. If you truly wish to see me again, then focus on your training. Perhaps we shall meet once more in some distant part of this ocean," Roxa said with a smile, gently patting their heads. Ultimately, the kung fu manatees could only wave their small handkerchiefs, tears in their eyes as they bid farewell to Roxa and his companions. Due to the uncertainty of their departure point, Roxa stored the sailboat in his dimensional space. Once everything was packed, they set off towards the capital of Alabasta, Erebana. By the time they arrived, it was midday. With Vivi's status as a princess, access within the palace was seamless, allowing them to quickly reach the Grand Hall. "Father!" Upon seeing King Cobra of this nation, Vivi's face illuminated with joy. "Vivi," Cobra approached, tenderly ruffling her hair. "You must have endured hardships while you were away." "Not at all. It was for the sake of Alabasta. And such sacrifices are necessary." Vivi shook her head, embracing her father. In this moment, she felt she had finally arrived at her long-awaited goal, to thwart Crocodile's schemes and restore peace to the nation. "Father, summon the people of the kingdom. We must reveal Crocodile's conspiracy to them, so the rebels will cease their turmoil." Cobra nodded in agreement, having heard from the commander of the royal guard, Ikaram, about Vivi's quest for formidable allies to challenge Crocodile. If they could defeat him, his schemes would unravel effortlessly. Now, seeing Vivi standing before him unharmed, it confirmed that the powerful swordsman had indeed vanquished Crocodile. He turned to regard Roxa, a young and strikingly handsome man. "You must be Roxa, the strongest bounty hunter from the East Blue, whose name has recently spread across the world. I have heard of your deeds, and I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. Otherwise, our nation might have fallen into Crocodile's grasp." Cobra bowed deeply in gratitude. "Father," Vivi said, concern etched on her face as she looked at him, "there is no need for such formalities, Your Majesty. This was merely a transaction between Vivi and myself. Now that the agreement has been fulfilled, I shall uphold my end by defeating Crocodile," Roxa replied, extending a hand to help Cobra rise, shaking his head with an expression of calmness. Upon hearing Roxa's words, Cobra's countenance shifted to one of awkwardness, and he hesitated before speaking. "Lord Roxa, I understand this is a collaborative agreement between you and Vivi, but might we negotiate for an alternative request?" "Father, please do not say such things. Captain Roxa has aided our nation. Since I made a promise to him, I shall honor my commitment," Vivi interjected sternly, positioning herself protectively in front of Roxa. "But, Vivi," Cobra began to protest, "and no more of that." "Dear father," she insisted. Faced with Vivi's resolute attitude, Cobra found himself at a loss and could only concede to her wishes. Vivi's face brightened once more. Roxa approached and affectionately ruffled her hair before turning to Cobra with a question. "King Cobra, I have a request that may require your assistance." "Haha, Lord Roxa, you are a benefactor and hero of Alabasta. As long as you require assistance, we shall not hesitate to oblige," Cobra replied heartily with a laugh. "It is this. One of my companions wishes to observe a historical text. Might we have the privilege of viewing the buried historical records of this nation? I am aware that Alabasta has long safeguarded a secret concerning Queen Nefertari D. Lily from 8 centuries ago. A secret that you have been entrusted to protect. The cobra's expression shifted dramatically, as he was perplexed by how this man came to possess such knowledge. Lord Rosha, how do you know this? Cobra questioned, bewildered as to why this outsider was privy to the very secret his lineage had guarded for generations. That Robin's eyes sparkled with intrigue, for her aim in joining the Baroque works was precisely to uncover this historical text. She had consistently betrayed others merely to preserve her own life, and this time was no different. Her allegiance to Rosha stemmed solely from his formidable strength, although Rosha had claimed an interest in the historical text, suggesting their partnership was harmonious. Robin perceived it merely as a tactic to entice her. Should her life be threatened, she would not hesitate to betray him again. Yet, the fact that Rosha was willing to negotiate with Cobra on her behalf stirred something within her. Most astonishingly, she had not anticipated that Rosha would possess such extensive knowledge about this nation, including the history pertaining to the historical text. What, pray tell, did Queen Lily entrust her descendants to protect 8 centuries ago? It was indeed captivating, so much so that Robin found herself smiling unconsciously. As for this, I am well acquainted with many aspects of this world, including portions of the historical text and the matter of the poneglyphs. Rosha stated calmly, shifting the blame onto the Golden Lion. After all, no one truly knew how much the Golden Lion understood. Yet, as a notorious pirate, he undoubtedly possessed numerous secrets. Your master is the Golden Lion? Cobra inquired, somewhat perplexed, to which Vivi proceeded to elucidate the situation regarding the Golden Lion. Captain Rosha, what exactly do you mean by the poneglyphs? Robin asked softly as she stepped closer, while she harbored doubts about the veracity of these matters. The concept of the poneglyphs piqued her curiosity. The poneglyphs pertain to the legendary One Piece and the Final Island. Raftel, Rosha replied, locking gazes with Robin as he casually mentioned the poneglyphs. What? The poneglyphs of Raftel? The revelation of this monumental secret struck the women once more as they listened intently to Rosha. Does this mean that if we obtain the poneglyphs, we can acquire the One Piece and attain the greatest treasure in the world? Nami and Karina reverted to their former greedy selves. It was not that they were unmoved by treasure now. Rather, they found little interest in meager riches, unless it was something on the level of Crocodile. The treasure of lesser characters was merely a trifling addition. Do you know where the poneglyphs are located? Nami and Karina gazed at Rosha with eager anticipation. I do indeed. Each of the 4 emperors possesses a piece. Whitebeard's fragment seems to be located in Zou, the country of the former 2nd Division commander, Kazuki Oden. Rosha casually divulged this terrifying information. What? The 4 emperors. The excitement in the 2 women's expressions instantly waned, as they were well aware of the 4 emperors and recognized that even Rosha admitted he was not a match for them. The prospect of stealing the poneglyphs from them seemed utterly impossible. Ha! I have stated that we shall circumnavigate the globe, and I shall surely set foot on the final island, Raftel. Thus, acquiring the poneglyphs from the 4 emperors is also my objective, although I may not be able to defeat them now. Once I grow stronger, they may not stand a chance against me, Rosha declared with confidence, igniting a spark of hope in Nami, Karina, and Robin's eyes, initially disheartened by the mention of the 4 emperors. Robin found renewed faith upon hearing Rosha's determination to grow stronger. Based on the information she had gathered since boarding his ship, that Rosha's physical prowess was formidable, and if he continued to develop, he might indeed achieve his ambitions. However, I must caution you that the One Piece may not be the treasure you envision. What Roger spoke of before his demise referred to something entirely different. Rosha warned the 2 women with a preemptive note. Is this something you learned from the Golden Lion? Nami inquired, intrigued. Indeed, Rosha replied assertively, shifting all responsibility onto the Golden Lion, for it was imperative to deflect any suspicion. The Roger pirates of the previous era would not have left any treasure unguarded on the final island. The most widely speculated treasure was likely the great treasure left behind by Joy Boy, which could pertain to the liberation of the world. Yet, in Rosha's eyes, what liberation of the world? As long as one possesses sufficient strength, whether it be liberating the world or altering its course, it can all be accomplished without relying on Joy Boy's treasure. Turning his gaze back to Robin, Rosha spoke earnestly. Robin, I understand that your desire to join this crew may not be entirely genuine at present. However, I assure you that this will undoubtedly be the finest team you have ever been a part of. I will help you fulfill your dreams. Well then, I shall eagerly await your performance. Captain Rosha. I have faith in you, Robin replied with a smile, feigning anticipation. In her eyes, Rosha was perpetually shrouded in an air of mystery. If the Golden Lion truly possessed such knowledge, he would have long since pursued his ambitions. Thus, she concluded that this was a secret Rosha had uncovered from some source. Meanwhile, Rosha rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking to himself, this woman truly knows how to act. She is practically an award-winning performer. Even now, she did not miss an opportunity to put on a show. However, he remained confident that one day, she would genuinely join his crew. Lord Rosha, you are the savior of this nation if this is your request. I shall grant it, Cobra responded solemnly after a moment of contemplation, having understood the implications of Vivi's explanation that Rosha's strength was undeniable, and should he wish to forcefully search this place, Cobra's side lacked the power to resist. An army? Such forces were merely tools to suppress civilians. In a true high-stakes battle, an army would prove utterly ineffective. The single user of Conqueror's Haki could incapacitate the weaker soldiers within the ranks. Moreover, this was a man who had bested Crocodile. Even a Shichibukai could wreak havoc on their nation. They could hardly withstand the rampage of someone even stronger than a Shichibukai. After careful consideration, it seemed more prudent to grant Rosha's request as a gesture of goodwill. He felt somewhat reassured, having learned from Vivi that Rosha was not a malevolent individual. That is splendid news, King Cobra. Rosha replied with a slight smile, relieved that Cobra's agreement would save him considerable trouble. Had he refused, Rosha would not have resorted to force, but would have quietly sought out the historical text under the cover of night. Discreetly infiltrating the restricted area to copy the texts, such a trivial matter, even if discovered, would likely incur no punishment. While Rosha believed this to be the case, had Cobra been privy to his thoughts, he would surely have struck him with a stick. You deem it a trivial matter to speak of a secret guarded by royalty for 8 centuries. Father, I shall instruct the soldiers to gather the civilians. You may take Lord Rosha and the others to view the historical text, Vivi proposed eagerly, unable to contain her anticipation. She was eager to disclose Crocodile's nefarious plot to the citizens, to dispel the misunderstandings and expedite the dissolution of the rebel forces. Very well. Go ahead, Vivi. I believe in your abilities, Cobra nodded, recognizing Vivi's growth. She had become more confident and discerning than ever before. It was unfortunate that if she were not to accompany Rosha, she would undoubtedly have made for an exceptional successor, an enlightened queen. Kabura watched Vivi depart from the palace, instructing the soldiers outside to summon the citizens. Alas, if only Vivi could remain in Alabasta, she would undoubtedly make a wise queen, and I could pass the throne to her. Kabura sighed softly, his words seemingly directed at himself, yet also intended for Rosha to hear. Haha, it's fine. We can always have another child who is even wiser, Rosha chuckled, patting his shoulder without a hint of formality. Sir Rosha, you may not be aware, but my wife mysteriously vanished many years ago and has yet to be found. Thus, I have no plans for further progeny, Kabura replied, a bitter smile crossing his lips. Why not simply take another wife? Why the distress? Rosha remarked, puzzled, for it seemed perfectly normal for a king to have multiple wives. The women behind Rosha couldn't help but roll their eyes at him, recognizing him as a typical flirt, easily enamored by every woman he encountered. The ship contained no other males besides him, leaving them bewildered as to the environment that had shaped such a lecherous man. However, they were unaware that Rosha hailed from another world. Having suppressed his desires for so long in his previous existence, how could he resist the allure of living freely in this animated realm? Naturally, collecting the beautiful women featured in the original tale was among his many interests. I differ from you, for my love solely belongs to my princess. Beyond her, I have no desire for another wife. Kabura shook his head, unwilling to discuss the matter further. Rosha, sensing the discomfort, offered consolation. Fear not. Once we navigate through this world, I shall return with Vivi to assume the throne. Who knows? Perhaps I shall even bring you an heir. The latter statement was one Rosha whispered to himself. However, his closest companions, Nami and Karina, had long since discerned his intentions and no longer sought to dissuade him, for Rosha's strength was far beyond what they could contend with. Rosha could only muse that his steel balloon talent was indeed exceptional. It was this very ability that allowed a woman of such caliber to bear so many children. Upon hearing that Rosha intended to bring Vivi back to inherit the throne, Kabura nodded in agreement. Since Vivi would eventually return to claim her birthright, it would be advantageous for her to accompany Rosha and broaden her horizons. This thought lightened his heart considerably. Everyone, follow me. The historical text lies within the tombs of Alabasta's royal lineage. Without my guidance, you would not gain access to its depths. Kabura led the way out of the palace, with the others closely following. After navigating a labyrinthine path, they arrived at the entrance of a grand palace. Kobura gently pushed a statue beside the door, revealing a sudden underground passage before their eyes. Oh, so cleverly concealed. It would indeed be challenging to discover if one were not aware. Rosha remarked, his voice laced with admiration. Kobura, overhearing, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. This underground chamber was the true royal tomb, vast and reminiscent of the ancient Egyptian style. Wow, what a grand mausoleum. Even Nami and the others marveled at its magnificence. At the far end of the chamber lay a massive stone, inscribed with countless enigmatic symbols. Robin, her eyes alight with excitement, approached the stone and began to decipher its contents. While the group observed in silence, they had not anticipated encountering someone capable of interpreting such ancient script in this world. Kobura reflected on this revelation, initially believing their party had merely come to view the historical text. After all, she is the woman who was bounty hunted at the age of 8 for 80 million berries. She must possess some extraordinary skills that the Navy fears, Kobura mused. O'Hara, I have heard of that tale. The extermination order initiated by the world government years ago, targeting the scholars of O'Hara who sought to overturn the world. Kobura fell into a reverie. So, she was the survivor from O'Hara, known as the daughter of the devil. Nico Robin. Just as Kobura was still reeling from Robin's identity, she approached Rosha, having finished reading the historical text. Captain Rosha, please refrain from making light of my identity, compared to my title as daughter of the devil. Your exposure as the heir of the Golden Lion would likely cause an uproar worldwide. Robin remarked with a calm demeanor, returning to Rosha's side and beginning to take notes on the text. The heir of the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion? Kobura gazed at Rosha in shock, astonished that this seemingly handsome youth bore such a lineage, which explained his formidable prowess. This was information Vivi had not disclosed to him, yet he could only smile wryly. If Vivi had accepted it, what more could he say? Well, it's not exactly a title worth boasting about. If it could be kept concealed, I would prefer not to expose it prematurely. Otherwise, my joyful adventures might be disrupted by the Navy. Rosha chuckled awkwardly, swiftly changing the subject. So, have you deciphered everything, Captain Rosha? Would you like me to share the contents with you? Robin closed her notebook, a knowing smile gracing her lips. No need. I have a fair idea of what the historical text entails, Rosha replied casually. Oh, Captain Rosha is aware of its contents. Robin expressed genuine surprise, not expecting him to possess such knowledge. Indeed, it likely pertains to the location of the Pluton, situated on an island in the latter half of the Grand Line. A place we will inevitably visit, Rosha said, stroking his chin nonchalantly. He had previously informed Crocodile of the Pluton's location but was uncertain of its exact whereabouts in Wano. However, if Crocodile truly had the audacity to venture into Kaido's territory in search of the Pluton, Rosha would regard him with newfound respect. Rosha was unconcerned about Crocodile potentially collaborating with Kaido. After all, Kaido was one of the 4 emperors, and to him, the warlords were but a joke. Even in cooperation, they would merely serve as subordinate units. Crocodile, a man daring enough to confront Whitebeard, would certainly not submit to anyone. Thus, Rosha concluded that Crocodile would not ally with Kaido. Indeed, it is astonishing that Captain Rosha possesses such knowledge of the contents. It truly defies belief. Robin was genuinely amazed, realizing that Rosha was not merely boasting but was indeed well informed. Ha ha ha, in truth, I am aware of many hiding places of historical texts and some of their contents. Our next destination also harbors a historical text, if memory serves. It pertains to the Sea Kings, Rosha declared with pride, hands on his hips, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. Robin's eyes sparkled with anticipation, excited for the journey ahead. Oh, by the way, I have another question for King Kobura. Rosha, suddenly recalling something, turned back to Kobura, almost forgetting the true inquiry he wished to make. Please, speak freely, Sir Rosha. That I wish to understand how the Alabaster royal family managed to transfer the powers of the previous generation's devil fruit into the fruits themselves. It is said that Alabasta has long been guarded by 2 divine protectors, namely the Tori Tori no Mi, falcon form, and the Inu Inu no Mi, jackal form. I wish to know how, throughout Alabasta's extensive history, these 2 devil fruits have consistently appeared here. Rosha posed the question that had long puzzled him. Blackbeard utilized the Yami Yami no Mi to transfer the powers of other devil fruits. How, then, did Alabasta manage to maintain the presence of devil fruits without the Yami Yami no Mi? Cobra appeared somewhat distressed, his words becoming increasingly hesitant. If discussing this topic troubles you, Your Majesty, let us forego it. I am already immensely grateful that we can delve into the annals of history. This inquiry is merely a personal curiosity of mine. Observing Cobra's troubled expression, Rosha felt a twinge of disappointment but refrained from pressing the matter. After all, it was merely a lingering question he had regarding the Pirate King. However, if it vexed his future father-in-law, it was best left untouched. No, as one who has saved Alabasta, if you wish to know. I can unveil the secrets here. Cobra seemed to have come to a realization, his gaze firming as he ceased to withhold information that in fact, the location of the rebirth of a devil fruit user after death is controllable. Cobra's revelation astonished everyone present, their eyes wide with disbelief. Controllable? Was the collective inner response. As it stands, it is known that when a devil fruit user perishes, their fruit's powers regenerate on some fruit in the sea. This phase does not involve the growth of the fruit. Rather, the devil fruit directly attaches to the fruit, bestowing its powers. The devil fruit represents humanity's pursuit of evolution, born from the obsessions within people's hearts. Cobra articulated truths that even Rosha was unaware of, revealing the origins of the devil fruits to the gathered crowd for the first time. The obsessions of humanity have given rise to these unnatural powers. Yet they are rejected by the mother nature of the sea. Every devil fruit user is constrained by the sea prism stone found in the ocean. This explains why even the finest sailors cannot swim after consuming a devil fruit. But how does this relate to Alabasta's inheritance of the devil fruits? Despite being astonished by the origins of the devil fruits, Rosha remained curious about the method of inheriting such powers. As I mentioned, devil fruits arise from human obsessions. When a user dies, their powers, along with their soul, return to the place they were most deeply attached to. Each devil fruit inherits a portion of the previous owner's obsessions and soul, which explains why some can utilize special techniques immediately after consumption. These may stem from the abilities developed by the previous user. If the user has no place of attachment, then the devil fruit will randomly regenerate somewhere in the vast ocean. The guardians of Alabasta, as they approach death, would have their favorite fruits placed beside them, ensuring that upon their demise, their devil fruits are likely to be reborn in the land of their deepest attachment. Cobra raised his gaze to Rosha, disclosing this long-buried secret of Alabasta. It was truly astonishing. The origins of the devil fruit's powers were not what one might expect. Even Robin, the most erudite member of the team, could not help but express her awe. While it is said that the method of inheriting these powers is controllable, do most users at sea truly have a place of deep attachment? Only those like the guardians of Alabasta, who have lived on this land and remain loyal to its royal family, can ensure that each fruit user is born here. Rosha articulated the crux of the inheritance. Having received the answers he sought, Rosha led the way out of the royal tomb. This visit was not in vain. He had fulfilled his promise to Robin and uncovered the secrets of the devil fruits. However, the practicality of this method remained in question. Upon arriving at the plaza hall of the capital, Alyabarna, they found a considerable number of royal soldiers maintaining order, while the townsfolk below murmured about the king's summons to gather everyone. "Father, Rosha, you're back," Vivi exclaimed happily upon seeing Rosha and the others, guarded by the soldiers. "Yes, we have seen everything we needed to. How about you? Are you ready?" Rosha approached Vivi, who appeared somewhat anxious, and smiled. "Yes, it's my first time giving a speech in front of so many citizens, but I will do my best. The entire populace of the capital has gathered, with this evidence, revealing Crocodile's conspiracy should restore peace to Alabasta." Vivi's voice was tinged with excitement and apprehension as she held the incriminating evidence discovered in Crocodile's office during the rain dinner. It contained proof of Crocodile's establishment of the criminal organization Baroque Works and his intent to usurp the throne of Alabasta through the purchase of dance powder on the black market. "Go on, Vivi. You have grown. I believe in you," Cobra said, gently caressing her hair. Encouraged by Cobra's words, Vivi's resolve solidified as she stepped onto the speaking platform in the plaza hall. "Citizens, I have summoned you here to unveil a conspiracy that has plagued Alabasta for 4 years." As Vivi spoke, the murmurs among the crowd grew louder. Yet, unaffected, she continued, "The man hailed as a hero by the people, Crocodile, is, in fact, a usurper. He established the criminal organization Baroque Works and, for an entire year, used dance powder in the capital, leaving other cities parched. The recent surge of dance powder in Nanohana was orchestrated by him, disguised as palace guards, inciting rebellion among the people. Crocodile's true aim is to incite a revolt and seize control of this nation to realize his dark ambitions." Vivi's impassioned speech stirred the crowd into a frenzy of doubt, pitting the hero who safeguarded Alabasta against the royal family that had ruled for generations. Soon, a voice arose from the crowd. Princess Vivi, what evidence do you have to prove this is the work of Lord Crocodile? The speaker was a young man who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of pirates, saved by Crocodile during a perilous moment. Now, Vivi's claims left him in turmoil that a savior he revered as a hero, and a princess beloved by the people. He was at a loss regarding whom to believe. I hold the criminal evidence against Crocodile, Vivi proclaimed, raising the incriminating documents from Baroque works high for all to see. This is all the evidence of Crocodile's crimes. A year ago, I went undercover in Baroque works to gather evidence of their crimes and information about their leader, but I returned empty-handed, until a few days ago. I met a righteous adventurer, Captain Rosha, who aided us in defeating Crocodile, and discovered this evidence in his lair, that it records all of Crocodile as criminal activities, enough to prove he is a usurper. Vivi's words fell like a stone into a pond, sending ripples through the crowd. I knew the king would never resort to using dance powder, so it was that wretched pirate who deceived us. Bah, what hero! He is merely a traitor, my wretched son. How could he not consider our benevolent king and join the rebels? I will bring him back tomorrow to face the king's judgment. Some rejoiced, reaffirming their faith in the unchanged benevolence of their king, while others lamented their naivety in believing the rumors. Citizens, the key figure in exposing Crocodile's conspiracy is Captain Rosha, who defeated him. Compared to Crocodile, Captain Rosha deserves to be called the true hero of Alabasta. Vivi raised her hand, pointing towards Rosha beside her, igniting a fervor among the crowd. The cheers of the masses made Rosha feel a tinge of embarrassment as he awkwardly touched his nose. He had come to Alabasta with a purpose, and now being hailed as a hero was rather overwhelming. Yet, it was his first experience of the crowd's adulation, leaving him momentarily in a state of euphoric disbelief. Upon learning the truth, I implored the rebel forces outside to cease their futile actions. Continuation of this path would only plunge the nation into further chaos. I am aware that it is Crocodile's scheme that has incited your rebellion. Therefore, I once again promise that no punishments will befall you. Vivi, with a resolute pat on her chest, reiterated her commitment, knowing full well that spies from the rebels were undoubtedly present. This approach could potentially resolve the discord between them. Surely, Koza would understand. Vivi reminisced about her childhood companion, now the leader of the resistance, Koza. With the final words from Vivi, applause erupted, initiated by an unknown individual, and soon the entire populace joined in, clapping and cheering fervently. We believe in you, Princess Vivi. Merciful Princess Vivi. We thank you for your forgiveness. Countless voices echoed, some kneeling in repentance. In that moment, the conspiracy that had disrupted Alabasta for 4 long years began to crumble. Vivi descended the stage gracefully, throwing herself into Rosha's embrace. I did it. I truly did it. I am immensely grateful to you, Captain Rosha. Tears of joy sparkled in Vivi's eyes. It was this man before her who had aided her in reaching this pivotal moment. Well, it is all behind us now. What matters is the present. We have quelled the rebels and restored vitality to Alabasta. Rosha gently consoled, stroking the head of the woman in his arms. With this speech, the internal strife of Alabasta was declared over. The rebel leader Koza personally led his men to the capital to seek retribution against Crocodile. Vivi also fulfilled her vow of forgiveness towards every individual stirred into rebellion. In the latter part of the Grand Line, on a certain desolate island within the renowned New World, few could have anticipated that it concealed the headquarters of the most enigmatic World Economic News Agency. Breaking news! Tremendous news! Exclaimed the journalists. The formidable warlord of the sea, Crocodile, had been defeated by a rookie bounty hunter from the East Blue. Morgans clutched the materials from Princess Vivi's speech, confirming the startling defeat of Crocodile. A significant blow to the prestige of Mariewa and the warlords. The so-called warlords, one of the 3 great powers, had been so easily bested by a newcomer. Notify all branches. Urgently release this breaking news. Morgans, with his beast-like visage, was alight with fervor. But President, if this news goes public, we may face threats from the world government, stammered a trembling staff member wearing glasses. Bang, Morgans retorted. Compared to the threats and oppression from the world government, failing to publish such monumental news would be my disgrace. Everyone, work overtime. I shall write the headline myself. Instruct all branches to work late today. With a swift punch, Morgans knocked the bespectacled staff member unconscious. Such a subordinate, too timid to challenge the authority of the world government, was unworthy of a news agency. Thus, under Morgan's urging, countless newsbirds across the globe commenced their arduous overtime work. Across the seas, paradise. the New World, and all but the desolate zones and inhospitable islands. Everyone received the momentous news penned by Morgans, one of the kings of the underworld. The warlords of the sea attempt to usurp the throne of Alabasta. Defeated by the East Blue supernova bounty hunter, double-bladed Rosha, the seas erupted in uproar. The legendary warlords were defeated by a bounty hunter from the weakest East Blue. Is this true? Ha ha ha, the Navy's lapdogs. What legitimate pirates, the warlords of the sea, merely a troop of clowns. It seems they are just empty titles. If I encounter them again, I will ensure they experience my might. The East Blue supernova. Double-bladed Rosha had recently made headlines for hunting down numerous pirates with bounties in the millions. How had he reached the Grand Line so quickly and orchestrated such a significant event? How would the world government respond to this? Attempting to usurp one of its affiliated nations, Alabasta. What a farce. How could the warlords, defeated by a newcomer, claim any right to balance the great seas or enjoy the privilege of legal plunder? Far away on the Moby Dick in the latter part of the New World, old man, we've just received an intriguing piece of news about a newcomer from the East Blue. Marco strolled leisurely to Whitebeard's side, presenting him with a newspaper purchased from a newsbird. Whitebeard took the paper, his gaze scanning the headlines and bursting into laughter. Koya, that little crocodile has been defeated by a man from the East Blue. That fellow seems to be quite a formidable warrior. Should we invite him to join us? Marco, wearing a laid-back smile, was indeed interested in Rosha. Koya, no need, he is merely a fledgling just setting sail. Let him prove himself in the latter part of the Grand Line before we consider an invitation, Whitebeard replied, chuckling as he gazed at Rosha's image in the paper. This scene was mirrored across the various powers of the Grand Line. Doflamingo, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Shanks all began to take an interest in this man from the East Blue. Shanks, another intriguing newcomer has emerged on the seas. Would you care to take a look? Ben Beckman waved the newspaper in his hand. What? Another fascinating newcomer. Let me see. Upon hearing Ben Beckman's words, Shanks immediately leaned in closer. Fool, don't get too close. Ben Beckman disdainfully tossed the newspaper to him. Haha, this is truly amusing. The warlords defeated by a newcomer. What an exceptional rookie, Shanks exclaimed, picking up the newspaper from the ground and laughing heartily as he read the contents. Is the sea about to be stirred once more? How nostalgic the East Blue seems. I truly hope Luffy sets sail soon, emerging from this chaotic era to reach the New World. Shanks suddenly recalled Luffy, who was far away in the East Sea, the man who had inherited the will of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, upon whom he had wagered everything. Not long ago, Luffy's brother Ace had visited him, expressing a desire to meet the man whom his brother incessantly spoke of. Following that, a banquet was thrown, where Shanks learned from Ace that Luffy would not set sail for another 2 years. On this day, the entire world was abuzz with discussions and evaluations of Rosha, who had triumphed over Crocodile, from the common folk to the nobility, and from the 4 emperors to the navy and even Mariewa. Rosha had undoubtedly achieved fame through this battle. However, what the denizens of the sea remained oblivious to was that Rosha had defeated Crocodile without exerting his full strength. Had they been aware of this fact, Rosha's acclaim would have soared even higher. Thus, Rosha stood atop the 7 warlords, firmly establishing himself on the stage of this world, earning a reputation that rivaled that of the 7 warlords. This newfound fame prompted a host of nefarious individuals on the seas to harbor grand ambitions towards the 7 warlords. Countless fools began devising plans to defeat a warlord, hoping to achieve instant fame and ascend to the pinnacle of this grand stage. Yet, these weaklings remained unaware that such actions only led them toward their own demise. The 7 warlords, too, found themselves endlessly troubled by the incessant disturbances caused by these petty pirates at Marineford. Within the conference chamber, a multitude of high-ranking Navy officials gathered once more, including Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Kazan, Garp, and several seasoned vice admirals. Damn Crocodile! How dare he attempt to usurp the affiliated nations of the world government and tarnish the Navy's prestige? He must be tired of living. Sengoku thundered, veins bulging on his forehead. He could hardly fathom the audacity of these 7 warlords. While they possessed the legal right to plunder, targeting one of the affiliated nations, Alabasta, was beyond comprehension. Sengoku shuddered at the thought of what Crocodile might do to the people of Alabasta should it fall into his hands. Pirates were fundamentally malevolent. He dared not hope for any mercy from them towards civilians. The world government had already demanded the revocation of Crocodile's title as a warlord, issuing a capture order and redefining his bounty at 350 million berries. After venting his fury, Sengoku quickly regained his composure. As a strategist, he could not afford to remain in a state of rage. It would hinder his ability to think clearly, given Crocodile's strength and threat level. A bounty of 350 million berries was justified. However, the Navy currently lacked sufficient manpower to apprehend him. Ever since his conspiracy was exposed, Crocodile's whereabouts had become a mystery, with no one aware of his current location. Vice Admiral Tharu maintained a calm demeanor, resting her chin on her hands in a pose reminiscent of Commander Tsu. Yet, given Crocodile's prowess, there was no need for her to fret. What warranted her attention was Rosha, the one who had vanquished Crocodile. For her, the most pressing concern was Rosha, who, according to intelligence from Marine Colonel Smoker stationed in Logtown, possessed not only the power of armament Haki and observation Haki, but also exhibited an extraordinary physical strength that was truly terrifying. Undoubtedly, he was a young man with a special constitution, and if left unchecked, he could pose significant future threats. Sengoku felt a headache coming on. Removing his glasses to rub his temples, it seemed that both Rosha and Crocodile were troublesome individuals, consistently causing significant disturbances. He then proceeded to outline Rosha's current situation. Under normal circumstances, Rosha would not have been in conflict with the Navy and could even be considered a half-hearted ally. However, according to reports from the Navy's informants in Alabasta, the son of the devil, Nico Robin, was seen associating with Rosha and his crew, suggesting she had likely joined his ranks. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Kazan's deep-set eyes gleamed with a flicker of interest. Nico Robin had long been his focus. Years ago, he had followed the wishes of his friend Saul and allowed Robin to escape, eager to witness the trajectory of her life and to determine whether Saul's beliefs were indeed correct. Now, the foremost priority was to ascertain Rosha's intentions in sheltering the survivors of O'Hara. If Rosha aimed to ascend to the throne of the Pirate King with Robin's assistance, then dispatching a vice admiral for negotiations would be utterly futile. Only an admiral-level force could hope to restrain him. Vice Admiral Tsuru articulated the latent threat Rosha posed to the Navy. Robin was the only remaining individual capable of reading the poneglyphs, and only with her assistance could one hope to claim the title of Pirate King. This was precisely why the world government had once placed a bounty of 79 million berries on Robin when she was merely 8 years old. It was also due to Garp's negligence. He had been on leave for so long without locating Rosha. Otherwise, they could have invited him to join the Navy long ago. Sengoku's frustration peaked as he glared at Garp, who was leisurely munching on donuts during the meeting. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, you can't blame me. I had no idea where this Rosha had vanished to after the incident in Logtown. It wasn't until the news from Alabasta that I learned of his whereabouts. Garp chuckled nonchalantly, completely unfazed by Sengoku's ire. Since that's the case, allow me to take charge, Kazan interjected, having remained silent during the meeting, now volunteering to seek out Rosha. Very well, Kazan, the primary objective is to ascertain Rosha's intentions. If he truly harbors aspirations of becoming the Pirate King, we shall not hesitate to capture him. But if he is willing to surrender Nico Robin to join the Navy, we can grant him the rank of Rear Admiral and ensure his freedom is not curtailed. Sengoku contemplated for a moment before acquiescing to Kazan's request. Since Rosha sought the freedom to navigate the seas, joining the Navy would grant him that privilege. It was highly probable that Rosha's strength would eventually reach Admiral level. After all, he had already defeated a warlord at such a young age. Sengoku could only imagine the formidable power he would wield in the future. Currently, 2 of the 3 admirals were away on missions. Kizaru and Akaino had only recently returned and were promptly dispatched again. Sengoku, burdened with administrative duties day and night, felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, while carefree Garp seemed to live quite comfortably. Pahaha. Worry not, Sengoku. After all, that young rascal is merely a fledgling pirate who has just set sail. You know Kazan's strength. He can handle this matter alone. Garp laughed heartily, his donuts never leaving his hand since the meeting commenced. Alas, I can only hope so. That a fleeting expression of concern crossed the face of Zhonghua. But it was not for the safety of Qingji. He harbored an unsettling feeling about this Luoxia, as though something significant had been overlooked, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. Meanwhile, Luoxia remained blissfully unaware that his path had been obstructed by a formidable general. He continued to relish the joy of life aboard the ship with his crew, enjoying the pleasant days that had stretched into weeks. Of course, he did not neglect his training. Ding, the sign-in system has detected the target Alabasta. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding, you have received 10 strong walk potions. Ding, you have obtained a Busashoka Haki experience package. Ding, You have acquired the skill, Flames of Sin. Ding. The next sign-in location is Sky Island. Sign-in will be available in 15 days. Please proceed to the designated location for sign-in. Upon seeing these rewards, Luashia felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His patience had not been in vain, as the system's sign-in rewards never failed to impress him. The Busashoka Haki experience package, much like before, directly enhanced his Haki capacity. And with the training he had undergone during this period, he had swiftly advanced from C to B rank, effectively bridging a small gap in his progress. That it must be said that the rate of improvement provided by the experience package was quite substantial. Luashia took out the strong walk potion to inspect its effects. He vividly recalled the remarkable results of the previous Wajihu of Fo 1, which had not only cured Kai's ailment but also significantly boosted her physical constitution. The strong walk potion, a potion that prevents fatigue for a certain duration, allowing for sustained sprinting. Luashia's eyes sparkled. What a splendid item. Eternal stamina, continuous sprinting. What a marvelous potion, truly a product of the system. However, regrettably, there were only 10 vials. He wished there were more. System, why don't you have a malfunction? Other systems allow for rewards to be exchanged with points, yet you only offer a sign-in feature. Luashia lamented internally, before shifting his gaze to another reward. Flames of Sin. That doesn't sound like a proper flame. Flames of Sin. Flames tainted by the abyss, burning the souls of all evil. An eternal fire. Flames tainted by the abyss. What kind of place is the abyss? System, are you certain that using this 1T pose any issues? I hope it doesn't corrupt me as well. A cold sweat trickled down Luashia's forehead. From the description, this item seemed ill-advised to tamper with, as if it were a product from a rather chaotic realm. Ding. All items obtained from the system sign-in are free of side effects. Please use them with confidence. Rarely did the system directly address Luashia's concerns. He breathed a sigh of relief. Upon first acquiring this skill, he was elated to have gained another ability, yet after reading the description, his spirits had dampened considerably. Nonetheless, possessing a flame for showmanship is rather impressive. Suddenly, black and white flames enveloped Luashia's hand, the flames burning with the wails and cries of tormented souls, twisting and contorting within the fire. No matter how one looked at it, it appeared to be an ominous entity, befitting of its abyssal origins. However, for some unknown reason, this flame could only coil around his body. When Luashia attempted to condense a fireball to launch, he found himself unable to do so. Drawing his sword, he tried to attach the black flames to its blade. Instantly, the black flames surged forth like tendrils, enveloping the sword in a layer of burning black and white fire. As Luashia waved the sword casually, the air seemed to ripple with the lingering heat of the flames. An elite enchantment buff. Even a dog wouldn't touch the burning fruit. In this era, who can't wield fire? After a few experimental swings, Luashia sheathed his sword, and the black flames gradually dissipated. Hey, Luashia, why are you just standing there? Are we setting sail, or not? At that moment, Nami's voice echoed from behind. Her gaze filled with curiosity as she regarded the grinning Luashia. Since the morning, Luashia had appeared particularly excited, originally expected to set sail today, yet he kept insisting on waiting a little longer. Thus, the women had no choice but to board the ship and prepare for departure, only just coming to summon Luashia. Okay, Nami, has the magnetic energy for the next island been fully charged? It was completed 10 days ago. Nami replied, shaking the log pose in her hand. Then let us follow the log pose's route. The next island should be Gaia Island, or rather, it should be referred to as Sky Island. Luashia scooped up Nami and leaped onto the sailboat, giving a thumbs up to the crew. Robin, understanding the cue, utilized her Hana Nomi abilities to raise the sails, while Reiju took the helm. Steering the ship. Is Sky Island truly a reality? It feels somewhat incredible to have an island floating in the sky. Nami had heard Luashia mention their upcoming destination of Sky Island over the past few days. Upon learning of its existence for the first time, she felt a mix of surprise and disbelief. Yet, reflecting on the myriad of extraordinary events they had encountered on their journey thus far, Nami found herself compelled to believe Luashia's words. Indeed, the sky stream swept half of the land from Magic Valley Town into the sky, forming the only land-bearing Sky Island. According to you, there must be more than one Sky Island, right? Exactly. There are numerous Sky Islands scattered throughout this world. The devil fruit I prepared for you is also located above a Sky Island. Anil's fruit ability was undoubtedly the most suitable for Nami. Being the most formidable of the Logia-type fruits, the Rumble fruit, not only did it possess immense offensive power, but its speed was also on par with the Lightning fruit. This Logia-type devil fruit, could be regarded as the epitome of its kind: power. Speed. A dual enhancement. Captain Luashia, the historical text you mentioned is also situated on Sky Island, correct? Robin recalled Luashia's earlier mention of the historical text, suddenly reminded of its whereabouts. Yes, the historical text on Sky Island records the location of the Sea Kings. An island floating in the sky that also harbors historical texts. My interest in the upcoming journey grows ever greater. This is just the beginning. The adventures ahead will only become more intriguing. Having spent these days with Robin, their relationship had steadily improved, and their conversations felt increasingly familiar. Robin seemed to genuinely enjoy the lively atmosphere aboard the ship. Captain Luashia, with your knowledge of these historical texts, do you intend to become the pirate king of the seas? Robin inquired. Her curiosity piqued about Luashia's aspirations as the successor of the Golden Lion. She presumed Luashia must have inherited the ambitions of that great pirate. Indeed, Captain Luashia is now quite famous. The entire ocean is aware of your existence. Are you planning to embark on the path to become the pirate king? Makita, perched atop the lookout, chimed in, having spent so many days without harboring fear towards Luashia. However, he had still received a lesson from Luashia about curbing her peculiar laughter, and now her speech had become considerably more normal. With my strength, becoming renowned across the world is only natural. As for the pirate king, I have no interest in that. If I were to become a king, it would be the king of the world. A mere pirate king does not capture my interest. Luashia proclaimed with an air of dominance. King of the world. Have you lost your mind? Nami reached out to touch Luashia's forehead. Then her OWNO fever. How can you say such nonsense? Luashia found himself torn between laughter and exasperation. Captain Luashia actually wishes to challenge the authority of the world government. Such shocking words. Robin covered her mouth, feigning shock, though it seemed more likely a facade given her character. Truly an ambitious captain. Reiju, after securing the ship's helm, approached with a smile. Well, if you don't believe me, that's fine. One day, I shall make you witness it. Seeing the expressions of disbelief on the faces of the crowd, Rosha could only murmur to himself. The shockwaves from Rosha's stunning revelation were still rippling through the world. The Navy had also announced measures against Crocodile, stripping him of his title as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. After a prolonged silence, his bounty had been raised to 350 million berries, primarily due to Crocodile's defeat undermining the deterrent power of both the warlords and the Navy. The distance between Gaia Island and Alabasta was not particularly great. After merely 2 days of sailing, they arrived at their destination. Upon reaching Gaia Island, Rosha did not rush to ascend to the Sky Island, but instead sought to gather intriguing information in Magic Valley Town. The island's magnetic anomalies were indeed remarkable, as the compass needle pointed skyward, confirming the existence of a sky island above. Nami, observing the trembling needle, couldn't help but exclaim, "Have you heard the tale of the great bluffer Roland? The legendary land of gold, Shandora, is actually real and is situated right above us on that sky island." Rosha pointed to the heavens. "What did you say?" "The land of gold, Shandora." Nami and Karina immediately perked up, their interest piqued by the mention of money. Moreover, the fabled land of gold was said to be filled with countless treasures, making it a coveted destination for many pirates across these seas. "Why are you only mentioning this now? If we had known sooner, we could have come here earlier. Tell us, are you hiding anything else?" The two suddenly realized that Rosha had previously mentioned only the Sky Island. Without a word about the land of gold, he had a knack for riddles, leading them on before revealing the situation. There's nothing else. I simply wanted to linger in Alabasta for a few more days. After all, whether we arrive early or late, the gold above won't run away. It's better to enjoy a couple of days in Alabasta." The two girls dismissed Rosha's reasoning with a glance, to which he could only shrug, indicating they hadn't bothered to ask him he needed to sign in, and had he revealed the information earlier, Nami and the others would have likely rushed to the Sky Island to hunt for gold. "Speaking of which, have you noticed how eerily quiet this town seems?" Robin observed the strangely desolate village, sensing an unsettling atmosphere. Rosha also sensed something amiss. Magic Valley Town should have been a bustling pirate hotspot. Yet its current silence was indeed strange. He activated his observation Haki to sense the life force on the island, and given its small size, he was able to envelop the entire area with his current level of perception. What on earth has transpired here? As he scanned the town's life forms, he discovered that only a handful of souls were active. Most of the remaining life was concentrated on the opposite coastline, presumably aided by Mont Blanc Noland in the original tale. Besides that, the only other nearby location was a tavern with just one person inside. What's wrong, Rosha? Reiju was the first to notice Rosha's unusual demeanor. As others began to observe his seriousness, they saw him frowning deeply. It seemed a formidable presence had swept through the island, leaving the pirates in disarray. Who could have done this? Nami asked anxiously. I don't know, but it's likely this individual in town is responsible. Who could possibly eradicate all the pirates on this island? Karina, be ready to activate a barrier for everyone's safety. We were going to meet this person. No problem, Karina signaled with an okay gesture, and then, led by Rosha, they headed towards the tavern. Creaking, Rosha opened the tavern door, revealing a nearly 3-meter-tall man sprawled over the bar. Sound asleep. The sound of the door opening did not rouse him. Rather, he continued to snore peacefully. Rosha gazed at the unfamiliar figure, yet felt an odd sense of familiarity. Thud, thud. The sound of footsteps on the wooden floor seemed to wake the sleeping giant. Despite having shown no reaction when the door opened, he suddenly became alert as Rosha approached. That was a good sleep. Here for a drink. Sorry, but the owner of this place probably won't be opening shop for a while. Akiji yawned heavily, wiping the drool from his mouth as he turned to acknowledge the visitors. Upon seeing his face, Robin's countenance shifted dramatically, cold sweat breaking out on her brow. Why is he here? She stammered, involuntarily retreating, her legs trembling uncontrollably until she collapsed to the ground. Robin, what's wrong? Nami and the others inquired with concern. Admiral Akiji, what brings you here? Are you looking for me? Rosha, sensing Robin's distress and recognizing the familiar figure before him, quickly deduced that it was indeed Admiral Akiji. What? Admiral Akiji. The girls gasped in astonishment, staring at the seemingly lethargic man who had just been wiping drool. His appearance hardly matched that of a high-ranking naval officer. I came to see you, but primarily to meet the newcomer who defeated Crocodile, the East Blue's rising star, bounty hunter Rosha. Akiji's lazy demeanor belied the focus of his attention on Rosha. So this is the man who bested Crocodile? He looks quite young, just as the rumors suggested. You came to see me. Are you here to invite me to join the Navy again? Initially, Rosha assumed Akiji's visit was to speak with Robin, but he was surprised to learn it was actually about himself. Indeed, I do wish to extend another invitation for you to join the Navy. Additionally, I have a question, as a bounty hunter. Why are you now seeking a pirate as a crew member? Akiji was curious about Rosha's motivations and wanted to assess whether he was suitable for Robin's new path. Rosha seemed to ponder Akiji's words, stroking his chin in contemplation. That's simply because Robin-chan is exceptionally adorable. Not long after, he provided his answer. Akiji's mouth fell open slightly, his eyes revealing confusion. He had expected a more intriguing response, yet this one was unexpectedly straightforward. However, he quickly regained his composure, returning to his relaxed demeanor. Upon closer inspection, it appears all of your crew members are quite beautiful. Rosha, ladies, would you be interested in joining me for a drink? Akiji glanced at the girls behind Rosha, raising his hand in greeting. After reflecting on his earlier statement, it began to make sense. Who would want to drink with you, old man? Nami retorted without hesitation. You've wounded my heart. Mississippi, I'm merely a youthful 45-year-old. Akiji feigned dismay, though Rosha suspected it was mostly an ACT.AS, a distinguished admiral of the Navy. Sparrow the theatrics.my stance on joining the Navy remains unchanged. I have no interest in it. Hold on, Rosha. This time I come with conditions. If you join the Navy, we will grant you the rank of major, and Nico Robin can accompany you as well. I will rescind her bounty as an admiral. I can assure you of her safety, and you will maintain your freedom, only assisting us in emergencies along your route. How does that sound? Quite a tempting offer. Wouldn't you agree? Akiji spoke with a somewhat tempting tone. Yet his demeanor remained languid. To be frank, the conditions he presented were unprecedented. He found it hard to believe that the warring states could offer such terms, which likely stemmed from the assurances of the naval admiral before him. However, Rosha cast a glance at Robin, who was slumped on the ground. That said, you Navy folks have destroyed Robin's hometown, and now you expect her to join you. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Robin's delicate frame quivered slightly. As if recalling the memories of O'Hara, she looked up at the man standing resolutely before her, unfazed even in the presence of a naval admiral, and felt a twinge of emotion. Yet, when Rosha uttered those words, The atmosphere began to shift uneasily. Akiji's previously relaxed demeanor turned somewhat grave. That so, Rosha, are you intending to decline my invitation? Indeed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense as Akiji slowly stood, while Rosha's hand rested upon the hilt of his sword. Karina sensed the change as well, readying herself to unleash her devil fruit powers. If that is the case, may I request you to vacate this place? I am here on a mission, and since you refuse to join the Navy, I must take the wanted Nico Robin back to prison. I'm afraid not. Robin is now my crew member, and I will not relinquish her to your custody. Rosha's sword was slightly unsheathed, poised for combat. Rosha, do you know the consequences of striking a naval admiral? You will become a wanted criminal. Observing the tense stance of his opponent, Akiji felt a hint of exasperation. He hadn't anticipated such complications. It would have sufficed if Rosha had simply acquiesced, allowing for a smooth sailing thereafter, and he could have justifiably protected Nico Robin. After all, becoming a pirate is not such a bad alternative. I'd rather pursue that than hand Robin over to the Navy. Indeed, we will never surrender Robin to you. Nami and Karina echoed in agreement. Everyone. Tears shimmered in Robin's eyes. Since the O'Hara incident, she had never experienced such concern from others. Now, these individuals stood before her, protecting her, which stirred something deep within the heart of someone who had lived in the shadows for so long. This is quite troublesome. I thought this would be a simple task. Yet it has escalated to combat. Akiji remarked, displaying a pained expression. In that case, I kindly request you to lie down so I can take Nico Robin. With that, Akiji launched his attack, spreading an icy chill that enveloped the entire room. The moment he moved, Karina activated her devil fruit ability, conjuring a circular barrier that shielded the women behind her from Akiji's freezing assault. Outside the barrier, Rosha began to freeze from his feet upwards, the situation looking dire. However, Karina had no doubts that Rosha would not be easily defeated by Akiji. A smirk appeared on Rosha's face as black and white flames ignited upon him, the intense heat instantly melting the ice from his feet. The ominous flames, emanating an abyssal malevolence, shrouded his entire being, giving him a rather sinister appearance. Such a flame I have never seen before. It appears quite formidable, Akiji mused, observing the burning black and white fire. How intriguing. Since my debut, I have rarely fought at full strength. I wonder if you, as a naval admiral, can coax my utmost combat prowess from me. Rosha swept his bangs aside, activating his hair gel. His disheveled locks instantly transformed into a slicked-back style, complemented by his wicked grin and the foreboding flames that danced around him. He truly resembled a villain. Karina, take Robin and the others back to the ship. Allow me to engage this peak naval admiral. Seeing Rosha standing defiantly before them, Karina nodded, lifting the slumped Robin as she began to lead the others away. This battle was beyond their capability to intervene. Remaining would only complicate matters for Rosha, so retreating to the ship was the wisest option. Although Karina felt a pang of reluctance after training so hard these past few days and gaining newfound strength from her devil fruit, she understood that confronting such a powerful foe was futile. Her role was to protect everyone with her barrier. After Karina and the others departed, Akiji finally spoke. Were it not for my mission, I would truly prefer not to engage you in battle. That flame appears quite troublesome, and I have not seen you wield it before. Akiji conjured an ice dagger from the cold air, and Rosha unsheathed his twin swords in response. Fencing is not something I fear from this naval admiral, Rosha declared. Although each admiral possessed commendable swordsmanship and physical prowess, their primary reliance lay in their devil fruit abilities. Among the three admirals, only Zephyr, who often spoke of Kazuru, was a true swordsman. Whenever faced with an expert, he would wield his Amatsuke's sword, while Akainu and Akiji primarily depended on their devil fruit powers. Why would I expose all my cards before you? Rosha smiled. How frightening. Even against Crocodile, you did not fight with your full strength. I suppose I must take this seriously. His previously languid demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. With that, both figures vanished simultaneously. Clang, clang, clanged in an instant. Akiji's ice dagger and Rosha's twin swords clashed, their blades locked in a stalemate. So this is what Smoker meant by a monstrous physique. You managed to hold your ground in those exchanges. Akiji mused inwardly. Suddenly, Rosha flashed a smile, prompting Akiji to heighten his vigilance as an overwhelming force surged through his hand, compelling him to swiftly retreat. Rosha remained stationary, smiling at him, refraining from pursuing. Akiji glanced at his ice dagger. Noticing that it had partially melted without his awareness, he knew that the hardness of his ice dagger was such that it could withstand encounters with fine blades without losing a single shard of ice. Yet now, during their clash, it had inexplicably melted. Was it due to that peculiar flame? Pondering this, he activated his freezing abilities once more, reconstituting the ice dagger with a more potent elemental force. This troublesome flame ability is proving to be quite a nuisance for this mission. Aokiji silently grumbled as he re-engaged Rosha. Both combatants exchanged rapid slashes, but after a dozen exchanges, Aokiji's dagger shattered with a resounding crack, splintering into 2 pieces that he retreated, his expression tinged with confusion. Why did this enhanced ice dagger break again? Rosha, is that flame a manifestation of your devil fruit power? I am quite curious about what kind of fruit can sever my ice blade twice. Aokiji scratched his head in irritation, realizing that swordplay was no longer viable. The flame was too effective against ice. Even with the augmented elemental force, it could not withstand the bizarre fire for long. Who knows? Perhaps yes, perhaps not. Rosha shrugged, adopting a demeanor of secrecy. What a joke. They were in the midst of combat, and Aokiji expected him to divulge information. If that's the case, I suppose I must discover it for myself. Only half of Aokiji's body was cloaked in frost, indicating he had already entered a state of frozen elementalization. With a gentle wave of his right hand, which had turned to ice, he unleashed a chilling aura forward. In an instant, a frigid breath enveloped the surroundings. This unparalleled freezing power solidifying the moisture in the air, extending from that direction all the way to the ocean's surface. Half of the town and the sea stretching for dozens of kilometers ahead were instantly transformed into a vast expanse of white ice. Aokiji's expansive skill, frozen moment, not only immobilized everything in front of him, but also allowed him to precisely select his targets while automatically avoiding his allies. His mastery over the ice fruit had reached a level of remarkable proficiency. The spectacle on the sea was visible even to the few women aboard the ship. Their eyes, the ice spread outwards from the tavern, freezing the ocean itself. Is this the might of a marine admiral? Karina displayed a hint of concern, developing a profound wariness towards Aokiji. Meanwhile, Rosha, confronted with this instantaneous freezing skill, knew he could not evade it given his current speed, since evasion was not an option. He would have to endure the attack head-on. Flames silently began to crawl up from beneath his feet, soon enveloping his entire body. Following closely was Aokiji's chilling power, potent enough to freeze magma. Whoosh! Without a doubt, Rosha was immediately encased in ice, resembling a frozen statue. However, it wasn't long before the ice began to crack with a series of sharp sounds. In less than a second, the cold ice shattered under his force. Is this the ability of a marine admiral to develop a natural type fruit to such an extent? Indeed, every admiral is a monster in their own right. Rosha shook off the ice speeds that hadn't melted from the sin flame, letting out a sigh of admiration. On the other hand, Aokiji frowned. He had directly hit his target. The anticipated effect had not occurred. Had he used the armament Haki to nullify the freezing, it would have been understandable. However, it was evident that Rosha had withstood the attack through sheer strength in the unique flames. After reapplying armament Haki to his body, Rosha surged towards Aokiji with high-speed movement. He could not allow this opponent to engage in ranged attacks. Given Aokiji's ability to withstand a kainu for days on end, he knew he would not fare well in a prolonged confrontation. Aokiji raised his hand, preparing to unleash his skill once more in more of those wide-ranging attacks. A slash infused with armament Haki shot forth, aimed at Aokiji's waist. It was expected to disrupt Aokiji's skill, yet the blow passed cleanly through him. The sword's energy had elementalized before making contact with Aokiji's body, swiftly solidifying again after the cut. The 3 marine admirals possessed not only formidable fruit powers, but also exceptional mastery of observation Haki. In high-level battles, success relied on anticipating attacks through keen perception and elementalization. During the Marineford War, Aokiji had used this very technique to evade Whitebird's tremor. Ice block, 2-pronged spear. 4 frozen spears shot forth at high speed. This was not a wide-area skill. Upon seeing the incoming frozen spears, Rosha raised his hand and unleashed a flying slash, generating 6 sword energies. Lion's might. 1,000 cuts Valley. 4 of the sword energies shattered the spears, while the remaining 2 pierced Aokiji, yet they were still evaded through his use of observation Haki. Ice block, stormy ice rain. Aokiji solemnly intoned the name of his technique. He called out the name. Rosha immediately sensed an anomaly above him. Looking up, he saw a dense array of ice spikes suspended in the air. His pupils widened slightly. In the brief moment it took to unleash his sword energy, Aokiji had already conjured this expansive skill overhead. boom, the ice spikes, exuding a biting cold, rained down upon Rosha's vicinity. The sound of shattering ice echoed continuously as the chilling air and fragmented ice gradually enveloped the attacked area, the bombardment lasting a full half-minute. Aokiji, unable to see through the swirling mist, opted to sweep through with observation. Haki. A vibrant life force emerged in his perception, and without hesitation, he raised his hand once more to unleash another ice spike barrage. Imperial state. Suddenly, Aokiji felt a surge of danger and halted his action. Swiftly distancing himself from his previous position, boomed out a massive spherical energy erupted from the mist, hurtling towards Aokiji. The intense heat obliterated and melted everything in its path, while a fierce wind swept through the entire town, only calming once the energy vanished from view. At the last moment, Aokiji had managed to escape the attack's range at his utmost speed. Now, drenched in sweat, he gazed at the scorched earth that had just been struck by the energy. A shiver of unease coursing through him. Had he been hit by that strike, he would not have emerged unscathed. He could clearly sense the presence of armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki entwined within that energy. Rosha emerged from the center of the ice spike bombardment, his upper garments completely gone, revealing his robust physique. His trousers had transformed into shorts, and had he not been cautious, even those might have vanished. He couldn't help but wonder about the durability of the clothing worn by Luffy and the others, which seemed impervious to any form of destruction. Hey, you don't play fair. You were just trying to sneak attack me, right? At least make it a turn-based fight. I can't just stand here and take hits. Rosha gritted his teeth in frustration. Of course, it was merely a complaint. In battle, who would grant you a moment's respite? Those who could strike would undoubtedly do so. Brother Rosha, was that attack meant to kill me? That was a close call. You almost had me there, Aokiji remarked, glancing at the scorched lines in the earth. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. If Akiji's act of freezing half of Magic Valley Town was akin to parting its hair down the middle, then Rosha's attack had carved a deep trench through the island, allowing the sea to gradually flow in and fill it. The fierce wind dispersed the mist, allowing Aokiji to see Rosha's current state. His clothing had vanished, and aside from a few scratches, he bore no wounds. This truly astonished him. His attack had failed to inflict any damage. What an extraordinary defense! In Aokiji's memory, only 3 beings possess such resilience on the seas: the Yonko Big Mom, the fellow Yonko Kaido, and the other anomaly, Barrett, imprisoned in Impel Down. Crucially, all these figures were notorious pirates, indicating that if Rosha were to continue his growth, there might soon emerge another pirate of equal stature to the Yonko. Rosha's current stance was exceedingly ambiguous, and Aokiji dared not assume that allowing him to sail for an extended period would not lead to his becoming a pirate, with formidable strength and a crew capable of deciphering the history of the seas. Aokiji's expression darkened. He could not permit Rosha to continue sailing freely, as it posed an immense threat to the Marines. Ha ha ha. Is the strength of a Marine Admiral merely this, after being cooped up for so long? It has been ages since I've had such a thrilling battle. Allow me to witness the true power of a Marine Admiral. Following their recent encounter, Rosha's fighting spirit had been ignited. He yearned to unleash his pent-up desire for combat through this grand battle. He retrieved a strong enhancement potion from his inventory and opened the bottle, tilting his head back to drink it. In that moment of drinking, Aokiji sensed an excellent opportunity to attack. The elemental power in his hand began to coalesce as he leapt into the air, aiming directly at Rosha, who was busy consuming the potion. Unleashing his freezing technique, Ice Sphere, Aokiji released 5 ice pillars from his palm, shooting them towards Rosha. The speed of this attack was astonishing, encasing Rosha in a frigid embrace. A cold wind swept through. An icy air visibly solidified Rosha into a crystalline sphere. Upon landing, Aokiji did not pause. His right arm began to encase itself in frost, elementalizing half of his body. Aokiji concentrated all his chilling energy into his right arm. Ice block, stormy Aokiji's maw. With a thunderous roar, his right arm transformed into an icy bird that shot forth, targeting the frozen Rosha. The ice bird emanated a bone-chilling coldness, leaving trails of white mist in its wake. As the moisture in the air crystallized into frost. At that moment, Rosha, encased in ice, bore a smirk on his lips, his entire body enveloped in the aura of armed color. He crushed the empty vial of the potent drug he had consumed, shattering not only the bottle but also the icy prison that confined him, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy. As the icy bird hurtled towards him, Rosha drew his blade, focusing the armed color into his strongest sword energy. Wave slash, purgatory. At this point, Rosha was unconcerned with whether his armed color was sufficient. Having ingested the potent drug, his stamina was boundless. Crack. The 2 dark sword energies collided with the ice bird. resulting in a spectacular explosion as the ice bird shattered like glass. The destruction of the ice bird also dissipated the impact of the sword energy, sending shards of ice cascading down, with the mist generated by the ice explosion creating a barrier between the two combatants. Nonetheless, both Rosha and Aokiji maintained their observational prowess, locking onto each other. Rosha opted to strike first, his black twin blades crossing to manifest a golden dragon's head that surged forward. Fierce Dragon Sky Slash. This technique was one Rosha had crafted himself, inspired by a game from his previous life. Though it appeared superficial, it was, thus far, his quickest maneuver. His form darted forward, the roaring dragon's head piercing through the mist. Faced with Rosha's ferocious onslaught, Aokiji chose not to confront it head-on. As he prepared to evade, he discovered that his ankle had been ensnared by a layer of massive stones. The force emanating from the stones felt as if they were fused with the earth, rendering him momentarily immobile. Observing Aokiji's bewilderment, Rosha's grin widened at lion's might. Earthbound. From the moment he charged, Rosha had been poised to unleash his fruit's ability. Aokiji, deeply focused on Rosha's movements, failed to notice the stones binding his feet. Crack! In that fleeting moment, as their figures intertwined, Aokiji could only pivot his body to the side. The golden dragon's head bit off his arm, which shattered into ice fragments upon impact. The strike aimed at his neck transformed into a blow to his arm. And due to the combination of observation and the elemental transformation, Rosha's slash inflicted no harm. As Rosha spun around, he unleashed another powerful strike, blending brute force with armed color. Armstrong Spiral Slash. Lacking the time to gather power for his formidable technique, Rosha executed a comparatively weaker spinning cut. Facing this roaring wave of energy, Aokiji did not evade but confronted it directly. Ice Gauntlet. Akiji's right hand morphed into a massive ice fist, enveloped in armed color, delivering a punch that collided with the shockwave. The shockwave was significantly smaller than his previous technique. Its force diminished. The point of contact between the shockwave and the fist crackled with black lightning, the gauntlet emitting a cacophony of shattering sounds. Yet, the rapid strike was insufficient for Aokiji. With the infusion of cold energy, the fist solidified further. Ultimately, the shockwave was obliterated by a single punch, dissipating into a fierce gale. What was that ability? The capacity to manipulate stones for binding, combined with this dual-blade swordsmanship. It seems evident that Rosha bears resemblance to a certain individual. Did you learn your swordsmanship from a pirate? Aokiji exhaled a breath of cold air, his gaze filled with seriousness as he scrutinized Rosha. Golden hair, dual-blade swordsman. The ability to manipulate objects. Rosha's figure increasingly mirrored the impression of the Golden Lion from his intel. Eventually, he reached a reluctant conclusion. Previous intelligence from Smoker had mentioned that Rosha's dual swords originated from the Golden Lion. However, it appeared there might have been a miscommunication. It was not merely the dual swords. The swordsmanship he employed could likely belong to that great swordsman, the Golden Lion. Even the devil fruit bore striking similarities. Who knows? Perhaps I have simply been delving into my own studies. Upon hearing Rosha's ambiguous response, Aokiji displayed an expression of realization. The previous intel must have been false about a corpse drifting to the island, the dual swords taken from him. You must be the Golden Lion's heir, possessing not only his swordsmanship and dual blades but also the binding ability of the fruit. You deceived the entire world in Logtown, didn't you? What is your true purpose in concealing this? In response to Aokiji's inquiries, Rosha merely shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. When questioned about his motives, Rosha simply wished to convey that he had no ulterior motives, he merely desired happiness. Ah, I see. The wicked next generation, then, such words only serve to ensure you won't escape. With Rosha's silence seemingly affirming his identity, Aokiji's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Both his attitude and expression turned frigid. Lion's might, 1,000 cuts. Now that his identity was revealed, Rosha no longer concealed his abilities, unleashing a series of sword energies. Aokiji's mouth emitted a continuous stream of cold air, frost spreading from his feet. Ice Age. The frost swiftly enveloped the entire city, freezing the ground, and an ice wall materialized before Aokiji. Simultaneously, countless ice spikes erupted from the ground beside Rosha. The spikes failed to pierce his defenses, their sharp tips shattering upon striking his form. However, this was not Aokiji's primary objective. The shattered ice spikes did not cease. Instead, they grew larger, ultimately ensnaring Rosha. The ice wall before Aokiji gradually advanced. In mere moments, an ice mountain loomed before him, with Rosha ensconced within, motionless. Nevertheless, the flames of sin enveloping his body did not dissipate, continuously melting the icy prison. Yet, Aokiji, now fully serious and merciless, infused cold energy into the ice mountain, prompting the melting ice to oscillate between freezing and thawing. Even with the warmth of the Sin Flames, Rosha felt a chill. Is this the true power of an admiral? This level of freezing far surpassed anything encountered before. I can no longer afford to play around. If the effects of the potent drug were off, I want to be able to use my armed color recklessly. While encased in ice, Rosha calculated the duration of the drug's effects. Though the label provided no specifics, he sensed the diminishing potency. Seizing the opportunity, Rosha resolved to make his escape. He had gauged his strength well enough, having held his own against an admiral. However, if the battle continued, he might not endure. Lions might. Earthbound. The ice that had confined Rosha transformed into roaring lion heads that surged towards Akiji. The ice mountain vanished, and the liberated Rosha ascended into the air. Now that his fruit's abilities were exposed, he had no need for concealment. In response to the lion heads created from his own ice, Akiji raised his hand, summoning an even larger ice mountain to freeze them. Rosha, now airborne, did not remain idle, launching multiple earthbound techniques, bombarding Akiji with dozens of ice-sculpted projectiles. Yet, Akiji, having elementalized, deftly evaded each attack. The ice lacked armed color, and Rosha struggled to ensnare Akiji from a distance. Tsh, utterly ineffective. Gazing down at the intact figure of Akiji below, the expression on his face began to darken. The effects of the enhancement drug were swiftly fading, and he felt his Haki reserves depleting rapidly. He had yet to inflict any genuine harm upon Akiji, who possessed top-tier observation Haki, at least at an A+ level. It was likely that his armament Haki also surpassed this threshold, while he himself was limited to a mere B grade in Haki. Continuing the fight would only serve to exhaust him further. As the winds grew fierce, Akiji, noticing Rosha's intent to retreat, summoned an ice pillar that shot skyward from beneath him. The speed at which the ice extended was astonishing. Reaching Rosha in the blink of an eye, the ice fist of Akiji surged toward Rosha, intent on knocking him down and regaining ground. Aerial combat was not his forte. Clang, faced with Akiji's formidable punch, Rosha could only raise his sword in defense. He sensed, dimly, that his strength was inferior to Akiji's, his physical prowess yet to be fully realized. While he had managed to endure Akiji's previous state, he now felt overwhelmed that Akiji's left hand began to frost over, while his right transformed into a colossal ice fist. Rosha's pupils widened, shifting from a dual sword defense to a single-handed stance, as he unleashed a sword strike that severed the ice pillar beneath Akiji. With the loss of gravity, Akiji leaned back, his power momentarily diminished, allowing Rosha to utilize his fruit ability and ascend higher. Reacting swiftly, Akiji employed moonwalk in an attempt to pursue, but his speed could not match Rosha's buoyant flight. Rosha wiped the sweat from his brow. Astonished by the might of the Navy Admiral, he glanced down at the increasingly distant Gaia Island. Feeling a sense of relief, he had initially believed that the Sin Flame would effortlessly dissolve Akiji's icy elements. But under the relentless onslaught of Akiji's chilling aura, even the Sin Flame showed signs of freezing. Akiji's fruit ability had undoubtedly reached an S-grade level, reminiscent of the original tale where he battled Akainu for 10 days and nights, altering the very environment of an island. Such mastery of a devil fruit suggested it had reached an awakened state, a S-grade awakening. It appears my current strength is insufficient. Rosha utilized his observation Haki to sense a nearby sailboat. He had activated his fruit ability to lift the boat into the air. At the moment he contemplated a hasty escape, the women aboard sensed the vessel's movement, quickly raising anchors and sails to allow Rosha to control the ship's ascent. As he floated toward the sailboat, he opened the system's character panel. Host, Rosha strength, A agility, B spirit, B skills, swordsmanship B, armament Haki B, observation Haki B, conqueror's Haki B dash, Navy 6 styles, Soru. Moonwalk, Jeppo, Sin Flame fruit ability, float fruit B talent, iron balloon equipment, withered wood, Sakura 10 overall evaluation. I shall refrain from commenting. Discern for yourself. During his confrontation with Akiji, he had noticed the disparity in their strengths. Estimating Akiji's power to be at least S-, the rest of his abilities hovered around A+ levels, with his fruit capability reaching S-grade, had he not employed an unexpected strategy to hinder Akiji's movements. The earlier Dragon Break Slash would have likely failed to connect. Yet, even upon landing a blow, Akiji had anticipated it through his observation Haki and elementalized in advance, coupled with years of training against Garp. Rosha felt that if this battle dragged on, the greater losses would ultimately be his. Akiji's mastery over cold was staggering, capable of enveloping an entire city in mere moments. The chilling aura that had erupted beneath him to form ice pillars had startled Rosha in midair. Had he not acted swiftly to sever the ice, Akiji might have successfully pursued him. Akiji's freezing fruit was indeed formidable, with substantial development in speed, offensive power, maneuverability, and shaping ability. It was clear that overcoming Akiji alone was a challenge. If he were to be encircled by two admirals, particularly if Kizaru were to join in the pursuit, his chances of evasion were bleak. Alas, it seems I cannot afford to be complacent during this period. Rosha sighed, feeling an unprecedented urgency to enhance his abilities. It appeared that his previous untroubled journey had led to a false sense of security, and now, confronted by a true monster, he found himself in a precarious situation. Unbeknownst to him, Rosha was nearing the clouds. Upon breaking through, he spotted the women standing anxiously aboard the sailboat, their eyes fixed upon him. "Rosha, are you all right? Your clothes are all torn." Upon landing on the deck, Nami and Karina rushed over, inspecting him closely, concerned by his disheveled appearance, mistaking it for injury. The others shared similar expressions of worry. Robin stepped forward, hesitating to speak, yet ultimately fell silent. "It's nothing. A mere admiral is hardly a concern. If I can't outfight him, I can certainly outrun him," Rosha declared, adopting the bravest demeanor while uttering the most cowardly of words. This elicited eye rolls from Nami and Karina, while the gentler-natured women chuckled lightly. Makita, however, trembled in fear, stammering, "Wah, Captain Rosha, he is a Navy admiral. What should we do if he comes back with soldiers next time?" "Ha, then you must strive to grow stronger. I won't hold back in training you. Hurry and enhance your fruit abilities, as well as your martial skills." Rosha laughed heartily, his words leaving Makita breathless. "Captain Rosha, Just then, Robin approached, but her words faltered, her expression tinged with melancholy. Seeing Robin in such a state, Rosha couldn't help but reach out to pat her head. Despite being older than Rosha, she now bore the demeanor of a helpless child. "Robin, you are our crew member. Yes, Captain. It is my responsibility to protect you. But that means the Navy will place a bounty on your head, and you will become a wanted criminal. This could jeopardize your future voyages." Robin's voice trembled with guilt, as if she had been deeply affected by the situation. Having spent over 20 days with Rosha and the crew, she had experienced a camaraderie unlike any other, free of the captain's authoritative demeanor, fostering a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. After years of wandering, this was Robin's first taste of such warmth. When Karina and the others had immediately stood up to protect her, it moved her deeply. Even in the face of a Navy admiral, they had not flinched. And Rosha had even chosen to confront the admiral alone, allowing her to retreat. Initially resigned to her fate upon hearing Akiji's intent to capture her, she had not anticipated Rosha's formidable resilience against the admiral. Now, the thought that her presence had led to Rosha becoming a bounty target weighed heavily on her conscience. "It's all right. You are one of us. We will face any circumstance together, since Rosha invited you aboard. I trust you are a crew member worthy of our confidence," Nami encouraged, patting Robin's shoulder. Having spent time with Robin, Nami understood her character well. Although sometimes cunning, she was not malevolent. Learning about Robin's troubled past from Rosha had fostered a sense of kinship within Nami, a shared understanding of tragic childhoods. While Nami had her sister Nojiko, Robin had no one, constantly in flight. This realization allowed Nami and the others to embrace Robin's inclusion into their crew swiftly. Even if you wanted to leave now, it would be futile. Akiji has likely already discerned my earlier deception. My identity is now exposed, and I have long been prepared for such a date, so rest easy aboard. As long as I am here, no one can harm you." Rosha grinned broadly, speaking in a nonchalant tone to reassure Robin. "Thank you, Captain Rosha." Robin was already overwhelmed with emotion, collapsing into Rosha's embrace and weeping like a child. "Phew. Thankfully you didn't add "you're a good person" at the end." Rosha exhaled softly, gently patting Robin's back to soothe her distress. "All right, you rascal, stop taking advantage of Robin and hurry back to change your clothes." Nami intervened, pulling Rosha aside and pushing him toward the cabin door. As Rosha's comforting gestures lingered, Robin couldn't help but blush. She had long known that Rosha had a penchant for flirtation and a mischievous touch. However, she had always managed to evade his advances. But this time, she found herself reluctant to leave the warmth of his embrace. Nami, noticing Robin's flushed cheeks, quickly deduced Rosha's intentions and intervened to spare Robin from any torment. "Oh dear, Nami, why must you be so jealous?" "How petty," Rosha lamented. shaking his head in regret while muttering under his breath, then turned to Karina. Karina, please activate the barrier to envelop the ship. We are about to ascend and break through the White Sea. Before entering the cabin, Rosha advised Karina. Okay, no problem. Karina signaled and Oken immediately unfurled the barrier around the vessel. That it was her first time deploying such a large barrier, so it required considerable effort. Nevertheless, the ascent was swift. And soon they breached the cumulus clouds, reaching an altitude of 7,000 meters above sea level in the White Sea, at which point Karina retracted the barrier. This was where Rosha typically concealed Lone U Island. However, it was also the first time for Nami and the others to experience such heights. Previously, even when approaching the island, they would descend to lower altitudes and never venture to such heights. This was indeed a first. Just then, Rosha emerged from the cabin, now dressed appropriately. The air is so thin. Is this the Sky Island? Why is there nothing around? Gazing at the vast expanse of white before them, Karina, caught off guard, felt her expression darken. We haven't even reached the Sky Island yet. It lies another 10,000 meters above us. You must adapt to this environment quickly, Rosha stated. Another few thousand meters? Is there really a place where humans can reside? The group exclaimed, beginning to doubt if the inhabitants of the Sky Island were indeed human. After all this time, perhaps the Sky Island folk have evolved into forms we cannot fathom. Perhaps sprouting little wings or something. Doesn't that make them angels? Humans wouldn't grow such things, would they? The others scoffed at Rosha's remark. Who knows? They might even have green faces and sharp teeth, Rosha quipped, causing some of the more timid girls to envision such terrifying creatures, their faces paling at the thought. Please don't frighten me. They can't possibly look like that, Nami stammered, trembling as she clutched the hem of Rosha's shirt. Ha ha ha. No matter how they appear, I will protect you. What are you afraid of? Besides, with your current strength, those inhabitants of the Sky Island likely wouldn't stand a chance against you. Rosha found Nami's innocent demeanor amusing. In the original story, Nami, Chopper, and Usopp were known as the timid trio, terrified of ghosts and monsters. Come, I will guide you through the channels that ordinary people use to enter the Sky Island. Rosha released his observation Haki, soon detecting the life force of living beings in a particular direction. Ordinary people have channels to access the Sky Island. Could there be other ways to ascend from this layer of the White Sea? Indeed, somewhere in this world, there should be a route to the skies above the White Sea. However, I am currently unaware of its location. Likely only the world government and a select few are privy to this information. Thus, the sailboat journeyed towards the gates of heaven, while Rosha elaborated on the surging currents that lead to the White Sea and the hidden pathways that allow passage. Along the way, they encountered no sign of the Shandians from the original story. The residents of the original Jaya Island from 400 years ago. All progress was remarkably smooth. They did, however, come across various marine creatures, seemingly mutated sea beasts from the depths of the ocean. Swept up by the surging currents, the group, witnessing these creatures for the first time in the sky, couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. As time passed, they soon arrived at the terminus of the cloud road. The gates of heaven? Is this what it means to ascend to paradise? Is this some twisted joke of the Sky Island inhabitants? Karina's lips twitched slightly, unsure how to comment on such a peculiar name. Before long, the vessel entered the gates of heaven, where they encountered the Guardian, whose life force Rosha had sensed to lead them here. Wait, for the people of the Blue Sea to enter the land of the gods. A fee of 1 billion escudo must be paid. The Guardian, an elderly woman, immediately halted their advance upon seeing Rosha and the others. What? 1 billion? Are you joking? 1 billion? Are you trying to rob us? Nami and Karina exclaimed in shock at the exorbitant sum. Hee, of course, you can choose not to pay and simply pass through. The old woman replied with an enigmatic smile. Really? That's wonderful. Upon hearing that no payment was necessary, the two women beamed, for nothing brought more joy than free passage. Observing this exchange, Rosha said nothing and did not intervene. After all, their purpose for visiting the Sky Island was to confront Eneru. So why pay a toll? Watching the departing vessel, the Guardian wore a peculiar smile, holding a device resembling a camera. Soon, the sailboat reached its limit, revealing a path of clouds, before Nami and the others could speak. A swift shrimp lifted the vessel and propelled it into a mist of cumulus clouds. As the sailboat broke through the fog, they found themselves above 10,000 meters in the sky. In the White Sea. Wow, how beautiful. The first time visitors to the Sky Island expressed their awe, and even Rosha couldn't help but marvel at the view. Before them lay Angel Island, resembling a realm from a fairy tale. With massive vines seemingly binding a cloud, lush with greenery, and structures visible within, capturing everyone's attention that I need to go investigate the situation. You all enjoy exploring the island for now. This area is in your hands. Reiju, Rosha tugged at Reiju, pulling her from her reverie regarding the enchanting scenery of Angel Island. Emichim, please be careful. Reiju's gaze met Rosha's, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes, but she quickly resumed her usual smile and nodded. The vessel sailed toward Angel Island, while Rosha expanded his observation Haki's range. He was not worried about the girls encountering any mishaps on the island, aside from the recently joined Vivi, Machida, and Robin. The others had all significantly grown in strength. The key factor was Karina's barrier fruit. There was little on the Sky Island that could harm them. Neither the priests nor Eneru posed a threat. After extending his observation, Rosha soon detected the presence of the god Island Apayado and sensed the thunder god Eneru within. He understood that Eneru must also be aware of his presence, as the combination of the Rumble fruit and his mind network could cover the entire Sky Island. Furthermore, Eneru's mind network could hear any sound within the island. Anyone daring to speak against him would face the consequences of the judgment of God. Thus, upon arriving, Rosha had not mentioned Eneru's name, as he was merely scouting the area. Interesting blue sea people, an extraordinary paramecia fruit user, such a rare ability to fly, plus, a peculiar ability that can withstand my judgment of God. Ha ha ha. Such an intriguing character. In the palace of the god Island Apayado, Eneru lowered his hand, which he had just raised. Moments ago, he had contemplated using the judgment of God against Rosha, who was soaring through the sky. However, upon seeing Rosha turn back, he retracted his hand, not out of reluctance to harm, but rather because he found the abilities of Rosha and his companions exceedingly fascinating. As a deity, how could one possibly lack a few formidable subordinates? Those capable of withstanding the divine judgment possess considerable strength. Thus, he resolved to offer these people from Qinghai an opportunity, a chance to face the trials of the divine. Should they succeed in these trials, he would personally bestow upon them the grace of becoming his subordinates. Ha 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 ha. I hope you will be able to stand before me after passing the trials, people of Qinghai. Eneru reached for a vivid red apple, taking a bite while emitting his distinctive laughter. Meanwhile, Rosha, who had already located Apaya's position, was preparing to return and reunite with the other women when he suddenly sensed the divine judgment from Eneru descending upon Angel Island. It was clear that it was aimed at Nami and the others. However, he was not overly alarmed, for with Reiju, who had already mastered observation Haki, he could promptly alert Karina to activate the barrier. The divine judgment required a brief moment of charging, ample time for Reiju to perceive the impending attack. The other women who had boarded the ship had also begun their training in Haki. Although they had yet to master observation Haki, their sensitivity had significantly heightened. This level of attack was not beyond their capabilities. But it was still wise to return sooner rather than later. With this thought, Rosha accelerated his flight towards Angel Island. Unbeknownst to Rosha, Eneru harbored intentions of recruiting them as his subordinates. Had he been aware of this, he would have surely scoffed at Eneru's notion. Rosha chose to return first instead of confronting Eneru directly for a reason. The fruit powers of Eneru were exceedingly troublesome. The abilities of the Rumble fruit ranked among the most formidable in the world of pirates, with attributes that could only be described as invincible. Among the myriad of devil fruits, it stood out as a remarkably perfect specimen. Its unparalleled destructive power, coupled with the capability to teleport across the island and an extensive range of electromagnetic perception, rendered it exceptionally challenging to contend with, surpassing even Akiji in terms of sheer offensive capacity. However, there remained a distinction in speed between the two. After all, Akiji could not teleport across an entire island as Eneru could. If the previous combatant had been Kizaru, the situation would have differed greatly. Kizaru's Pika fruit also boasted extraordinary speed, yet his teleportation was linear, incapable of making turns without the aid of the Yata mirror, which required a reflective target. Eneru's short-range teleportation, however, was devoid of such complications that in terms of abilities, the Pika and Rumble fruits bore striking similarities, one harnessing the speed and power of light, while the other wielded the might and velocity of thunder. Both represented the fastest and most elusive natural-type devil fruits in active elementalization. Even when entangled in armament Haki attacks, if the opponent employed advanced observation Haki in conjunction with active elementalization, unless one possessed overwhelming strength, Eneru could nearly disrupt any attack aimed at him, making it exceedingly difficult for others to harm his true form. This far surpassed the capabilities of natural devil fruit users like Smoker and Sandersonia. Undoubtedly, this would be the most formidable adversary Rosha had encountered, Aside from AG, in Rosha's estimation, Eneru's mastery of his fruit abilities was certainly at an A+ level, although he had not reached the Grand Admiral level of development like Akiji. He was nearing the threshold of awakening, having even developed the terrifying technique capable of obliterating an island, Reigo. His physical resilience was notable, having sustained the damage from a reject dial to his heart. Yet after undergoing electric therapy to stimulate recovery, he appeared entirely unscathed after merely wiping a trace of blood from his mouth. It is noteworthy that Lucci's 6-king pistol was merely a few times more powerful than the reject dial. While the reject dial itself boasted tenfold the power of a normal dial, this illustrates that Eneru's physical capabilities should not be underestimated. His electromagnetic perception, akin to the level of observation Haki, likely reached an A-grade standard. Augmented by the powers of the Rumble fruit, his perception could read the electromagnetic waves of everyone within the entirety of Sky Island, allowing him to hear the sounds of the entire island. He could also utilize his fruit's abilities to launch pinpoint attacks against any adversaries beyond his line of sight. This omniscient perspective, unexpectedly unleashing divine judgment as if it were a sudden act of celestial justice, posed the most vexing challenge for Rosha. He would have to remain vigilant against Eneru's lightning strikes without even laying eyes on him. Should Eneru employ such a shameless tactic, engaging in combat would be futile. Currently, Rosha's greatest advantage lay in the fact that Eneru was unaware of the existence of armament Haki. With his passive elementalization, Eneru's arrogance would lead him to neglect evading any attacks, a factor that played to Rosha's favor. In the face of such a troublesome character, even Rosha, typically carefree, found it necessary to adopt a more cautious approach. Otherwise, even with his ultimate move, the Dragon's Hollow Slash, he could not guarantee that he could outpace Eneru's teleportation. Should he fail to eliminate his opponent in one decisive blow and allow him to escape, it would undoubtedly lead to a true catastrophe, a relentless barrage of ranged attacks. Rosha had no desire to endure such an ordeal. Thus, he had devised a prudent strategy prior to his arrival. His plan was to first ascertain Eneru's location and, when the battle commenced, have Karina create a barrier to confine both Eneru and himself within. This way, Eneru would have no opportunity for escape. While Akiji's area attacks had yet to penetrate his defenses, he was confident in his ability to withstand Eneru's lightning strikes. It was now a matter of either not engaging at all or, if he did, ensuring that no potential for future retaliation remained. The power of the Rumble fruit was indeed formidable. Even Oda had to ensure that Eneru departed from the pirate world to find his own happiness on the moon. Yet, despite his immense strength, Eneru was ultimately defeated by Luffy in a narrative twist. This day, Rosha could not forget Eneru's exclamation of "so fast" when faced with Luffy's golden spiral bullet. If only this man had not been forced by Oda to act foolishly and forget that he was a being of lightning, Luffy would not have been able to lay a finger on him. It can be said that if the Rumble fruit had fallen into the hands of a powerful individual from Qinghai instead of the fortunate Eneru, its wielder could have been even more terrifying than an admiral of the navy. Ultimately, Eneru's early introduction into the story, coupled with his lack of exposure to armament Haki, caused him to miss the opportunity to become a true Yonko-level figure. Following the energy signatures of the women, Rosha sped towards Angel Island, arriving in a short while at the cute street. "Rosha!" Nami exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him descend slowly, waving her hand. "Are you all right? I thought I saw a lightning strike just now." Although none of the women bore visible injuries upon inspection, it was still prudent to inquire. "Yes, everyone is unharmed," Nami replied. "What on earth happened here?" Rosha inquired. Observing a group of individuals in berets sprawled on the ground in Cute Street, the surrounding inhabitants of Sky Island gazed at them in disbelief, though they had a rough idea of what had transpired. They maintained the pretense. He was well aware that Eneru could hear his words. "We don't know. This guy claimed that I was illegally trespassing and demanded payment. When we refused, he attempted to arrest us and attacked us. As you have seen, what was peculiar, however, was that lightning struck from the sky just moments ago. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, it might have hit us," Karina remarked nonchalantly, clearly unfazed by the earlier events. Beside her, a blonde girl covered her mouth in disbelief. "Karina, did you all come in without paying the entrance fee at the entrance?" "What's wrong, Conies?" Karina asked. Puzzled, "I seem to recall that the entrance fee was 1 billion escudo per person," Robin stated, arms crossed, an expression unfazed. "But I remember the old lady guarding the entrance saying that we could enter without paying," Vivi added, also perplexed as she recalled the peculiar expression of the old woman who had looked at them. Could this be a trap? 1 billion escudo was roughly equivalent to 100,000 berries in Shanghai. If paid normally, they could visit freely. However, that was no longer an option. Attacking the direct subordinates of the divine was tantamount to a death sentence. The lightning that had just struck was indeed a manifestation of divine retribution. Koni's expression darkened as she spoke. Wait. Does a god truly exist in Sky Island? A few individuals expressed their disbelief, astonished to discover that the Sky Island harbored the existence of legendary divine beings, which could potentially lead to significant trouble. It must be the power of a devil fruit. The one we just encountered was likely a user of the thunder fruit. I see. Upon hearing Rosha's words, the others felt a sense of relief, having encountered nature-type abilities before, albeit not at the level of a marine admiral. Even a nature-type like Crocodile from the Seven Warlords had been defeated by Rosha. Moreover, Karina had just managed to withstand that lightning strike, which diminished their fear of nature types. Speaking of which, the inhabitants of this Sky Island indeed possess wings, just as you described, resembling angels, no Kiga. Recalling Rosha's earlier speculation about the appearance of the Sky Islanders, smiled as she spoke. Indeed, Captain Rosha, have you visited the Sky Island before? How else would you know? Makita chimed in. Rosha merely smiled and remained silent, while the expression on Cornus's face remained somewhat grim. Oh, come on, Cornus, you needn't worry. You saw for yourself that the lightning posed no threat to us. Karina reassured her with a smile. Taking advantage of the moment, Nami approached Rosha, wearing a mysterious, mischievous grin. This really is just as Roland the Great said, the land of gold truly exists. You must have gone out to scout for it just now, right? Rosha grinned as he replied, indeed, the land of gold likely exists. And it should be part of Gaia Island. Having been swept here by the sky current 400 years ago, I've just scouted the area and can point you in the general direction. Rosha turned and gestured towards the direction of Appiato, Gaia Island, the land of gold, an island standing 10,000 meters above sea level. It truly is astonishing. Although Robin had heard Rosha mention the existence of the Sky Island before, she still expressed her surprise. Rosha, let's set off immediately to find the land of gold. Nami looked at Rosha with eager anticipation, clearly impatient to search for the gold of the land of gold. Haha, we can go now, but first, let's meet that nature-type devil fruit user, Rosha said, patting Nami on the head. That Nami's gold-hungry demeanor was one of her endearing traits, and Karina shared a similar charm. The bond among the three had long transcended mere friendship. The slight flaws in their personalities felt to Rosha like delightful spices in the fabric of life. Fantastic. Let us set off right away. I want to uncover all the gold in the land of gold. Nami cheered excitedly, visibly overjoyed. After calming Cornus's nerves, Karina looked at the exuberant Nami with a hint of confusion. Now that they knew the land of gold was real, she fully supported the idea of setting off. These two girls certainly shared similar personalities. It was quite surprising that they had come for the gold and were aware of Appiato's history. No wonder they had searched for Appiato's location upon arriving at the White Sea. Enel, who had been observing Rosha and the others, expressed his astonishment. He lounged lazily on the sofa, munching on an apple while instructing the nearby priestesses. Summon the 4 priests to my presence. Yes, Lord God. The priestesses replied respectfully upon receiving the command. Since you've chosen to bypass the trial of the gods and come directly to me, let the difficulty of the trial increase as a punishment for your rule-breaking. Enel revealed a chilling smile. Originally, the trial of the gods required facing only 1 priest, but now it would require confronting all 4. Enel had been on the Divine Island for 4 years. 4 years ago, he had obliterated his hometown, Burka, and after arriving at the Sky Island, he defeated the previous god of the Sky Island, Gonfall, and dominated the entire Sky Island, claiming Appiato as his territory. Aside from training the 4 priests to enhance their abilities, he had little else to occupy his time. Completely isolating himself from diplomacy, Enel had never descended to the Blue Sea, remaining ignorant even of the existence of observation Haki. In his eyes, his elemental powers were invincible, and with the heart network enveloping the Sky Island, he regarded everyone with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for ants. His overwhelming strength had led him to neglect his training for a considerable time. Yet, as time passed, Enel began to feel a sense of ennui. He found this existence dreadfully monotonous, until he heard a rumor, the rumor of the infinite land. Thus, he commenced the construction of the Ark Maxim, preparing to journey to the infinite land, that is, the moon, to continue his reign. Until the Ark Maxim was completed, his only source of amusement came from the previously released natives of Appiato, the Shandians, and the outsiders who had ascended to the Sky Island, coveting all his gold. Therefore, Enel had always been quite tolerant of those Shandians who dared to challenge him. After all, these individuals were merely monkeys seeking to please the gods. It was because of this nature that he tolerated Karina's violations and Rosha's attempts to scout Appiato for his gold, even when Rosha wished to bring people directly to him without undergoing the trial of the gods. He showed forbearance that he believed that those who could bring him amusement, like Karina, who could withstand his divine judgment with her barrier fruit, were worthy of his interest. With their strength, passing the trial of the gods to stand before him would be no issue. However, he never expected them to attempt to break the rules, which meant turning the trial from one opponent into four. Now, he merely wished to see if Rosha and his companions possessed the strength to defeat all four priests, allowing them to accompany him in his conquest of the infinite land. Meanwhile, after calming the somewhat anxious Cornus, the girls returned with Rosha to the sailboat on the shore. It seemed that in a short span of time, the girls and Cornus had developed a good rapport. Primarily, this seemingly innocent and charming girl shared a similar personality with Koya, both being gentle and kind-hearted. Moreover, she was the first Sky Islander to welcome them after their arrival, which made Rosha regard Cornus with a sense of fondness. On the sailboat by the shore, at Rosha's gesture, everyone gathered in the cabin's hall. The group was somewhat puzzled but remained silent, watching as Rosha brought out a piece of paper and began to write something on it. After Rosha had finished and shared the paper with everyone, their expressions turned to shock. "What?" Mikhaida exclaimed, unable to contain herself upon reading Rosha's writing. Thankfully, Vivi was quick to cover her mouth, regaining her composure. Mikhaida awkwardly smiled and swiftly changed the subject. "What is it, Captain Rosha? Are you hungry? Would you like some chocolate cake? I'll go make it right away." She now realized that every word she uttered could be monitored from a distance, so she quickly followed up on her previous statement. The other girls wore serious expressions, astonished that their journey to the Sky Island would lead them to such formidable foes. Even Rosha was being this cautious, compelling them to take the situation seriously. Rosha turned to Karina, who gave him a thumbs up, indicating her complete readiness. On the note, Rosha had outlined a strategy to deal with Enel, wherein Karina's barrier fruit played a crucial role. The plan involved creating a barrier to confine Rosha and Enel together while establishing a relatively smaller barrier to protect the others. This way, even if Enel could summon lightning from the skies, it would not harm them. "I'm hungry. Let's eat." Upon witnessing Mitsai preparing a chocolate cake for herself, Rosha adopted a relaxed demeanor and remarked that Enel's affairs merely warranted caution. Failure would not exact a grievous toll. With Karina's barrier fruit at his disposal, he was utterly undaunted by Enel's divine judgment. Indeed, Rosha could sever Enel's divine decree at will, although Enel's underhanded tactics proved troublesome. Should he persist in his obstinacy, Rosha was prepared to employ his ultimate measure, lifting the entirety of Appiato into the air and relocating it. He held little faith that Enel would relinquish the gold and ships on this island, his stronghold, prior to completing the Arc of Prophecy. As long as he could compel Enel to manifest in combat, Rosha still harbored hopes of capturing him. If, however, Enel truly feared Rosha's absence, he would have no choice but to depart with tears, seeking other fruit targets in Qinghai. "Rosha, once you find the gold in the land of gold, what do you intend to do with it?" Nami, noticing that others were either cooking or preoccupied, struck up a conversation with Rosha out of boredom. Enel had likely been aware of their discussions regarding the land of gold long before, thus she felt no concern about revealing anything. "Gold? I have no desire to purchase anything. It is merely that you and Karina wish for it, so I shall assist you in acquiring it." Upon hearing Nami's inquiry, Rosha pondered thoughtfully but realized he did not possess any wishes that required monetary fulfillment. "Oh, Rosha, you are truly wonderful. As a heartfelt gift from me to you, I have decided to surprise you," Nami exclaimed, nearly moved to tears by Rosha's attentiveness. She never anticipated that her mere hobby would lead her to confront such formidable foes. "What surprise? Pray tell," Rosha queried, slightly bewildered, as he felt he understood Nami thoroughly and wondered what she could possibly keep from him. "Hee, you shall know in due time, but do not be startled." Nami smiled enigmatically, withholding the details of her surprise. Rosha shrugged. Since Nami opted not to disclose more, he would simply await it with eager anticipation. "I shall look forward to your surprise, and in return, I will bestow upon you a gift as well." "Hee, I too anticipate your gift," Nami replied mischievously, linking her arm with Rosha's as they made their way to the dining table. With all hands on deck in the kitchen, lunch was prepared expeditiously. The kitchen was spacious enough to accommodate several cooks simultaneously, a design intended to facilitate Rosha's recruitment of a sufficient number of chefs to cater to his needs, in the skies above Appiato. Rosha made no effort to conceal his whereabouts as he drifted directly toward Enel's direction. Previously languid, Enel sat up from the sofa, his expression dark and tumultuous. These Qinghai people have actually mastered the mind network? He had anticipated Rosha would land on the Sky Island to explore and had arranged for personnel to monitor and guide them. He did not expect them to approach him directly. The mind network that could encompass this island seemed to indicate a formidable adept, at the very least. His subordinates lacked such proficiency. How intriguing. I find myself increasingly eager for the amusement these Qinghai people might bring. Regaining his composure, Enel reclined once more, a wicked smile gracing his face. To locate the presence of this god through the mind network is a first for me among the Qinghai folk. Ha ha ha, splendid. This saves me the trouble of instructing you on the mind network in the future. I am growing ever more curious about the entertainment you will provide. He addressed the four priests. You four, perform admirably henceforth. Hold nothing back and strive to vanquish these Qinghai intruders. Returning to his languid state, Enel took a bite from an apple, directing his gaze toward the awaiting four priests. Yes, my lord, they replied, kneeling with respectful expressions before swiftly exiting Enel's palace to take their positions at the entrance, standing like statues in anticipation of Rosha and his companions. They were curious to discern what remarkable qualities could prompt their god to treat these intruders with such gravity. They're here, Enel remarked, his eyes opening as he donned a playful smile. Rosha, do you see the palace below? The god of the Sky Island should be within. Nami pointed toward the structure. Indeed, that is the place. Rosha affirmed. How peculiar. Why are four strange individuals stationed at the palace entrance? As they drew nearer, the group observed the four priests at the palace door. Who knows? Their strength appears commendable. Do you wish to test yourselves against them? Rosha proposed, contemplating whether the girls should gauge their abilities against the priests. This seems quite interesting. I would like to try out what you have taught me. Count me in. Noki expressed, her interest piqued. Me too. I want to join. Nami chimed in, raising both hands. Since her training began, she had been diligently working to enhance her strength. During their time in Alabasta, she had faced off against Mr. Tuban Clay. But their duel was interrupted by Crocodile's appearance. Since boarding the ship, she had yet to achieve any notable victories, while Karina had effortlessly defeated Mr. 3, and her barrier fruit had greatly aided Rosha, continually safeguarding everyone. This left Nami feeling regretful for not having consumed a fruit herself. She was eager to prove herself in battle, to demonstrate that she was more than merely a navigator. She could fight too. Very well, Rosha said, affectionately ruffling Nami's hair, fully aware of her intentions to charge into battle whenever called upon. Is there anyone else who wishes to join in on the fun? He turned to the remaining girls. Vivi and Mitsai immediately shook their heads, indicating their lack of interest. I have no desire to engage in battle either. May I leave it to Sister Reiju and Sister Robin? The gentle-natured Kaya expressed her reluctance toward combat, feeling somewhat troubled. Since dear Kaya has voiced such sentiments, how could I refuse your request? Robin replied with a smile, resting her chin on her hand. Indeed, both Reiju and Robin, embodying the gentle older sister archetype, showered Kaya with affection. Due to the need to remain vigilant against Enel's emergence, Karina stayed close to Rosha, opting not to engage in battle. Although Robin had boarded the ship last, she could not rival Karina in strength. However, her devil fruit ability was quite formidable. In the 20 days since boarding, Rosha had not neglected to provide intensive training to this refined woman, ensuring all crew members could contend with various extraordinary circumstances. He had shared numerous developmental strategies for Robin's flower fruit, significantly enhancing her understanding. Previously, Robin had primarily utilized her powers for restraining enemies or employing her abilities for attacks. Now, she had conceived many innovative applications for her fruit, and her physical prowess had not been neglected either. The strength training in the crew's training room had yielded remarkable results. Robin's techniques, such as her ability to create and manipulate limbs, had significantly increased in potency. Soon, Rosha's vessel arrived at the palace entrance, and the group disembarked. Intruders, halt your advance. If you wish to meet the god, you must first pass our trial, the four priests declared. Halting Rosha and his companions as they approached. As the main figure had yet to appear, they paused and stood still, observing the priests. The most powerful among them, noted how Rosha and his companions had sensed the need to stop and softened his stern expression. Yet, upon seeing that the majority of the group were women, he frowned slightly and decided to speak. Very well, outsiders. You may present 3 challengers per group and may select any one of us priests to challenge. You may proceed until all 9 of you fail or until you defeat our 4 priests to gain passage. Ultimately, Ohm presented a challenge, expressing his skepticism regarding the combat prowess of these women, deeming the trial nothing more than a slaughter. Had this been a true trial conducted in the designated arena, it would have been a collective effort of all participants against a single adversary. However, Enel's demeanor compelled him to exercise caution. There might be 1 or 2 formidable female warriors among them, coupled with that seemingly nonchalant man who exuded an air of confidence, prompting Ohm to set conditions to avoid any potential misstep. There's no need for such complexities. A straightforward 1v1 duel will suffice, interrupted Rosha, cutting off Ohm's lengthy exposition of the rules. What? Are you belittling us? The other priests could no longer remain seated, sharing Ohm's sentiment that these women lacked strength. The audacity of Rosha, seeking to confront 4 of them alone, was a clear affront to their esteemed titles. Very well. Since you desire a duel, we shall grant you that opportunity. Ohm, now incensed, recollected the countless challengers they had vanquished in the trial grounds, astonished to find themselves underestimated. Yet, Rosha could hardly suppress a laugh. These clowns dared to prance about. Were it not for his reluctance to alarm Enel, he would have effortlessly dispatched these minor adversaries. I'll go first. I choose this hefty fellow. He looks like he can take a beating. Nami stepped forward, eyeing the 4 priests before selecting Shadley, the guardian of the ball trial. What, you little girl, underestimate me? Hey, you over there. Are you certain you want this woman to challenge me? I am the guardian of the ball trial with a survival rate of only 10. Upon hearing Nami's words, Shadley was incensed, clearly perceiving her words as an insult, suggesting she viewed him as a mere punching bag. In his mind, it was expected that the man leading this group would initiate the challenge, but to his disbelief, it was a woman. Thus, he turned to Rosha for clarification. Enough with the trivialities. Let me witness your strength. Nami promptly interrupted him, launching the first attack. Utilizing the shave technique, she appeared before Shadley and unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at his rotund abdomen. What? So fast? Shadley barely registered her movement before her fist was upon him. Though he sensed the trajectory of the attack through his observation Haki, evasion was utterly impossible. Nami's speed exceeded his expectations, and he could only brace himself for the blow. Boom. His spherical form was sent crashing into the palace wall like a deflating balloon. As the other 3 priests turned, they were met with the sight of the crumbled wall and Shadley, motionless among the ruins. What? They expressed their astonishment as they gazed at Nami, the one who had effortlessly defeated Shadley as priests. They were acutely aware of each other's capabilities. Even those among them who believed they could best Shadley would not have accomplished it with such ease. It dawned upon them why their divine master placed such importance on the arrival of these individuals. Yet, they were mistaken. Even Enel himself was unaware of the true strength possessed by Rosha and his companions. Damn that little girl. Now it is my turn to be your opponent. The guardian of the rope trial, Shura, ascended atop his 3-meter bird and dove toward Nami, his spear igniting with flames. Whoosh, Nami evaded the attack with the shave technique and declared, "Your opponent is not me." She sauntered back to Rosha's side, not glancing back. Seeing that her 2 sisters had no intention of stepping forward, Reiju also advanced. Then allow me to be your opponent. She playfully touched her lips with one hand, her expression alluring. However, her singular visible eye did not focus on Shura but rather surveyed the 3 priests. Is it necessary to go through such trouble? Perhaps a single strike to incapacitate all 3 would suffice. This was Reiju's contemplation. It matters not who comes. Prepare to meet your demise. Despite her bravado, Shura had abandoned his earlier disdain. Given Nami's overwhelming prowess in dispatching Shadley, he could not afford to underestimate her ally. The 3-meter bird soared once more, while Shura gripped his spear tightly, preparing for a charged attack. Below him, Reiju stood with her arms crossed, her casual smile betraying no concern for him. This nonchalant demeanor only served to ignite Shura's fury, prompting a charge with increased velocity. Heat bayonet. Shura bellowed, unleashing the name of his technique as the spear blazed with intense heat, intent on piercing Reiju's form. Yet, just as the spear was about to strike her, her figure vanished, the weapon hitting the ground and creating a sizable crater. Where did she go? Shura's eyes widened in astonishment at Reiju's speed. Just as he prepared to release his observation Haki to sense the life force around him, a chilling voice resonated from above, accompanied by a fierce warning from his Haki. Danger! Danger! Now drenched in sweat. He gritted his teeth and attempted to stab upward with his spear. However, a slender hand had already reached his helmet, followed by a playful admonition. Venomous impact. Bang! Shura's eyes glazed over as he lost consciousness, collapsing alongside his 3-meter bird into a massive pit in the ground. The remaining 2 priests, Gatas and Ohm, were rendered speechless, witnessing yet another priest felled in a single blow. Shura, who ranked just below Ohm in strength, had met the same fate as Shadley at the hands of that woman. Ohm, we have been deceived. These individuals possess far superior strength than we anticipated. They are toying with us. Gatas, now understanding the gravity of the situation, recognized that these seemingly frail women each harbored formidable abilities. The prowess exhibited by both Nami and Reiju far exceeded their capacity to confront. The notion of a 1v1 duel had become a farce. It was clear that a collective effort from all four of them against even one of these challengers might yield a fighting chance, with no other options remaining, and recalling Enel's orders to exert their utmost to defeat them. Ohm's demeanor shifted dramatically from condescension to grim determination. However, the rules had been established. To backtrack now would leave them powerless against the overwhelming numbers arrayed against them, compelling them to adhere to the established guidelines. Damn it. I shall take to the field next out if I fall. Ohm, you must uphold the dignity of the priests. Gatus's expression mirrored Ohm's, aware of his own inferiority in strength and thus opting to pave the way for a potential strategy. Whoever comes, bring it on. As he stepped into the open, ready for battle, Robin emerged, positioning her hands defensively across her chest. Simultaneously, Gatus's body sprouted 6 additional arms. 6-petal anchor flower. 2 arms seized Gatus's own, 2 clutched his legs, and 2 ensnared his neck. Gatus was left in a predicament resembling that of a captured strongman, his face reflecting sheer terror. What is this? Arms. Is she a devil fruit user? He cried out in panic, bewildered by his current state as he struggled against the grip binding him. Yet, it felt as though his entire strength had been siphoned away. No matter how he exerted himself, his power inexplicably dissipated. Moreover, Robin was no ordinary captor. She had grasped his points of leverage, and with each attempt he made to muster strength, a mere flick from her would render him as deflated as a punctured balloon, leaving him unable to escape her grasp. To make matters worse, Robin had trained for 20 days aboard the ship, enhancing her strength considerably. Even in his normal state, Gatus' power pales in comparison to the current Robin. With a surge of strength in his arms, Gatus' face flushed crimson as he tightened his grip around his own neck, rendering him unable to breathe. His eyes widened in terror, blood vessels bursting in his sclera. As his eyeballs nearly bulged from their sockets, his body strained in a futile attempt to escape, but all efforts were in vain. Crack, crack. A dull sound emanated from Gatus' body as his bones fractured. His eyes rolled back, and froth escaped his mouth, his form collapsing to the ground like a boneless fish in an uncanny posture. Gatus. Damn it, you treacherous woman, shouted anxiously, already paralyzed with shock. Gatus had not even struck a blow, and he was already on the ground, without Robin even moving against him. During a battle, you wouldn't expect someone to notify you with I'm about to attack before striking, would you? Rosha chuckled lightly, observing the scene as if it were a theatrical performance. Surprised that several of the divine officials had exited the stage before the act had even begun, clenched his teeth, yet found himself unable to muster a retort against Rosha's words. Indeed, to rely on others for reminders when one's strength is lacking is a mark of weakness. He had instinctively shouted out in desperation. Humph, then it is your turn next. Hurry and make your move. The hilt of Aum's sword exuded iron clouds, swiftly forming a sword of mist, its tip aimed at Nokigo. Now, Nokigo wielded a renowned blade from Colonel Mouse's treasure trove, although its name was unknown to her. The blue scabbard adorned with intricate patterns and the blade's gleaming sharpness matched Nokigo's aura perfectly, leading her to choose it at first glance. Nokigo, unfazed by Aum's provocation, simply smiled lightly before unsheathing her sword and assuming a stance. Iron whip, shouted, swinging the cloud sword, its originally long blade elongating like an eel. Despite its seemingly supple form, it wreaked havoc upon the cobblestones beneath it. Nokigo stood her ground, eschewing flamboyance as she merely swung her blade, cleaving through the cloud sword. She could sever even iron clouds of such hardness. Aum could scarcely believe that the seemingly inconspicuous girl before him was a swordswoman capable of slicing through steel. As the fourth to board, Nokigo had entered the crew's training chamber alongside Nami and others. She had been captivated by Rosha's swordsmanship, and whether training or cooking, she had been honing her skills at every opportunity. Perhaps it was talent, or perhaps the influence of the training chamber, but within 2 months, she had reached a level capable of slicing through iron. Wave slash. Nokigo unleashed a wave of sword energy towards Aum. Having learned the techniques of shave and moonwalk, she intuitively grasped gale steps, understanding the principle of kicking up air currents mirrored that of sword strikes. Thus, she quickly mastered Rosha's wave slash, though her power fell significantly short. Rosha could slash for hundreds of miles, while she could manage only a few dozen. Nonetheless, even that was beyond Aum's capacity to withstand. the moment the sword energy made contact with the iron cloud sword. It cleaved through it, and just as it was about to slice through Aum as well, a figure composed of lightning appeared beside him. With merely a finger extended, countless bolts of lightning surged forth. The sword energy was pierced and dissipated into nothingness. Clap, clap, clap. I'm quite astonished. I never anticipated you possessed such formidable strength, Enel applauded, a languid smile gracing his features. Apologies, Lord God. I failed to stop them and have lost the trial. Aum knelt, sweat beading on his forehead, his demeanor one of utmost respect. Enough, this time I shall forgive you. After all, their powers do indeed surpass yours by a considerable margin. However, have you been neglecting your training? You couldn't even withstand a single strike, Enel remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him, his voice laced with a hint of coldness. Upon hearing these words, Aum initially breathed a sigh of relief, but the subsequent remarks filled him with dread. They had accompanied Enel from Baika to the island of the gods, never having faced such disgrace. This was a first. People of the Blue Sea, your strength is commendable. Enel paused, fixing his gaze on Rosha. Especially you, as their leader, your strength must surpass that of these women. As a reward for your victory over the divine officials, I, the god, bestow upon you the title of divine envoy. Join me in conquering the vast lands. With these words, the arena fell silent, all eyes fixated upon him. Pahaha. After a prolonged silence, Rosha could no longer contain his laughter, and with him, the other women joined in. Seeing this, Enel's brow furrowed in displeasure. People of the Blue Sea, your attitude towards the divine is far too disrespectful. It seems you require some punishment. His previously languid demeanor had been replaced by a brooding countenance, and Rosha's group's attitude displeased him greatly. 20 million volts of discharge. Enel pointed forward once more, blue lightning crackling at his fingertips. As he struck, Rosha had already flashed to his front with shave, allowing the full force of the 20 million volts to strike him without reservation. Lightning erupted, and Rosha, upon being hit, merely had some smoke wafting from his clothes, suffering no significant harm. This electric therapy is quite pleasant, Rosha exhaled, then called out, Karina. Okay. The latter immediately understood his intent, gesturing to activate her barrier fruit ability. A green barrier enveloped Rosha and Enel. Is this the ability of the devil fruit that shields against my divine judgment? Enel mused, surprised that Rosha could endure his 20 million volts unscathed. Though he soon became intrigued by the surrounding barrier, he approached its edge, tapping it with his fingers, producing a crisp sound, and then unleashed a bolt of electricity upon it. Yet it remained unscathed. People of the Blue Sea, are you attempting to provoke the divine? Enel raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Rosha's intentions, then added, Is locking your companion here meant to ensure his demise? Someone will indeed die here. But that person will be you, Rosha replied with a light chuckle, stretching his limbs. Enel's previous arrogance was most infuriating, and he resolved to strike the man before utilizing the devil fruit extractor. People of the Blue Sea, you are quite confident, are you? Haha, soon I shall deliver divine punishment upon you, and those little girls over there will all be captured to serve as my mates. Enel's half-closed eyes betrayed no emotion, yet his icy words hinted at his burgeoning fury. Rosha ceased his chatter, drawing his twin swords and flashing to Enel's front with shave, unleashing a relentless strike. Enel, witnessing Rosha's reckless audacity, smirked derisively. However, as the blade descended, his heart instinctively warned him of the imminent danger. In the face of this overwhelming sense of peril, he unhesitatingly followed his instincts, utilizing lightning body flicker to evade the attack in an instant. What was that just now? Why did my heart warn me so strongly? Enel pondered, but before he could comprehend, Rosha's assault came crashing down once more. This time, however, he did not evade. Instead, he melted all the gold adornments upon his person. A golden staff materializing in his grasp. He then crossed the staff before him, preparing to deflect Rosha's strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as the immense force drove Enel to one knee. His expression twisted in agony as he struggled to maintain his stance, while Rosha's smile appeared to him as pure mockery. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogantly self-assured, perceiving himself as a lofty god. Yet now he knelt in humiliation. Enel felt an overwhelming sense of disgrace. Weren't you so brave just now? Why are you kneeling before me? Come, let me see what punishment you can deliver, and what you intend to do with my crew. The words of Rosha seemed to ignite a powder keg, instantly provoking Enel, which was precisely his intention. By enraging Enel, he aimed to drive him to the brink of madness, thus rendering his own attacks more effective. Even Admiral Akina had employed such tactics with great success. You Qinghai people, do not be so arrogant. Do you think you know who I am? I am the god of Skypiea. Enel indeed displayed an expression of extreme fury. Powerful currents of electricity emanating from his body and striking Rosha. It appeared that Rosha, affected by the lightning, weakened his grip on the twin swords in his hands. Enel's expression morphed into one of triumph as he stepped back 2 paces, then thrust his palm forward, unleashing a massive blue beam of light towards Rosha. Boom! The beam engulfed Rosha's figure entirely, crashing against the internal barrier, where only chilling cries could be heard. Humph! Hearing Rosha's agonizing screams, Enel could no longer contain his maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. This is the price for provoking a god. Prepare to be reduced to ashes. Just as Enel reveled in his laughter, a hand shrouded in a dark aura burst through the lightning, seizing his wrist. Enel's expression shifted to one of shock, the lightning in his hand dissipating, revealing Rosha within, his expression oddly theatrical, as if performing. That feels good. Hee hee, gotcha. Rosha's hair stood on end, reminiscent of a character from the King of Fighters series. However, his claim of comfort was no mere pretense. Enel's electricity seemed to have stimulated Rosha's yet-to-be fully developed steel balloon ability, greatly enhancing his body's vitality. In that moment, he felt an urgent need to replenish his energy. Had it been Big Mom, she would have likely succumbed to her hunger pangs. How is this possible? Enel was taken aback by this turn of events, shaking his head in disbelief, insisting it must be an illusion. Regaining his composure, he adopted a much more ferocious demeanor. Max 200 million volts discharge, electricity crackled around him as his palm flickered with lightning once more, this elemental force stronger than any previous attack. Yet, before he could unleash his technique, a fist loomed larger and larger before his eyes. After expending so much energy, you must be tired. Allow me to give you a break. Armed. Friendship-breaking fist. Boom, the fist landed solidly on Enel's face, distorting his expression as if his eyes might pop out. Yet, before his form could be sent flying, an immense force yanked him back. As Rosha maintained his grip on Enel's wrist, another powerful punch struck his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Subsequently, Rosha seated himself atop Enel and unleashed a flurry of punches upon his face. Rosha is truly ruthless. Karina felt a bead of cold sweat form on her forehead, worried when Enel unleashed his lightning strike that engulfed Rosha. However, relief washed over her when Rosha's unharmed figure reappeared. Hee hee, this fellow must have crossed a line with Captain Rosha, which is why he is so furious. Leiju supported her face with one hand, her expression a blend of tenderness and amusement, clearly relishing Rosha's protective attitude towards his crew. Since departing from the Vinsmoke family, Rosha's behavior had consistently pleased her. The girls reflected on Rosha's usual demeanor, which could only be described as doting towards them, causing their cheeks to flush. After a considerable duration, when Enel was left battered and unrecognizable, Rosha ceased his relentless assault. How can you touch someone like me, a god? Enel trembled, attempting to move his hand, devoid of any strength to summon his thunderous abilities, the pain stimulating his nerves and preventing unconsciousness. He failed to comprehend how, as the embodiment of lightning and a user of the rumble fruit, he could be touched by another, unable even to utilize his elemental form. That black fist seemed capable of capturing his very essence. Oh, you haven't fainted yet. Your physical condition is rather impressive. Then, allow me to give you another punch. Armament and Conqueror's Haki entwined around his fist, black lightning crackling ominously as he unleashed a furious blow to Enel's chest. The ground caved in, and Enel's chest followed suit. Yet, Rosha deliberately spared his heart. Enel was not yet dead. Your abilities are commendable, but they now belong to me. Rosha retrieved a mechanical square box from his storage space, placing it against Enel's heart. Instantly, four mechanical claws shot forth, piercing Enel's chest and securing him in place. Following that, several tendrils emerged, inserting themselves into Enel's heart. The tube seemed to be siphoning something. A flicker of electrical energy coursing into the box. The recently knocked out Enel was jolted awake by the pain, followed by a thunderous scream. What is that voice? It's Enel. What on earth is happening? The former god of Skypiea, gone foul, clad in knightly armor and riding a bizarre bird, gazed solemnly into the depths of Appiato's palace. He had previously learned that a group of Qinghai people had ventured into Enel's palace. As the once benevolent god of Skypiea, he did not wish for these Qinghai individuals to perish in silence. He sought to assist them, pleading for Enel's mercy. However, the current situation left him utterly perplexed, as it was Enel who emitted the sounds of despair. Without further thought, Gonfowl urged a strange bird to hasten towards the temple. Wappa, that's Enel's voice. A cohort of Sandia warriors was also racing through the forest of Appiato, evidently having heard Enel's cries. They had detected the intrusion of a group of outsiders into Appiato. During the battle with the four gods, their commotion had also alerted them. Thus, they sought to attempt an assault on Enel. They had previously made countless such attempts, all thwarted by the four gods. forcing their retreat. Now, with the four gods absent from the trial grounds, and Enel nowhere to be seen, Wappa believed this to be their greatest opportunity to reclaim their homeland. Full speed ahead, this time. We must defeat that Enel fellow and reclaim our homeland. Wappa shouted a rallying cry, leading the charge towards the temple, the Sandia warriors behind him displaying excited smiles as they followed suit. Meanwhile, Enel's anguished screams echoed relentlessly, his life force being drained by the siphoning device, his once robust physique visibly withering. After half a minute, the cries ceased. Within Rosha's perception, Enel had fallen silent. The god of Skypiea, who had once reigned supreme, was dead. He perished due to his arrogance and narrow-mindedness. Just as CP9 had forever believed in the iron block, Enel too met his end believing in his own power. Neglecting his training, the metallic box, now filled with energy, began to emit gases and opened up. A golden yellow fruit with bizarre patterns and electric barbs floated before everyone. As Rosha grasped the devil fruit, the siphoning device shattered to the ground. At last, it is in my possession, the rumble fruit. Rosha shook the fruit in his hand, a grin spreading across his face. Upon witnessing Enel's stillness, Karina opened the barrier. Subsequently, everyone gathered around Rosha, curiously eyeing the devil fruit. I asked that the rumble fruit? What was that device just now? Karina asked, genuinely intrigued about the contraption that could absorb Enel's rumble fruit. Indeed, it is the rumble fruit. As for that device, it was a devil fruit siphoner given to me by old man Shiki. My float fruit was extracted by him just before his demise. Rosha had already devised a response to the girl's queries. Of course, I can just blame it all on Golden Lion Shiki. After all, no one will know the truth. A devil fruit siphoner. Such a wondrous device exists in this world. Is this truly something that technology can achieve? While Legio possesses a broader perspective, she has never heard of a devil fruit extractor, particularly given that her father is a scientist specializing in bloodline factors. Her curiosity about this invention is piqued. Ha! Technology knows no bounds. Vegapunk can even create artificial devil fruits, and Kaido is collaborating with others on artificial devil fruits as well. After a hearty laugh, Rosha began to explain the concept of artificial devil fruits to the others. Since there are even artificial devil fruits, it is not inconceivable to create a devil fruit extractor using technology. Artificial devil fruits. Doesn't that mean the Navy and the four Emperors Kaido have an inexhaustible army of devil fruits? Nichida exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Having spent most of her time near the entrance of the Grand Line, she has encountered very little. The notion of an army of artificial devil fruits is utterly foreign to her, and she cannot fathom anything that could rival such a terrifying force. However, that is not entirely accurate. Kaido's artificial devil fruits have flaws, and Vegapunk has no interest in producing devil fruits, but the specifics remain unknown. How many devil fruit extractors does Captain Rosha possess? This is the last one. It is quite challenging to craft. Is that so? What a pity. Legio expressed her regret, realizing that if such a powerful technological device could easily extract devil fruits, Rosha could indeed create an army of devil fruits. Now that she has become an enemy of the world government, Rosha will undoubtedly be hunted as a wanted criminal, and her primary concern is to strengthen her fleet to reduce danger on the seas. Nami, this fruit is prepared for you. Rosha tossed the fruit over, and Nami hurriedly caught it, her expression one of disbelief. Rosha, this devil fruit is for me. Indeed, this is a devil fruit I specifically chose for you. Once consumed, you will possess formidable thunderous power. No one is more suited for this fruit than you. The power of the Enel fruit is well known, and Nami was astonished that Rosha had used the only devil fruit extractor solely for her benefit. Overcome with emotion, Nami leaped onto Rosha, resembling a sloth as she embraced him and planted several kisses on his cheek. All right, hurry and eat it. In response to Nami's affectionate display, Rosha gently patted her head before urging her to consume the devil fruit. Nami nodded, taking a bite of the fruit. Similar to Karina, an indescribable peculiar taste spread through her mouth, and she gritted her teeth to endure it. However, at some point, Karina had crept up behind Nami, seizing the fruit and shoving it directly into Nami's mouth, a triumphant grin on her face. Ha! Remember when you laughed at me? I promised I would stuff a devil fruit into your mouth when the time came so you could experience this flavor too. Accompanied by Nami's muffled whimpers, the devil fruit slid down her throat, leaving her momentarily lifeless on the ground, though she quickly regained her footing. Are you trying to kill me? Nami fumed, gripping Karina's collar as she demanded answers. Yet, this was merely the extent of their playful banter. What's the big deal? I went through the same thing, Karina shrugged, nonchalantly indicating that she had also experienced this. Nami glared at Karina, who wore a smug expression. But then a glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes, her lips curling into a sly smile. A jolt of electricity coursed through Karina's body. She let out a soft moan, clutching her skirt as a blush spread across her face. Feeling somewhat bashful, Nami wore a mischievous grin, turning her head as if nothing had happened. Karina, blushing fiercely, bit her lip, vowing to make Nami embarrass herself before Rosha tonight, even though they often found themselves in embarrassing situations. Watching the unfolding farce, Rosha rubbed his temples in exasperation. These two rivals were relentless. Chirp, just as Nami was getting accustomed to her newfound abilities, a bird's call echoed through the sky. Shortly after, they spotted Gonfur, the original god of the Sky Island, clad in armor and riding a strange bird, descending upon them. Meanwhile, the sound of rustling leaves indicated the arrival of the Shandians at the palace of the Island of the Gods. Gathering three factions in one place, Legio and Rosha, of course, sensed the approaching presence with their observation Haki. However, Rosha remained silent, and Legio paid it no mind. As the other two factions arrived, they beheld Enel lying lifeless on the ground, alongside three other fallen priests, while the last priest's whereabouts remained unknown. "This is Enel. Enel is dead," a soldier from the Shandian squad exclaimed, his voice revealing an indescribable excitement and joy. Surprises often arrive unexpectedly. The god Enel, who ruled the Sky Island with absolute power, effortlessly defeating any resistance, was now dead. Enel is dead. Gonfur's eyes widened in disbelief. No one understood Enel's strength better than him. He had been easily defeated by Enel and cast down from the pedestal. Yet now, the sight of Enel's withered body conveyed the undeniable truth of his demise. "Sea dwellers, did you do this?" Gonfur gazed at Rosha and the others with astonishment. Rosha merely shrugged, indicating, "Is there anyone else here besides us?" Although he already knew the answer, Rosha's affirmation shocked Gonfur. Dismounting, Gonfur solemnly bowed to Rosha, saying, "Esteemed warrior, I am Gonfur, the original god of the Sky Island. I am profoundly grateful to you for liberating the Sky Island from the calamity that was Enel. The people of the Sky Island have suffered greatly over these past 4 years, and it is your mighty intervention that has saved them." Gonfur sincerely thanked Rosha for his actions. Despite Rosha's youthful appearance, he extended the highest courtesy. No need to be so formal. My intention to defeat Enel was not solely for the sake of the people of the Sky Island. It just happened to align with my goals. However, we are not performing these actions without reason. Since I have defeated Enel, I am now the new god of this Sky Island, and everything here belongs to me, including all the gold. Rosha spoke with a calm demeanor, his words indifferent. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into silence. Even Nami and the others were taken aback by Rosha's claim to become the god of the Sky Island. "Sea dwellers, I do not care what your intentions may be. However, this land of Bass belongs to the Shandians. It is our homeland. No matter what you wish to be, please leave this land of Bass." Wappa was the first to react, his expression dark as he raised the cannon he held toward Rosha, and the warriors behind him grew tense, brandishing their weapons at Rosha. "Don't be so nervous. If your hands tremble and you accidentally fire a bullet, it will be all of you who perish." A smile graced Rosha's face, but his words were laced with a chilling threat. The Shandians were left in a cold sweat from Rosha's aura. Nevertheless, they did not lower their weapons, as their leader Wappa had yet to do so. "Esteemed warrior, please forgive their rudeness. They have their own reasons for acting this way." Gonfur rushed to the forefront, respectfully bowing once more. Just then, amidst the tense atmosphere, the ground began to tremble, and a colossal serpent, as large as a mountain, emerged, gazing down at everyone present. "That is the Lord of the Sky, Nolan." The Shandians gasped, clearly taken aback by the unexpected appearance of Nolan at this moment. Nolan stared at the tiny humans below, seemingly lost in thought, before suddenly letting out a roar. Silence. Roxa furrowed his brow, gazing at the roaring Nolan. Feeling a twinge of irritation, his eyes sharpened, and the overwhelming presence of his conqueror's Haki surged toward Nolan. In an instant, Nolan sensed the impact of Rox's formidable aura, his pupils constricted to pinpricks, and his body trembled uncontrollably before he collapsed with a thunderous crash. The scene left Gonfur and the Shandians utterly astonished, witnessing the once mighty Nolan of the Sky succumb to the mere gaze of this youth. Such a bizarre ability surpassed even Enel's lightning powers in its incredibility. Suddenly, one of the Shandians felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him, his firearm slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground, followed by his own body crumpling to the earth. This phenomenon appeared to trigger a chain reaction, causing all the Shandians, including Wappa, to collapse in a heap. "Thank you, Reiju." Roxa expressed his gratitude toward her, to which she shrugged in response, indicating that even without her intervention, they could not harm Roxa. Long before the Shandians had raised their weapons, Reiju had already released a colorless, odorless poison into the air. While not lethal, those affected by it would find themselves utterly drained and incapacitated. Esteemed warrior, please do not harm them. Gonfuer, in a state of panic, knelt before Rosha, pleading for mercy on behalf of the Shandians. This former god of the Sky Island was genuinely kind-hearted, even now advocating for the Shandian safety. Do not worry, I have no intent to take their lives. Otherwise, they would have perished the moment they laid eyes upon me. It is merely a more conducive state for conversation, Rosha reassured, gesturing for Gonfuer to rise, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the elder bowing before him. I have heard of your people, the Shandians, and the tales of Nolan and Calgara from 400 years ago. Upon hearing this, the Shandians were taken aback, astonished that someone from the Blue Sea would possess knowledge of their ancestors in the story of Nolan, though all that exists in the Sky Island belongs to me. I am willing to allow you to return and reside upon this land. However, I require your loyalty in return, Rosha declared, revealing his intentions. The Shandians were fierce warriors, their strength formidable, though they could not quite match some of the pirates from the Blue Sea. Yet, they were men of resilience, willing to rise even after sustaining grievous injuries for the sake of their aspirations. Such individuals garnered Rosha's respect, while he aspired to be the god of the Sky Island. He would not remain here indefinitely. Thus, having these valiant men pledge their fealty to uphold his dominion over the Sky Island was an excellent arrangement. Moreover, Gonfuer, once a wise deity, could assist in managing the Sky Island upon Rosha's departure. What, you are willing to grant us the precious Bas Earth? Wappa exclaimed in excitement upon hearing Rosha's offer to let them return to their homeland. Returning to their native soil had long been their cherished dream. And now, the new god of the Sky Island was permitting them to do so, igniting fervor among the Shandian warriors. Ha ha ha, precious. To me, land is but a readily available resource. Rosha chuckled heartily at Wappa's words, then raised his hand to activate his fruit's power. Slowly, the long-hidden dragon island began to ascend from beneath the White Sea, eventually hovering above Apayado. The BAS is rising. Everyone present, aside from Rosha and his companions, stood agape, gazing at the floating land. Is this a miracle? Is this the power of a deity? Wappa murmured, unknowingly succumbing to Rosha's formidable might. I can easily elevate the lands of the Blue Sea to the Sky Island. There will be no shortage of land henceforth. Observing Wappa's reaction, Rosha chuckled again before dropping another bombshell. Furthermore, I will not only allow you to dwell in Apayado, but I can also reignite the lights of the Sandora. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the Shandian ranks, prompting a cacophony of excited chatter among them. The scene appeared quite peculiar. A group of powerless Shandians sprawled on the ground engaging in animated discussion. Silence, Wappa suddenly bellowed, and the Shandians fell silent. Reiju, Rosha called softly, to which she nodded in understanding and exhaled a breath that enveloped the Shandians. Before long, Wappa felt a surge of strength returning to his body. He knelt heavily, pressing his forehead to the ground, and declared loudly, if you grant us the chance to return home and reignite the lights of Sandora, I, Wappa, vow to dedicate all my strength to safeguarding the Sky Island. The allure of Rosha's promises proved irresistible to the Shandians. Their longing to return home and relight Sandora's flame was overwhelming. Please wait here for a moment. Hearing Wappa's response, Rosha smiled and addressed the women behind him before soaring into the sky. Where is Captain Rosha headed? One of the women wondered. Who knows? The others replied, perplexed, though the older Robin and Reiju had a slight inkling of Rosha's intentions. He should be nearby. As Rosha ascended into the heavens, surveying the sea of clouds, he still found no target. So he climbed higher. I found it. A massive golden bell stood majestically at an altitude of 10,000 meters above the Sky Island. The Bell of Sandora, renowned for its melodious resonance, served as a beacon for fleets navigating through stormy seas. Gazing at this grand bell, Rosha recalled a scene from the original animation, his fists itching with anticipation. Mustering all his strength, he struck the golden bell with a powerful punch. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding chimes reverberated across the land, even echoing beneath the White Sea, reaching the ears of those in the Blue Sea. What is this? Kulakate, on the opposite shore of Gaia Island, halted his work, astonished, as he gazed skyward, the enchanting tolling filling his ears. Sandora truly exists. My ancestors did not lie. Tears streamed down Kulakate's face, overwhelmed with emotion. Though he did not comprehend the events unfolding, the bell sound represented the culmination of his lifelong aspirations. The Shandian warriors within Apayado were similarly moved to tears. As Rosha floated the golden bell back to the ground, the Shandians all knelt in reverence. Master Rosha, we, the Shandian warriors, pledge our unwavering loyalty to you. Observing the Shandian submission, Rosha nodded in satisfaction before addressing the astonished Gonfuer. I entrust you with notifying the residents of the Sky Island. The chaotic rules will be abolished henceforth, and life upon the Sky Island will no longer be bound by excessive regulations. Recovering from his surprise, Gonfuer quickly replied, "Yes, esteemed warrior, no, God. You may all depart now. Inform your kin to migrate here. Appiato will no longer be a forbidden land, and the residents of the Sky Island and the Shandians can coexist here." After Rox's words, the Shandians bowed deeply before Wappa led the warriors back to Cloudy Village to share the joyous news with their kin. "Nookie Gal, I'm hungry again." Having settled all matters, Roxa approached Nookie Gal with a glum expression. Though he hadn't expended much energy, the electric therapy from Inul had left him feeling as if his body was evolving. And he was now desperate for sustenance to replenish his energy. Seeing Rox's demeanor, the women exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. "Pfft, this is hilarious." Nami and Karina could hardly contain their laughter. What happened to the imposing god? The tears of both individuals were on the verge of laughter, causing even Lei Jio and Robin to chuckle uncontrollably. Luo Xia's expression darkened, but fortunately he possessed a thick skin and shot a glare at Nami. Determined to make this woman pay tonight. In response, she cast him a flirtatious glance before erupting into laughter once again. After returning to Longyu Island with several companions, all the ladies began preparing the food that Luo Xia required. This time, he felt a stark difference from before. He needed an abundance of food, from noon until nightfall. Even the entire crew of chefs struggled to keep pace with Luo Xia's ravenous appetite. What on earth is going on with Captain Luo Xia? That previous battle hardly consumed any energy, yet he is eating for such an extended period now. After Machida served a few exquisitely crafted chocolate cakes and retreated to the kitchen, she couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "Who knows, but I have a feeling that if you keep this up, Luo Xia might just end up devouring you tonight," Nami retorted, her hands never ceasing in their culinary endeavors. Machida, startled, immediately resumed her cooking. It wasn't until 2 hours later that Luo Xia finally paused in his relentless eating, yet he felt far from satisfied. At last, he ceased his consumption. Vivi, exhausted from several hours of intense cooking, felt somewhat weakened. It was an experience she had never envisioned. Having boarded the ship later and being still young, her stamina simply could not keep up. "All right, Vivi, you should take a rest now," Nami suggested, helping Vivi to her feet and signaling for her to return to her room, before she too headed back to her quarters to digest the food. As night fell, Luo Xia returned to his room to find a figure lying on the bed. With a mischievous grin, he approached. Today you laughed the loudest, Nami. Soon, I shall make you cry for mercy." However, just as he lunged forward, he sensed something amiss. Nami's hair was yellow, while the silhouette before him sported blue locks. "Noki Gao," Luo Xia exclaimed, gazing at the blushing Noki Gao, who lay with her eyes tightly shut. Maintaining an attitude of seizing the opportunity presented, he decided to continue. The night passed without further incident. Morning arrived, and Luo Xia dressed before covering Noki Gao with a blanket. Upon entering the hall, he encountered Nami sporting a mischievous smile. "So this is the surprise you mentioned, selling out your sister?" Perhaps Noki Gao was a willing participant. It remained a mystery when these two young ladies had conspired in secrecy. He approached and playfully tugged at Nami's cheek, silently signaling that he hoped for more surprises like this in the future. After breakfast, the group reunited in the hall for a leisurely chat. Luo Xia remarked that they would be staying here for a while longer, allowing for a moment of relaxation without setting sail. Nevertheless, daily strength training remained a priority. "Captain Luo Xia, you previously mentioned that there should be a historical text on the Sky Island, correct? When shall we embark on an exploration of this area?" Robin inquired, seating herself beside him, her eagerness to decode the historical text palpable. However, yesterday's delay due to Luo Xia's voracious appetite had postponed her plans to explore the ruins of Appiadon. The historical text. "I believe it is located at the base of the Golden Bell," Luo Xia recalled as Robin's question jogged his memory about their earlier discussion regarding the existence of a historical text that documented the location of the Sea Kings. With so much transpired, he had almost forgotten, but now with Robin's reminder, he responded affirmatively. While the others were not particularly interested in the historical text, their curiosity was piqued as they followed along. Upon reaching the place where the Golden Bell stood, they discovered the engraved historical text monument at its base, gazing at the massive stone tablet. Robin felt a surge of excitement as she approached to touch its surface and meticulously interpret its contents. Suddenly, she noticed an inscription on the gold beside her. "I have come to this place to bring this document to the ends of the world. Pirate Gold. Roger, the Pirate King. Could it be that he had visited the Sky Island? Why would he leave such a message?" Upon seeing the signature, Robin was taken aback, stepping back in shock. She had never anticipated a connection between the historical text and the infamous Pirate King. "What's wrong?" Robin, are you all right? The other women observed Robin's reaction, bewildered by what could possibly frighten her. Was the content of the stone tablet truly that explosive? Their curiosity intensified as they approached and glimpsed the inscription beside the golden bell. They too were left perplexed by its meaning, as the words were written in an ancient script. What does this mean? It seems like it was inscribed later. It's not part of the historical text. The women inquired curiously. That was inscribed by the Pirate King Gold. Roger, correct. Luoxia interjected. What, the Pirate King? The women exclaimed in unison, for the name of the Pirate King was known to all. Captain Luoxia, do you perhaps understand ancient script? Robin asked in astonishment, recalling Luoxia's previous claims of never having visited the Sky Island. How could he possibly know of such text? Surely it wasn't information provided by the Golden Lion? I don't understand, but the inscription is clearly new. However, the historical text pertains to the secrets of Laugh-Tale, and throughout history, only one person has ever reached Laugh-Tale. Therefore, I surmise that it must be a remnant left by the Pirate King in his quest for the historical text. Luoxia explained, smiling. As for the notion that he had learned it from watching an anime, the women would surely find it incomprehensible, for it was far too beyond the realm of their understanding. Upon hearing Luoxia's words, the others finally grasped the situation, and comprehension dawned upon them. The historical text? I can now understand why Robin had such a high bounty even at a young age. One of them remarked, Luoxia, you might genuinely become the next Pirate King. Nami mused, recognizing the significant role Robin played in this narrative. I have no interest in becoming the Pirate King. I have stated before. If I were to aim for something, it would be to become the king of the world. Luoxia declared dismissively. As a time traveler endowed with a system, his perspective was vastly broader. He believed that if boredom ever struck him in the future, he would overthrow this world and establish a new order, becoming the king of the world. Nami and the others did not contest his assertion. They had witnessed Luoxia's rapid growth. When they first entered the Grand Line, they had found his claims incredulous. Yet now, it seemed entirely plausible. This man before them was indeed evolving at an astonishing pace. Subsequently, Robin made a rubbing of the historical text from the Sky Island. Nami and Karina then pulled Luoxia along to join them in treasure hunting. Most of the gold resided within Enel's palace. Yet the ruins still held a significant amount. The gluttonous Lord of the Sky, Nolan, could only be considered a minor contributor. Nevertheless, Luoxia was relentless. After delivering a thorough thrashing, he hoisted the Lord of the Sky by his collar and shook him like a sack of trash. An avalanche of ancient stone fragments intermingled with gold poured from Nolan's mouth, affirming why Apiadon was renowned as the land of gold. Luoxia had lost count of how much gold he had amassed in this place. He might very well be wealthier than the Golden Emperor now, and Nami and Karina dreamed joyfully of their newfound fortune. Thus, they spent a few more days on the Sky Island. Machida wielded an umbrella like a sword, striking down at Nami. However, Nami faced the fierce attack with a light-hearted smile. In an instant, she teleported behind her and, with a flick of her finger, unleashed a powerful electric current that struck Machida. Ugh! Machida cried out in pain, followed by a sound that made hearts race. Ha ha ha. You lost again, Nami exclaimed triumphantly. Defeated, Machida wore a look of reluctant acceptance, but there was little she could do. Her strength paled in comparison to Nami's. With the acquisition of the Thunder Fruit, Nami had become even more formidable. She had lost count of how many times she had been bested merely in the practice of mastering her newfound abilities. At this point, Nami could be regarded as the strongest combatant within the crew, second only to Luoxia. Though her battles with Karina were evenly matched, they remained at a level where neither could inflict true harm upon the other. However, when it comes to confronting adversaries, Nami's destructive power is undoubtedly more formidable. I truly wonder why Captain Rosha would grant you the consumption of this fruit. That burst of speed you just displayed is nearly on par with what Captain Rosha himself can achieve. If Captain Rosha were to consume the fruit, wouldn't he become the fastest man in the world? Machida, her face flushed, stood up and dusted off her backside. Nami frequently employs such embarrassing tactics during battles, which has left Machida somewhat apprehensive about practicing with her. It has been previously mentioned that Rosha's fruit bears no side effects, and he himself has stated that he could consume another fruit. Yet he remains uncertain about doing so. After all, the ability granted by the float fruit is already quite powerful, and the limitations posed by seawater and sea stone have made him hesitate. The fastest man? Machida, you certainly have the audacity to say that. If Rosha hears this, you can be sure there will be repercussions tonight. Nami let out a muffled laugh, her expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. Huh, that can't be, right? Upon hearing this, Machida suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, glancing nervously at Rosha, who was practicing with Raja nearby. Given his intense focus, he seemed oblivious to their conversation, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. No, I suspect Rosha has indeed heard us. After all, he possesses the observation Haki. He is essentially a god now. Is there anything he remains unaware of? Noticing Machida's relief, Nami smirked mischievously and draped an arm around her shoulder. I would be more than delighted to welcome you as a sister in due time. That way, you can truly comprehend Rosha's strength. Nami raised an eyebrow at Machida, who appeared utterly defeated, on the verge of tears. Yet her expression suggested she was not entirely opposed to Rosha, likely having been captivated by him during this time. The more Machida thought about it, the redder her face became, ultimately transforming into a flustered vaporous maiden as she dashed out of the training room. While Nami remained behind, laughing heartily. These two girls are truly something else. After parrying Rage's attack, Rosha couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. He had, of course, overheard the two women, as he was continuously maintaining his observation Haki. Not merely passively sensing attacks but actively listening and perceiving the dynamics within Sky Island. Isn't this rather delightful? Another crew member has fallen under Captain Rosha's spell. I wonder if I might be next. Raju paused her assault, letting out a light laugh. She was the first crew member on board to master the observation Haki, and naturally, she had heard Nami and Machida's words. However, her subsequent remark was laced with a captivating allure, her movements emphasizing her figure. Upon witnessing Raju's sultry demeanor, Rosha couldn't help but swallow hard. Opportunity. Suddenly, Raju surged forward, closing the distance between them, her palm poised to press against his chest. Yet, Rosha caught her hand firmly, and with a powerful tug, he drew her into his embrace, with her back against his chest. Her captured arm was wrapped around her in a way that rendered her unable to move. Is Captain Rosha so eager? Does he wish to claim me already? Raju remained unperturbed, tilting her head back to reveal half her face, with her lips curving into a smirk as she continued to speak to Rosha in an enticing tone. This little enchantress certainly knows how to flirt. If I don't teach her a lesson today, she won't learn who truly commands the ship. Rosha thought fiercely, leaning closer to Raju. In an instant, her pupils dilated, and a flicker of panic crossed her face. She hadn't anticipated that Rosha would actually close the distance. Although he occasionally exhibited a tendency to be hands-on, he would never force himself upon a crew member. This was precisely why she had felt emboldened to tease him. However, it seemed at this time, Rosha was dead serious, causing her to temporarily forget about resisting. As time passed, Raju appeared increasingly entranced, seemingly having forgotten that she was there for training. Wow, I never knew Sister Raju could be so bold, Nami exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise as she watched the scene unfold, having observed it for quite some time, alongside a few other women. Upon hearing Nami's exclamation, Raju's expression suddenly regained clarity, and with a surge of strength that even Rosha couldn't react to, she broke free from his embrace, her cheeks flushed as she covered her mouth in shock. How embarrassing. I suppose today's training ends here for me. You all may continue. Although still quite bashful, Raju did not flee like Machida. Instead, she nodded at Nami and the others, then gracefully exited the training room. I truly envy Sister Raju, Koya remarked, casting an admiring glance at Raju's retreating figure before lowering her gaze to her own modest bosom. When will I grow up? She sighed in a somewhat despondent tone. Koya was only 15, and Rosha had told her she was still too young. Koya-chan, do you truly yearn for Captain Rosha's affection so much? Vivi asked, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, though she was more mature for her age. Vivi was still a year younger than Koya, making her only 14. Vivi-chan, you are incorrigible. Kaya's cheeks flushed in response. Being the youngest members of the crew, the two quickly became close friends, and Vivi had, of course, picked up on Kaya's feelings for Rosha. Rosha glanced around at the gathered crew members, sensing that the atmosphere of training had dissipated. With a shrug, he exited the training room, feeling a bit hungry and deciding to go have a meal. However, while Rosha leisurely enjoyed his lunch on Sky Island, he remained blissfully unaware that chaos had erupted in the world below. The headline of the World Economic newspaper read, "Shocking. The true identity of the East Blue's most formidable bounty hunter. The dual-wielding Rosha is revealed to be the disciple of the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Rosha has outsmarted all high-ranking Navy officials and disguised his identity. The once greatest bounty hunter of the East Blue is finally becoming a pirate? Shockingly, the son of the devil, Nico Robin, is revealed to have a connection with Golden Lion's successor Rosha. Nico Robin has officially joined Rosha's crew. The former crew members of the Flying Sky Pirates have declared their intent to seek out Rosha's whereabouts. Welcome back, young master." On a certain uncharted island in the first half of the Grand Line, Crocodile, cigar in mouth and bandages adorning his body, gazed at the newspaper in his hand with a dark expression. Nico Robin is indeed a cunning woman. Is this man your next host? He mused. Humph. I will defeat him eventually and claim the title of Pirate King, with a flick of his wrist. Crocodile tossed the newspaper aside and turned to depart in a certain direction. This news had little effect on him. He could be said to have awakened, rediscovering his original ambitions. He sought to reclaim his strength and ascend to become the ruler of the seas. In the New World, within the royal palace of Dressrosa's lofty heights, Doflamingo examined the newspaper in his hands, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Fufufu, Golden Lion's successor, is it? How intriguing. You concealed your identity for so long, only to reveal it now. What exactly are your intentions? Ha ha ha. This sea is becoming increasingly fascinating. Ever since Rosha had defeated Crocodile, Doflamingo had taken an interest in him, instructing his subordinates to gather information. However, it seemed as if Rosha had appeared out of thin air. Aside from his 5 years of living on a deserted island, the only details available were those of his debut at IT. Was as if any information regarding his past had simply vanished. Capturing the attention of this ruler of the underground world, in the office of the Marine headquarters, Admiral Sengoku was seated at his desk with 2 old friends. Damn that Morgans. What has he done to the Navy's reputation? Sengoku pounded the desk with frustration, alluding to the incident reported by the World News Agency regarding Rosha outsmarting the high-ranking Navy officials. Ha ha ha. That little brat has fooled everyone. Garp laughed unabashedly, stuffing his mouth with sabe. Garp, stop making light of this. We need to put a stop to these nefarious trends. This boy can already contend with admirals, and he has successfully escaped from Akiji. He will undoubtedly become a formidable enemy for the Navy in the future. Kapu has always had a knack for provoking Sengoku at the most opportune moments. The pressing matter at hand is how to apprehend this little rascal. From Akiji's description, it is evident that he possesses a unique constitution akin to that of Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, rendering ordinary vice admirals incapable of posing any threat to him. Only an admiral would possess the requisite strength to capture him. However, this imp has somehow inherited the powers of the fluffy fruit from the Golden Lion. And the Navy lacks any aerial combat capabilities. Should the remnants of the Golden Lion's crew locate Rosha, it would undoubtedly present a formidable threat. Vice Admiral Tsuru meticulously analyzed the situation, affirming that Sengoku's assessment was accurate. The remnants of the Golden Lion's crew boast not only numerous formidable pirates but also their own research team. This is a force that cannot be disregarded. If Rosha were to gain the support of such individuals and be afforded time to grow, the seas could once again witness the emergence of a new emperor, thereby upsetting the precarious balance of power. Had Rosha managed to enter the New World, he would undoubtedly have to navigate a fierce struggle. The territories of the New World are already saturated, and for Rosha to establish himself, he would inevitably clash with various powerful pirates, which would allow the Navy to profit from the ensuing chaos and eliminate more pirates. However, the crux of the issue lies in the fact that Rosha does not require territory in the New World. He is a mobile fortress, capable of soaring into the skies without being tied to a fixed location, leaving everyone in the dark about his movements. Alas, at this juncture, the only recourse is to issue a bounty. Sengoku sighed, acknowledging that dispatching an admiral solely for the purpose of capturing Rosha was currently unfeasible. Admirals have their own missions, and apprehending Rosha is not a task that can be accomplished in a day or two. Given this little scamp's strength and his recent exploits in East Blue, a bounty of at least 600 million berries is warranted, Vice Admiral Tsuru remarked. Isn't a starting bounty of 600 million berries rather excessive? Sengoku responded in astonishment. No. It is just right. If he were to reunite with the remnants of the original flying pirate crew from the New World, that would be most troublesome. A first bounty of 600 million would certainly rouse the interest of those big shots in the latter half of the seas, compelling them to invite this young man to join their ranks. Given his disposition, it is unlikely he would align himself with such individuals, thus achieving our objective, Vice Admiral Tsuru explained in one breath, and Sengoku grasped her intent. This is a strategy to magnify Rosha's notoriety through a high bounty. Capturing the attention of various factions, smaller pirates are bound to feel aggrieved and will incessantly harass Rosha, while larger pirates will be unwilling to forego the opportunity to recruit such a newcomer. If recruitment fails, Rosha will inevitably offend those factions. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. The criminal Rosha has destroyed the 16th branch of the East Blue Navy and has killed Navy Colonel Rat, along with 2,000 sailors, while harboring the criminal Nico Robin. A bounty of 600 million berries is hereby declared. Ultimately, Sengoku resolved to issue a bounty of 600 million on Rosha. Meanwhile, Rosha was reveling in the pleasures of Sky Island. Blissfully unaware that the Navy had placed a bounty on his head. He lay in his palace, resting his head on Lachi's lap, while Cornus attended to him. Just days prior, Wapol and Gonfall had visited Rosha's palace, accompanied by a group of Sky Island maidens, insisting on providing Rosha with divine attendance. The principled Rosha had, of course, declined their generous offer. However, they were relentless, arguing that a god must have his divine maidens, and insisted on delivering these young women to him. With no other choice, Rosha selected Cornus and Lachi from among the maidens, sending the others back with Wapol and Gonfall, who departed the palace with expressions of mild disappointment. Initially, Rosha was unaccustomed to being waited upon, but after a few days, he found himself relishing the experience. Divine Lord, here, Lachi offered a peeled grape to Rosha's lips, which he eagerly accepted. The delightful blend of youthful fragrance and the grape's sweetness was simply exquisite. Ding! The sign-in system has detected the target Sky Island. Would you like to sign in? With a sudden jolt, Rosha sat up. At last, it has arrived. His movement startled both Cornus and Lachi. Divine Lord? What has happened? Did Cornus apply too much pressure? Cornus inquired nervously, having just been massaging Rosha's calf. No, it's nothing, Rosha reassured her. Today is uneventful. I feel like listening to some music. He gestured for Cornus not to worry and reclined once more. Cornus promptly retrieved her harp and began to play, while Lachi massaged Rosha's temples to help him relax. Sign in.at this moment, Rosha responded to the system. Ding. Acquired martial arts Wing Chun. Ding. Acquired Kinbunchika Haki experience package. Ding. Acquired death resistance 20. Death resistance? Rosha's pupils constricted in surprise. Is this the death resistance I understand? He quickly opened the system panel to examine the explanation for death resistance. When death resistance reaches 100, the host will not die. No means within this world can kill the host. Current resistance is at 20. Each year, the host will receive a death resistance aura. When the host faces death, one layer of the resistance aura will be consumed to endure it, and the host's vitality will be restored to peak condition. What divine skill! As long as I achieve 100 resistance, what immortal creature like Kaido could stand before me? He is but a child in my presence. He is a faux immortal, while I am the true embodiment of immortality. Coupled with the defense of the iron balloon, no one in these seas shall be my opponent, not even the mysterious M. The surprise was utterly unexpected, and a jubilant smile involuntarily spread across Rosha's face. This death resistance could be considered the finest reward, second only to the iron balloon and fluffy fruit. In comparison, the other two rewards pale in significance. Kinbunchika Haki has, as usual, advanced by a small degree, followed by the other reward. At this point, a question mark appeared above Rosha's head. Am I practicing Wing Chun in the world of pirates? With the physique afforded by the pirate world, employing such martial arts should yield impressive results, right? Suddenly, a thought struck Rosha. What would happen if Robin were to learn martial arts? The ultimate armament Haki combined with the flower fruit and martial arts, as the saying goes. Two fists cannot contend with four hands, but Robin's capabilities extend beyond four hands. She can even manifest limbs of giant proportions. He could almost envision Robin uttering, Wing Chun, Nico Robin, just before a fight. The thought alone was exhilarating, and it would perfectly compensate for Rosha's lack of physical combat skills. This technique could also be taught to the other maidens. Overall, it seemed quite promising, with a day filled with fruitful gains. Rosha nestled contentedly against Lachi's lap. Hey, Rosha, look at this. At that moment, Nami hurried over, clutching a newspaper. What is it, Nami? Is there new intelligence? Rosha, appearing lazy and indulgent with a hint of mischief in his smile, caught Nami's attention, inciting her ire. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Rosha's grin was due to his recent acquisitions. You certainly know how to enjoy yourself. Meanwhile, significant events are unfolding in the Blue Sea. Take a look for yourself. Nami tossed the newspaper beside Rosha. Due to Machida's fruit ability reaching a breakthrough, not only can it affect herself, but it can also eliminate gravity for those nearby. Such a capability is something even Rosha has yet to attain. Indeed, every fruit's developmental direction is distinct. Machida can alleviate gravity for others, leading Nami to investigate the aftermath of Rosha's confrontation with Akiji just days earlier, only to discover such monumental developments upon descending to the Blue Sea. What is this? Let me see. Rosha picked up the newspaper and scanned it intently. New flying pirate crew, Captain, Rosha, dead or alive, bounty, 600 million berries. The largest image featured prominently on the newspaper is none other than the photograph of Luashya delivering a devastating blow to his opponent at the Ulung base. In the picture, he holds his palm in a relaxed grip, exuding an air of invincibility, with a gaze that regards others as mere ants, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance. Quite impressive. Indeed, he looks remarkably handsome. Luashya scrutinizes his own handsome visage, continuously expressing his admiration. What is this? You have a staggering bounty of 600 million on your head. Do you have any idea how chaotic the situation below is? Countless pirates are frantically searching for your whereabouts. An obscure individual suddenly receiving such a high bounty has many envisioning their rise to power at your expense, Nami explains, her anxiety palpable. Ha. Merely a bunch of clowns. Let them come. They shall not be my match. Luashia scoffs dismissively, not regarding these minor challengers in the slightest. This time is different. Though I've heard even the 4 emperors are interested in inviting you and have dispatched individuals to seek you out. The 4 emperors? Intriguing. However, as long as it is not one of them personally confronting me, the others pose no threat. So there is no need to worry, Luashia reassures Nami, gesturing for her to remain calm and composed. Assuring her he will handle any issues, seeing his unwavering demeanor, Nami feels a sense of helplessness and walks away, covering her head. Nami, wait a moment, Luashia calls out to her. What is it? I still need to train. Nami replies, her expression one of confusion, unsure of what else he might want. We will likely halt our voyage for a while. I need to visit an important place, Luashia states with a serious expression. An important place. Is it dangerous? Nami, noticing Luashia's seriousness, instinctively becomes serious herself. She knows he does not joke about such matters, and that something significant must be at hand. Not particularly dangerous, however. My absence may be prolonged this time. Luashia contemplates before replying. When will you depart? Tomorrow, he responds. Luashia then rises, lifting Nami and returning to the hall to inform the others of his impending departure. During this period, they will cease their voyage. Allowing the few women to enhance their abilities on Sky Island, the women begin to inquire about Luashia's destination, prompting him to explain his situation. Ever since Alabasta, Luashia has felt an unusual hunger. His body desperately in need of energy replenishment. Even consuming vast quantities of food daily leaves him unsatisfied, and he senses he is drawing ever closer to a condition akin to Big Mom's hunger pangs. Should this insatiable need persist, he fears he might develop a similar craving for food. His body persistently signals the urgent requirement for energy. He must evolve. Thus, Luashia recalls Usopp's training island, the Boyne Archipelago. This archipelago, resembling a flower, comprises numerous carnivorous plants known as the Baron of Stomach. However, within its depths lie countless enticing plants, their fragrances luring sea beasts and sea kings alike, rendering it a veritable paradise for food enthusiasts. Luashia yearns to reach this archipelago to complete his evolution and surpass the yet-to-be fully developed steel balloon physique. Upon hearing Luashia's explanation, the women are left astounded, realizing the reason behind his ever-growing appetite. No wonder Noki and the others toil tirelessly to prepare food, struggling to keep up with Luashia's consumption rate. They grasp the significance of his decision to halt their voyage, yet concern lingers. Rest assured, you are well aware of my strength, are you not? There is nothing on the island that can threaten me. A mere handful of isles would fall to my hand with ease. Luashia assures the women with a relaxed demeanor, indicating that all is well. However, the women are primarily worried about Luashia's physical condition. Great power invariably comes with risk. And Luashia's risk lies in the necessity of constantly consuming energy to transcend his bodily limits. We understand. You must be cautious. We will await your return, Nami expresses tenderly, her voice soft. This man has always sacrificed for them, aiding them. All she can do now is fulfill the role of a devoted partner. Patiently waiting for his return, for they cannot assist him at this time. With time still on his side, Luashia begins to teach the women Wing Chun and related knowledge about armament Haki. Ensuring they can practice in his absence, night falls. Luashia comforts Nami, Karina, and Noki, and even the previously outspoken Machida is pacified by him. Nami feels a surge of happiness, relieved to share the burden and finding immense satisfaction in this. That night, instead of heading to the Boyne Archipelago, Luashia pays a visit to the world-renowned shipbuilding sanctuary. Water 7. Water 7 is a city with a history spanning over 1,000 years. Despite being annually inundated by tsunamis known as the gods of water, the island's economy and populace have remained resilient, flourishing to this day. 800 years ago, the shipwrights here collaborated to forge the most notorious battleship in history, the Pluton. Tom, who once crafted the Aro Jackson for the pirate King Roger, invented the sea train, liberating the citizens from their fear of the gods of water. Today, the mayor of Water 7 is none other than Tom's disciple, the president of the renowned shipbuilding company Galila. Iceberg. That night, Iceberg is occupied with municipal affairs in Water 7. As mayor, he is inundated with countless responsibilities, delegating most shipbuilding matters to his subordinates. Among them is Rob Lucci, a CP9 undercover agent and one of the 5 foremen of Galila. Suddenly, while attending to paperwork in his study, Iceberg notices that his window has inexplicably swung open, the wind howling through. He pauses his writing, rises, and approaches the window, taking in the beautifully illuminated cityscape. After inhaling a breath of fresh air, he shuts the window and returns to his desk. Do you have business with me? He inquires, not lifting his gaze from the documents. Clap, clap, clap. As expected of Tom's disciple, your senses are quite sharp. You've detected my presence. Luashia emerges from the shadows of the room, applauding. Upon seeing Luashia's visage, Iceberg's pupils narrow momentarily before he regains his usual composure. You jest, with your strength. If you truly wish for me to remain unaware, it would surely be a simple task, would it not? Golden Lion to Luashia. Iceberg articulates, recognizing Luashia's identity. However, this is not surprising, as Luashia is currently in the spotlight, drawing the attention of figures both great and small across the world. It is difficult for anyone not to recognize him. Ha ha. Luashia chuckles lightly, not disputing the assertion, then naturally takes a seat on the sofa, as if he were in his own home. Pray tell, what brings you to seek my counsel? Iceberg, uncertain of Luashia's intentions, cautiously inquires. As a disciple of the world-renowned shipbuilding master Tom, I have come here, of course, to discuss shipbuilding, Luashia replies. Shipbuilding? Then why not simply contact my shipbuilding company? Surely there must be another reason for your personal visit. Iceberg muses, puzzled. If it were merely a matter of shipbuilding, Luashia could have contacted the company directly. So what could be his true purpose? Although a disciple of Tom, he has not engaged in shipbuilding for quite some time, and his subordinates are all highly skilled artisans. No, I seek your discreet assistance, Mayor Iceberg, to construct a ship, but I do not trust your subordinates. Luashia states, unperturbed by Iceberg's confusion, pouring himself a cup of hot tea. Mayor Iceberg, perhaps you should first examine the design blueprints for the vessel I require, Luashia continues, tossing the blueprint for the super battleship he acquired from Nami onto the table. Iceberg picks up the blueprint for the super battleship and begins to scrutinize it closely. This is. The hands of the Ice Mountain trembled slightly, and a look of unrestrained astonishment graced his face. How did you acquire this design blueprint? He exclaimed in a voice that was almost hoarse. That's not for you to concern yourself with, Mayor of Ice Mountain. What matters is whether you can construct it, replied Rosha, taking a leisurely sip from his hot tea. Regrettably, I must inform you that I lack the capability to create this warship. Its design is far too intricate, Ice Mountain stated, casting a glance at the relaxed Rosha and then at the super battleship blueprint in his hands. With a firm resolve, he declined Rosha's request. Hold on. There's no need to be hasty in your refusal. I am aware of the secret that you guard, Mayor of Ice Mountain. Specifically, the secret of Pluto, the king of the underworld. Rosha's expression remained unchanged as he uttered words that made Ice Mountain's face blanch. The king of the underworld? Surely, you jest, sir. How could I possibly possess any secrets related to such a figure? I simply lack the ability to construct this warship, Ice Mountain replied, his cold sweat pouring forth. Yet he steadfastly maintained his initial refusal towards Rosha. The design of the king of the underworld rests with Tom's other disciple, your junior, the cyborg Frankie, does it not? Moreover, I happen to know Frankie's whereabouts. You wouldn't want anything unfortunate to befall your junior, now would you, Mayor of Ice Mountain? As Rosha's words sank in, Ice Mountain slumped into his chair, his expression frozen in shock. No one was supposed to know about his relationship and secrets concerning Frankie. How could Rosha be so well informed? Ice Mountain found himself perplexed. Furthermore, I can reveal to you that your foreman Kaku, foreman Rob Lucci, and even your secretary Khalifa are all agents from the world government CP9. The world government has long been keeping a watchful eye on you and has dispatched agents to uncover the secrets of the king of the underworld. My words should suffice to convey my sincerity. Mayor of Ice Mountain, with that, Rosha unleashed yet another bombshell that left Ice Mountain utterly speechless. Not only did Rosha possess knowledge of the king of the underworld, but he was also aware of the undercover identities of CP9 agents embedded within Ice Mountain's ranks. The most incredulous revelation was that those he had trusted for 5 years turned out to be CP9 operatives, planting seeds of doubt in his mind. Yet, Rosha's demeanor and words did not suggest deceit. And upon reflecting on the peculiar behaviors of the three, Ice Mountain reached a harrowing conclusion. He had long been targeted and infiltrated. What now? Will you acquiesce to my request for the ship's construction, Mayor of Ice Mountain? Rosha inquired, his tone seemingly casual, yet the outcome appeared to be as certain as the sun rising. Ice Mountain dared not expose the secrets he had sworn to protect at all costs. After a moment of contemplation, Ice Mountain suddenly looked up at Rosha. Your Excellency, I am willing to agree to your request to construct this warship, but I have a condition. Pray, do tell, Rosha replied, his gaze laced with intrigue. I wish to secure your assistance at a future juncture. Should the world government decide to take action against Frankie, I would like an opportunity to call upon your aid. Furthermore, I hope you can discreetly eliminate the CP9 agents infiltrating our ranks." Ice Mountain stated earnestly. Rosha regarded him with surprise. Is that all? Yet, unbeknownst to Rosha, he wielded considerable influence, capable of evading the grasp of a marine admiral unscathed, and possessed the strength to contend with such an admiral for a time. For a pirate with a bounty exceeding 600 million, the chance to receive assistance from someone of Rosha's caliber was indeed a rare opportunity, especially for someone of Ice Mountain's standing. Very well. I can comply with your requests. However, we must not act hastily regarding the CP9 infiltrators, as such rash actions would undoubtedly attract the world government's attention. That I will assist you in dealing with these matters in due course. For now, you may use them without concern. They will not expose their identities prematurely in pursuit of the king of the underworld's secrets. Rosha readily agreed to Ice Mountain's conditions. These matters were trivial for him. One more thing I wish to inquire about, Your Excellency, Ice Mountain said, feeling a sense of relief after Rosha's acquiescence, and then posed another question. Speak, Rosha replied, somewhat puzzled, not expecting Ice Mountain to have further inquiries. It is said that ancient shipwrights constructed the king of the underworld, and due to the vessel's overwhelming destructive capability, subsequent shipwrights banded together to create a super battleship capable of rivaling it. To prevent its potential dangers from falling into the wrong hands, this design blueprint you possess must surely be the result of the collaboration of countless shipwrights, correct? Ice Mountain's demeanor was notably serious. Rosha's blueprint could be considered on par with that of the king of the underworld, yet it was far more comprehensible in terms of its structure. Frankie had mentioned that Robin might be the one capable of awakening the king of the underworld. Though the meaning eluded him, Rosha speculated that utilizing the king of the underworld likely had connections to ancient writings. The design Rosha provided, however, did not necessitate such complexities. If the materials were sufficient, it could even be produced en masse. Who knows? It might be, or it might not. Rosha's reply was enigmatic, for it was a creation provided by the system, and he himself was unaware of its origins. The truth or falsehood rested solely on Ice Mountain's conjecture. Is that so? I understand now. Ice Mountain closed his eyes, as though he had grasped some profound truth, while Rosha remained confounded, pondering what exactly Ice Mountain had comprehended. Does Your Excellency have any further demands regarding this warship? Ice Mountain inquired, aware that constructing a ship necessitated consideration of the owner's needs. Otherwise, crafting a vessel that failed to meet expectations would be futile. Aside from it being a large sailing ship, I also require the installation of entertainment facilities and a conversion of the energy acceleration requirements to electric power, with all cannons similarly converted to electric energy demands. Modifying the energy apparatus in the design blueprint to store electrical energy should not pose a challenge for you, Mayor of Ice Mountain, Rosha mused, reflecting that beyond the ship's size and entertainment amenities, there were no additional requirements. Utilizing Nami's electrical energy could prove advantageous, enabling not only propulsion through space, but also the accumulation of energy for electromagnetic cannon fire, a formidable prospect, given that Ice Mountain had rated the ship capable of contending with the king of the underworld. The electromagnetic cannon might indeed possess the power to obliterate an island. Furthermore, I wish for you and your junior to personally oversee the ship's construction, ensuring utmost secrecy so that the outside world remains unaware. Rosha suddenly recalled another stipulation. Ice Mountain furrowed his brow, while secrecy posed no issue. Inviting his junior, whom he had not always seen eye to eye with, was a daunting prospect. However, given Rosha's request, he steeled himself to comply. I understand. Now, let us discuss the matter of the deposit. Constructing such a substantial vessel will require. Ice Mountain nodded in agreement and began to address the financial aspects of the shipbuilding endeavor. However, before he could finish his statement, the scene before him left him utterly stunned. To his astonishment, Rosha produced an enormous gold ingot seemingly from thin air, towering even above him. It was a single solid block of gold, a sight the likes of which Ice Mountain had never encountered. Wow, what is this? Ice Mountain stammered, his shock rendering him nearly speechless. Ha ha ha, my ship shall be crafted from the finest materials. You should have access to the Adam's tree. Yes, this sum should be sufficient to procure the necessary materials for construction. The remainder can be considered your compensation. Rosha laughed heartily, relishing the spectacle of Ice Mountain's jaw-dropping reaction. Such a gold ingot, in the sky island of Appiato, could only be regarded as a mere trifle. This is far too generous. You are giving too much, Ice Mountain managed to utter, still reeling from the shock. Ha ha ha, as I said, the remainder is your reward. There is no need for modesty. I may require some time before I return to collect this vessel. The exact duration remains uncertain. In conclusion, once the creation is complete. I will trouble Mayor Bing to assist in its safekeeping. Luo Xia rose, casually draping an arm around Bing's shoulder, giving a hearty pat, exuding an air of confidence in him. This left Bing somewhat embarrassed, pondering whether Luo Xia had always possessed such a carefree disposition. Yet, it appeared rather endearing. I shall take my leave now, and thereafter, I will rely on Mayor Bing. Farewell. Sensing that their business was concluded, Luo Xia ceased to intrude upon Bing's affairs, leaving behind a contact number, and with a wave of his hand, he swiftly exited the study. The Golden Lion too. Truly an extraordinary man, he murmured, gazing at the now deserted room. Lost in thought. He exhibited none of the typical aura of a formidable individual. Instead, he appeared remarkably unrestrained and generous, acting with great gallantry. However, he possessed a formidable intellect, not resembling the naive type at all. Meanwhile, Luo Xia, having departed from Bing's study, hastened towards the Boeing Isles. He felt that the previous small sailboat was rather cramped, with the blueprint for a super battleship in hand. He contemplated crafting a vessel that truly belonged to him. In the future, he wished to make a grand entrance rather than relying on that diminutive sailboat. 2 days later, after traversing an unknown expanse of ocean, Luo Xia finally arrived at the Boeing archipelago. So, this is the famed Boeing Isles, often referred to as the Maritime Lotus. He gazed down at the 5 islands resembling colossal blossoms and couldn't help but exclaim in wonder from his aerial vantage point. The islands indeed resembled blooming lotuses, and at their center lay a vast circle, the mouth of the Baron of Stomach. This maritime region emanated an unparalleled aroma of exquisite cuisine, with the breeze carrying the delightful scent skyward. Luo Xia inhaled deeply. Gurgle, gurgle. Luo Xia felt a sudden pang of hunger, promptly diving into one of the islands. Oh, what a splendid all this is, as if he had truly become a captive of culinary delights. Before him hung meat fruits from the trees and pasta flowers blooming by the roadside. He plucked a generous chunk of meat and began to feast. The fragrance wafted around him, far from being a product of nature's growth. It seemed as though it had been masterfully prepared by a skilled chef. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest methods of preparation, yet the fare on this island required no cooking at all. Luo Xia quickly succumbed to the paradise of gastronomy, devouring the delicacies at an increasing pace, swallowing without the need for chewing. While indulging, he suddenly felt an itch atop his head and looked up to find a carnivorous plant vigorously gnawing at him. Yet, even as it attempted to chomp through his defenses, Luo Xia, engrossed in his feast, paid it no heed, oblivious to the sensation akin to ants crawling upon him. After delivering a decisive blow to the plant, he rose to survey the glances peering from the nearby thicket. Luo Xia glared, emanating an overwhelming presence, causing the carnivorous plants to flee in terror, unable to comprehend how their once harmless food had transformed into a superior being at the apex of the food chain. Having intimidated the lesser creatures, Luo Xia continued his culinary exploration, consuming most of the food in the vicinity before embarking on a quest for gastronomic treasures across the island. After a swift search lasting several minutes, Luo Xia inadvertently kicked a fragrant piece of meat, which rolled into the underbrush. Upon parting the foliage, he was awestruck by the sight before him. There lay a ramen waterfall, adorned with eggs larger than himself and fish cakes, alongside countless grape-sized fruits and oversized chunks of meat hanging from the trees. Time to dig in. Luo Xia beamed with delight, diving headfirst into the ramen waterfall to gorge himself. Having discovered the legendary paradise of culinary delights, Luo Xia could finally satiate his insatiable appetite in this realm. 2 years later, he emerged from a deep pit, his physique having ballooned to 10 meters. The remnants of sauces within the pit indicated that this had once been a land of delectable treasures. As my body finally evolved, Luo Xia marveled at his enlarged form in the absence of hunger, a tremendous strength coursing throughout him. With a rush, Luo Xia vanished, leaving behind a substantial crater where he once stood. His body felt as though it encountered no resistance, propelling him hundreds of meters into the sky. When the momentum ceased, gravity reclaimed him, resulting in a thunderous crash that startled the birds and beasts into a hasty retreat. Though only 10 meters tall, he created yet another substantial crater upon landing. Rising, a mere flick of his hand summoned a fierce wind that sent trees swaying chaotically. What incredible power! Luo Xia observed the chaos he had wrought with a simple gesture. Retracting his hand, thoroughly pleased with his bodily evolution, he then decided to revisit his status panel. Host, Luo Xia strength, S agility, S spirit, S skills, swordsmanship A, armament Haki S, observation Haki S. Conqueror's Haki A, Navy 6 styles, Saru, Jeppo, rank Yaku, Shave, Fire of Sin, Wing Chun, Death Resistance 20 Fruit ability, Float Fruit A talent, Steel balloon equipment, Withered wood. Sakura-tin, his attributes had ascended to S level, and both dual Haki had reached S as well. The development of his fruit abilities was commendable, and Luoxia felt he was on the brink of awakening. He sensed that should he confront Akiji again, he would not flee in embarrassment as before. When he next encountered Akiji, he would certainly deliver a decisive blow. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to his body, feeling his form gradually shrink until he returned to his original height of 2 meters before reopening his eyes. Ah, this archipelago is simply marvelous, though I regret that I cannot take it with me. Luoxia gazed wistfully at the culinary paradise now devoid of all sustenance, as every morsel had transformed into energy for his body. The Boeing archipelago, home to carnivorous plants, lured sea beasts to the islands for nourishment before consuming them to replenish the nutrients for the island's flora, resulting in a plethora of unique vegetation. If he forcibly removed the archipelago, the Baron of Stomach would be deprived of the sea beasts required for sustenance, leading to the demise of the island. Nonetheless, he planned to return frequently to this culinary haven. Intending to transplant some exceptional plants back home, such as enormous grape trees and trees that bore ham. Even if they could not survive, they would provide a delightful novelty for the women in his life. After departing from this island, Luoxia soared to another island, where a new culinary paradise awaited. He filled his storage space to the brim with ingredients and uprooted some plants along with their soil. At the base of the roots, he discovered a massive tube resembling a vine, likely the Baron of Stomach's unique channel for nutrient replenishment. Since his storage could not accommodate living beings, Luoxia resorted to carrying them with the float fruit. Flying over the White Sea, he was unconcerned about lacking moisture and sunlight, propelling himself swiftly back to Sky Island. Sky Island, now the Divine Island, Dragon Swim Island. At that moment, Nami, with hair cascading to her waist, and Nojiko lounged on beach chairs beside the swimming pool. Sigh, that guy has been gone for 2 years without a word. Will he ever return? Nami's face bore a hint of sorrow and longing. Well, Luoxia did say he was resolving his physical issues once and for all. With his strength, he should face no danger. We can wait a bit longer, Nojiko replied gently, though she too missed Luoxia. I won't wait any longer. If he doesn't come back soon, I will go find him myself. We have the record pointer for the Boeing Isles. I want to see just how long it will take him to evolve. Nami declared with newfound determination, her expression resolute. She had waited far too long, and the overwhelming feelings of longing made her eager to see Luoxia again, to express her deep yearning, and then to exhaust him completely. I, too, am in agreement with this proposal. Our strength is now more than sufficient for navigating the vast ocean. Even when faced with formidable foes, we remain undaunted. It is high time we sought out our esteemed captain once again. At that moment, Karina approached Nami and the others, holding a glass of chilled beverage, before settling into a beach chair to bask in the sunlight. Meanwhile, in the pool, Koya, Vivi, and Machida were playfully splashing about, while Reiju sat by the poolside, smiling as she watched them. Robin, under the shade of an umbrella, was quietly engrossed in her book. Everything appeared to be in perfect harmony. Today marked a rare occasion for the group to relax together. All adorned in bikinis as they lounged by the pool. Throughout the past 2 years, they had diligently honed their skills, yet they also made time to unwind and enjoy each other's company. Since he hasn't returned, let us surprise him. Karina giggled mischievously, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes, as she plotted something unknown. Roxa had truly taken too long to return. Even she found herself missing him dearly. Just then, an unexpected surge of life energy emanated from the sky, catching the attention of the group. Over the past 2 years, their mastery of observation Haki had become second nature, and they were well acquainted with each other's auras. The sudden appearance of a strange yet somewhat familiar presence left them momentarily stunned. As they all looked up, they were indeed greeted by Roxa's somewhat infuriating grin. Hello, ladies. Do you mind if I join you? Roxa greeted them with a wave as he gracefully descended. Dragon Island remained unchanged, with the orange trees transplanted from Nami's hometown once again bearing fruit. The path overhead was pristine, indicating that the area was frequently maintained. Roxas, you jerk. What are you back for? The moment Nami laid eyes on Roxa, her excitement brought tears to her eyes, though she quickly stifled them. Reflecting on the 2 years of waiting, she tossed her head and let out a huff. However, it was evident from Nami's longing gaze that her display of indifference was merely a facade. Roxa chuckled softly as he approached Nami, pulling her into an embrace, and she finally succumbed, holding him tightly. You fool, we've been waiting for you for ages. If you hadn't returned soon, we would have come to drag you back ourselves. Our strength is formidable now. After giving a playful jab to his chest, Nami showcased her newfound prowess. Haha, I know. I've missed you too, Nami-chan. I've resolved my physical issues, and I won't be leaving your side again. Roxa replied, running his fingers through Nami's long hair. The change in Nami over the past 2 years was striking. Not only had her strength grown, but her hair had also cascaded down to her waist. 2 years ago, Roxa had jokingly mentioned that if Nami grew her hair long, she would be stunning, a remark that led several girls to adopt longer hairstyles. Nami, Nojiko, and Karina all now sported hair that reached their waists, while Koya had also been influenced to grow hers long, leaving only Reiju and Machida with shorter styles. As Roxa surveyed the scene, the youthful innocence of the girls had faded, their maturity now apparent. Noticing the longing and excitement in their eyes, Roxa gently patted Nami's waist, and she understood, realizing she shouldn't monopolize him for too long. As Nami released him from her embrace, Koya was the first to leap forward. "Roxas, I missed you so much," Koya exclaimed, nuzzling against his chest. As the first crew member to join his ship, her feelings for Roxa matched those of Nami and the others. However, Roxa had always deemed her too young, which is why he had refrained from pursuing her. Now, feeling the fruit of her growth, Roxa thought he could finally savor the sweetness. "I've missed you too, Koya-chan. It's been ages, and look at how much you've grown." Roxa smiled, ruffling Koya's hair, which barely reached his chest. Koya blushed, and then did something that left even Roxa astonished. She jumped up, wrapped her arms around his neck, and leaned in closer. "Koya-chan, you're quite bold." Robin covered her mouth, her eyes crinkling into crescent shapes with amusement, but just as quickly, Koya released him, lowering her face in embarrassment. Her daring display in front of everyone had left her flustered. Yet the overwhelming yearning had compelled her to act. Soon, Karina, Nojiko, and Machida followed Koya's lead, embracing Roxa without a hint of shame, as they were all intimately familiar with one another. When it came to Vivi, she shyly pecked Roxa on the cheek before hastily returning to Koya's side, both of them pretending to be coy. Reiju, however, was far more straightforward. She tugged at Roxa's collar, making him lean down, and boldly closed the distance. Not merely a gentle peck. Her response was fervently passionate. "Wow," Reiju, Koya, and Vivi gasped, covering their faces, but they couldn't help but sneak glances at the scene. "Captain Roxa, it's been so long," Reiju said, releasing his collar and licking her lips, finally offering him a greeting. "It's been a while, Reiju," Roxa replied, swallowing hard at the sight of her licking her lips, thinking to himself, "I must claim this enchantress one day." Roxa then turned his gaze to Robin, the last to join his crew. He hadn't expected to conquer this mature woman so soon. She was quite astute. "Captain Roxa, do you wish for me to greet you like Miss Reiju?" Robin teased, noticing Roxa's gaze upon her. "Haha. No, I just wanted to say it's been a while, Robin-chan, and I'd like a hug." Roxa scratched his head awkwardly, though he had indeed considered it. He felt it was unrealistic. Nevertheless, Robin had already leaned in, giving him a gentle peck before retreating. "Consider this a reward for your return, Captain Roxa. Don't overthink it," she said with a playful smile. Showing no concern for her previous action, a smile spread across Roxa's face as he began recounting the events of the past 2 years by the poolside, sharing tales of the peculiar flora from the Boyne archipelago and delectable dishes from the culinary paradise, while also ensuring the newly transplanted plants were well settled. As night fell, Roxa commenced testing Nami, Karina, Nojiko, and Machida, assessing the strength they had developed over the years. Ultimately, however, the girls faced a crushing defeat, as Roxa's current combat prowess was far beyond their level. Surprisingly, Reiju also made an attempt to join the fray. As an enhanced individual, her physical strength surpassed that of the other girls, yet she was still no match for Roxa, who easily dispatched her. Roxa could only exhale a puff of smoke, reflecting on the solitude of invincibility. "Take that," Machida exclaimed, swinging an umbrella at Roxa, the weapon charged with the aura of armament Haki and augmented by the weight of the float fruit. However, facing this fierce assault, Roxa merely raised his arm to block it, without employing armament Haki. The impact of the umbrella against his arm resonated with a metallic clang. "Not bad. It seems you've been training well," Roxa praised. He then clenched his fist and aimed a punch at Machida, but his intentions were transparent. With her observation Haki, Machida detected the move instantly and quickly retracted the umbrella, just as Roxa's fist was about to connect. Machida opened the umbrella, creating a gust that pushed her back slightly. That tiny distance caused Roxa's punch to narrowly miss her. Is this a combination of the float fruit and paper fruit? Roxa mused, reflecting on the sensation of nearly landing a hit, only for it to slip away like an eel at the last moment. Hee. Machida did not respond to Rosha's puzzlement, merely chuckling softly. With a gentle gust of wind, her almost weightless form was swiftly propelled toward Rosha, and in a graceful backflip, she settled onto his neck. This peculiar posture resembled that of a father carrying his daughter. Makita's legs were wrapped around Rosha's neck, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. Suddenly, her weight surged to an astonishing 10 tons, tightening her grip around Rosha's neck, exerting an immense pressure from gravity. The abrupt increase in weight caused Rosha to stumble momentarily, cracking the ground beneath his feet. "Ahahaha, Captain Rosha, you've let your guard down," Makita exclaimed triumphantly, clearly confident in her technique. She had been diligently training to elevate her abilities, striving to reach the awakening state that Rosha had spoken of. Just this level won't suffice," Rosha chuckled, seizing Makita's smooth thigh. Amid her startled cries, he swung her around a few times before gently placing her on the ground. After all, she was both a crew member and his beloved. Rosha could not bear to simply toss her aside. 10 tons is not enough. Your advantage lies not in sheer weight, but in your ability to manipulate it effortlessly during combat. He patted her backside, a reminder for her to be cautious. This attack method was a glaring flaw when facing someone capable of withstanding her weight. "Ouch, ouch, I concede. Captain Rosha, you're truly extraordinary. Such strength is unmatched in this world," Makita exclaimed, rubbing her sore rear. After testing the abilities of several women the previous night, he was now assessing the combat prowess of the young girls. It was undeniable that with the presence of the crew's training room and 2 years of diligent practice, their development had become remarkably balanced, excelling in fruit abilities, martial arts, physical strength, and domineering spirit. They had even learned the 6 techniques that Rosha had described and adapted them into a combat style that suited them. Makita had transformed her reliance on fruit weight into gravity-infused slashing attacks using a compact umbrella, having also studied some swordsmanship from Noki Gao. "Ha ha ha, you underestimate the monsters of the sea. Currently, there are at least 2 beings whose strength rivals mine, and many others who are slightly weaker." Seeing the forlorn expression on the girl's face, Rosha burst into laughter, then hoisted her onto his shoulder. He then approached the other watching women, nodding in approval. "Your strength has improved significantly. With proper coordination, you could contend against even an admiral, particularly you, Nami and Karina. Your fruit abilities have both high lows and highs, allowing you to make a substantial impact in a real battle." Hearing their names mentioned, Nami and Karina smiled, a hint of pride illuminating their expressions. Among the adventurers, their strength stood out as the most formidable, surpassing even Reiju, who had once been their superior. In that case, it is time to set sail and embark on our journey anew. Gazing into the eager eyes of the girls, Rosha announced their imminent departure. After all, they had lingered in the Sky Island for far too long. It was time for adventure. Hooray! The more vivacious girls leaped up in excitement. The next destination was Water 7, the island they would sail to. The super battleship that he had commissioned Iceberg to construct 2 years ago was likely completed and awaiting his arrival for pickup. And Rosha felt a surge of anticipation for this luxurious vessel. The new signing location had also been refreshed, coincidentally at Water 7, allowing him to claim rewards that had long been overdue. The crew had grown from 9 to 11, as Rosha's former divine maid, Conies, and Lockie expressed their desire to accompany him on this voyage. As divine maidservants, how could they not serve their master? Conies and Lockie were resolute, harboring grievances for being abandoned for 2 years. Rosha felt a touch of helplessness. Although he could command them with divine authority, the memories of the leisurely days spent with them 2 years prior made him relent. After all, he missed them dearly. The Sky Island, under the stewardship of Gon Fuel and the girls, had flourished beyond its former state. With better utilization of land, the variety of food had increased significantly in this peaceful era. The Divine Guard of the Sky Island had more time to train, and Wappa, once a warrior of Sandia, had grown even stronger, fully capable of assuming the role of protector. Rosha felt at ease in trusting the defense of the Sky Island to Gon Fuel and the others. Over the past 2 years, amusing incidents had occurred. Kiliket, a descendant of Nolan, had reached the Sky Island through the Knock-Up Stream and encountered Wappa, a descendant of Calgera. This seemed like fate's convergence. The descendants of these legendary figures had met once more, reigniting the warrior spirit within Nolan. Wappa fulfilled his ancestors' long-held wish by ringing the bell of Shandora, guiding Nolan back to the island. "Rosha, look ahead. Water 7 is just there. It's so beautiful," Nami pointed excitedly, her enthusiasm soaring with the long-awaited voyage. Indeed, it was breathtaking. Rosha gazed at the immense marine fountain before him, feeling a wave of nostalgia. The last time he had visited, it had been night, and he hadn't had the opportunity to fully appreciate the culture and scenery of Water 7. This time, he intended to explore it thoroughly. Soon, the sailing ship reached an unoccupied shore of Water 7, allowing them to disembark. Ding. The signing system has detected the target. Water 7. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding. Acquired Sinzabeans X10. Ding. Acquired special culinary book. Ding. Acquired agility enhancement package. Ding. The next signing location is Sabaody Archipelago. Signing will open in 40 days. Please proceed to the signing location. Senza beans. Another product from an alternate world. Rosha could hardly contain his glee. Senza beans were remarkable items, akin to a game-changer in the Dragon Ball universe. This item was a creation of the animated world, so powerful that it had been relegated to rarity in the latter stories due to its overwhelming nature. Another life-saving artifact. Having signed in at so many islands, he had already acquired several protective items and skills. Now, with this new sustaining artifact, Rosha felt he could battle the Navy for an entire month without issue. Here we go again. Rosha, every time you arrive at a new island, you act like a child. Is it really that exciting? Nami remarked, observing Rosha lost in his delight. This wasn't the first time he had displayed such joy upon reaching a new island. The rewards from signing in were consistently impressive, often yielding unexpected treasures. Nami, you all go explore for a bit. I have some matters to discuss with the mayor here. Rosha didn't share his excitement about the rewards with Nami. Instead, he took off toward the mayor's office at the highest point that he hadn't forgotten another purpose for his visit, to check on his super battleship. Tap, tap, tap. In the silent office, the only sound was the scratching of a pen against paper. Iceberg was engrossed in paperwork when a sudden knock startled him, alongside his secretary. Come in. Iceberg didn't lift his head, casually calling out, and the person outside pushed the door open. Long time no see. Mayor Iceberg. I'm here to fulfill my promise and collect my belongings. A voice both unfamiliar yet familiar echoed in Iceberg's ears. Startled, he looked up, a broad smile spreading across his face. Long time no see. Rosha, the Iceberg chuckled. Beside him, Khalifa furrowed her brow, gazing at the somewhat familiar visage of Rosha, struggling to recollect who he was. Then, she swiftly reverted to a serious demeanor and addressed the Iceberg. Mayor of Iceberg. This is not the time for idle chatter. You have many matters that require your attention today. Khalifa-chan, it's only natural to engage in conversation with an old friend who has come to visit after such a long time. I'll attend to official duties later, the Iceberg retorted as he rose to counter Khalifa's statement. Mayor of Iceberg, it appears you have been living quite comfortably these past 2 years. Having such a stunning beauty as your secretary must be rather delightful. Before Khalifa could interject, Rosha casually approached the sofa and took a seat, reminiscent of their first encounter 2 years prior. This gentleman, you were crossing the line into sexual harassment. Khalifa adjusted her glasses, the reflection obscuring her gaze. Ha ha ha, Rosha, you must be here for that matter from 2 years ago, right? The item has been prepared, though I didn't expect your brief time to extend into 2 years. Indeed, besides retrieving the item, I am also here to fulfill my previous promise and assist you in resolving your troubles. Upon hearing Rosha's reply, the Iceberg's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is it truly the appropriate moment now? He smiled. Khalifa observed the two, engaging in cryptic dialogue, and couldn't help but furrow her brow once more. Who exactly is Rosha? Why does he sound so familiar? Moreover, the Iceberg has always been under my surveillance. There shouldn't be anyone able to approach him without my knowledge. You must have had a tough time pretending under CP9's watch these past 2 years. I apologize for the inconvenience. Initially, the Iceberg had acted naturally. But upon realizing the identity of CP9, maintaining that demeanor became increasingly difficult. CP9. Khalifa's expression froze. Her immediate thought was that someone on the island had been compromised, and this Rosha was here to help the Iceberg deal with CP9. 2 years ago, Rosha. Khalifa's pupils constricted. She recalled the infamous Golden Lion to Rosha, whose disappearance led many to believe he had perished. Yet here he was, 2 years later, re-emerging in this very place. This is a significant figure. My own capabilities surely cannot match his. I must quickly inform my comrades to evacuate. While Khalifa's thoughts were tumultuous, she remained oblivious to the conversation between the Iceberg and Rosha. Hey, CP9 lady over there. Don't just stand idly. Come sit with us for a moment. Rosha suddenly called out to Khalifa, snapping her back to reality as she approached them. However, halfway there, she registered Rosha's previous words, and her expression shifted to one of shock. What? Am I the one exposed? She had assumed it was a comrade on the island, but it turned out to be herself. Run. This was the only thought remaining in Khalifa's mind. There was no way she could defeat Rosha, who had fought against Kazan 2 years prior, so her only option was to flee. Yet, just as she turned to leap through the window, she found herself face to face with Rosha. Mere inches away, cold sweat broke out as she stumbled back 2 steps. Then whistled sharply, a signal occasionally used by CP9. She intended for Lucci and Kaku to know she had been compromised. Stop whistling. Your comrades outside are long gone. They have likely been dealt with by now. Rosha said with a smile, gently lowering her hand from her mouth. Khalifa dared not resist, allowing Rosha's actions to unfold. At this point, Rosha's observation Haki could envelop the entire island. Lucci and Kaku had already fallen under his keen perception. The two, along with Bruno disguised as the tavern owner, were interacting with the women, and given their strength, they were no match for the women now. It was likely they found them so quickly because the women had not concealed themselves, allowing their informants to alert them. I apologize, agent, but it would be best for you to take a little nap. Rosha swiftly moved behind Khalifa and gently tapped her, causing her to roll her eyes and faint into his arms. Mr. Rosha, do you plan to knock her out first and then drag her away? The iceberg mimed a throat-cutting gesture, assuming Rosha wished to avoid a bloody scene in the office. Oh, we are all civilized people. How could I commit such a barbaric act? Rosha replied earnestly, then hoisted Khalifa onto his shoulder. Mayor of Iceberg, I must trouble you to accompany me to meet my companions, and then you can guide us to the ship. After sensing Nami in the others' locations, Rosha turned to the iceberg. Oh, all right, the iceberg responded, snapping back to attention and following suit. However, a question lingered in his mind. When did pirates become civilized? Have they not always been known for their brutality? Yet, he refrained from voicing his curiosity, as he had little familiarity with Rosha beyond their agreement 2 years prior to construct the ship. Water City is relatively large, but due to its waterways, transportation is quite convenient. However, Rosha's act of carrying someone on his shoulder drew the attention of passers-by. A curious onlooker, about to inquire, caught sight of the iceberg mayor behind Rosha and refrained from approaching. As the mayor of Water City, the iceberg held considerable authority in the eyes of the populace. Following his intuition, Rosha traversed to a more secluded area of the city, where he soon spotted several women. Hey, Rosha, you finally made it. Nami sensed your presence coming this way and mentioned you had a surprise for us. What could it be that has you all so mysterious? Karina greeted Rosha, her gaze then shifting curiously to the Khalifa draped over his shoulder. Surely, you haven't brought back another beauty as a surprise. Rosha glanced at Nami, who mischievously winked at him, clearly having gathered the thoughts of everyone in the city with her observation Haki combined with her thunder fruit abilities. Thus, it was evident Nami had learned of Rosha's conversation, yet she kept the secret from the others. I have indeed prepared a surprise for you. It is the perfect moment to show you, Rosha declared, dropping Khalifa unceremoniously to the ground. This woman part of their group? Which CP9 organization do they belong to? Karina inquired, eyeing the golden-haired woman sprawled on the ground with curiosity. You already know they are members of CP9? Rosha chuckled. Haha, those fellows introduced themselves as CP9 right away, demanding to take Sister Robin with them and warning us not to meddle. We had thought they were formidable, but their level was far from impressive. Machida laughed, disdainfully regarding the trio on the ground. Before the confrontation, their bravado had put everyone on high alert. Yet during the actual fight, they couldn't even withstand Nami's lightning strike, proving they had been overestimated. They remained unaware of their own strength, leading them to treat their enemies with caution. Rosha glanced at Robin, who wore a calm expression and smiled at him, clearly more confident than 2 years ago. As long as she did not confront her nightmare, Kazan, Robin would not panic as she had before. Yet one day, Rosha would ensure she confronts her fears head-on. Mayor of Iceberg, please lead the way. Rosha prompted. Of course, the iceberg replied. Casually selecting a wooden plank, he levitated it with his abilities and tossed Lucci and Kaku onto it. As for Khalifa, Rosha simply carried her away. Rosha had his own thoughts regarding the members of CP9. Unlike before, he did not intend to eliminate them outright, but rather sought to recruit them. Lucci and Kaku possessed exceptional talent. Kaku had awakened his Zoan-type devil fruit abilities in merely 2 years. Bruno's Door fruit also held significant potential. As for Khalifa, tall and fair, she is indeed an exemplary secretary. Before long, Akiji guided Rosha and his companions to a secluded port. On the surface of the sea stood a massive wooden structure, where a group of oddly dressed ruffians were engaged in boisterous laughter. Who goes there? Suddenly, one of them shouted towards Rosha and his party, drawing the attention of the others, who regarded them with fierce expressions. However, upon recognizing the visitors, their demeanor softened, though their attitude remained somewhat unfriendly. Oh, it's you, Akiji. What brings you here? Come to claim the ship. Indeed. I must thank you and the Frankie family for your care over the past 2 years. Akiji nodded in acknowledgement. If it weren't for the generous payment and our boss's orders, we wouldn't bother watching over this place. The leading thug scoffed before departing with his lackeys, with the arrival of someone to retrieve the ship. Their task was complete, and there was no need to linger. Mr. Rosha, please follow me. Akiji, seemingly unperturbed by the ruffian's attitude, pushed open the door and smiled at Rosha. What a magnificent sight! Upon entering, the women gasped in astonishment. And even the usually composed Robin's mouth fell slightly agape. Only Reiju, accustomed to grand affairs, remained unperturbed. At the bow stood a woman with her eyes closed and arms crossed, while a golden dragon and a roaring lion were intricately carved on either side. This is the statue of the goddess of the sea. May it shield you from fierce storms, bring you good fortune, and guide your path, Akiji explained with a smile, noticing Rosha's curiosity about the figurehead. It holds no significance for me. Please enlighten me about the ship instead, Rosha replied with a shake of his head and a smile. Akiji paused momentarily, realizing that for Rosha, who possessed the Mera Nomi, ordinary winds and waves posed no hindrance to his journey. This is a large three-masted sailing vessel, featuring a main mast and two auxiliary masts. Measuring 120 meters in length, it is equipped with 3 main cannons and 20 secondary cannons, housing 3 charging stations to enhance the ship's speed upon your request. The bow's main cannon can also launch electromagnetic projectiles when charged. Moreover, the ship can accommodate over 1,000 people for lodging. Akiji elaborated as he introduced the warship specifications. Captain Rosha, where are your other crew members? I haven't seen them, Akiji suddenly inquired, perplexed, as he had only encountered Rosha's female companions thus far, with none of the crew in sight. Crew members? Aren't they right in front of you? Rosha replied, equally confused, as he had no additional crew members. Surely Captain Rosha doesn't intend to operate this large sailing vessel with just 12 individuals? That would be quite a challenge. I recommend recruiting a few dozen sailors, Akiji suggested, astonished by Rosha's response. He had assumed Rosha's request for this massive warship was due to a substantial crew. Yet it appeared there were only a handful of them. There's no need for your concern, Mayor Akiji. With Robin aboard, she can manage the ship's operations seamlessly, Rosha replied with a smile. Robin then demonstrated her abilities, causing numerous arms to emerge from the ground, a sight that made Akiji break into a cold sweat, perceiving her as a harbinger from the netherworld. A devil fruit user, Mr. Rosha, your ship is indeed filled with exceptional talent, Akiji remarked, acknowledging the extraordinary advantage of having such a capable individual on board, rendering the need for ordinary sailors unnecessary. You are free to explore at your leisure. That door leads to the open sea where Mr. Rosha may take the warship as he pleases. I must return to attend to my duties now. I leave the CP9 matter to you, Akiji indicated towards another door, bidding farewell to Rosha before returning to his office. Once Akiji departed, the lively girls transformed into untamed wild horses, no longer restrained by the presence of outsiders. They immediately leaped aboard the ship, their delighted laughter indicating their satisfaction with the vessel. Rosha, look at how spacious this hall and kitchen are. The facilities are quite remarkable, Noki exclaimed as she entered the galley, which boasted ample space for dozens to work simultaneously, fulfilling Rosha's requirements. The hall featured an ornamental fish tank, a bar, a small kitchen, and several plush sofas clustered together, providing utmost comfort. Indeed, this is splendid. The expenditure was worth it, Rosha remarked, embracing Noki and relishing the plushness of the sofa. The place was impeccably clean, remaining spotless even after 2 years. He then descended to the lower levels of the ship, which housed 3 tiers primarily serving as crew quarters, with the captain's quarters being the largest, capable of accommodating 20 to 30 individuals. As he ventured further down, Rosha stumbled upon several cells reminiscent of prison cells, likely designed for detaining unruly crew members or captives. Perfect, as there were currently several individuals to confine. With a thought, he summoned the unconscious figures from outside into the ship, binding the CP9 agents in handcuffs crafted from sea stone and confining them in the cells, due to the generous payment Rosha provided. Akiji had arranged everything, even procuring sea stone from the black market for the cells and handcuffs. This is excellent. No need for guards. I'll check on them later, Rosha mused as he settled the CP9 agents' accommodations before returning to the hall. The girls had completed their exploration of the ship and were now engaged in animated discussion upon Rosha's arrival, greeting him warmly. Rosha, we plan to purchase some items on the island. The ship still feels rather empty. I believe we need a few more decorations, Nami said cheerfully, leading Rosha to the Dex planting area, where she proposed transplanting some orange and grape trees. We also need to spend some time here. Feel free to roam the city and buy whatever you desire. Money is no object, Rosha declared, waving his hand dismissively, indicating his financial readiness. He had brought back a significant amount of gold from Sky Island, amounting to at least several billion berries, more than sufficient for daily expenses. Oh, you're so wonderful, Nami exclaimed joyfully, embracing Rosha and planting a kiss on his cheek before joining her friends for shopping. Noki, meanwhile, busied herself in the kitchen, and Rosha approached her, presenting a special cookbook he had obtained. What is this? Such a unique recipe book. It includes meal plans for accelerated recovery and fatigue relief, as well as enhancement meals for training. Noki exclaimed, astonished by the extraordinary nature of the cookbook. I acquired this from the Boyne Archipelago. It was developed by an elderly gentleman who has lived there for many years, perfect for you to learn. Rosha explained with a smile, deftly shifting the credit to Hercules from the Boyne Archipelago, as he was never short of scapegoats to deflect inquiries from the women. This gentleman must be a culinary master. How fascinating. I can hardly contain my eagerness to experiment with these recipes, Noki said delightfully, cherishing the cookbook as the ship's head chef and rewarding Rosha with a small token of appreciation. An hour later, Rosha emerged from the kitchen, fully satisfied. Captain, have you had enough to eat? Would you care for another meal? Upon reaching the deck, Reiju regarded him with playful amusement, while Robin sat quietly nearby. Reading, though a smile graced her lips. I'm quite full for now. As you know, my physique has evolved. I can now control my appetite, he replied jovially. Speaking of which, how is the research on the battle suits at Germa progressing? They must have been completed by now, right? With a hint of awkwardness, Rosha scratched his head and approached, then changed the subject. Leitio looked at him with a strange expression and said, Father made a call over a year ago. But you weren't around, so it was put on hold. Now, we can just make another call to find out. It seems they have indeed been developed. I will inquire about Germa's current location using the phone book. And in a couple of days, we shall return to Beihai. Upon hearing this, Rosha displayed a flicker of excitement, as the battle suit still sparked his interest. Who could resist the allure of transformation? Observing the man's childlike excitement, Leitio chuckled softly and took out a phone book. Hello, is this Mr. Vinsmoke Germa? As soon as the call connected, Rosha spoke in a carefree tone. All he received in return was silence. Hello. Rosha glanced at the phone bug in confusion. It seemed to be the one Germa had given him earlier. Kid, what is it? Speak quickly, Germa's impatient voice came through. Ahaha, it's been a while since we last met. I suddenly thought of you. By the way, have my battle suits been completed? Rosha felt a twinge of embarrassment, reflecting on how he had urged Germa to expedite the production, only to leave him hanging for a year and a half. After all, Germa was one of his future fathers-in-law. They were completed a year and a half ago. We are already on the third generation now. If Leitio hadn't informed me that you were evolving, I would have thought you perished in the Grand Line. A visible vein pulsed on Germa's forehead, indicating his current mood. The Germa Kingdom is still near Beihai. If you want the battle suits, come and fetch them. With that, Germa abruptly hung up, offering Rosha no chance for further conversation. To him, it was merely a matter of retrieving the battle suits. Why waste time on pleasantries when there was technology to be researched? The beeping sound from the phone bug caused Rosha to chuckle awkwardly before handing it to Leitio, who merely smiled. Well acquainted with her father's personality. In the evening, Nami and the others returned to the ship after exploring Water City, recounting the island's interesting spots and delectable cuisine. With Nami and her companions around, the night was hardly dull. They chatted idly or visited the training room to hone their skills. The next day, Rosha descended to the third level of the ship, the prison, with keen interest in the 4 members of CP9. They had awakened the previous night, and Noki had kindly prepared dinner for them. However, they remained silent until Rosha's arrival. Rosha, the Golden Lion second, it's truly you. Rumor had it you died 2 years ago. Who would have thought you were still alive? It seems we've encountered a big shot this time. Lucci's serious demeanor revealed no trace of emotion, even in the confines of the prison. So you were CP9, quite audacious of you to kidnap me. Rosha chuckled, appearing quite approachable. Yet, to CP9, he resembled a devil cloaked in innocence. What does His Excellency, the Golden Lion second, intend with our capture? With your strength, you could easily eliminate us. What is your aim in keeping us alive? Lucci's question echoed the thoughts of the others, as they struggled to comprehend what value they held to justify their captivity. The secrets of the world government, such matters were beyond their reach, and any internal secrets of CP9 would undoubtedly lead to their downfall at the hands of the world government. Each possibility loomed like a death sentence, weighing heavily on their minds. Simple, really. Your abilities are commendable, and I am in need of a few capable subordinates. I wish for you to join my ranks. Rosha stated his intentions without reservation. What, did I mishear, or are you jesting? You want agents of the world government to join your pirate crew? Aren't you afraid we could be double agents? The members of CP9's pupils dilated, astonished by Rosha's proposal to recruit them. Double agents? To me, there are only useful and useless individuals. Any schemes are futile, as I shall defeat all who come to challenge me with absolute strength. Rosha remained unfazed, confidence glimmering in his eyes. With their current capabilities, even if 2 admirals were dispatched to pursue him, his fleet possessed the strength to withstand them. Even facing 3 admirals simultaneously, he could escape unscathed. Why fear the world government? The audacity in Rosha's demeanor left the 4 astonished. A pirate from the first half of the Grand Line showed no fear of the world government's threats. Having faced admirals before, could it be that he had already reached their level of power? Have you already attained the strength of an admiral? Lucci asked, astonished. Heh, you've seen the strength of my crew. Haven't you? 2 years ago, they were not as powerful as you. Now they have surpassed you. So, what say you? Will you join? Rosha refrained from disclosing his own power level but implied that he could easily elevate their capabilities. The allure of strength was significant for CP9, particularly for Lucci, who had originally joined the world government for sanctioned violence. Yet, in the face of true power, it paled in comparison. And if we refuse? Lucci countered, deflecting Rosha's inquiry with a question of their own. Though Rosha had not stated his strength, he had implicitly acknowledged it, suggesting that he could easily elevate their prowess. The temptation of power was undeniable. Death, Rosha replied with a smile, uttering a single word. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on the backs of the 4. This seemingly harmless, smiling youth had spoken words that filled them with dread. The other 3 turned to Lucci, the true leader of CP9, dismissing their superior Spandam entirely. After a moment of contemplation, Lucci responded coolly, "We shall join. However, I have a question for Captain Rosha. Do you intend to recruit Nico Robin to pursue your ambition of becoming the Pirate King?" Lucci swiftly addressed Rosha as captain, smoothly transitioning to the acknowledgement of his authority. Yet he still harbored a question regarding Robin, wondering if Rosha truly aspired to the title of Pirate King. The Pirate King? Well, although I've mentioned it a couple of times, it bears repeating. The world government has irked us. My goal is to overthrow them and establish a new order, to become the king of the world. The title of Pirate King is of no concern to me. Rosha spoke with a casual demeanor about what he considered an ordinary ambition. Yet, to others, he emanated an aura that could leave one in awe. Even without using Conqueror's Haki, his presence was enough to intimidate them, leaving them momentarily speechless. Though you have agreed to join me, there remains a small initiation ritual. Until it is completed, you will continue to reside here. Rosha's sudden declaration roused the stunned CP9 members from their stupor. What ritual? Lucci, still in shock, inquired. Your commander CP9 should be Spandam, correct? I happen to have a disdain for that fellow. As long as you personally eliminate him. The ritual will be complete. For those familiar with One Piece, Spandam was undoubtedly a figure deserving of demise, having evoked much ire during the anime, particularly for his treatment of Robin, though they had not yet met. He had already made it onto Rosha's death list. Another would be Momonosuke, a heinous individual as well. Upon reaching the New World, Rosha intended to find him first and eliminate him before the people of Wano. Spandam, you say? Very well. Lucci comprehended Rosha's intention. As long as they executed Spandam, they too would be pursued by the world government and burdened with a bounty, rendering their return to the world government an impossible endeavor. Coincidentally, they were deeply dissatisfied with Spandam, who constantly wielded his authority over them despite being a mere powerless individual, having ascended to his position solely by currying favor with the world government and leveraging his father's connections. Lucci's response was met with Rosha's satisfaction. Without further ado, under Lucci's guidance, Rosha maneuvered the colossal warship towards Judicial Island. Having already explored Water 7 and collected the rewards from the sign-in, he had no reason to linger. Before departing, Rosha also instructed the Ice Mountain to procure numerous sea salts, unique specialties of the sea gods, which serve as exquisite seasonings in culinary endeavors. Judicial Island, renowned as the Island of Eternal Day, is characterized by its perpetual daylight, devoid of night. Behind Judicial Island stands a grand gate known as the Gate of Justice, leading only to 2 destinations, the Navy headquarters at Marineford and the underwater prison. Impel down. Indeed, Judicial Island possesses its own distinct attributes. As Rosha gazed upon this sunlit realm, it seemed as though a divine radiance descended from the heavens. Even amidst the surrounding ominous clouds, Judicial Island basked in brilliant sunshine. This peculiar phenomenon sparked Rosha's speculation. The Judicial Island before him, along with the latter half of the New World, including Raijin Island, Magnetic Drum Island, and Alabasta, appeared to be manifestations of the awakened powers of former natural-type devil fruit users. It is highly plausible that Judicial Island's environment was transformed by the awakening of a glint fruit user centuries ago, or perhaps this peculiar spectacle emerged following the demise of such a user. The bizarre and extraordinary phenomena of the islands, such as the candy rain on Cake Island and the hot springs, resembled environments altered by the awakening of paramecia-type users. In Rosha's perspective, only awakened natural-type users possess the ability to permanently alter an island's environment. Although he had not witnessed the conclusion of One Piece prior to his crossing, he had speculated on the 800 years of blank history. Could it be that this Grand Line was once a battlefield? What transpired 800 years ago to alter the climate of this Grand Line and give rise to such an array of extraordinary islands? Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts interrupted Rosha's musings. "Who are you ruffians? Leave this area at once. Otherwise, you shall be apprehended for trespassing on Judicial Island." As the ship drew nearer, the stationed agents and Navy personnel on Judicial Island became aware of the massive vessel. And one agent shouted towards Rosha at the ship's bow. Noticing the absence of a pirate flag, the agents presumed it to be a merchant vessel that had unwittingly entered the waters. Trespassing on Judicial Island. Apologies, but that is precisely my intent. In the astonished gaze of the agents, the warship gradually ascended from the sea and soared into the sky, approaching Judicial Island with an air of dominion. What in the world is happening? The agent gaped, some agents doubting their senses, rubbing their eyes in an attempt to dispel the vision of the warship. Without a moment's hesitation, Rosha unleashed his formidable conqueror's Haki, enveloping the entire island in its overwhelming presence. In an instant, all agents and soldiers collapsed, rolling their eyes in unconsciousness. Even the other CP9 agents could not withstand the pressure, kneeling before the might of Rosha's Haki. His conqueror's Haki had reached an A rank. Though not on par with Shanks, it was still formidable. Following his sensory instincts, Rosha's warship ascended to the highest point of Judicial Island. Below, on the platform, stood the remaining 3 CP9 agents, Kaku, Jayabura, and Khalifa. They gazed up at the colossal entity in terror. Eliminate those 3 down there, and bring Spandam up here to execute him before their very eyes. Rosha spoke coldly to Lucci behind him. He held no interest in the 3 ironclad warriors below. They were mere background characters in the grand narrative. Understood, Captain Rosha. The 4 agents revealed icy glares as they simultaneously utilized Saru and Jeppo to swiftly confront their adversaries on the platform. Lucci, what are you planning? Are you betraying the world government? Kaku was the first to challenge Lucci, harboring a strong dislike for him, and his relationship with Kaku was far from amicable. Yet, he had to admit their strength was formidable. If a battle were to ensue, 3 against 4 would undoubtedly place them at a disadvantage, thus he resorted to verbal assaults to pressure the opposition. Lucci remained silent, transforming into his cat fruit. Leopard form, his intentions unmistakable, Kaku broke into a cold sweat, swiftly shifting into his wolfman form. The impending battle loomed, and Lucci and his companions swiftly overwhelmed Kaku and his comrades. Their superior strength and numbers rendered their victory entirely predictable. Displaying no mercy for former colleagues, they understood that failing to meet Rosha's expectations would not be something they could bear. Subsequently, Lucci located Spandam in the highest office of Judicial Island, where the latter lay on the ground like a defeated dog. The impact of Rosha's conqueror's Haki had left him gasping for breath as if submerged in the ocean, nearly suffocating. After bringing him to the platform, the 4 agents, under the horrified gaze of Kaku and Jayabura, swiftly dismantled him with a fierce kick. Thus, the incident at Judicial Island drew to a close. With CP9 subdued, the crew now had a secretary and a shipwright. Rosha could finally set off to the North Sea to acquire his battle attire. Captain Rosha, we found this in Spandam's office. Upon returning to the warship, Lucci immediately presented 2 boxes to Rosha. Upon opening them, Rosha was astonished to discover 2 devil fruits, one banana-shaped and the other melon-shaped. It was evident to Rosha that these were the giraffe fruit, a Zoan type, and the bubble fruit. What a stroke of fate. These must have been the 2 devil fruits Spandam had recently procured for Kaku and Khalifa. Spandam could hardly have anticipated that these 4 would ultimately fall into Rosha's hands, only to meet their demise at his command. Calculating the timeline, it seemed they were nearing the moment when Luffy was about to set sail. Or perhaps had just embarked. Kaku, you shall consume this giraffe fruit. As for the bubble fruit, Khalifa shall partake. Rosha tossed the fruits to the 2, which coincidentally matched the abilities they had originally possessed. Is it appropriate for us to receive devil fruits so soon after joining? Kaku inquired, somewhat taken aback. Although the fruits were acquired from others, the decision ultimately rested with the captain, and he was surprised that Rosha would bestow these newly acquired devil fruits upon them. Devil fruits hold little significance for me if I desire. I can procure more at any time. Consider these as your welcome gifts aboard the ship. Rosha spoke nonchalantly. If I truly wanted more, I could simply pay a visit to one of our underworld's titans. Don Quixote da Flamingo. I doubt he would refuse. If he did, I could always give him a beating first before collecting them. And with so many family members of his, it wouldn't be unreasonable to seize a few as leverage. Would it? With this thought, Rosha found himself eagerly anticipating the future encounter with Doflamingo, a tinge of excitement coursing through him. Upon hearing Rosha's words, the two hesitated not for a moment and took a bite. Almost immediately, their expressions soured. The fruits were simply revolting. However, their training as agents compelled them to maintain composure, swallowing the distasteful morsels. Remember to finish the fruits, or else their powers may not manifest fully. And you might never awaken them. Rosha's words plunged their spirits into despair. Finish them? Though they had never heard of such a notion, they dared not defy Rosha's command and could only endure the nausea as they forced the entire fruit into their mouths. Feeling as if they might perish, having consumed the fruits, Kaku and Califa fell despondently to the ground, as if struck by a malevolent specter. It is time to retreat. The Navy has likely received word and is hastening towards this location. With the objective accomplished, Rosha commanded the warship to ascend into the skies, unwilling to linger here until naval reinforcements arrived. After determining the direction, Rosha intended to traverse the doldrums directly towards the North Sea. By advancing through the doldrums, he saved a considerable amount of time. Nearly 10 days later, Rosha arrived in the North Sea and located the mobile warship of the Vinsmoke family. Long time no see. Judge, Rosha greeted as he disembarked and spotted Judge at the port. The latter, upon learning of the approach of a colossal warship, had already anticipated Rosha's arrival and was waiting at the port. Here's what you requested. Judge offered a wristwatch-like device without further ado. Simply press the button, and the battle suit will automatically envelop you, he added, not forgetting to mention its usage. How convenient. It's astonishing that such a small device suffices. Is this a breakthrough in technology? I recall that you previously required a belt, Rosha remarked, examining the watch with intrigue before donning it. After pressing the button, a radiant glow enveloped him, and a suit reminiscent of military attire materialized. Imbued with a futuristic technological aesthetic that appeared quite impressive, the battle suit boasted stealth capabilities. Its surface coated with a thin layer of vibranium metal that could nullify low-level observation Haki detection and absorb a certain amount of damage. The boots were equipped with jet propulsion devices for swift movement and flight, incorporating arc reactor technology, allowing Rosha's hands to convert energy into lightning and flames. Both solar and electrical energy could be slowly replenished, with the primary advantage being the ability to unleash his full power. Judge continued to elucidate the suit's functions. However, Rosha could no longer contain his eagerness to experiment. With a swift flash, he executed a series of rapid movements, his form flickering in and out of sight. Upon activating the invisibility feature, only the faintest sound remained, as if something in the air was perpetually in motion, yet no figure could be discerned. Impressive. I feel that my energy expenditure has diminished significantly, allowing for perfect control of my power. Most importantly, this material will not tear even if my body expands but will instead grow in tandem with me. Rosha nodded in satisfaction, appreciating this remarkable feature. Once Rosha unleashed his full power, he might indeed experience a drastic increase in size. The last thing he desired was to find himself exposed in battle. Humph, you cannot fathom the power of technology. With deeper research into the reactor, my techniques have also advanced. Even liquid metal can be stored within the device and transformed into armor in an instant. Judge smirked, as if to flaunt his achievements to Rosha, regardless of whether the latter comprehended them. Rosha was taken aback. Liquid metal. Is that akin to Iron Man's armor? Has Judge made breakthroughs in nanotechnology? He could not help but admire the technological advancements in the pirate world. Even if twisted, as long as it pertained to technology, they could innovate and produce remarkable creations. Quite impressive. Would you be interested in joining me? I can provide ample funding, and you may select your own researchers, thus sparing you the need to initiate wars for resources. Moreover, you would receive my protection. With my strength, I can assist you in advancing into the New World. Rosha proposed, observing Judge's smug demeanor. Ample funding? Do you have any idea how much it costs to support an entire research team? This is not a matter that can be resolved with mere billions. Judge replied, astonished by Rosha's sudden offer, casting a skeptical glance his way. Rosha laughed heartily. Money is trivial. Whether it's billions or tens of billions, even hundreds of billions is but a trifle to me. His laughter echoed, as it seemed that Reiju had yet to inform Judge of Rosha's possession of an entire golden country, filled with untold riches that even Rosha himself had not fully calculated. Hundreds of billions? I could casually extract a sizable gold ingot from the ruins. Rosha spoke confidently, though the source of his wealth remained a mystery. Yet, the prospect of joining Rosha's ranks prompted Judge to ponder for a moment. Rosha's potential was immense. 2 years prior, he had already reached a level capable of withstanding an admiral, and from Reiju, Judge learned that he had evolved, implying his strength had intensified, boldly considering he might have even attained admiral-level prowess. Although he lacked territory in the New World, seizing the remnants of the Golden Lion's former crew would immediately forge a formidable force. Rosha's ability to provide such advanced technology as the arc reactor hinted at even greater innovations. And with Reiju's connection to him, Rosha was undoubtedly an attractive option. The notion of elevating the Vinsmoke family's reputation in the New World made the prospect of remaining in the North Sea seem trivial. With this thought, Judge's eyes brightened, and he spoke. If you can provide the funding, I would not be opposed to the Vinsmoke family aligning with you, provided that the financial chain remains unbroken. However, I have one condition. What condition? Rosha inquired curiously. Judge's response indicated his interest. Sufficient funds were indeed appealing to him. You must marry Reiju and father a child. Of course, it need not be an immediate marriage. Simply agreeing to this condition will suffice. Judge stated plainly. Marry Reiju. Rosha was taken aback. Unable to believe that this was Judge's condition. He exchanged bewildered glances with Reiju, both equally stunned. Meanwhile, Nami, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration, exclaimed, This is absurd. I arrived first. If anyone should be marrying, it should be me, not Reiju. Both Judge and Rosha were left speechless, caught off guard by Nami's fervent insistence. Judge had merely considered Reiju as a final bargaining chip. Recognizing her as his daughter, once they bore a child, a familial bond would be established between himself and Rosha, ensuring he would not be sidelined by the inclusion of other research teams, which might diminish his funding. Cough, cough. I have no objections to you taking multiple wives. However, unless you agree to marry Reiju, I will not easily join your ranks. Judge coughed lightly, addressing Rosha. He truly could not comprehend why Rosha sought so many women. Especially when it appeared he had no ambitions of his own. Such extraordinary power seemed squandered on romantic pursuits. Very well, I agree. By the way, please hand over the other battle suits as well. ILL also needs several more made, Rosha replied, verbally acquiescing for the moment before gesturing towards Kaku and Lucci, indicating that they too required enhancements to their combat capabilities. Everything is right here. Including some second-generation battle suits, Judge produced 2 bags as if anticipating the request. One contained special battle suits for Nami and the others, while the other held various second-generation military suits. Oh, you've already prepared everything. That's quite thoughtful, Rosha remarked, retrieving a bracelet adorned with a lightning emblem, clearly a customized suit for Nami. After helping her don it, a futuristic battle suit complete with a cape manifested on her. Resembling attire from a future island, Rosha pondered whether the cape was merely Judge's personal preference. Nearly all the suits he had distributed bore a future aesthetic, complete with capes. Remarkably, Judge's taste was commendable. The battle suits fit impeccably and accentuated the beauty of the women. Rosha, do you think I look good in this? Nami joyfully dashed over to Rosha, spinning around him in delight, clearly pleased with the appearance of her battle attire. Although the other women did not vocalize their thoughts, their unwavering gazes were fixed upon Rosha. In response, Rosha could only give them a thumbs up, which brought even more smiles to their faces. Let me see how much power this suit can bestow upon me, she declared. Suddenly, Nami extended her hand towards the ocean, her palm crackling with the gathering of lightning. Whoosh, boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the sound of crackling, a 3-meter-tall column of lightning erupted from Nami's hand, racing toward the distance. The ferocious electricity stunned the fish and small sea creatures in the water, rendering them motionless on the surface. It was only when Nami withdrew the lightning element that the column transformed into a beam of light and dissipated. So powerful, Nami exclaimed in astonishment at the commotion she had caused, the sea surface along her path teeming with marine life. She sensed that her control over the lightning element had intensified. The electrical damage heightened, and the suit was storing her electricity to enhance her skills when needed. Hearing Nami's murmurs, Rosha chuckled. It seems Nami has become our fleet's second greatest asset. Once her mastery of Haki matures and her combat experience increases, she might very well reach the level of a vice admiral. Vice admiral level strength. Can I truly attain such monstrous power? Nami exclaimed in surprise. Rosha's assessment far exceeded her expectations. Could she genuinely reach that level of strength? That's wonderful, Sister Nami, Koya said, gazing at Nami with admiration, harboring feelings of envy within her heart. Though Koya was not particularly skilled in combat and did not wish to fight, it did not hinder her admiration for others who could assist Rosha. Hee, don't worry, little Koya, your safety will be my responsibility, Nami confidently proclaimed, patting her chest. Humph, what is there to be proud of? My barrier fruit can do just as much, Karina muttered with a hint of jealousy. Though she was genuinely happy for Nami. In that case, we shall take our leave. Use these funds for development. If the suit undergoes any upgrades, contact us via the snail phone. Observing the eagerness of everyone to test their current strength, Rosha decided not to linger any longer. Amidst Gaji's astonished gaze, he produced a large ingot of gold from his spatial pocket and tossed it onto the ground as funding for technological advancement. He then ascended with his ship, returning to the Grand Line. However, unbeknownst to Rosha, chaos had erupted at the Navy headquarters and in the New World. The incident at Judicial Island had signaled Rosha's return. And with overwhelming power, he had subdued the island, leaving the world government utterly humiliated. Now, various factions on the sea were mocking the Navy's incompetence. They had been attacked and lost the highest leader of Judicial Island. With the Navy failing to even catch a glimpse of the intruder, a meeting centered around Rosha convened at the Navy headquarters. Upon arriving at Judicial Island, all that remained was devastation, aside from 3 CP9 agents who were still conscious. All other personnel had been knocked unconscious by the Conqueror's Haki, including 2 giants. It was evident that Gold Lion Turash's strength had surpassed that of 2 years prior. At the conference table, Akiji slowly recounted his observations on Judicial Island. The Conqueror's Haki that could envelop an entire island was, without a doubt, indicative of an individual whose power might rival that of a Navy admiral. Now, even he dared not claim he could subdue Rosha. Initially, it was thought that Rosha had chosen to hide from the Navy's pursuit out of fear, yet in merely 2 years, his power had escalated to such heights. Damn these pirates, continually causing world-shattering troubles, Sengoku said through gritted teeth, particularly incensed by Rosha's unprecedented actions. Not only had he seized a Navy branch, but he had also breached the so-called impregnable Judicial Island, all of which served to embarrass the Navy. Sengoku recalled how the Gold Lion had previously broken into the underwater prison Impel Down, which was deemed impenetrable, and now Rosha, the Gold Lion too, had conquered a judicial fortress that had never been breached since its inception. The actions of this master and disciple duo were identical, shattering the Navy's long-established prestige and reducing the world government and Navy to a laughingstock. Ha ha ha, has that little brat grown stronger again? Garp, as usual, munched on Sunbae, chuckling amidst Sengoku's fury. What's so funny, Garp? You ought to think of a plan instead of just sitting there eating, Sengoku exclaimed, veins bulging on his forehead in anger. Well, the newly appointed warlord of the sea was recently defeated in the New World, and I suspect the world government is quite displeased with him. They might just replace him and let this little brat take his place, Garp said nonchalantly, shoving more senbei into his mouth. Crumbs scattering across his beard, Sengoku seemed to have been struck by inspiration, realizing he had never considered this possibility. 2 years prior, after Rosha had defeated Crocodile, a vacancy had existed among the warlords of the sea. Following directives from the world government, the Navy had sought out the fastest rising pirate during those 2 years to fill the position. However, they had not anticipated that upon entering the New World, this individual would provoke the 4 emperors, resulting in a catastrophic defeat. This audacious character had become the target of disdain among many prominent pirates in the New World, leading to his current retreat back to Sabaody Archipelago, effectively undermining the warlord's deterrent power. Reflecting on Garp's words, Sengoku found them rather sensible. Rosha's strength indeed warranted the title of Warlord of the Sea, and it would allow for real-time monitoring of both Rosha and Nico Robin's positions. With the Navy yet to develop airships for aerial combat, he truly did not know how to handle Rosha. If they could persuade Rosha to become a warlord, it would alleviate a significant headache. Moreover, recruiting Rosha into the Navy could help reclaim some of their lost prestige. I never expected you could come up with such a strategy, Garp. Even Vice Admiral Tsuru regarded this unreliable fellow with newfound respect. Ha ha, little Tsuru, what are you talking about? Haven T, I always been this way. It's Sengoku who's too dense to realize. Garp laughed, taking the opportunity to elevate his status, while simultaneously belittling Sengoku. Garp, you scoundrel, Sengoku shouted angrily, but soon his ire dissipated, and he chose to ignore Garp. Regardless of how much he scolded, this old fellow remained unbothered, showing no concern for the pressures faced by the Admiral. While Rosha possessed the abilities of the float fruit, his past actions indicated he seemed to be navigating according to Sabaody's route, meaning the next island he would likely reach was Sabaody Archipelago. Hey, Garp, you will remain at Sabaody Archipelago to await Rosha's arrival, and extend an invitation for him to join the warlords of the sea. If he declines, change plans and apprehend him instead, Sengoku instructed after some contemplation. Given the Navy's personnel shortages and the absence of the other 2 admirals, only Garp and Akiji were suitable to extend an invitation to someone of Rosha's caliber. Garp had unknowingly begun to snore, a bubble forming on his nose. Get up and stop pretending, you lazy bum. Sengoku seized Garp by the collar and shook him vigorously, but no matter how hard he tried, Garp remained unresponsive, as if in a deep slumber. This fellow always adopted such an attitude when faced with troublesome matters. Frustrated, Sengoku released Garp, knowing that Garp despised the celestial dragons and would find it troublesome to go to Sabaody Archipelago, especially since the celestial dragons frequently visited there, and Garp had no desire to confront their foolish faces. Sigh. Recently, it seems something significant has occurred within Whitebeard's pirate crew. Ace, the 2nd Division commander, has left the New World in pursuit of something. Arriving at Sabaody, Sengoku remarked, Akiji, monitor Whitebeard's movements in the New World, and report back immediately if anything goes awry. Given the implications of the 4 Emperors' pirate crews, it was challenging for an ordinary elite vice admiral to manage. Losing an elite vice admiral over a mere issue would be a heavy price to pay. Thus, it was prudent to dispatch an admiral for this task. Understood, Akiji replied lazily. Sengoku nodded, then scanned the room before settling on a target. Mongoose, you will proceed to Sabaody Archipelago for the time being. If there are any traces of Rosha, report them immediately. Avoid any confrontation with the other party. Huang Yuan is likely to complete his mission soon as well. At that point, I will send him to assist you in the negotiations with the 2nd Golden Lion. As long as the other party does not propose excessively unreasonable conditions, we can allow for some leniency in communication. This was the directive from Zhanghua. Yes, Marshal Zhanghua. Compared to Akiji, the attitude of the flying squirrel was significantly more respectful. Phew. At last, I can write a report to submit. After the meeting concluded, Zhanghua wiped the sweat from his forehead. Recently, whether it is due to a peak period or not, a plethora of new pirate stars have emerged, and several remarkably promising new pirates have appeared across the seas. This has caused him considerable distress. As the internal unrest within the Whitebeard pirates in the New World and the influx of new pirate stars from all directions have become a significant headache this very moment. Rosha, the center of events, was aboard the ship, blissfully enjoying himself. Suddenly, a tremendous noise startled Rosha, who was sneaking a bite. Then, Nami burst into the kitchen, startling both him and Noki Gao. Fortunately, he had quickly activated his observation Haki. Sensing Nami's approach just in time, Rosha, come out and have a look. The combination of this ship's cannon and my lightning is simply astounding, Nami exclaimed, pulling him out with enthusiasm. Thankfully, Rosha managed to compose himself quickly. Avoiding any embarrassing situations, she then led him to the control room of the ship's main cannon on the deck. Nami placed her hand on the energy delivery device of the power furnace. And soon, crackling electricity surged through her palm, with countless currents being absorbed by the device. Before long, the energy device was fully charged, glowing red, and the control panel displayed that it was ready to fire at any moment. Nami maneuvered the cannon towards a rocky area and pressed the launch button. Boom, boom, boom. To Rosha's astonished gaze, the cannon unleashed a barrage of electromagnetic projectiles composed of innumerable electric currents, far exceeding the power of the electromagnetic cannon Nami wielded while in combat attire. Upon striking the rocky formation, the projectiles detonated violently, creating a mushroom cloud. What once was a cluster of rocks was now reduced to a massive crater, filled with rushing seawater, and then the surface of the sea returned to tranquility. This level of destructive power surpasses even my wigwam, doesn't it? Rosha gazed in disbelief at the commotion caused by Nami's cannon. If all 3 main cannons were to fire simultaneously, even a relatively small island would likely be obliterated with ease. Such a vessel, truly a testament to the design from the system, likely incorporated some technology from Pluto as well. Iceberg certainly did not hold back, creating for him the world's most formidable warship. Hee. How about it? Can this power match that of an admiral? Nami asked with a hint of pride, as her abilities aligned with the warship, significantly enhancing her importance, making Rosha likely to care for her more. Hee, then I must be the main consort, right? Is this it? Even my barrier cannot be breached. An admiral wouldn't just stand there and let you hit them, Karina teased with a playful expression. Subsequently, a defiant Nami immediately began to argue with Karina, leaving Rosha in a state of bewilderment as he watched. He then pulled out 2 large drumsticks from his spatial storage, munching on them while observing, feeling increasingly relaxed. Hey, Rosha, you tell us, who was stronger? Suddenly, both women shouted at Rosha, insisting on determining a winner. I think I'm stronger, Rosha replied, his mouth greasy from eating, but he genuinely could not answer their question and casually changed the subject. The 2 women exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a consensus, and then dragged Rosha to the training room. They were so incensed that they unleashed their martial arts honed over the past 2 years, eager to demonstrate their prowess. However, they were still somewhat forgetful. as their martial arts skills were insufficient even to tickle Rosha, and they were quickly defeated, suffering a lost CG. Having now satisfied his hunger, Rosha felt full. Time sped by, and soon over 10 days had passed. Upon returning to the Grand Line, Rosha did not immediately head for Sabeti Archipelago, but instead sailed leisurely. Upon encountering an uninhabited island, he utilized his powers to make it float, as he had begun to collect resources from various islands. In the future, whether to instantly form a cluster of islands or to ascend into the sky to harvest resources, these matters were of utmost importance. However, that day, the scene on the sea changed dramatically. The originally clear sky turned dark, shrouded in thick fog. How strange! How did the weather suddenly change so drastically without warning? It feels like the sky darkened in an instant, Nami remarked as she emerged from her cabin, where she had been busy drawing nautical charts that I have no idea. It was clear just a moment ago, but as soon as we entered this sea area, a thick fog formed, and it turned into this. Michida, the lookout, replied, perplexed. She had been stationed at the mast, keeping a vigilant watch over the sea's condition to report to Nami. However, the situation arose so abruptly that she had not even realized she had ventured deep into the fog. It seems we have entered the Bermuda Triangle region. The familiar fog and the course of navigation led him to deduce their location, likely the old lair of Gecko Moria. Is there any danger here? Should we ascend to exit this area? Nami inquired of Rosha, concerned about the ominous nature of this mysterious sea that could herald a natural disaster. Rest assured, I will always be watching the surroundings. If any issues arise, I will deal with them, Rosha assured her, his thoughts drifting to the adorable little ghost aboard Moria's ship, feeling a strong desire to recruit the ghost princess. The ability of the Marimara Nomi was indeed quite powerful in the early stages. Although it was ultimately countered by the strong Haki that rendered the effects of Paramecia useless, was Rosha truly coveting the fruit's abilities? Well, as long as he did not deviate from the course and continued in this direction. They would reach Sabeti Archipelago. Then I will head back to my cabin for a nap. You can take care of the situation on the sea and steer the ship, Nami said, yawning as she glanced at the direction of her log post. Feeling somewhat fatigued from the intense charting and training alongside Rosha. I will also go wash up first. Rosha, would you like to join me? Karina stretched lazily, then beckoned enticingly to Rosha. Having gotten some grease on her clothes while cooking with Noki Gal, and feeling a bit oily and smoky. Well, let's talk about it tonight. It's not quite the right time now, Rosha replied, feeling tempted but ultimately declining, as he was more interested in exploring the location of the fearsome three-masted ship. Seeing Rosha's refusal, Karina shrugged and returned to her room alone. Most others were in the training room. Kaku and Lucci remained inside, unaffected by external matters. Only Rosha and Michida remained on the deck. The fog obscured Michida's vision, and her observation Haki was of little use, so her current role was diminished. However, Rosha found himself rather bored alone, so he called Michida down to chat. Captain Rosha, with your current strength, can't you break through this fog directly? That would make it easier to observe things, Michida inquired curiously while they chatted. I don't think so. The area is too vast, and it seems more like a result of some permanent natural climate or ability. With my current capabilities, I cannot alter the climate of this region, Rosha responded. Roxa shook his head and remarked, this maritime region is indeed quite peculiar, perpetually shrouded in a veil of black mist. I suspect it to be the handiwork of a master of an awakened, ultimate devil fruit, or perhaps the site of its demise. The colossal warship sailed forth, producing a cacophony of sounds as it navigated the waters. After an indeterminate span of time, Roxa suddenly exclaimed, I've found it. Rising abruptly from his conversation with Michida, his observation Haki had detected something significant. What is it, Captain Roxa? Michida inquired, bewildered by his sudden enthusiasm. Surely, you aren't planning something here? She thought, tapping her forehead, bemused by her own scattered thoughts lately. Michida, steer in that direction, Roxa instructed, pointing decisively. Understood. I in the dense fog. Visibility was nearly non-existent, and Michida remained unaware of what had ignited Roxa's excitement. However, her unwavering trust in him prompted her to follow his guidance without question, adjusting the ship's course. Roxa's observation Haki had enveloped a vast expanse of the sea, and he had recently sensed an abundance of life forms in a specific area. If his instincts were correct, this should lead them to the terrifying three-masted ship. Earlier, during their casual banter, he had sensed a few life forms, albeit scarce and localized, likely remnants of humans whose shadows had been severed by Moria, wandering this maritime expanse. Yet, the current detection indicated a far broader range, confirming his belief that they were approaching the aforementioned ship. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a shadow loomed ahead, resembling a mountain. What is that? Some sea king. Or perhaps an island? Nami emerged from the cabin, her expression one of confusion as she gazed at the immense shadow, having just awoken from a nap. She had activated her observation Haki and was instantly bombarded by signals from numerous life forms, prompting her to rush to the deck. She had almost assumed they had traversed the Devil's Triangle and reached another island, only to discover the existence of an island here as well. No, that is a grand ship, the very culprit behind the frequent disappearances in the Devil's Triangle. Moonlight Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Roxa stated with a slight smirk, revealing the truth without hesitation. Another warlord of the sea. Should we take a detour? Machida queried. No, we can approach directly. Huh, is that your goal? You aren't after the crew of the warlords again, are you? Just like Robin and Machida. Upon hearing this, Nami quickly grasped Rox's intentions. He had come to this region and seemed quite familiar with it, likely drawn by the presence of the warlord. However, she remained uncertain of his motives, recalling the fate of the previous warlord, Crocodile, and casually inquired about Rox's intentions. Well, not entirely, Roxa replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Nami truly seemed to be a mind reader, as she was among the few who understood him so well on the ship. I see, Nami said, face-palming in resignation. Her offhand question had inadvertently confirmed her suspicions. Do you have a penchant for seizing crew members? It appears most of your crew were acquired by such means. Nami remarked, somewhat exasperated, regretting that she lacked any awareness of NTR. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly ridiculed Roxa for his antics. Hee. Roxa merely chuckled in response. Well, considering your current strength, even a warlord shouldn't pose a significant threat to you. So it's your call? Nami, dismissing him, waved her hand, indicating her disinterest. As they drew nearer, the colossal shadow revealed its true form to Roxa and the others. The other crew members, sensing the commotion, emerged from the cabin, curious about the scene unfolding before them. What is this place? A grand fortress amidst the sea, they inquired, eyes wide with wonder. The immense shadow was a massive island ship, imbued with a sense of decay and eeriness. Rather than a mere island ship, it resembled a ghostly castle, with Rox's warship dwarfed in comparison. Surrounding the island ship was a formidable wall, with 4 chains connecting it to the enormous mast at the center of the island. The castle's entrance was a gaping maw, and the terrifying 3-masted ship seemed to have detected Rox's presence, its mouth slowly opening as torrents of seawater surged in, as if attempting to swallow Rox's warship whole. Roxa understood that this was Moria's method of ensnaring passing vessels. However, he did not resist and gradually steered into the opening.